Brother, you're amazing at fighting. Can I have this bag? Wang Ming's character was in combat at the entrance of the strengthened blockade TV station. A sweet voice came through his earphones. Teammate no. One, Sweet Cat, cautiously walked up to Wang Ming staring at the 4 bags at the entrance of the yellow card areas speaking in a coquettish tone. Wang Ming's ears itched, and he felt delighted. Eat heartily. Your big brother is this skilled. 4-6 sets for sister to enjoy freely. Later he'll clear the map for you. Sweet Cat was a teammate Wang Ming had randomly matched with some time ago. The first time he heard her sweet voice, his heart felt restless. After that match, Sweet Cat actively added Wang Ming as a friend, calling him brother all day and constantly pestering him to take her to the strengthened blockade TV station for gear. They not only added each other in the game, but also on WeChat and QQ. Sweet Cat occasionally shared photos of her daily life, and Wang Ming sometimes complained to her about embarrassing moments at university. Over time, the two became friends who talked about everything. One day, after finishing a game of Escape from Tarkov, Sweet Cat sent a message, "Brother, we've known each other for so long, how about we meet in person?" Wang Ming stared at the screen frozen. A bit conflicted, yet a bit expectant. Finally, he gritted his teeth and agreed to meet the next afternoon. Since they were in the same city, meeting was convenient. The next afternoon, Wang Ming dressed in a suit and waited in the coffee shop. Before long, a delicate-looking tall girl walked into the coffee shop. As soon as she entered, she saw Wang Ming and happily waved, showing a sweet smile. "Hello, brother, I'm Sweet Cat." The girl sat opposite Wang Ming, smiling warmly at him. Wang Ming was completely captivated, his face blushing, not knowing what to say. "You're so skilled and handsome. I'm really happy." The girl's smile was like sunshine, dazzling Wang Ming. You are also beautiful." Wang Ming blushed, his voice soft. "Let's go. You've carried me through so many rounds, let me treat you to something good." The girl took Wang Ming's hand and stood up, walking out of the coffee shop. Holding that hand soft and fragrant, Wang Ming already began to fantasize about a beautiful future. Some might ask, aren't all guys who play Escape from Tarkov Sigma males? Wang Ming just wanted to retort, if you met a girl like this, could you say no? The girl led Wang Ming by the hand into an alley. Wang Ming was still lost in beautiful fantasies, completely oblivious to the 3 figures approaching around them. Just as he was about to say something, a figure rushed up and covered his mouth from behind. Wang Ming felt the world spin, his consciousness fading away. The last thing he saw was the girl taking banknotes from the 3 men, revealing a sinister grin. When he woke up again, he was lying in a dilapidated cell. Around him were all dirty people like himself. "Yo, quite a lot of goods today. They all look decent." An extremely arrogant voice came from outside the cell door. Everyone looked up and saw a young man with dyed yellow hair carrying a baseball bat walking up to them. "Go!" With a wave of his hand, a dozen people immediately rushed up, forcibly stripping Wang Ming and everyone else of their clothes and personal belongings. "Welcome to your new workplace, friends. Now sign these contracts." The yellow-haired man placed a stack of contracts before them. "Who are you? How dare you treat me like this? They'll have you know my dad is." A young man in a suit rushed up to the yellow-haired man. The next second, before the young man could finish, a baseball bat smashed hard onto his head. The man collapsed. Blood splattered onto several faces nearby, still warm, terrifying everyone into silence. "I don't care who you are. Everyone here behave." The yellow-haired man wiped the blood off his face and smiled. One by one, the remaining people obediently signed the contracts. What a good batch of goods. Did you see the number on the contract? It's only 200,000. Complete 200,000 and you can go home. The yellow-haired man chuckled while holding the bat. Wang Ming was completely stunned. He couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. The beautiful girlfriend, the happy future. How had it become like this? "All right, ergo, take them to see their workplace," the yellow-haired man said to a subordinate, then leisurely walked off. Ergo had a mohawk hairstyle, holding an electric baton. He approached the crowd with a sinister smile. "Come on, friends, let me show you your future workplace." The blow from the yellow-haired man had terrified everyone. No one dared to say a word. They all stood up and followed Ergo, including Wang Ming. Ergo led them through every room. What they saw was unforgettable. Various torture instruments, bloodstains on the props throughout the room, and the entire place reeked of decay and blood. Ergo said cheerfully, "These are for punishing those employees who aren't proactive. As long as you work while you want." Everyone was terrified. Some girls' legs were so weak they could barely walk. "Better hurry up. Once the big boss arrives, none of you will have it easy." Ergo continued forward. A few followed. When Ergo opened a large door, they realized this place was almost as big as 2 football fields. It was packed with people. Some were typing furiously at computers, others were frantically making phone calls, and some girls were standing at card tables continuously shuffling cards. "All right, go report to the big boss." Ergo pointed at a man in a suit and gestured for them to go over on their own. They looked at each other, then nervously walked up to the man in the suit. Hello, I'm here to work." An old man in the group spoke shakily. "Oh, so proactive. Welcome, welcome." The suited man laughed loudly and patted the old man on the shoulder. Daniel, take this old gentleman out for some fresh air. At his age, no need to work. The suited man said to the bald man responded and helped the old man out. Friends, your daily work is simple. Just work on a computer or make phone calls. Every day, every month, every year the company will give you bonuses at least tens of thousands. Everyone earn well, then go home. The suited man waved his hand grandly and laughed. Li Huer Nyo San Mao. Pick your people yourselves. Work well with the 3 senior members. After the man finished, 3 figures stepped forward. Li Hu was shirtless with a tiger tattoo on his body. He pointed at some people in the line and took them away. Ernyo, a long-haired man slightly effeminate, called out a few names and also took them away. Finally, San Mao, a fat man, took the remaining few, including Wang Ming. My name is San Mao. From now on, call me team leader. Our task is simple: every day go online and play some small games. It was only then that Wang Ming belatedly realized he had been scammed into a compound. He had seen online what it was like to be scammed into a compound. He immediately felt as if the sky had fallen. He sat dejectedly in front of the computer. The entire afternoon he didn't produce any results. The mental pressure exhausted him. Fortunately, San Mao was relatively reasonable and smiled. It's normal for newbies to have trouble at first, but it's best not to be still unable after 3 days. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you'll leave intact. Everyone was terrified and quickly nodded. Dinner was just a salted fish and 2 steamed buns. After barely managing, Wang Ming lay on a wooden plank, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He no longer had any hope for the future. Finally, in despair and fear, he drifted into a restless, detected host, despair reaching its peak, awakening the escape from Tarkov system. Wang Ming seemed to hear a sound in his sleep and suddenly opened his eyes. He found himself standing in front of a warehouse. A middle-aged man wearing earphones and a bulletproof vest was waking him up. Hey veteran, had enough rest. Get up and practice your shooting. Joel handed Wang Ming an AK-74N rifle, gave him some supplies, and pushed him toward the exit. Wait. Am I dreaming? This is so real. Before Wang Ming could react, he was teleported to When he came to his senses, he found himself standing in front of 2 small houses. Doesn't this look exactly like the cemetery on the farm map? Wang Ming flexed his muscles, looking at the AK-74N in his hand, completely stunned. Am I dead? Even a dream couldn't be this real, right? He walked forward on his own, still pondering what was happening. A sudden sound interrupted his thoughts. Who are you? With the shout, several urgent gunshots whizzed past Wang Ming. 2 bullets struck his shoulder and calf respectively. Intense pain instantly spread through his whole body. Wang Ming knelt, grimacing from the agony. Holy crap. This pain is real. Seeing the 2 men about to shoot again, he instinctively raised the AK-74N and sprayed at them. Ding, triggered rifle proficiency. Rifle accuracy increased by 1 displayed. 2 bullets from the spray hit each of the 2 men in the head. They fell to the ground, turning into 2 boxes. What proficiency? Wang Ming seemed to hear something, but before he could think, the pain from his body interrupted his train of thought. He quickly took out bandages and a medical kit from his rig, imitating the game's motions to bandage himself. Miraculously, after using the medical kit, the pain disappeared. Aren't these the rogues from Escape from Tarkov? Why are they here? Could I have actually crossed over into the world of Escape from Tarkov? Wang Ming looked at the rogues that had turned into boxes, completely bewildered. Being scammed into a compound was already absurd enough, but now this was beyond words. Forget it, I'm satisfied being able to play my favorite game even before death. I used to fantasize about actually being in the game. Wang Ming held the AK-74N and walked from the backyard of the motel to the 2nd floor. There's very little sound in the motel. Looks like Ajax isn't home. He walked on his own somehow, ending up at the door of the main guest room. Hey, why do I show that I can use a key? Wang Ming curiously touched the keyhole of the main guest room. The next second, a key appeared in his hand, inserted into the lock. With a click, the door opened. Wang Ming froze, then excitedly walked into the main guest room. Give me something good, 117. If I don't get a jackpot before dying, that's unfair. He opened the first safe. 6 1 slots. His face fell. Come on, 117, are you messing with me? He came to the second safe, touched it, and it opened. A search progress bar appeared, and 4 items slowly emerged. Jackpot. It's spinning for so long, it must be a big gold. Wang Ming clapped excitedly. A beautiful teapot appeared in his hand. I love you so much, teacher 117. A big gold. Suddenly he realized something. When he opened the safe, it showed the search process just like when he opened the key room, as if he had really crossed into the game. If so, do I have a secure container too? Wang Ming looked at himself, but couldn't find it. But he suddenly noticed a virtual screen on his left wrist showing his physical condition and backpack status. At the bottom of the backpack status was a 6-slot secure container. The name on the health status was the same as his old in-game ID from Escape from Tarkov. Wang Ming half doubtfully stuffed the teapot into the 6 slots, and the teapot vanished instantly. The secure container now had a teapot icon. Why does it show my game account name? Could this be my own account? Wang Ming murmured to himself. He wasn't sure. Just as he was pondering, a few gunshots startled him. Then urgent footsteps quickly approached the motel from afar. Damn, someone's coming. Footsteps came from the backyard. Wang Ming looked at the AK-74 in his hand, removed the magazine. A line of small text appeared: magazine, full BP bullets. Oh, tier 4 bullets, interesting. As long as it's not a full tier 6 suit, I still have a fighting chance. Wang Ming carried the rifle to the laundry room and looked down through the window. He was startled by what he saw. Oh, Ultraman. Wang Ming quickly crouched down, his hands gripping the rifle, trembling. 117, 117. First raid back, and you give me a full tier 6. Trying to kill me, huh? Wang Ming's face was uglier than having eaten excrement. He swallowed hard. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire came from downstairs, followed by the sound of a scoff falling. A flashlight beam swept over Wang Ming's head, seeming to aim toward the laundry room. Still a 416 Hong Kong dollars user. I'm doomed. Wang Ming lay flat on the ground, crawling to the master bedroom door. Footsteps were already heading upstairs. Maybe I should run. Wang Ming made up his mind. With only a tier 3 armor, a single shot from a 416 Hong Kong dollars would take him out. How could he fight? No sooner said than done. He crawled toward the bathroom, planning to climb out the second-floor window. But as he lay down, he suddenly realized something. His movements seemed unrestricted. I can do whatever movements I want. Wang Ming paused, turned his head to look at the master bedroom, and a cheeky idea popped into his mind. Careful, I heard gunshots earlier before we came. A man holding a fully modded 416 Hong Kong dollars slowly approached the master bedroom door, speaking to the woman behind him. It's okay, clear the corners slowly. People in the locked zone probably don't have good gear. The woman held in 416 Hong Kong dollars and followed cautiously. The two pushed open the door to the master bedroom and entered. The safe's been opened. Must be a rat. The man breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to leave. The woman outside was about to turn around as well. But just as she turned her head, she saw something terrifying. Her pupils dilated sharply. She pointed at the window behind the man in the master bedroom, mouth open. Behind you. The window. The man spun around. Too late. And 2 Malawian Quach's grenade had already been thrown to their feet. Boom. A loud explosion filled the room with dust. The building remained intact. The man turned into a loot crate on the spot. The woman collapsed at the doorway, gasping heavily. Oh, you have a teammate. Wang Ming did an inverted hook from the roof of the master bedroom and climbed back in through the window. You? How did you? Bang. Before the woman could finish, Wang Ming sent her back to the stash with a single shot. That's right. Wang Ming had earlier used the master bedroom window to climb onto the hotel roof, lying quietly there, within 2 Malawian Quach's grenade in his hand. When the two entered the room, he quietly pulled the pin, counted 3 seconds, and threw it through the window. The result was obvious. Ding, triggered throwing weapon proficiency item. Throwing accuracy increased by 1, always synchronized with reality. Proficiency. I remember triggering rifle proficiency earlier, now throwing weapon. Am I really getting... Wang Ming froze for a moment, then suddenly saw the light. No. It can't be that good. Improbable. He put away his smile. Whatever, let's see what these two fools have. Oh, Ultraman helmet, Russian heavy armor, fully modded, 416 Hong Kong dollars. With M62 bullets. The other one. Mickey Mouse helmet, ceramic tier 5 vest, fully modded, H4. Rich, but the bullets are so-so, A1 rounds. Wang Ming chuckled as he put on the man's heavy armor, then started backpack stacking. Finally, with a full backpack of gear, he left the hotel. After walking not far, his body lost all strength, his pace slowed. So exhausted. Back when I was playing games, I used to mock operators for being weaklings who got tired after a few steps. Now I realize I was being shallow. Wang Ming carried the huge bag holding the fully modded 416 Hong Kong dollars, walking a bit, resting a bit, and arrived at South Wheatfield. No. Is the South sniper still here? Wang Ming crouched down. He had heard gunshots from South just now, but wasn't sure if the shooter had left. He hid his backpack in a haystack, took only the 416 Hong Kong dollars, and slowly crept to the downstairs of the South Wheatfield hut. So rich. Take your time eating. Damn, a small gold watch. Whispers of 2 people came from the second floor. No grenades left. Only smoke and flash. Earlier, I only thought about stuffing parts into my pockets, didn't grab any grenades. Wang Ming felt a bit helpless. But looking at the height of the hut, he suddenly let out 2 soft laughs. Bro. I keep hearing a creaking sound. What creaking? In the dark zone, there's only gunshots, footsteps, sneaking, and opening sounds. What creak? Oh, maybe it's the background noise of the game. Wang Ming grabbed the wooden planks, using his physical fitness to climb to the second floor window, seeing the two inside eating their loot. Hello. He opened the window, aimed the 416 Hong Kong dollars, and greeted the two. Bro. There's a Spider-Man. Ah. Bang, bang, bang. A few shots and 2 more crates appeared on the second floor. Ding triggered precision shooting proficiency precision shooting accuracy increased by 1. So satisfying. Second floor covered in crates. Wang Ming climbed in through the window, starting to frantically disassemble parts and stack bags. He retrieved the backpack and rifle from the haystack, brought them upstairs, and organized for a good while. 9 minutes remained. Wang Ming shouldered the backpack, picked up the 416 Hong Kong dollars, and walked out of the South Wheatfield hut. After a few steps, he couldn't run anymore. The weight of the backpack pressed him, unable to lift his legs. He quickly injected a blue stim to increase weight limit, then began to run. He'll extract from the tunnel exit. He followed the wheat field past the villa. The villa had already been looted. After clearing a few scavs, Wang Ming arrived at the tunnel exit. Never thought my last run would net me 1.3 million, not easy. Wang Ming sighed emotionally as he slowly walked into the extraction zone. No, something feels off. The moment he stepped into the extraction range, a whistling sound came from his ears. Damn, there's a camper. Wang Ming reacted, instantly dropping prone behind a building in the extraction zone. Intense bombardment shook his head and made him dizzy. He crawled while treating himself with a medkit. The 10-second extraction time felt eternally long. Suddenly, a small green grenade rolled to his feet. Damn! Wang Ming grabbed the grenade and threw it back immediately. The grenade exploded in midair. He felt a sharp pain in his left arm. Then the 10-second countdown ended, and Wang Ming gradually lost consciousness. Extraction successful. Total loot value 1316500. When he opened his eyes again, Wang Ming found himself still lying in the cold, damp room. The east was already lightening, the sun slowly rising. There seemed to be only a few minutes left before getting up for work. So, it was all a dream. He sighed, just about to get up when his left arm suddenly erupted in intense pain. A tearing sensation, like an explosion, spread through his whole body. Wang Ming collapsed to his knees in pain, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Arena Breakout player info binding Arena Breakout. Stash info bound Arena Breakout items bound. A virtual panel appeared in Wang Ming's vision, showing his in-game status. The tearing pain in his arm made it almost impossible to think. With a last sliver of hopeful doubt, he clicked on the Arena Breakout stash and reached toward the amputation kit. In the next second, a simple amputation kit appeared in his hand. Wang Ming didn't dare delay, quickly wrapping it around his left hand. After using it, the pain in his left hand greatly diminished. He took a simple medical kit from the stash and bandaged his arm. After using it, the pain in his arm completely disappeared. Not a dream. Not a dream. Wang Ming collapsed to the floor, sweating profusely. But his mood was good. I love playing Arena Breakout the most. Wang Ming silently vowed to play Arena Breakout for life. Wang Ming opened the stash and found nothing except the loot he had just obtained from the last raid. Alas, it's a pity my original game account didn't carry over. That account had a stash worth over 200 million. Wang Ming felt a little regretful. Hey, what does this equip mean? When Wang Ming was checking the Russian heavy armor's info, he suddenly found an equip button. He thought it would wear it in the game, but after clicking, a transparent armor shell appeared on his real body. Exactly the Russian heavy armor. Holy crap. Wang Ming froze for a moment, then was ecstatic. He quickly equipped the fully modded 416 Hong Kong dollars. In an instant, an exquisite 14 Malawian kwacha's DMR appeared in Wang Ming's hand. Its weight and craftsmanship all indicated it was a real gun. Holy crap. Wang Ming joyfully brandished the rifle, then removed the magazine. A full magazine of M62 bullets lay quietly inside. After a few swings, Wang Ming clicked to unequip, and the fully modded 416 Hong Kong dollars vanished instantly. Just then, footsteps came from outside the room. Wang Ming quickly lay back down on the bed and closed his eyes. Anyone who doesn't want a beating, get the hell out now. A blond man with a gang of underlings carrying baseball bats came outside the room, frantically banging on the iron door. Everyone woke up and filed out of the rooms. Do what you're supposed to do. You had a day to adapt yesterday. Today you work hard. You hear me, eh? The blonde grinned wickedly at everyone. Yes. Everyone responded weakly, then followed the blonde toward the hall for roll call. Wang Ming walked slowly with the crowd, but his mood was good because no one could see the Tier 6 armor he was wearing, and no one could see the virtual panel in front of him. Wang Ming calmly equipped the Warsaw helmet from his stash onto his head, without anyone noticing. After gulping down the horrible breakfast, everyone returned to their stations. Wang Ming sat back in front of the computer. His mission was to use games to scam online loans. But he seemed unwilling to do those damned missions. He had to find a way to escape this compound. But for now, I have to figure out how to deal with these overseers. Sitting in front of the computer, Wang Ming glanced left and right. When he noticed the supervisor paying attention to him, he obediently pretended to type. In reality, he was checking his stash in the Dark Zone. There's not a single cash item in the stash, only equipment. Let's sell the little gold first. I don't know what game currency can do in reality, but it has many uses in the game. He opened the trading market and listed all the little gold he had found, including some expensive accessories. A gold watch. Wang Ming suddenly spotted the gold watch in the display. Back when he used to play games, he always referred to it as a Rolex. Whether it was a genuine Rolex or not, he couldn't tell, but he was sure it was made of pure gold. Wow, this thing can be sold for 20 to 30,000 coins in the game, but in reality, it's worth a fortune. Thinking of this, a sudden idea popped into his mind. Report, I have a question for the group leader. Wang Ming raised his hand and reported to the supervisor. You still have questions during work hours? The bald supervisor approached with an iron rod raised ready to strike. The others kept their heads down, not daring to make a sound. Wang Ming felt a bit worried. First, he didn't know if Lu Jia would be useful in reality, and second, he was afraid of getting beaten. Just as the iron rod was about to come down, a voice from the second floor called, "Let him come up." Upon hearing this, the bald supervisor scoffed, releasing the iron rod. "Go ahead. I'd rather get beaten up myself, or at least I'd still have my life." Wang Ming ignored him and slowly ascended the stairs under the gaze of the onlookers. Pushing open the door, he saw San Mao drinking with two women. Noticing Wang Ming enter, he slightly lifted his chin and said, "What's up, kid? Don't want to work?" Wang Ming was unsure how to start signaling to San Mao with his eyes. There were outsiders present, making it hard to speak. This piqued San Mao's curiosity. "You two leave. I'll find you later tonight." He waved at the two women, who quickly exited. "And you, if I'm not satisfied, you'll pay for it." Group leader, look. Wang Ming pretended to search his pockets, but actually retrieved the gold watch from the stash in the Dark Zone, presenting it respectfully in front of San Mao. San Mao, who had been casually eating fruits, glanced over, and the golden gleam immediately caught his attention. "Kid, where did you get this from?" San Mao straightened up, his eyes filled with greed. Group leader, I used a bit of a trick to sneak past the search when I first arrived, specifically bringing it to present to you. Wang Ming tried to put on a flattering expression, smiling at San Mao. San Mao glanced at the surveillance camera overhead and waved his hand. The camera immediately turned away. He picked up the watch and examined it closely. After a while, he revealed a satisfied smile. "Kid, not bad. You've got some skills. What did you do before?" San Mao cheerfully put the watch on his wrist. Reporting to the group leader, "I'm a magician." Wang Ming bent down, trying to appear as ingratiating as possible. "Magician? Interesting," San Mao casually replied, while stroking the watch's dial. Group leader, can I run some errands for you? I really don't know anything about computer scams." Wang Ming spoke up as San Mao wore the watch. San Mao frowned slightly after hearing this. He stood up, walked in front of Wang Ming, and suddenly grabbed his neck, pinning him against the wall. "You're pretty sharp. You understand societal norms well. But we don't deal with that here. Just do your work quietly, don't think about unnecessary things." Group leader, I have skills. I managed to sneak past Wang Mao and his crew. Please let me go." Wang Ming clutched San Mao's arm with both hands, but his eyes remained fixed on the military dagger in the Dark Zone stash, ready to grab it at any moment. San Mao paused for a moment, loosening his grip a bit. He released Wang Ming and turned to light a cigarette. "This is something I didn't expect. Wang Mao never misses. He always cleans out the pigs completely. This is the first time it's happened." Wang Ming gasped for breath. Group leader, I can get more of these kinds of things. But I don't need these things. I have plenty of money, you foolish kid. Ha ha. San Mao suddenly turned his head eagerly, wanting to see Wang Ming's expression of despair. But as soon as he turned his head, he froze. A black gun barrel was aimed directly at his head. Wang Ming looked at him with a cold expression. Just as San Mao turned to light his cigarette, Wang Ming had quickly used the coins he earned from selling items in the trading market to buy a G18C pistol, which appeared in his hand with a wave. Though not fully modified, it was enough. Group leader, no matter how much money you have, you need a life to spend it. Wang Ming grinned, wickedly pressing the gun against San Mao's forehead. The cold touch made San Mao hesitate to gamble on whether it was a real gun. But he was even more curious. Where did you get this from? San Mao was truly scared. Who wouldn't be afraid with a gun pointed at their head? He was called San Mao, but he didn't really have 9 lives. He had only this one. Group leader, wise men adapt to circumstances. I told you I'm a magician. If I can conjure a watch, I can certainly conjure a pistol. Wang Ming grinned at him, and San Mao's gaze shifted towards the surveillance camera. But the surveillance had already turned away, unable to capture them. What do you want? San Mao conceded. Wang Ming coldly replied, get me a safe job. I won't cause you trouble, and you don't cause me trouble either. Also, don't think about retaliating against me. You don't have the ability to do that. San Mao's expression darkened. After being in the park for so long, no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. Extreme anger caused his veins to bulge. He vowed in his heart to make this audacious young man disappear without a trace. Bang! A gunshot rang out. San Mao was jolted awake. Wang Ming had shot himself in the head. The bullet hit his temple with pinpoint accuracy. Gunshots. Hurry! There's gunfire in the group leader's office. The supervisor downstairs heard the gunfire and rushed towards the second floor. The hurried footsteps approached. Wang Ming threw the handgun in front of San Mao. Figure it out yourself, group leader. Then he knelt on the ground, desperately bowing his head until blood flowed from his forehead. I'm sorry, group leader. I'm sorry. The door was pushed open. Everyone saw Wang Ming kneeling in front of San Mao, continuously bowing his head. Group leader. Just now we heard gunshots, so we came to see what happened, the bald leader asked San Mao. At this moment, San Mao finally recovered from his extreme fear and shock. He angrily shouted at everyone. What are you panicking for? Each of you is acting like monkeys, yelling and shouting. What's wrong with me teaching a lesson to a newcomer? Seeing San Mao so furious, several people quickly apologized and retreated. Really impressive, cat brother. Wang Ming raised his head, grinning wickedly at San Mao. San Mao didn't even dare to meet his gaze. He had just witnessed Wang Ming shoot himself in the temple, and the bullet had indeed hit. But the man in front of him acted as if nothing had happened and continued talking to him. How about this? You'll be responsible for delivering items to the cadres in each district. Sound good? No problem, group leader. Wang Ming excitedly shouted, then lowered his voice, giving San Mao a mischievous, cat brother, you're really amazing. Emerging from San Mao's room, Wang Ming leisurely returned to his computer. San Mao had told him to change jobs tomorrow, and today he needed to inform other departments, so Wang Ming had to sit in front of the computer all day. Others heard the gunshot and saw Wang Ming emerge unscathed from San Mao's room, feeling a sense of wonder. However, at that moment, Wang Ming's back was already drenched in cold sweat. He had not anticipated that San Mao would refuse his request after accepting the watch, so everything he had done was forced upon him. Pointing a gun at his own head was his last resort. Wang Ming did not know if the Ultraman helmet he was wearing had any actual effect, but he knew that if he didn't do this, he might not survive the day. So Wang Ming took a gamble, and fortunately he won. This incredible Dark Zone escape system provided him with the strongest sense of security. When he bought the G-18C, he hadn't examined the bullets in the magazine closely, but the highest level of bullets for the G-18C was only the 4th level 7N31. A 4th level bullet could penetrate 6 targets. If it did penetrate, Wang Ming would just accept it. Because he believed that a single 7N31 bullet could not penetrate the Ultraman helmet, also known as the War God helmet. It seems that the gear worn in reality does indeed have practical effects, Wang Ming thought. Looking at his own body, he was still wearing the green heavy armor. Initially, he thought wearing it would feel heavy, but now it seemed weightless, as if he wasn't wearing anything at all. However, whenever Wang Ming wanted to check, a transparent version of the green heavy armor would gradually appear on him. I originally thought it would feel heavy and considered switching to BT-101 or KN composite armor. It seems that's unnecessary, as players in the game often complain about the weight of the heavy armor, but they never criticize its quality. Wang Ming clicked the mouse and randomly pressed the keyboard. Wang Ming, the team leader, is calling you. The bald man suddenly approached Wang Ming and patted his shoulder. Wang Ming was taken aback, then felt delighted. He stood up and followed the bald man. Brother, what does the team leader want? Wang Ming asked, trying to curry favor with him. The bald man looked at Wang Ming with a mischievous grin. What do you think? Of course there's a task for you. Wang Ming's smile faded, and he felt a strange sense of unease. San Mao just said he'd transfer my job tomorrow. Why is he calling for me now? Could it be that it's been moved up? Team leader Wang Ming is here, the bald man said, leading Wang Ming into a room where San Mao was sitting on the team leader. What do you want with me? Get ready, San Mao commanded coldly. Wang Ming froze for a moment, still hadn't reacted when a wave of impact surged through his left brain, followed by a feeling of dizziness. The bald man holding a rubber baton was stunned. He didn't expect that Wang Ming could take a hit and not fall down. Little did he know that the protective neck guard of the heavy armor, along with the shoulder protection, had just about absorbed some of the blunt force. But then a group of people rushed in from the right, pushing Wang Ming to the ground, followed by a storm of strikes. Iron rods, rubber batons, wooden sticks, various blunt instruments continuously struck Wang Ming's body. The 6 pieces of armor provided excellent penetration defense against bullets, but they could only cushion the impact from blunt objects. The vibrations from his body and the pain in his arms and legs made Wang Ming feel as if he were on the brink of death. Enough, San Mao said, drawing on a cigar, slowly standing up from the sofa and walking towards Wang Ming before squatting down. Kid, you have guts and ability. Although I don't know how you conjured those things, I'll tell you this here: if you're a dragon, lie down. If you're a tiger, crouch. Don't think about anything else. San Mao patted Wang Ming's face and spat a thick gob of phlegm onto it. Wang Ming, pinned to the ground by several people, was filled with rage. I really want to use grenades to blow these trash to bits. Wang Ming thought for a long time, but ultimately gave up on this idea. After all, he was being pinned down, and even if he had grenades in hand, it wouldn't be convenient to use them. Break his arms and legs and throw him in the little black room for 3 or 4 days without food. San Mao waved his hand. The bald man struck Wang Ming's hand with a baton. The screams echoed throughout the room. Wang Ming, with all his limbs broken, was dragged towards the little black room. Why provoke me when there are so many others you could have bothered? You really are something, the bald man said, grinning as he smoked. The others laughed maliciously. Just wait. One day you'll kill all of you. Wang Ming, with blood flowing from his mouth and pain coursing through his body, was dragged along like a stray dog. Let's just survive for now, get in. The bald man yanked Wang Ming by the collar and threw him into a sealed room, slamming the door shut. Bang! The iron door slammed shut and the room fell silent. The entire space was pitch black, devoid of sound and sight. Wang Ming lay on the ground, gasping for breath, feeling as if his limbs had lost their existence. Damn it! My durability has dropped by half. Wang Ming looked at the durability of his equipment, which had fallen below half, feeling a twinge of pain. Fortunately, he had 6 sets of protection, otherwise he might have died on the spot. Truly 6 sets of divine power. As he gazed into the pitch-black room, a sense of inexplicable unease rose in Wang Ming's heart. The air was thick with a rotten odor, and the walls were covered in mold, with the space being very small, only about 2 to 3 square meters. Wang Ming had to curl up in a corner, lowering his head. San Mao, watching Wang Ming through the surveillance, sneered, "Those who dare to threaten me, San Mao, will end up dead." Then he left the surveillance and turned to enjoy himself. But at that moment, Wang Ming had already entered the Dark Zone world through the Dark Zone escape system, currently lying at the door of the medical room. "Evita, help me, please treat me." Wang Ming crawled to a woman in front of him. She quickly helped him up. "My God, what happened to you? Were you abused? War doesn't cause such injuries." Evita quickly laid Wang Ming on the medical bed and put on gloves. "I don't remember any of the Camona people being capable of such abuse. This is truly unbelievable for a Special Forces member." Evita performed a series of procedures on Wang Ming's hands and feet, and he was amazed to find that he could move them freely. "Thank you, here's the payment." Wang Ming handed a stack of Cohen coins to Evita. "Stay safe, Special Forces member. I don't want to see you in an unrecognizable state next time," Evita said to Wang Ming. He nodded and returned to the warehouse. The durability of his heavy armor had dropped to 43. Perhaps he could ask Randall to repair it. "What's wrong, Special Forces member? Is there something I can help with?" Randall asked Wang Ming upon seeing him. Upon learning that Wang Ming came to repair his heavy armor, Randall teased, "The fact that a bulletproof vest can be damaged this badly without the wearer dying shows that Udi's Industries is indeed quite capable." After paying several thousand Cohen coins, the durability of the heavy armor reached its maximum of 90. Sanmao's implication is probably to let me fend for myself in there. Indeed, if I didn't have the Dark Zone escape system, I might have been beaten to death just now. Even if I managed to survive in the little black room, severe illness and hunger would have killed me quickly. But unfortunately, none of this will happen. Wang Ming was in the warehouse eating canned braised pork ribs and drinking Pacific carbonated soda deep in. After replenishing his energy, Wang Ming prepared to enter another Dark Zone lockdown area. After all, his current warehouse was virtually empty, with only 2 fully modified guns and 1 set of 5 pieces of armor. Wang Ming was in the warehouse eating canned braised pork ribs and drinking Pacific carbonated soda deep in. "There are too many snipers on the farm. Let's hit the baby television station instead. It can suppress those with worse gear and can also take on those with." Wang Ming organized his ammunition and medical supplies along with throwing objects before opening a television station lockdown mode. "There are too many snipers on the farm. Let's hit the baby television station instead. It can suppress those with worse gear and can also take on those with better gear with a smaller force. The drop rates should be acceptable as well," Wang Ming muttered to himself as he entered the map. Upon opening his eyes, Wang Ming found himself standing at the stairway, immediately recognizing it as the entrance to the film development room at the television station he had frequented for years. What a great spot, Wang Ming thought, joyfully striding up to the 2nd floor, then pushing open the outer door of the yellow card and closing it behind him before opening the inner door and shutting it as well. He finally went to unlock the safe under the table. Taking advantage of the safe still being locked, Wang Ming opened the director's office key, which was the yellow card, and noticed a nearly fully modified 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle on the wall and a simple red dot sight on the table. Not bad, this 416 Hong Kong dollars is worth almost 100,000. Wang Ming placed the 416 Hong Kong dollars into his backpack and opened the safe only to find it was the classic Triassic scam. Just as Wang Ming was about to check what items were available for free, he heard 3 heavy footsteps approaching from outside the yellow card. Oh no, someone is coming. Wang Ming had no time to secure the safe. He grabbed the MP5, opened the inner door, and hid behind the sofa outside the yellow card. There were 2 people outside the outer door, while another was watching the surveillance. Wang Ming noticed the monitors switched from green to red, and he gave the camera the middle finger before hiding behind the sofa with the MP5 aimed at the lower middle section of the outer door for a better shot. Creaking, the door opened, and a round black projectile flew into the yellow card's outer door, rolling straight to Wang Ming's feet. He immediately propelled himself off the sofa and dove into the yellow card. Boom! A violent explosion sounded from behind Wang Ming, the scorching heat wave causing a sharp pain in his back. Before he could react, 3 massive footsteps began to close in. Wang Ming hurriedly closed the inner door of the yellow card and climbed onto a storage box next to it. Bang, 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 rat-a-tat. Gunfire erupted from outside the door. Not good. Judging by the gunfire, it should be a sister control with an N94, and I couldn't make out what the last person was using. They're likely well equipped in the lockdown zone. What do I do now? Wang Ming frowned, looking troubled. 3 people lingered at the yellow card's entrance. One opened half the door and started lobbing grenades inside, the deafening sounds rendering Wang Ming unable to hear anything, as if he were cornered. What should I do? Wang Ming held the MP5, his body trembling from the vibrations. Just as he was about to charge out and confront the 3, he suddenly remembered he had 4 stun grenades, T13 concussion grenades. These can be considered artifacts in the Dark Zone. Whether it's 5 or 6 sets, 2 full stun grenades can definitely help out. The problem is, even if you're not wearing armor, the first grenade won't kill you, but after throwing one, the recoil takes over a second, and they can easily turn you into mincemeat in that time. Wang Ming held the stun grenade, unsure of what to do. Wait. Him unrestricted. Just him charge in and take him out, said a man holding a sister control outside the inner door of the yellow card to his teammates. I just threw almost 5 in, and if he isn't dead, he'll be severely injured. I'm wearing heavy armor, so I'll go in first, and you guys cover me. A man wearing a mask said, his voice slightly muffled due to the helmet. The others nodded in agreement. The man in heavy armor charged into the yellow card, but just as he entered, a furious roar descended from above. Go for it, Master Ball. Capture my enemy. Wang Ming swung the stun grenade downwards towards the man in heavy armor. Don't be afraid. One stun grenade won't kill me. Don't forget to cover me. The man in heavy armor shouted, instinctively raising his N94, but the next moment. Boom. Ding, throwing weapon proficiency activated, throwing weapon accuracy increased by 1, asynced to reality. The man in heavy armor was instantly blown to the ground, screaming in agony. To make matters worse, he fell right in front of the yellow card's inner door, blocking the entrance for the 2 who were trying to follow him in. Keep pushing. Master Ball. Wang Ming pulled out 2 stun grenades, holding them in both hands, then pulled the pins and threw them out simultaneously. Boom. Ding, throwing weapon proficiency activated, throwing weapon accuracy increased by 1, asynced to reality. The man holding the sister control was also blown to the ground. The last remaining teammate hurriedly retreated to the outside of the yellow card's inner door, afraid to charge in. Throwing 2 at once really fills them up. I'm a genius. Wang Ming laughed heartily as he looked at the writhing figures on the ground. Just 1 left, let's finish him. Wang Ming charged to the inner door of the yellow card, kicking it open, using the door's momentum to propel himself forward, aiming his gun at the last person outside the inner door. But as he charged out, he immediately regretted it. The last opponent was wearing an SH-65 military helmet, level 6 black heavy armor, and a BN-30 full armor bulletproof vest, even sporting leg armor, holding an RPK-16 light machine gun with a gun shield pointed directly at Wang Ming. There's no way out. Wang Ming gritted his teeth and discarded the MP5, charging at the last opponent, who quickly opened fire. The dense barrage of bullets pierced through his level 4 Spartan armor, and in an instant the real pain from the bullets penetrating his body made Wang Ming tremble all over, yet it also spurred his adrenaline. It propelled him faster towards his enemy. Wang Ming didn't allow the last opponent to keep firing. He lunged for the RPK-16, wrenching the barrel aside, then pulled out his tactical dagger and stabbed it into the gap in the opponent's neck. The last opponent looked at Wang Ming in terror, then his body disintegrated, transforming into a white box quietly lying in front of Wang Ming. Ding, melee combat proficiency activated, melee combat skill increased by 1, asynced to reality. The tactical dagger clattered to the ground as Wang Ming knelt, panting heavily, staring in horror at his trembling hands. That moment had felt too real. When the dagger pierced the enemy's throat, Wang Ming even felt non-existent blood splatter onto his face. Fortunately, this was just a game. Wang Ming knelt there, pondering for a moment before regaining his composure. He picked up the tactical dagger and sheathed it at his waist, then stood up to open the 3 boxes belonging to his enemies. Level 5 heavy armor, level 5 full heavy armor RPK-16 with BP rounds. Another is a level 5 mask reinforced helmet, level 5 warrior assault bulletproof vest, and a semi-modified N94 assault rifle. The last one is a level 3 heavy armor bear weapon sister control with a simple red dot sight, but it uses 62 rounds. Wang Ming packed the supplies from the 3 men and took a glance at the victory insurance inside the yellow card, but unfortunately, it only yielded a typewriter. 3 brand name items. Let's just leave through the main hall. No need to fight anymore. It's best to quit while we're ahead. Wang Ming wearily walked to the iron communication terminal, jumped from the second floor to a box on the first floor, then ran to the main hall's extraction point, clicking the submission button and entering a 10-second countdown. Fortunately, there were no campers at the extraction point this time. After 10 seconds, Wang Ming installed C4 on the main hall door, blasting it open before running out. Extraction successful. Brought out supplies worth 654700. Wang Ming opened his eyes, feeling a faint pain in his abdomen, but fortunately, it returned to normal after a while. After putting some components and supplies on the trading market, Wang Ming stood up from the ground, and a nauseating stench hit him, almost making him vomit. Ah, how disgusting. This place is filled with excrement and rotting meat. It nearly suffocates me. I didn't notice it when I first came in, but now that my body functions have returned, I can smell it clearly. Wang Ming purchased an SW5 half-mask gas mask from the market in the Dark Zone, and put it on his face, instantly eliminating the foul smell. Hey, I have an idea. If I transform into a biochemical warrior and fill the entire area with gas grenades, can I escape? Wang Ming pondered this, but quickly dismissed the idea. It's still unclear what the situation in the area is. I need to gather all the information before preparing to escape. Wang Ming looked up at the surveillance camera on the ceiling, then slowly sat back down in the corner. For now, I should just endure this challenge. Suddenly, the door was flung open and several figures walked in. "Cat brother, that kid is squatting in the corner," the bald-headed leader said as he led the 3 cats to Wang Ming. One of the 3 cats grabbed Wang Ming by his hair and lifted him up. "Kid, isn't this day uncomfortable for you?" "Indeed, it's quite uncomfortable. Please spare me," Wang Ming said, having to bow to the 3 cats to escape. The 3 cats laughed heartily at Wang Ming's plea. "Kid, I've heard this phrase no less than 10,000 times. Cat brother, spare me." "Ha ha ha." The 3 cats laughed and kicked Wang Ming back into the corner, then slammed the door shut. The room fell into a dead silence once more. "Damn 3 cats, wait for me. I will kill you sooner or later. For now, I need to collect coins to prepare for the future." Wang Ming shook off the stinky mud on his hands and sat back in the corner, then slightly closed his eyes and returned to the Dark Zone Breakout world. "I already have over 1.6 million coins, and there are some supplies in the warehouse. How about I play with disguise? I happened to find a disguise scroll for poofing before." Wang Ming collected a wave of coins from the market, then clicked on the disguise mode. Doublehead AAA SKS. What kind of equipment is this? Forget it, let's just go in and be the old 6. Wang Ming disguised himself as a wanderer and entered the blocked farm map. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself resurrected in a green belt with only 16 minutes left. Wang Ming cautiously walked to the end of the green belt and glanced at the sniper on the broken bridge. Unfortunately, it was already looted. He then jumped down from the green belt to the intel refresh point. Finding an open box of a Special Forces member, Wang Ming hurriedly crouched down to eat leftovers. Mousehead level 4 armor and an AMP-7 assault pack. Very fat. What a pity the gun is gone. Wang Ming changed into the new equipment and prepared to check the motel for any leftovers. Just as he touched the opening, he heard the sound of a box opening from upstairs. Is someone there? Disguised or Special Forces? Wang Ming held the SKS in his hand and glanced at the bullets. LP bullets. He sighed. These bullets can't kill anyone unless I hit them in the face. Forget it, I'll sneak up quietly. If it doesn't work, I'll use a dagger. Wang Ming suppressed his footsteps and slowly crept upstairs from the pool table. Just as he reached the stairway on the second floor, he discovered an AMP-7 assault pack in the bathroom along with scattered boxes all over the floor. Wang Ming's heart raced. He saw the dismantled gun parts on the ground, including a mouse control and a QBZ-192. Moreover, there were at least 6 bags visible on the second floor, which must be overflowing with loot. Suddenly, a heavy footstep returned to the bathroom. A figure wearing thermal imaging and holding a fully modified mouse control with 6 sets of adults on his back began stuffing items into the AMP-7 backpack, turning his back to Wang Ming. "Damn, if I shoot T7, won't I get turned into a stew?" Wang Ming quietly crept back downstairs. Wang Ming reluctantly looked at the second floor, feeling a bit unwilling. This bag seems to be worth a lot, but with my LP bullets, even if he stands still, I wouldn't be able to penetrate it. Wang Ming sighed and prepared to leave the motel, but he suddenly noticed a humanoid figure in the backyard and had an idea. Wang Ming quickly circled around to the backyard and greeted the humanoid. "Brother, do you remember me? I'm Wang Ruben." The humanoid was taken aback, looking at Wang Ming with a confused expression. "Wang Ruben." Wang Ming hurriedly leaned and putting his arm around the humanoid's shoulder. "You don't remember? We drank together at the South my cabin. I had that sniper rifle and shot a mouse with 1 shot. Don't you remember?" The humanoid scratched his head in confusion. Wang Ruben. Wow, long time no see, long time no see. What brings you to the motel today?" Wang Ming smiled as he fastened a purple wristwatch to the humanoid's arm. I'm here to find my big brother for a... The humanoid looked at the wristwatch and beamed. Sure, brother, if you need anything, I will definitely help you out. Wang Ming whispered a few words in the humanoid's ear. After thinking for a moment, the humanoid nodded. No problem, don't worry, brother, will cover for you. Wang Ming was overjoyed, quickly nodding to say goodbye. Then he quietly returned to the stairway on the second floor. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the humanoid's gunfire came from the backyard. The 6 sets preparing to retreat were stunned. Number two, why is there gunfire in the backyard? Is there a real person or someone in disguise? Teammate number 2 nodded. Let's set up some points. There are always mice on this farm in case we get robbed. Teammate number 2, holding an RPK light machine gun, headed to the backyard, while T7 set up a high magnification H4 in the laundry room for cover. Meanwhile, Wang Ming was crawling like a maggot into the bathroom, tossing his AMP-7 backpack onto the ground, then shouldering T7's AMP-7 backpack, instantly weighed down and unable to move. Damn, how heavy is this? I can't even move. Seeing himself weighed down, Wang Ming directly threw the backpack down from the second floor and then jumped down after it. Dragging the backpack, he ran towards the hunter's passage. Triggered overburden specialization endurance, burden 1. Sorry, brother humanoid. If there's a next life, I'll buy you a drink. At this moment, teammate number 2 was puzzled, talking to T7. There was only one humanoid, and I didn't find anyone else. Just as T7 was about to respond, he heard a sound from the bathroom and hurriedly returned. Seeing his backpack safe on the ground, he scratched his head in confusion. Could I have misheard? At this moment, Wang Ming had already reached the evacuation point of the hunter's passage. After waiting for 10 seconds, he successfully evacuated. Evacuation successful, value brought out 896500. Wow, so rich. I got a lion. No wonder. After taking out the items from the backpack in the warehouse, Wang Ming burst into laughter. There were not only many expensive components and a small gold piece, but also a gold lion statue. This is amazing. Wang Ming put the small gold components on the trading market, then kissed the gold lion statue before exiting the Dark Zone Breakout. Having broken free from the Dark Zone and returned to reality, Wang Ming stretched his limbs, feeling the exhilarating thrill of having just stolen something, igniting a fiery sensation in his hands. Creaking open, the iron door revealed a bald man, who entered casting a cold smirk at Wang Ming, who was sitting in the corner. Kid, if you're not dead, give a shout. Cat brother has something to call you for. The bald man kicked Wang Ming lightly, who nodded slowly, pretending to be exhausted. Subsequently, he was escorted by the bald man and others to the room of San Mao. San Mao, puffing on a cigar, looked at the exhausted Wang Ming with a wicked grin. Kid, how's it going after a whole day? Wang Ming remained silent, knowing it would be pointless to speak. Hey, race the deal. You have 2 choices. 1, you honestly tell me how you managed to conjure things out of nowhere. 2, you can just go ahead and die. Wang Ming raised his eyes and stared firmly at San Mao, remaining silent. San Mao's brow furrowed in displeasure as he stepped forward and kicked Wang Ming in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground. Take him down to feed Black King Kong. I want to see how you plan to survive from Black King Kong's hands with your little... San Mao said this casually before turning to leave. However, upon hearing the name Black King Kong, the bald man broke into a cold sweat, looking at Wang Ming with a sigh. Wang Ming was clueless about what Black King Kong was. Before he could ask, a black bag was thrown over his head, his hands were restrained, and he was led underground. In complete darkness, he could only hear cries for help and footsteps around him. Until the shouts around him grew louder, the black bag was yanked off his head, and Wang Ming was greeted by light once more. Under the spotlight in the arena, there were scores of crowd, and a nearly 2-meter tall black giant on the field. Kid, enjoy these last few minutes well. The bald man let out a wicked smile and turned to leave. Wang Ming gazed at the giant in the arena, who was confronting a man in a suit, the latter appearing exceptionally small before the giant. Go, Black King Kong. Tear him apart. Take him down. The crowd was filled with people, each one excitedly watching the match on the field. Black King Kong looked at the man before him, revealing a sinister smile, and then swiftly charged forward, grabbing the man's collar. Before the man could react, he felt his head collide violently with the ground. Bang! Black King Kong slammed the man to the ground. Blood spurted from the man's ears and nose as he trembled, crawling to the corner. Brother Nyo, I was wrong. I can definitely meet the targets. I beg you, I plead. Before the man could finish, Black King Kong seized his calf and swung him like a meteor hammer, slamming him hard into the ground. Blood erupted on the arena. Tear him apart. Tear him apart. The audience was stimulated by the blood, laughing madly, shouting and anticipating. Roar. Black King Kong roared angrily, grabbing the man's arms, and with a fierce exertion of strength folded the man's arms back. The man screamed in agony. Hearing his cries, Black King Kong excitedly punched the man's leg. Crack. A faint cracking sound reached everyone's ears as the man was about to scream, but Black King Kong grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground. Blood splattered as the man lay motionless on the ground. The entire arena erupted in cheers, with everyone excitedly standing up, repeatedly chanting Black King Kong's name. King Kong! King Kong! King Kong! Wang Ming was dumbfounded by the scene before him. As an ordinary person, he had never witnessed such a bloody slaughter. Next dish. The host's voice rang from the highest stand, and Wang Ming focused his gaze, realizing it was the big boss he had seen at the beginning, the man in a suit. As the man in the suit shouted, all the spotlights illuminated Wang Ming's face, blinding him. Seeing that all eyes were focused on him, Wang Ming couldn't help but swallow hard. Go! Step up, kid. I bet he'll be dead in 3 minutes. I bet 5 minutes. The chorus of shouts made Wang Ming feel increasingly anxious. He stepped cautiously onto the arena. Faced with this monster as large as a small mountain, Wang Ming internally doubted he could take him on. No. He should simply survive. The duel begins, the man in the suit shouted excitedly. The attacker is our old friend King Kong. The survivor is our new friend Brother Wang, who is no ordinary brother. Your cat boss told me he's a magician. Hearing this, the crowd erupted, beginning to discuss who to bet on to make a fortune, with money flying everywhere. The match begins. Before Wang Ming could react, the voice of the man in the suit rang out. Wang Ming felt a strong wind rushing towards him, followed by an overwhelming pressure as Black King Kong barreled towards him like a truck. A metallic taste flooded Wang Ming's throat, and then his body flew out, the impact striking his internal organs like a force of 6 degrees. Damn, this is real bad luck, Wang Ming thought as a sharp pain shot through his chest. If it weren't for the shock absorption ability of 6 degrees, he would have likely collapsed right there. As the strong wind rushed again before Wang Ming could land, Black King Kong had already rushed over, grabbing Wang Ming's head and slamming it down towards the ground. Dizziness spread throughout his body. Wang Ming's brain went blank for a moment, then gradually recovered, staggering back to his feet. The 6-degree impact helped him avoid passing out instantly. I need to think of a way out, otherwise, even with 6 layers, I will eventually be killed by him. Wang Ming's mind raced as he looked around at the stands, glancing at the man in the suit, a plan forming in his mind. Tear him apart, Black King Kong. Take him down. I'm betting everything on you this time. Of course, who would bet on that useless magician? The audience on the field roared, eagerly anticipating Black King Kong's violent methods. Black King Kong also showed a wicked smile, preparing to lunge at Wang Ming again. Suddenly, thick smoke began to billow from somewhere in the arena, quickly engulfing the entire area. What's happening? Why is it dark? I can't see anything. Seal off the area. He really is At this moment, Wang Ming was hiding in a corner, administering a regeneration strength agent, enhanced green needle, and an endurance strength agent, enhanced red needle. I brought 2 smoke bombs from the Dark Zone earlier. They're quite effective. Luckily, this man in a suit gave me the size I can use this as magic. After injecting the agents, Wang Ming glanced at the knife skin he had purchased in the game and ultimately chose to wear the tiger claws on his hands. Damn, Black Gorilla, it's my turn. He then produced a flashbang from his pants and threw it into the smoke towards the dazed Black King Kong. Watch your eyes. A loud bang echoed as the stun grenade exploded before He Jingguang, blinding him momentarily with a piercing flash. The roar of the explosion rang in his ears, and for the first time a sense of unease crept into his heart. He began to flail his arms wildly, hoping to catch Wang Ming off guard. At that moment, Wang Ming clenched his fists tightly, the claws of his fingers glinting ominously. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly approached, ducking under He Jingguang's erratic punches, and delivered a powerful rising dragon strike to He Jingguang's chin. He Jingguang felt a tremendous impact surge through his jaw, followed by a brief blackout in his mind, causing his body to instinctively lean back. You damn rat! He Jingguang roared. Wang Ming could only smile wryly. In the Dark Zone, only rats could survive steadily, and reality remained unchanged. The effects of the stun grenade would wear off quickly, and the smoke would disperse just as fast. He had to act decisively. With that thought, Wang Ming spun around quickly, cursing himself for being unscrupulous, and then struck He Jingguang squarely in the groin. Still disoriented from his temporary blindness, He Jingguang suddenly felt a chill below, followed by a world-shattering pain. Humiliation, unwillingness, and rage flooded his mind, compelling him to endure the effects of the stun grenade and open his eyes. In an instant, he caught sight of Wang Ming's clothing and lunged forward, grabbing the dodging Wang Ming. He Jingguang's sudden grab left Wang Ming no time to react, as he was lifted off the ground. He Jingguang's bloodshot eyes fixed menacingly on the man in his grasp, then he threw a punch. Bang! Blood sprayed as He Jingguang's heavy fist landed solidly on Wang Ming's face. The match seemed to have concluded. Yet He Jingguang was filled with shock and confusion. Wang Ming merely had 2 streams of blood flowing from his nose, still wearing a mischievous grin. In contrast, He Jingguang's fist throbbed painfully. Fortunately, the battle god has facial defense, otherwise this punch could have been fatal. As Wang Ming regained his composure from the impact, he seized the moment, while He Jingguang was still dazed, landing a punch directly on He Jingguang's eye. He Jingguang stumbled back, involuntarily releasing Wang Ming and retreating. I will kill you. He Jingguang roared, his left eye already blind. Anger surged within him, and he charged blindly at Wang Ming. The long-lost sensation of death. How long has it been since I felt this? The last time was probably when I took on 4 opponents at Beishan T7. Wang Ming's lips curled slightly. At that moment, for some reason, he felt no fear. Instead, he experienced a calmness akin to surviving a brutal battlefield. Dodge entered the blind spot, crouched to evade and unleash a heavy punch. In an instant, Wang Ming's fist struck He Jingguang's face again. He Jingguang continued to retreat, and Wang Ming quickly followed up with a punch to his throat. He Jingguang clutched his neck, disbelief etched on his face, before slowly collapsing. With a dull thud, the smoke in the arena began to dissipate. The crowd hurriedly looked toward the scene, revealing He Jingguang fallen on the ground, and Wang Ming leaning against the corner exhausted. A deathly silence ensued. Is this real? As a boy spoke up, everyone snapped out of their shock. He really defeated He Jingguang. This young man won. My money. Is this the magician? It can't be real. Match fixing. Questions, anger, unwillingness, and confusion filled the underground arena, as everyone seemed unable to accept the outcome. The emotions swelled until the suited man appeared on stage, bringing silence to the crowd. Congratulations to our winner, Wang Ming. You have earned the opportunity to choose your own job. The suited man spoke into the microphone, and the audience looked on with envy at the young figure in the arena. Only Wang Ming appeared bewildered. What does this mean? What does this mean? Wang Ming stood rooted to the spot, bewildered and at a loss. Only when a throng climbed onto the stage to clear the aftermath was he jostled down by the press of bodies. No sooner had he reached the foot of the stage than a white-haired man hurried over with a beaming smile and seized Wang Ming's hand. Thank you so much, little brother. You are my lucky star. Wang Ming instinctively withdrew his hand and looked at the man before him with puzzled eyes. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Qingxiao, the second-in-command of this underground fighting arena, responsible for running the bets and related matters. I also dabble in the games myself from time to time. Qingxiao rubbed his hands together and laughed. How does this concern me? Wang Ming asked, still unable to fathom why the man had approached him. Of course it's related. Because I laid heavy bets on you to win, and I backed you a lot. With this one match, I've recouped more than a year's profit. It's all thanks to you. Qingxiao gripped Wang Ming's hand with evident excitement. I don't deserve it, I was just lucky. By the way, I don't quite understand this reward. What is it? Wang Ming nodded and asked. Qingxiao paused, a look of mild surprise crossing his face. Your team leader didn't tell you. Who is your team? San Mao. Qingxiao nodded slightly. Old Mao, huh? Then you were sent here as punishment. Listen, the rule in this arena is that survivors must fight the attackers. If you live through it, you can have your punishment lifted or offset a period of bad performance. If you win, you may choose a job posting. It's the only way you piglets have any chance of climbing up. But to beat He Jingguang, in all my years working here, you're the first. Qingxiao nodded in admiration. So this job. At the mention of work, Wang Ming's interest was piqued. These rewarded positions cover nearly 70% of the park's units. The pay at the top isn't lavish, but it's enough to make life less unbearable for you lot. Qingxiao patted Wang Ming's shoulder with a grin. Why not work for me? I have high hopes for you, kid. Wang Ming thought for a moment and shook his head. Thanks for the offer, brother Qing, but I'd prefer a post with freedom to move about. Ideally one that lets me come and go from the park. Do you have any suggestions? Oh, boy, that's a dangerous thought. Qingxiao narrowed his eyes and studied Wang Ming, then smiled. I do know someone in that department, though. At that, Wang Ming lifted his head, excited. In that case, I'll put myself forward as your sponsor and recommend you. Qingxiao extended his right hand to Wang Ming. Wang Ming took it without hesitation. I never expected you'd survive. Truly beyond my imagination, a teasing voice said amid the applause that drifted in. Wang Ming turned and saw the figure who filled him with loathing. Brother Mao. San Mao strolled over with a grin and clapped Wang Ming on the shoulder. A hero emerges young. Who would have thought the one to beat He Jingguang would be from my men? Remarkable, remarkable. We must throw you a celebration tonight. San Mao's words were cut off by Qingxiao. San Mao, don't make such a show of it. I was told by the lad himself that you sent him here as punishment. Now you put on that dead face and act like kin. How disgusting. San Mao's expression darkened. He stared daggers at Qingxiao, then looked back at Wang Ming. Boy, weigh your choices carefully. Think before you decide where to go. Standing on the wrong side has grave consequences. He spoke coldly, and then led his entourage out of the arena. Thank you, brother Qing. What should I do now? Wang Ming asked, still anxious. Qingxiao merely waved him off, signaling there was no need for alarm. There are many intrigues in this place, you needn't pry. They'll look into it for you these next few days. For now, stay at the post you've been assigned. Wang Ming nodded. But Brother Qing, I'm afraid. Qing Xia cut him off. Do your own work well. Don't worry about the rest, okay? Sensing Qixia's impatience, Wang Ming swallowed and fell silent. Before long, Qixia's men hauled him back and dumped him in his room. I'm such a fool to expect to find a good person in a place like this. Wang Ming sighed. In the end, he decided to enter the Dark Zone for a game or two. He had barely finished when a heavy middle-aged voice came from behind as he entered the Dark Zone. Wang Ming froze, half disbelieving and half puzzled, then turned slowly. Instructor? Shower stood before Wang Ming's cigarette and hand, his face warm with kindly concern. What's the matter, Vanguard? You seem down. Haven't you been earning plenty lately? Why the long face? Wang Ming's mind went blank. He could not fathom why a game NPC would suddenly address him. Instructor, how are you speaking to me? He asked in bewilderment. Shower looked back, equally puzzled. I'm not dead. Why couldn't I speak with you? Wang Ming calmed himself and after a moment's thought accepted the reality of it. He had entered the game world, so the existence of its characters here was only natural. It's nothing. Just a few small troubles lately, Wang Ming waved off. But Shower was intrigued. What kind of trouble could trouble one of our famed Special Task Force members? Seeing Shower's half-amused expression, Wang Ming sighed. Perhaps no one had listened to him before, or perhaps he felt safer unburdening himself. He told Shower everything he had endured. Shower pondered for a moment. So they dragged you into the park. You only get back to Camona during your rest period. That's right, Wang Ming nodded. I don't fully grasp the situation either, but as your instructor, when you're in Camona, act freely. If anything in that place needs my help, just call on me. Shower patted Wang Ming's shoulder in reassurance. Ding. Shower. Jialison has become a companion. Can be summoned in reality. Tip: if a companion dies in reality, a respawn time must be awaited. Wang Ming was overcome. Instructor, you really do care for your students no matter where you are, he murmured, deeply moved. After finishing his conversation with Xiao, Wang Ming had no intention of leaving the Dark Zone. He equipped himself with level 4 armor and a mouse headgear from the warehouse, along with an MP5 submachine gun and a Mosin-Nagant sniper rifle, gathering 1-0 in battle readiness. He arrived at the entrance of the fortified farm, and after pondering for a long time, he couldn't resist the urge to open the matchmaking for teammates. I'm quite curious about what the teammates in this game are like, Wang Ming muttered to himself. As the matchmaking time progressed, 3 figures appeared beside him. Ding. Teammates activated. Switched to mission mode. The system's voice echoed. What does this mean, system? Wang Ming asked. Solo matchmaking is in free mode, similar to how you play the game. Activating teammates switches to mission mode, where you have strict strategies and primary tasks with less freedom. Wang Ming nodded after hearing this. Feeling it was similar to free mode and narrative play. The appearance of the teammates was different from the Dark Zone character skins. 3 figures with a strong tactical vibe appeared before him. In deep gray camouflage, light green camouflage, and the classic desert camouflage. Wang Ming glanced at the 3 and couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Now when playing in the Dark Zone, the matched ones are all character skins or flashy outfits. Looking at it now, the old clothes have a certain charm. Good morning, teammates. I am Bika, the captain of this operation, said the man in desert camouflage to the group, and the other 2 team members nodded except for Wang Ming. I am Raymond Hawk, you can call me Eagle, that's my code name. The man in light green camouflage smiled and extended his hand. Just call me Stone, the name doesn't matter. The man in deep gray camouflage shook hands and spoke up. Wang Ming was a bit taken aback. This was different from his imagined teammates. I am Orange, code name. Alright, time is not on our side. Let's aim to complete the mission, quickly scavenge supplies, and eliminate the patrols of Ajax stationed in the warehouse. Bika held an N94 assault rifle and jumped into the jeep with the remaining members following suit. No one spoke inside the car, but it was quiet. Each person had their own tasks. This was Wang Ming's first time witnessing the process of entering the map. With nothing to do, he looked at the 3 teammates. Teammate Bika is wearing SEK Fortress Body Armor Level 4, with an F80 Tactical Helmet Level 4, and holding an N94 Assault Rifle. Eagle is wearing a 6B23 Body Armor Level 4 and Commander a Tactical Headset, without a helmet, holding an AR-30 Bolt-Action Rifle, likely in a sniper position. Stone is wearing a 6B13 Body Armor Level 4 and an SH-12 Helmet Mouse Head, with an RPK-16 Light Machine Gun. Why do I feel so nervous? It's completely different from usual gaming. Wang Ming held the MP5, feeling a bit anxious. But before he could adjust, the vehicle suddenly came to a screeching halt. We've arrived, brothers. Let's prepare to start the mission, Bika said as he jumped out of the car with the others following. Wang Ming looked around and found himself in a sea of wheat. Bika used pliers to open the large door in front of him. Upon passing through, Wang Ming realized his location was at the edge of the farm map, the Southwest Farms evacuation point, which was now his spawn point. Our mission is to start from the left side of the farm past the grain trading station, the artificial lake, the stable, the northern wheat field, the unloading area, and the warehouse, finally evacuating via the highway, where we will clear Ajax's patrols in the warehouse. Bika spread the map and pointed to several locations on it. Why not go to the motel? The supplies there are abundant. Wang Ming inquired. Stone shook his head. The supplies at the motel are nice, but you need to be alive to get them. Just dealing with Ajax and his close guard is tough enough, let alone other task force members. Wang Ming nodded, but felt something was off inside. All right, time is limited. Eagle, you go to the second floor. Report any movements. Orange, you and Stone will scavenge supplies. He'll check the artificial lake, and after you finish scavenging, meet me outside the stable. Yes. No problem. Roger that. The four split up. Bika moved from the outskirts of the grain trading station towards the artificial lake. Eagle climbed to the second floor with his AR-30 bolt-action rifle, while Stone and Wang Ming searched inside the grain trading station. The key room, it's open. Just as Wang Ming was about to open it, he suddenly realized he had forgotten his grain trading station key. He awkwardly looked at Stone. Let me open it, you cover me with your gun. Stone took out the key to unlock the grain trading station's key room to check the safe, while Wang Ming remained alert outside. We hit the jackpot. A little golden leopard and a gold watch. A happy expression appeared on Stone's face as he came out holding the little golden leopard and the gold watch. This is for you, newbie. Stone tossed the watch to Wang Ming, who caught it in stride. 4. For me. Wang Ming was a bit confused. Shouldn't the supplies be kept by himself? Why distribute them to teammates? We're all teammates. Why separate it? Stone patted Wang Ming on the shoulder. Just as he was preparing to go downstairs, the communicator suddenly transmitted Eagle's voice. Stay alert. There are no task forces at the giant stone walls, but a group of wanderers has come from the graveyard direction. They seem to be elite wanderers. Okay, are you confident in taking them down? Bika asked. I have confidence, but let me switch my level 6 ammo to level 4 first. The sound of ammo switching came from Eagle's communicator. Wang Ming and Stone waited at the entrance of the grain trading station. Wang Ming felt puzzled. Theoretically, there shouldn't be groups of wanderers at the graveyard. Several sounds of suppressors came from the second floor, interrupting Wang Ming's thoughts. The graveyard direction instantly descended into chaos. They're ambushing us. Find cover. Prepare to retreat. Report all cleared. The communicator transmitted Eagle's voice, and Wang Ming and Stone breathed a sigh of relief. Quickly gather at the stable perimeter. The situation has changed. Regroup at the perimeter of the stables. Our plan has changed. Bika's voice crackled through the comm unit. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming and his two teammates immediately diverted from the grain trading station, taking the narrow mountain path to the left and circling around to meet Bika at the stable's outer edge. What's wrong, Captain? Sure 2 braced his RPK-16 light machine gun against his shoulder as he moved close to Bika, his expression grave. I've been observing for some time, and the garrison station here is far larger than expected. Ajax must be inside. Bika's face darkened as he studied the map in his hands, hesitation flickering across his features. Then our route. Sure 2 began, concern edging his voice. Bika nodded slowly. We may need. Wang Ming frowned, puzzled. Ajax being inside the stables is problematic, but surely not dire enough to abandon our plan entirely. Why not just eliminate him? Silence settled over the group. After a long pause, Bika spoke quietly. Orange, do you know what truly distinguishes soldiers from mercenaries? Wang Ming blinked, then shook his head. The terror of an army lies not in sheer numbers, but in its unfathomable discipline and unpredictable combat power. That is beyond our capacity to match. Bika sighed. The motel isn't viable either. It's a strategic choke point. With our current gear advancing, there would carry unacceptable risk. Bika pointed to the motel icon on the map, then glanced up at the others. Eagle, who had remained silent until now, gestured toward a narrow trail skirting the stable's perimeter and met their eyes. We'll bypass it. A moment passed in quiet contemplation before Bika exhaled deeply. Let's go. Bypass the stables. The four quickly readied their equipment and crept stealthily along the outer trail, heading toward the administration building. Bang, 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 rat-a-tat, hiss. Just as they reached the perimeter of the stable key room, violent gunfire erupted from within the stables. Shouts, curses, and roars rose in chaotic waves. Contact. All units. Engage combat posture. Team 1, find cover. Team 2, flank. Suppressing fire. Resistance is futile. You're finished today. In an instant, gunfire detonated across the stables, thick smoke and dust blurring the line between tear gas canisters and explosive debris. Crouched silently outside the stables, the four held their breath. Captain, someone's assaulting the male squad. Sure 2 whispered urgently to Bika. Maiden obsession. VSS sniper rifles. Flying fish helmets, war god helmets. Team 6 full complement. Eagle steadied his AR-30, peering through his 2x7x variable optic to identify the attacker's gear. Captain, Sure 2 pressed, anxiety sharpening his tone. Bika's jaw tightened, indecision weighed heavily upon his face. Captain, our clearance mission pays barely enough to sustain us. And we can't even access the main supply depot inside the stables. Now Ajax is locked in battle with Team 6. If either side wins, or loses, both will be critically weakened. We must have a chance. Sure 2's voice trembled. Still Bika remained silent, only pulling his helmet lower over his brow. Captain, I desperately need that money. My daughter is waiting for me. Captain, his voice cracked with raw emotion. Sure 2, the captain needs money too. His wife, his mother, they all depend on him. All of us do, Eagle interjected, his rebuke firm yet restrained. Sure 2 flinched. Eagle's words jolted him back to composure, yet his gaze remained fixed on Bika. Let's wait a little longer. Bika raised his N94, shoulders heavy with exhaustion. Eagle was right, his wife had just given birth, his mother lay hospitalized. Their sole income rested solely on his shoulders. The mission's reward amounted to only several 100,000 Kun credits, but the gear carried by Team 6, or the male squad, or even the supplies stockpiled in the stables dwarfed that sum in value. Wang Ming, who had remained quiet until now, felt utterly disoriented. He'd always assumed these task force operatives were reckless, profit-driven mercenaries, yet reality proved far more complex. Official documentation had never clearly defined the role, or moral boundaries, of these field operatives. We'll assess the situation after the fighting ends. If Ajax prevails, we eliminate him first. If Team 6 wins, we isolate and neutralize each target. 1 precise shot per kill. As Bika clicked the N94, safety off, the gunfire began to fade, scattered, sporadic. Then finally, the 4 cautiously raised their heads above cover, scanning the stables. Wreckage littered the ground. Ajax's elite guard appeared decimated, yet the vivid crimson cap gleaming amid the ruins declared the victor unmistakably. Boss down. Ugh. At the last instant, Jackson caught the glint of a sniper lens in his peripheral vision, and instinctively shoved. Bika turned to Eagle, who mounted his AR-30 and lined up the red cap in his scope. Thwipped. A silenced round leapt from the barrel, straight toward Ajax. Boss down. Ugh. At the last instant, Jackson caught the glint of a sniper lens in his peripheral vision, and instinctively shoved Ajax aside. A sickening thud echoed as Jackson crumpled lifelessly before Ajax. Alert, full perimeter. Ajax roared, and smoke grenades bloomed instantly across the stables. Ajax's forces withdrew into the stables under cover of the dense haze. For a moment, Wang Ming's team lost all visual contact. Damn, it's Jackson who took the hit. Eagle lowered his AR-30, frustration tightening his jaw as he rejoined the group. What now? He asked, turning to Bika. But Bika's face was taut with tension. He'd never faced the male squad directly. This might well be his first true confrontation with them. Eagle, do you have the key to the stable warehouse? Wang Ming suddenly interjected. Eagle gave a terse nod. Wang Ming clapped Eagle on the shoulder. While the smoke lingers, slip into the warehouse key room. Then take position on the second floor. From there you can engage half the interior with precision fire. Eagle studied the warehouse grimly, then looked to Bika and gave a solemn, decisive nod. Sure 2, you'll draw fire from the ground floor fence. Harass Ajax's team, lure them out, and eliminate them under Eagle's cover, while shielding Eagle from concentrated return fire. Wang Ming turned to Sure 2. He nodded, silent, resolute. Lastly, Wang Ming met Bika's gaze. Captain, will circle wide around the stable's exterior and strike from the opposite flank. If possible, we'll secure Team 6 gear. Ajax is weakened. This is our opportunity. Bika looked up at Wang Ming, then at the N94 in his grip, and nodded once. Clearance operation, commence. Boss, they have gone quiet. Jackson helped Ajax retreat to the second floor of the stable, where Ajax's arm was pierced and blood was continuously oozing out. How many brothers are left? Ajax leaned against the wall and gasped for breath. Jackson turned around and counted. There are 9 brothers left, 2 severely injured, the rest lightly injured. Damn rats. Their equipment is quite good. Ajax, holding an AKM assault rifle, forced himself to. There's still a team of rats. They won't just give up like this. Brothers, hold on, let's drive these rats out. Yeah, puff. A faint gunshot came from the second floor window, precisely hitting a member of Jackson in the head. Blood splattered as he opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. He fell down stiffly. There's a sniper. Take cover. Stay away from the window. Ajax's guard unit systematically hid behind cover, moving out of the sniper's line of sight. Then a burst of gunfire suddenly erupted from the direction of the stable warehouse, continuously shooting at the second floor of the stable. Bullet holes kept increasing, and the cover was being shattered. Boss, this isn't a solution. Just as Jackson was about to get up, puff, another faint gunshot rang out and Jackson fell down. William Jackson, you take care of the sniper across. Ajax shouted angrily. Yes. A figure quickly detached from cover and rolled to the side. He set up a Mosin-Nagant sniper rifle. Meanwhile, in the other stable warehouse, Stone was reloading on the ground floor, while Eagle remained vigilant on the second floor. Don't underestimate Eagle. This tactic of Orange is quite good. Ajax is now trapped inside the stable. Once the captain and the others circle around from behind, we'll hit him from both sides, and even Ajax won't be able to withstand it. Stone's expression was somewhat joyful as everything was progressing in a favorable direction. Hurry up and reload. Ooh, I can't suppress them for long. Eagle held the AR-30 at the window, his gaze never leaving the stable. However, he always felt something was off. The sniper's vigilance made him uneasy. Stone, are you ready? I feel. Bang. Before he could finish, the window on the second floor of the stable suddenly shattered, and a fireball struck Eagle, leaving a bloody mark on his head as he collapsed. Eagle. Eagle. On the first floor, Stone only heard something shatter through the second floor window, followed by the heavy sound of something hitting the ground. A sense of unease rose in his heart. In that moment of distraction, a flurry of footsteps came from outside the stable warehouse. Stone was startled and quickly set up the RPK-16 light machine gun, firing at the outside. The gunfire echoed but soon stopped. The stable suddenly fell into a dead silence. Why is it suddenly so quiet? Are they all dead? For a moment, Stone was unsure of what was happening. Just as he was about to get up, a shock ran through his heart. This is bad, it's a trap. Before he could make any move, he was pinned to the ground by a pair of powerful hands. Head. We've got him. Jackson pressed Stone down with both hands and turned to shout at Ajax. Damn it, you all. Just as Stone was about to resist, Ajax fired a shot and silence fell. Bring the corpse of that rat upstairs along. Ajax coldly waved his hand. Jackson rushed forward. Bang. Bang. Suddenly gunfire erupted from upstairs. The first to rush up, Jackson, was shot in the shoulder and tumbled down. The rest of Jackson's men instantly became alert, watching the staircase. Eagle's right head was gushing blood, and his right eye was completely ruined. If it weren't for his instinctive body movement, he would have been killed. Eagle trembled as he gripped his G-17 pistol, blood continuously oozing from his nostrils. The bullet had penetrated half of his head through his right eye. Now, it was just the final surge of adrenaline. Eagle's vision grew narrower, his breathing heavier, until he finally closed his eyes. I thought I had dodged it. On the other side, Bika and Wang Ming had just stealthily reached the room outside the stable when they heard the last communication from the two. Something went wrong. Bika's face was grim as he looked at the 4 Special Forces corpses in front of him. I'm sorry, Captain. I underestimated Ajax. Wang Ming never expected that the Ajax he encountered was completely different from the one in the game. It's not your fault. We were already prepared for death. In this line of work, do not expect to see the sun of the next day, but just being able to enjoy the sunset of that night is already very satisfying. Bika suddenly patted Wang Ming on the shoulder. Let's take this team of 6 away. Wang Ming nodded and walked forward with Bika. Just as Wang Ming picked up the VSS sniper rifle that had fallen on the ground, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, pinning him down. Damn rats. I knew you would come. Jackson, who had lost a leg, held a military dagger and plunged it into Wang Ming's chest, who was completely unable to resist as the dagger went deeper. It hurt so much. The sharp pain in his chest made Wang Ming tremble, the tearing sensation nearly causing him to lose his senses. The two locked eyes both filled with blood, and the surge of adrenaline made it hard for the dagger to reach the heart. With a soft bang, Jackson, who was pinning Wang Ming down, fell over, and Bika gasped as he gripped the stock of his N94. Made it. Bika sighed. Quick, clean up. Hurry. Bika extended his hand towards Wang Ming. Just as Wang Ming was about to take his hand, puff. Blood exploded from Bika's head, splattering everywhere, and the figure before him collapsed. Rats. Not a single one will escape. William poked his head out from the second floor of the stable, glaring fiercely at Wang Ming, picking up the dagger and walking towards him. At this moment, Wang Ming was gasping for breath, lying on the ground with his eyes closed, waiting for death to arrive. Bastard. Get up. Wang Ming seemed to have been slapped, dazedly opening his eyes to see a man with a hedgehog hairstyle standing. Wang Ming became much more alert, looking around to find himself in his cell. System prompt: mission failed, return to reality. Just as Wang Ming tried to move, a sharp pain surged through his body, a pain that felt like impending death. Medicine. Medicine. Wang Ming grabbed the hedgehog-haired man, frantically searching his pockets. The man was terrified and pushed Wang Ming away. Wang Ming endured the pain and used his pockets as cover, retrieving a bottle of painkillers from the stash in the dark area. After taking 2, he slowly calmed down. Wang Ming collapsed on the bed, looking at the hedgehog-haired man. Who are you? The man hadn't recovered from Wang Ming's monstrous contortions earlier. Upon hearing Wang Ming's question, he cleared his throat. We are sent by Qing Lao to take you to him. Wang Ming nodded and got up, following the hedgehog-haired man outside. Meanwhile, in the stable. Boss, the remaining 2 have been dealt with. William greeted the returning Ajax with a smile. Good, good. Ajax took off the red beret and placed it on William Jackson's head. Blood continuously flowed out from the gunshot wound on his chest. From now on, you are Ajax. Following the hedgehog head for a while, the surroundings gradually became extravagant with various odd decorations that made Wang Ming feel somewhat unreal. What's in that jar? It's so beautifully golden. And there's a statue with 8 arms, how impressive. Wang Ming feigned curiosity while asking the hedgehog head, but his mind was constantly recording the route. The hedgehog head turned to look at Wang Ming, chuckling coldly. That is a head pickled in gold powder by Qing Gu, and the other is the remnants of the previous fleeing team. Wang Ming was momentarily speechless and stopped asking questions. The hedgehog head snorted coldly. Seeing that there was still a distance to go, Wang Ming opened the Dark Zone Breakout System, and what appeared before him was his game page and a virtual panel name, Wang Ming Level Special Operations Member, Total Warehouse Value 3. 8M System Level 1, can use Dark Zone items in reality. Next level requirement 10M, can unlock Partner System Rifle Specialization, 1 Throwing Weapon Specialization, 2 Close Combat Specialization, 1 Partner System. Wang Ming was somewhat puzzled, but upon reflection the system had mentioned that Joel would become a partner, which should mean this. However, ever since acquiring this system, Wang Ming felt that his body and even his mentality were gradually being affected. Uncertain whether it was due to his long time in the Dark Zone or other reasons, when he actually held a gun, fired it, and went to kill, there was no panic as he had imagined, but rather a strange adaptation. We've arrived, go in. The hedgehog head pointed to the room ahead, curling his lip. Wang Ming nodded and pushed the door open. The room was dim with a few items resembling glowstones emitting weak light, preventing Wang Ming from— Qing Gu, are you looking for me? Wang Ming called out. There was no response. The dark environment made him feel uncomfortable. He checked his current equipment without revealing his thoughts. Level 6 goose weight with 80 durability and War God helmet with 72 durability. Wang Ming felt relieved. Is it Wang Ming? Come in. A voice came from within the room, and Wang Ming recognized it as Qing Xia. Okay, Qing Gu. As the latter pushed the door and entered, a pungent smell of blood rushed into Wang Ming's mind, but reason forced him to suppress the turmoil within. He saw a man lying on an operating table, while Qing Xia, dressed in a white coat, was treating the man with a scalpel. Qing Gu, are you looking for me? Qing Xia raised his head, removed his mask, smiled, and gestured for Wang Ming to sit down. Sit, it'll be done soon. Wang Ming looked at Qing Xia, then at the man on the operating table, nodded, and found a relatively clean spot to— Not scared at all, and very obedient. Wang Ming, you're still too inexperienced. Qing Xia suddenly spoke, leaving Wang Ming momentarily confused about his meaning. But just as he reacted, the blade of the scalpel was already in front of Wang Ming's eyes. Instinctively, Wang Ming retreated and bent down, dodging the thrust of the scalpel, then assumed a defensive stance. Qing Gu, what do you mean by this? Qing Xia manipulated the scalpel in his hand, seemingly astonished by Wang Ming's agility. Wang Ming, you truly surprise me, but unfortunately, I can't let you live. Suddenly exerting force, Qing Xia's scalpel glinted coldly as it stabbed towards Wang Ming. The latter sidestepped, grabbing Qing Xia's wrist, but Qing Xia merely moved slightly, transferring the scalpel to his other hand and thrusting it towards Wang Ming's abdomen. A sinister smile appeared on Qing Xia's face. However, soon that smile was replaced by shock as he felt a powerful resistance preventing his scalpel from piercing Wang Ming's abdomen. Taking advantage of Qing Xia's moment of distraction, Wang Ming struck hard, knocking the scalpel from Qing Xia's grasp, then retracted his right hand and swung it towards Qing Xia's face. But just as it reached the front, Wang Ming halted. The wind from his punch slightly blew Qing Xia's bangs. Qing Gu, I don't want to cause trouble, I just want to survive. Please let me go. Wang Ming withdrew his hand and looked at Qing Xia. Qing Xia was somewhat taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. You have some skills, you're not as dull as I imagined. I originally thought you truly wanted to escape like those mindless piglets, but it seems that's not the case. I found you a job as a delivery man. Your tasks will involve delivering supplies around the base. There's a lot to do, but there are also many places you can go. Qing Xia lit a cigarette and slowly spoke. Thank you, Qing Gu. Thank you, Qing Gu. Wang Ming quickly expressed his gratitude. Qing Xia glanced at him disdainfully. You were just thinking about killing me, right? By the way, don't blame me for not reminding you, being a delivery man isn't that easy. Pay attention to the timing, you know what you should know, and don't inquire about what you shouldn't. If you see things you shouldn't, just wait to die. Wang Ming nodded. Go on, the hedgehog will take you there. Don't disturb my work. Qing Xia waved his hand, signaling Wang Ming to leave. Wang Ming nodded and hurriedly walked out. Seeing Wang Ming come out unscathed, the hedgehog head, squatting outside the room, was momentarily stunned, seemingly in disbelief. I was about to leave, but I didn't expect you to still be alive. The hedgehog head extinguished his cigarette and stood up. Hedgehog brother, Qing Gu asked you to take me to the delivery man position. Wang Ming subconsciously lowered his waist, adopting a humble demeanor. The hedgehog nodded, seemingly satisfied, leading Wang Ming in another direction. On the way, Wang Ming looked at his abdomen, and then at the system panel. The durability of the level 6 goose weight had decreased by 15. However, he had not sustained any actual damage. That knife was really fierce. That seems Qing Xia intended to kill me. Wang Ming sighed, having survived a calamity. Fortunately, he had been struggling in the Dark Zone for a while, and his skills had improved significantly, which was why he was not killed. After Wang Ming left, Qing Xia coldly took out his phone and dialed a number. "Boss," he passed. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by a heavy gasp. "Well done." The hedgehog led Wang Ming through a maze of twists and turns, finally stopping in front of an iron door. A sign hung above it with white background and red characters that read resource allocation, the words already faded. "Go, and old Zhou is in charge of the delivery." After finishing, the hedgehog turned and left, not bothering to say more. It seemed he didn't want to stay here at all. Wang Ming paid no mind to the hedgehog's departure and pushed open the door. The room was well lit, and a middle-aged man was crouched on the floor organizing cardboard boxes. Hearing the noise, he looked up, immediately breaking into a smile. "Oh, a newcomer, huh? Qing has already informed me. Come in and take a seat." Old Zhou stood up, wiped his hands on his clothes, moved over a chair, and even wiped the seat with his sleeve. He then turned and picked up an enamel mug from the table, pouring a cup of water, and handed it to Wang Ming. "Have a drink. You must be tired from the journey, right?" Wang Ming was somewhat dazed by old Zhou's smooth routine, but still accepted the mug and placed it on the side table. "Thank you, brother Zhou. It's nothing at all." Old Zhou rubbed his hands together, smiling. "From now on, we'll be colleagues. This delivery job isn't too heavy, just a bit of running around." The base was divided into 3 major areas: the living area, the work area, and the restricted zone. You must never go to the restricted zone, or once you enter, you won't be able to come out. Wang Ming was taken aback and looked at old Zhou. Restricted zone. Old Zhou's gaze shifted slightly, but quickly narrowed again. "Ah, that's where the big shots are. As small fries, if we go in there, it's just asking for death." Wang Ming looked at old Zhou, nodding as he scanned the room. A delivery route map was posted on the wall, invoices were piled on the table, and packages were stacked in the corner. Everything seemed normal. But old Zhou was excessively friendly, a bit too abnormal. From the moment he walked in, the smile on his face. In this place, Wang Ming had seen the cold-faced hedgehog and the smiling yet treacherous Qing Xia, but he had never encountered someone so passionately warm. This abnormality kept Wang Ming on edge, fearing an unexpected situation. "Brother Zhou, I'm new here. Please guide me on any rules." Wang Ming lowered his stance and respectfully placed the mug in front of old Zhou. Sure. Old Zhou patted him on the shoulder and took out a palm-sized metal box from the drawer, sealed with tape. "Just so happens there's an urgent order. You can familiarize yourself with the route today. Deliver it to the work area, warehouse number 3, and look for someone named Old K. Just give it to him." Wang Ming took the box, weighed it in his hand. It wasn't heavy. Beneath the seal, some characters were vaguely covered in black. So all that enthusiasm was already planned. "Should I go now?" "Yes, go now. It's an urgent order," old Zhou smiled. Wang Ming packed the box into his delivery bag and glanced back as he reached the door. Old Zhou was still standing there, and after making eye contact, he smiled again. "Control your curiosity, don't look around too much." This man smiled as if he were sending someone to their funeral. Once outside, Wang Ming walked along the main road. The work area was in the eastern part of the base, and there weren't many people on the way out. Occasionally, someone with a hand truck would pass by. Wang Ming opened the system panel again to check his equipment before finally letting out a sigh of relief. The durability of the equipment is quite sufficient. I shouldn't encounter any life-threatening dangers. However, old Zhou's unusual behavior and his own inner unease prompted Wang Ming to silently purchase a F-57 pistol and load it with bullets, stashing it in the warehouse. He glanced at the box in his hand, ultimately resisting his curiosity. After about 10 minutes of walking, he reached a relatively deserted open space when he heard footsteps behind him. Not just one. Wang Ming didn't look back and continued walking forward. The footsteps grew closer, and 3 people surrounded him from behind, the leader being a bald man with a scar on his face. "New here." The bald man blocked his path, grinning widely. "Let's see what you have in your bag." Wang Ming took a half step back, his back pressed against the wall, seemingly afraid. "Brothers, I'm just delivering goods. Please don't make it difficult for me." "Make it difficult for you?" The bald man turned to the 2 beside him and laughed. "Did you hear that? He said we're making it difficult for him." The 2 beside him laughed along. The bald man took a step forward, lowering his voice. "San Mao asked me to give you a message. You're pretty fast on your feet." Wang Ming's heart stirred. San Mao, truly relentless. Wang Ming's expression darkened somewhat, but he still pretended to be innocent and said, "I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't know?" The bald man pulled a dagger from behind his waist, slowly approaching Wang Ming alongside the other 2. Wang Ming glanced at the metal box, then back at the bald man, revealing a sly smile. "Brothers, I'm just a delivery guy. I'll give you the stuff. Just let me go, alright?" Wang Ming trembled as he took out the box. The bald man looked at the iron box with some confusion before swatting it away. What a piece of junk, oh what does it have? The iron box fell heavily to the ground with a thud, opening with a crack. The group instinctively looked at the iron box. Blood oozed out from the box, and a shattered heart appeared before them. The bald man scoffed in disdain. What is this? A heart needing its own delivery cloaked in secrecy. He clicked his tongue, and paid the heart no mind. Wang Ming felt increasingly unsettled, a single heart being guarded with such rigor delivered by one person alone. He had only intended to use the bald man's hands to glimpse the iron box, never imagining it contained a heart. Drop dead, kid. The bald man, indifferent to Wang Ming's expression, lunged with a knife. In the next instant, Wang Ming bent low and slipped past the dagger. A silver glinting knuckle duster had somehow appeared on his right hand, and he drove a brutal blow into the bald man's jaw. The sickening crack of bone echoed. The bald man collapsed. The two remaining assailants stared at Wang Ming in stunned confusion, clearly not expecting him to fall so quickly. Kill him. Lying on the ground with his jaw shattered, the bald man's speech came out in tremors. His eyes were bloodshot. The two men advanced with their tasers. Wang Ming gripped the knuckle duster and stared coldly. With a sudden burst of force, he charged, ducked under one taser, and landed a savage punch into that man's abdomen. He then struck the other's palm. The man cried out and loosened his grip. Wang Ming seized the taser, pressed it to the man's throat, and a jolt ran through him. He crumpled silently. The two men advanced with their tasers. Wang Ming gripped the knuckle duster and stared coldly. With a sudden burst of force, he charged, ducked under one taser, and landed a savage punch. Hello, I'm the delivery man bringing a package for Mr. K. Wang Ming said to those inside, ignoring the burly man. Destination. Unimpeded, Wang Ming soon arrived at Work District 3. As he entered, he saw a burly man beating a group of people kneeling on the floor. Hello, I'm the delivery man bringing a package for Mr. K. Wang Ming said to those inside, ignoring the burly man. The burly man glanced up at Wang Ming and offered a leering smile. New delivery boy. Haven't seen. Wang Ming watched the burly man close the distance. The acrid stench of blood rose from him, making Wang Ming frown. Yes, I'm new here. The burly man was about to continue when a steady voice interrupted. Mad Dog, step aside. A middle-aged man in a suit descended from the second floor. Wang Ming recognized him at once as the big boss he had seen earlier, the host of the underground matches, the man in the suit. I am Mr. K. I suppose you've seen me enough that introductions are unnecessary. Let me see the goods. Mr. K reached out, but Wang Ming did not take his hand. Mr. K, the item. It's damaged, Wang Ming said softly, handing the iron box to Mr. K. Mr. K blinked, then opened it. Mr. K's expression darkened, the corners of his mouth trembled. Strip him and toss him into the pig pen, he said with a sullen wave, and Mad Dog immediately approached. Wait, Mr. K. It's San Mao at San Mao. Wang Ming cried, fearfully stopping Mr. K. Mr. K paused and turned to look at him. They're men sent by San Mao to intercept me. You can ask him if you don't believe me. After a moment's thought, Mr. K held Mad Dog back with a hand and took out his phone to call. A moment later, the line connected and revelry leaked through the speaker. Mr. K said, hello, San Mao. It's me, old K. San Mao replied, Yo, K bro, what's the occasion for the call? Mr. K asked, I wanted to ask, hasn't some brat lately been causing trouble for you? San Mao answered, yes. There was a runt. He beat Hey Jin Gang and got cocky, then ran off and refused to work with me. Mr. K's face went cold, though his tone held a teasing edge. So you didn't have someone teach him a lesson? San Mao said, of course I did. Went today, slipped a little something to a man named Zhou who assigned that run a delivery. I had people intercept him on the road to give him a taste of hardship. By my count, it should be almost finished. No surprise there, Mr. K said as he ended the call, his face sullen to the extreme. He muttered, San Mao. Zhou Peng. Wang Ming pleaded, Mr. K. You see, I didn't mean for any of this. I'm innocent. Wang Ming said the words grovelingly. Bastard. Mr. K suddenly roared, and a paving brick from the table struck Wang Ming's head and shattered on impact. Wang Ming fell to the ground. You can't even handle such a small thing. Mr. K's shout reverberated through District 3. He glared as if Wang Ming had committed some terrible crime, then dismissed him with get out. Wang Ming clutched his head and fled. From the corner of his eye, he saw Mr. K chest heaving from the shout sink back into his seat. Wang Ming's curiosity about the heart only deepened. Damn, this bastard. I already told them it had nothing to do with me, Wang Ming muttered, holding his head as he walked back slowly. The brick had in truth caused no real injury. The Level 6 Ultraman helmet's protection had held up. Only an inexplicable sting of humiliation left Wang Ming irked. Just wait, bastard. If there weren't so many people around, I'd already have finished you off with an MG42. Wang Ming clicked his tongue in annoyance, then took a Red Sun drink from the storeroom. One bottle later, his stamina had recovered considerably. And as for Zhou, just wait. In the game, if someone stole my key room ID, hunt them across half the map, let alone you scumbags. The rats of the Dark Zone. Am very patient. Wang Ming covered his head, cursing as he walked back. As he passed by Area 2 of the work zone, he slowed down, glancing around. No one was paying attention to him. San Mao, old Zhou, Mr. K. San Mao gave old Zhou benefits, and old Zhou sold him out. This wretched place truly has no good people. But the question is, did old Zhou know that the heart was meant for Mr. K? Or was he just doing his job for money, randomly assigning him a task? Wang Ming smacked his lips and casually returned the empty Red Sun drink to the warehouse. He needed to go back and check. He returned to the distribution center and pushed open the door of the shabby office. Old Zhou was still lounging with his legs crossed, looking at his phone, not even lifting his eyelids. Are you done? Bumped. What item? Old Zhou raised his head, his gaze sweeping across Wang Ming's face. Bumped. What item? Old Zhou raised his head, his gaze sweeping across Wang Ming's face. Bumped. What item? Old Zhou raised it. Wang Ming stared into Old Zhou's eyes. Old Zhou's expression froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Oh, that thing. No problem if it got bumped, it got bumped. It's not anything precious. Wang Ming sneered coldly inside. Not precious. Mr. K almost devoured him. How could that not be precious? But he merely nodded on the surface. All right, I'll head back then. Go ahead. Old Zhou waved his hand and lowered his head to look at his phone again. Wang Ming turned to leave, but suddenly stopped at the door and asked Brother Zhou who arranged that delivery task. Old Zhou's fingers paused for a moment, then he replied, without looking up, automatically assigned by the system, nothing, just asking casually. Wang Ming smiled and pushed the door open to leave. The moment the door closed, his expression darkened. Automatically assigned by the system. What a joke. Wang Ming sighed, a bunch of lunatics, not a single good person. Just as he was about to return to his room, someone walking towards him froze him in place. It was Qing Xia. So how's it going, kid? Didn't I say I'd keep my word? Qing Xia grinned, a cigarette hanging from his mouth as he approached Wang Ming. The job is quite good, but the work is not so great. Wang Ming shrugged and smiled. Hearing Wang Ming's tone, Qing Xia slightly raised his head, looked at him, and gestured for him to continue. Wang Ming recounted the events from start to finish. The bald man intercepting him, his counterattack, the heart-breaking Mr. K getting angry, calling San Mao, and finally getting hit with a brick and thrown out. As he spoke, he observed Qing Xia's expression. Qing Xia leaned against the wall, quietly listening, his fingers tapping idly on the wall. Once Wang Ming finished, Qing Xia remained silent for a while before lightly chuckling. Interesting. Wang Ming frowned. Interesting. Brother Qing, I almost got chopped and thrown into a pigsty. You don't understand. Qing Xia extinguished his cigarette, sitting up straight. That heart was prepared by me. What? Wang Ming was taken aback, instinctively leaning back. The plan didn't succeed. What a pity. Qing Xia said casually, as if commenting on the nice weather. As long as Mr. K installs it within 3 days, he's doomed. Wang Ming stared at Qing Xia's face, trying to read something from it. But Qing Xia's expression was as calm as a still lake. You're telling me this? Wang Ming's voice turned cold. Aren't you afraid, ill snitch? Qing Xia laughed, a faint smirk. Go ahead. Do you think Mr. K would believe a newcomer like you, or trust me? Wang Ming fell silent. Qing Xia was right. If he snitched, the first to die would be him. I originally wanted to use this delivery to stealthily send the item in. Qing Xia said, a playful smile curving his lips, but that fool San Mao messed it up. When he opened his eyes again, Wang Ming had arrived in the world of the Dark Zone Breakout. After stretching his muscles, he stood before the warehouse preparing to equip himself. Special Task Force member. The voice of Joel came from behind, prompting Wang Ming to turn and look at him. I am very sorry, Special Task Force member, we couldn't save your teammates. When we arrived, only you were left. Joel's expression was somewhat sorrowful as he patted Wang Ming's shoulder. At that moment, Wang Ming seemed to remember something. He looked at Joel, his lips trembling slightly. Bika. They. Oh. Joel nodded. Be strong, kid. Wang Ming found it hard to believe. Bika and the others shouldn't have been players, should they? They should have returned to the warehouse after dying, so why? Why couldn't they? Like himself. Wang Ming was stunned, looking around, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. Why, when he had clearly died in the stable, was he still alive now? All of this is my own game. Wang Ming finally understood that only he existed in this game, in Kimona, in the Dark Zone Breakout, as a player. The others were just normal people, ordinary individuals. Thinking of this, Wang Ming looked at the matchmaking button again, recalling the system's previous prompt. It seemed that only solo queue was the game, while matchmaking was a mission mode. So he silently turned off the matchmaking. But Wang Ming remembered his situation in reality. He was just an ordinary university student, and even if he was given powerful equipment, he seemed unable to exert his full strength in the real world. System, can I enter the mission mode by myself? Wang Ming looked at the system panel and asked. Ding. Solo mission mode task, investigate 3 locations at the TV station. Wang Ming smiled. I want die alone. Even if the task fails, the abilities gained in the game will synchronize Wonton to reality. The mission mode is the best opportunity to hone myself. Looking at the 6 heads and 6 armor sets in the warehouse, Wang Ming pondered for a moment before putting on the 6 sets. Then, after equipping the fully modified 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle and carrying some medicine and tactical gear, Wang Ming stood before the map selection. Strengthened TV station. Entering solo. Wang Ming got into the jeep and after a bumpy ride arrived at the strengthened TV station map. After getting out of the vehicle, he quickly checked his equipment and the surroundings, noting that he had spawned in the garage. Come on, Camona. Wang Ming carried the 416 and quickly made his way from the garage stairs to the entrance of the comprehensive office. Being in a real battlefield made him particularly cautious, but as soon as he reached the 2nd floor, he heard a familiar voice. Everyone attention. A suspicious target has appeared. Support team suppressive fire quickly advanced to the 2nd floor. Hearing this familiar dialogue, Wang Ming froze in place. Isn't that Bernard's voice? Shouldn't there be no boy band at the TV station now? Wang Ming hid in the comprehensive office feeling somewhat puzzled. Could it be that the progress of the Dark Zone inside here is not the same as the Dark Zone game in reality? How is this possible? Wang Ming crouched down, peering through the gap in the comprehensive office door. The sound of tactical boots crunching on shattered glass echoed in the corridor. Not the mechanical footsteps typical of a game, but a methodical advance. Team 3 hold the stairs, Team 2 follow me. Bernard's voice was low but still clear through the walls. The target may be in the comprehensive office, watch the windows, and don't give him a chance to set up a weapon. Wang Ming's heart tightened. In the game, Bernard would only shout, "Suspicious target detected," and rush in foolishly. But this voice, calm, clear, every step methodical, was that of a real combat commander. Instinctively, he checked the safety. The 416 Hong Kong dollars magazine was full, and he had 3 spare magazines and 2 smoke grenades in his pockets. The protection of the 6 sets was sufficient, but if he was flanked... Bang! A shot from an M110 rang out from outside. A bullet grazed the door frame, and the splintered concrete hit Wang Ming's mask. He instinctively ducked his back, hitting the wall. Target spotted, comprehensive office, someone shouted. Suppressive fire. Team 2 flanked from the left. As soon as Bernard's order fell, bullets poured in like a rainstorm. Wang Ming lay on the ground listening to the bullets penetrating the door, piercing through desks, and peeling off layers of wall plaster. In the game, he had endured face-to-face shootings from the boy band, but at this moment, he couldn't even raise his head. Those bullets weren't aimed at him to hit, but rather to suppress, sealing off all his chances of standing up. Damn! He gritted his teeth, pulled out a smoke grenade, removed the safety, and rolled it out through the gap in the door. As the smoke began to rise, the gunfire ceased. The target has thrown smoke, prepare to breach. Wang Ming was stunned. In the game, the AI would continue firing into the smoke, but Bernard's men, they were waiting for the smoke to disperse, waiting for visibility to return, waiting for him to be unable to resist coming out. This was not AI, this was a hunter. He got up, crouching as he retreated deeper into the office. The back door led to the corridor, but there were definitely people waiting at the other end. Team 2 is in position. The voice from the intercom came from outside, very close. Wang Ming took a deep breath, pulled out the 2nd smoke grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it towards the back door. Then he raised the 416, aiming at the front door. A gamble. The smoke spread through the corridor. He's going to run out the back door. Team 2 be alert. Footsteps gathered at the front door. Wang Ming remained still. Once the smoke had dissipated enough, Wang Ming suddenly pulled out an 2 Malawian Quach's grenade and threw it at Bernard. At this speed, Wang Ming's arm was still shot through, and he was hit by 2 bullets, but thankfully the level 6 armor's protective capability held up and the bullets did not penetrate. Grenade. Find cover. Bernard's team quickly retreated to find shelter, and Wang Ming took this opportunity to leap down from the 2nd floor outside the comprehensive office. He ran into the Watergate room, the overwhelming pressure causing Wang Ming to breathe heavily. Damn it, even though the boy band in the game was strong, I never thought they'd be this strong in reality. On the other side, Bernard coldly stared down at the lower level, taking out his intercom. Brute, that guy jumped down, but it's up to you now. The intercom crackled. Understood. The air in the sluice room was damp and cold as Wang Ming leaned against the wall, hearing the sound of his own heartbeat buzzing inside his helmet. He glanced down at the wound on his arm where the bullet had grazed, leaving a mess of flesh and blood, but the level 6 armor had indeed withstood the 2 most fatal shots. He applied a tourniquet to the wound, with a simple gesture, sweat trickling down from the pain. This isn't a game. He murmured to himself, pinching his own face, the real sensation jolting him to full awareness. Just as he was about to get up and move forward, a heavy thudding sound approached from outside the sluice room. The footsteps were different from those of Bernard's squad. Each step sounded like a hammer striking the ground, causing the stagnant water to ripple. Wang Ming held his breath, raising his 416 to aim at the door. The door was kicked open. A burly man bent down to enter. A more accurate description would be that some massive beast squeezed into the narrow space. He was at least 190 centimeters tall, his muscles, stretching the combat vest tight, his arms thicker than Wang Ming's thighs. He had a bald head, a scruffy beard, and a scar that ran diagonally from his forehead to his chin, as if he had been slashed by a machete. From Wang Ming's perspective, he resembled a roaring bear. Rolf. Wang Ming's pupils constricted. He had seen this face countless times in the game, the male squad boss from the television station capable of tearing apart 6 Special Forces members as if they were mere paper. But in the game he was just a bunch of data and AI that could be easily outmaneuvered. Now this AI stood before him alive and breathing the white mist of his breath clearly visible in the cold air. Bernard said. A rat jumped down. Rolf's voice was deep, tilting his neck with a crackle of bones. I thought it was some reckless Special Forces team. But it's just you. Wang Ming said nothing, his gun barrel firmly locked onto Rolf's head. Rolf glanced at Wang Ming's gear, the level 6 armor, fully modified, 416 Hong Kong dollars, which was quite decent. However, his gaze did not linger there. Instead, he scrutinized Wang Ming as if inspecting a substandard piece of merchandise. You're injured. Rolf said, his tone devoid of mockery, merely stating a fact. Was it one of Bernard's men who shot you? Wang Ming remained silent. Rolf seemed somewhat intrigued and took a step forward. Bang! Wang Ming fired. The bullet accurately struck Rolf's forehead, but Rolf merely tilted his head slightly, the bullet grazing his temple and leaving a hole in the metal wall. He didn't even blink. Good reflexes, Rolf said, a dangerous curve forming at the corner of his mouth, but too unstable. The next moment Rolf moved. Wang Ming only saw a shadow rushing towards him and instinctively rolled backward. The metal wall he had been leaning against erupted with a loud crash as Rolf's fist smashed through it, sending shards of metal flying. If that punch had landed on a person, it surely would have shattered ribs. Good reflexes. Rolf withdrew his fist and spun around for another sweeping strike. Wang Ming ducked under an iron table with a water bucket on top, being swept away by the punch, splashing water everywhere. He scrambled to run deeper into the sluice room, but Rolf's speed was entirely disproportionate to his size, closing in with just 3 steps, his large hand reaching for the nape of Wang Ming's neck. Wang Ming sidestepped just in time, his shoulder crashing against a pipe, causing him to wince in pain. With no time to think, he drew a dagger and thrust it towards Rolf's abdomen. Rolf didn't even dodge. The dagger struck his combat vest, the blade caught by the bulletproof plate, penetrating less than a centimeter. Rolf looked down, seized the dagger's blade with his hand, twisted and yanked it straight out of Wang Ming's grasp, tossing it aside carelessly. Is that all? Rolf's tone finally carried a hint of disappointment. Wang Ming's forehead bulged with veins. He took 2 steps back, his hand reaching for the last 2 Malawian kwaches, high-explosive grenade at his waist. Rolf noticed his movement, his eyes finally serious for a moment. But Wang Ming didn't pull the pin. Instead, he threw the whole grenade like a stone, aiming for Rolf's face. Rolf instinctively raised a hand to block. It was in that instant. Wang Ming unleashed all of his strength, picking up the dagger from the ground and stabbing it towards Rolf. Rolf didn't react in time, a gash appearing on his cheek. Blood streamed down his face. Wang Ming had just intended to create some distance, but it was already too late. A large hand suddenly gripped his neck, lifting him up. Wang Ming's feet left the ground, his face turning crimson, and his handgun slipped from his grasp in panic. He tried to pry Rolf's fingers apart with both hands, but those fingers were as unyielding as iron clamps. Rolf stared into Wang Ming's eyes, the wound on his face still oozing blood. 5 seconds. Wang Ming's consciousness began to fade. Joel, I've always been curious while gaming, how did you manage to save Special Forces members in situations like mine? Just as Wang Ming felt his consciousness beginning to blur, Rolf let go of his hand. Wang Ming fell to the ground, coughing violently and gasping for the damp, cold air. Rolf crouched down, wiped the blood from his face with his thumb, looked at it, and then turned his gaze to Wang Ming. You are not afraid of death, Rolf said. Wang Ming panted heavily, lacking the strength to respond. Not the kind of fool who is recklessly unafraid of death. Rolf tilted his head. You had the chance to run just now, but you chose to fight me. You couldn't overpower me, but you were always looking for an opportunity to counterattack. That last move was clever, using a grenade as bait to force me to raise my hand, and then hitting me. He paused. Have you practiced? Wang Ming finally caught his breath and hoarsely replied, No, not really. I've fought in games. Rolf frowned. Games. Dark Zone Breakout. Wang Ming sat up, rubbing his neck. You, Bernard, and Kurt are all characters in it. Rolf fell silent for a few seconds, then laughed. The laughter was not loud, but it reverberated throughout the Watergate room. Interesting. He stood up, looking down at Wang Ming. You're not here to scavenge. Wang Ming shook his head. I'm here to hone myself. Hone yourself? Rolf repeated as if he had heard an I am very weak outside. Wang Ming said, realizing he had inadvertently spoken the truth, perhaps due to the confusion from lack of oxygen. An ordinary body, ordinary abilities. But if I hone myself in here, I can become stronger. So I need real combat. I no longer want to be an ordinary person. Rolf remained silent, merely watching him. Wang Ming continued, gaining momentum in his speech. I need someone who can teach me. Someone who can teach me how to survive on a real battlefield. He paused, looking up at Rolf. Every punch you throw is aimed to kill, yet just now you could have easily choked me to death, but you didn't. You're not soft-hearted, you think it's not worth it, right? Killing me, a character with no threat, is meaningless. If you want to fight, you should fight someone who can confront you head-on. Rolf's eyebrows raised slightly. So, I want to learn from you, Wang Ming said, feeling absurd after uttering. He had just been fighting this muscular man, and now he was asking to be his disciple. The Watergate room fell silent for a few seconds. Rolf turned and walked out. As he reached the door, he said without turning back, "Follow me." Wang Ming froze for a moment, quickly picking up the 416 and knife on the ground, staggering to catch up. In the corridor, Rolf walked ahead with long strides while Wang Ming had to jog to keep up. They passed through the passage outside the Watergate room and arrived at a relatively open area, resembling an unloading zone of a TV station. Rolf stopped beside a pillar, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and lit it. Rolf exhaled a puff of smoke. Who do you think you can beat? Wang Ming thought for a moment. Ordinary soldiers, unknown, if I have the equipment advantage. Don't be ridiculous, kid, Rolf interrupted him. Your stance is all wrong. Your gun-holding posture is standard, but standard positions are meant for newbies to practice hitting stationary targets on the training field. On the real battlefield, standard moves equal death. Wang Ming opened his mouth, but did not retort. Your biggest problem isn't your technique, Rolf continued. It's that your mind is still playing games. You can calculate trajectories, estimate distances, and assess cover positions. All of that is correct. But the most important thing on the battlefield you don't know. What? Fear. Rolf flicked the ash off his cigarette. When I had you by the throat, just now your heartbeat dropped from 140 to 110. Bernard's death is death. For everyone here, when they die, it's death. You think you're honing yourself, but you don't even know what it feels like to die. Wang Ming fell silent. I don't, Rolf said, holding the cigarette in his mouth, squatting down to look Wang Ming in the eye. I don't understand what kind of game you're talking about. I only know that when I die, it's death. Bernard's death is death. For everyone here, when they die, it's death. You think you're honing yourself, but you don't even know what it feels like to die. How can you hone? Wang Ming was stunned. He wanted to refute, but Rolf was right. He had always subconsciously felt he wouldn't truly die, so, although he was nervous during the fight, he didn't experience that bone-deep terror. However, Rolf changed the subject, standing up. That move you made with the grenade as bait was quite clever. Your body can't keep up with your mind, but your mind is still sharp. He flicked the cigarette, but to the ground, and stamped it out. If you want to learn, you can, Rolf said, but I have conditions. Wang Ming's eyes lit up. What conditions? First, no scavenging for supplies at the TV station. You're here to learn, not to get rich. Second, you must follow every word I say, no questions asked. Third, he extended a thick finger, poking Wang Ming's chest. If one day you find out you can truly revive, you must tell me. I want to know what kind of being you really are. Wang Ming hesitated a bit. But I really need money. Rolf looked into Wang Ming's eyes, then sighed. Lacking money. I just don't understand. Now, during the chaotic South-North War, people can barely eat. Why does your group of reckless mercenaries need so much money? Forget it, we have nothing else, but we do have plenty of useless collectibles. I can give you some later. Wang Ming nodded excitedly. Okay, master. Just then a series of orderly footsteps came from the other end of the corridor. Bernard came over with his men, their combat gear stained with fresh blood, clearly having just finished clearing out other invading mercenaries. Seeing Wang Ming standing beside Rolf, Bernard frowned. He's not dead? Bernard asked Rolf. Rolf replied, I want to keep him. Bernard's frown deepened. He is a mercenary. All mercenaries are on Kit's list. We can't. I said I want to keep him. Rolf's tone left no room for negotiation. Bernard fell silent for a few seconds, picked up the walkie-talkie, and walked to the side. He whispered a few words, the other end remained silent for a long time, long enough for Bernard to think the signal had dropped. Let him speak, a hoarse voice came from the walkie-talkie. Bernard walked back and handed the walkie-talkie. Rolf took it and got straight to the point. Kurt, this mercenary is different. He doesn't scavenge, isn't afraid of death, but he's not reckless either. He wants to learn, I can teach him. The other end of the walkie-talkie was silent for a few seconds. Reason, Kurt's voice was devoid of emotion. First, he is more valuable alive than dead. This guy's body is different from the others. If he truly has some special quality, we need to figure out why, which would benefit us. Rolf continued. Second, if he follows me, I can understand the action routes, equipment configurations, and tactical habits of the other mercenaries. If you want to know what the Northern Army is really up to, this could be a lead. Another silence followed. And the third? Kurt asked. The third, Rolf glanced at Wang Ming. This kid has a certain spirit. I can't quite describe it, but I feel that if he really becomes stronger, he won't be our enemy. A low grunt came from the walkie-talkie, sounding like a laugh or a sigh. Don't let him affect your operations. Kurt finally said, if he wants to learn, let him learn, but if he dares to pull any tricks, Rolf, you deal with him yourself. Understood. Rolf turned off the walkie-talkie and tossed it back to Bernard. Bernard glanced at Wang Ming, his eyes showing neither hostility nor friendliness, only the scrutiny of a veteran. He was assessing Wang Ming's threat level. Don't make me regret this, Bernard said, turning with his men and leaving. The unloading area was left with just Wang Ming and Rolf. Rolf moved his shoulders, his joints cracking. He looked at Wang Ming and grinned. His smile appeared particularly ferocious against the backdrop of his scars. Kid, I hope this isn't just an excuse for you to run away. Tomorrow I will wait for you here. What about today? Wang Ming asked. Rolf looked him up and down, his gaze landing on Wang Ming's bleeding arm. Today you should first take care of your wounds. Rolf turned and walked out, then stopped a few steps later without looking back. He said, by the way, you mentioned you saw me in what game? Yes. Was I powerful in the game? Wang Ming thought for a moment. Pretty powerful, but players can... Rolf let out a short laugh. Then this game isn't realistic enough. With that, he strode into the darkness deeper inside the TV station, his footsteps gradually fading, ultimately disappearing into the echoes of the underground bunker. Wang Ming stood alone in the unloading area, leaning against the cold wall, slowly sliding down to the ground. He looked down at his hands, which were covered in wounds, and then at the cigarette, but left by Rolf, its red glow slowly extinguishing. He smiled. Not a bitter smile, but a heartfelt one. System, he whispered. Ding. Is the mission still ongoing? Single-player mission mode in progress. Investigate 3 locations in the TV station. Current progress, 03. Wang Ming glanced at the wound on his arm, braced himself against the wall, and stood up. He wouldn't die, but he would feel pain, fatigue, and fear. These, Rolf was right, were the true elements of the battlefield. He put away his rifle and walked deeper into the TV station. His footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, one after another, like a slow yet steady heartbeat. Meanwhile, in the underground bunker of the TV station's command center, Kurt hung up the walkie-talkie and turned to look at the enormous Carmona map on the wall. The map was densely dotted with pushpins. Red represented the activity areas of the mercenaries, blue represented the Northern Army's controlled zones, and black represented those who had died. Marked. He circled the location of the TV station with a black pen and wrote 2 words beside it: Wang Ming. After swiftly completing 3 investigations, Wang Ming arrived at the evacuation point in the television station's lobby, leaning against the wall to wait for the evacuation after the power was cut. While lost in thought, footsteps suddenly echoed in his ears. Wang Ming immediately became alert. Wang Ming immediately became alert, holding his H4, and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing who it was. Master, what brings you here to see me off? Wang Ming lowered his gun and looked at Rolf. Rolf casually tossed a golden lion statue to Wang Ming, smirking. Good alertness. Take this. I heard you were short on money, so consider it a gift from your master. Wang Ming caught the golden lion statue, bewildered, watching Rolf leave the lobby. The countdown ended amidst Wang Ming's confusion, and he returned to the warehouse. I didn't expect Rolf to be so generous, giving me a golden lion. After handing over his damaged equipment to Randall for repairs, Wang Ming went back to the warehouse. What's up, Pioneer? Did you get your shipment? You look so happy. Joel approached from nearby and asked. Wang Ming took out the golden lion statue and smiled. Look, this was given to me by my master. Joel paused for a moment, surprised, and asked, Master, when did you get a master? Wang Ming pondered for a moment before replying. I randomly met a very skilled expert who took me as his disciple after seeing some talent in me. Joel's gaze lingered on Wang Ming for a while, but he said nothing, only patting Wang Ming's shoulder. In Kimona, only bullets are the most honest. Wang Ming nodded and turned to exit the Dark Zone. Except for A1 bullets. Once again, Wang Ming opened his eyes and sat up from the wooden board. After spending a night in the Dark Zone, he felt no drowsiness in reality, but the fatigue was undeniably present. Check the system. Name Wang Ming. Level task, force member. Total assets in warehouse 4. 2M system level 1. Next level 10M melee combat specialization 7, rifle specialization 4, throwable specialization 4. It seems that the attributes gained from completing tasks in the real Dark Zone world are truly impressive. Wang Ming stretched his limbs and glanced at the equipment. He was wearing level 6 green goose heavy armor and God of War helmet. Although the durability was not full, it was still decent. Let's go, time to get to work. After taking out a few bottles of drinks and biscuits from the Dark Zone, Wang Ming arrived at the resource distribution center. Where's old Joe? Why isn't he here? Wang Ming didn't see the middle-aged man's figure, feeling a bit displeased, and asked another young man, Old Joe. Not sure, he seemed to have been called away by San Mao this morning. The young man replied. Wang Ming was taken aback and clicked his tongue in silence. Looks like I might not see old Joe again. Wang Ming picked up the list on the table and scratched his head at the highlighted parts. He then pulled up a nearby card. and placed the items from the list inside before heading towards Area A. Along the way, he hardly saw anyone. It wasn't until he reached the lobby of Area A that Wang Ming saw a crowd of people typing on computers, their faces devoid of life. Wang Ming couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. If he hadn't awakened the Dark Zone Evacuation System, would he be just like these people now, or perhaps he would have long been dead somewhere? After placing the items in the designated spot, just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly heard some sounds coming from a room on the second floor. Wang Ming caught snippets of words like Mr. K slander and resistance. After thinking for a moment, Wang Ming took out his GS2 headphones from the Dark Zone warehouse and put them on his head. Instantly, the sounds in the room amplified. From the sounds, it seemed like San Mao was talking to someone else. San Mao, what is he doing here? Shouldn't Area A be Li Hu's territory? Wang Ming felt a strange sense of unease in his heart as he slowly approached the room. San Mao, I hope this is just your speculation. To be honest, I feel like things are going well as they are now. That was Li Hu's voice. Are you? Mr. K has already begun to squeeze my power. He has transferred away half of my staff. Saying there's not enough manpower is just an obvious ploy to marginalize me. San Mao's furious roar clearly reached Wang Ming's ears from within the room. Lower your voice, there are people outside. Think carefully, what did you do to offend him? I must say Mr. K seems to have no intention of getting involved in our matters. Li Hu's voice sounded somewhat impatient. I'm not sure. I had a conflict with a kid recently, but I don't think he could stir up such trouble. San Mao lowered his voice a bit. Is that kid named Wang Ming? He's working under Qing Xia now. Oh, I think it might be a bit troublesome. Liu said. The room fell silent. Several seconds passed without any sound, and Wang Ming thought his headphones were broken. Ever since this kid came here, I've been feeling increasingly uneasy. I have to find a way to eliminate him, no matter. Moreover, I need to prepare for myself. San Mao's voice suddenly came through, and Wang Ming felt an inexplicable cold sweat break out on his back. Delivery. What are you doing there? A voice startled Wang Ming as a burly man approached him. The room instantly fell silent. Wang Ming hurriedly pushed the cart towards the door, apologizing to the burly man, saying he just wanted to take a break. Thankfully, the man paid little mind, only telling Wang Ming to bring some cigarettes next time before letting him leave. As Wang Ming reached the door, he instinctively turned back for a glance, instantly frozen. He saw San Mao's plump figure standing at the second-floor doorway, staring intently at him. Wang Ming dared not linger and quickly left Area A. Wang Ming pushed the cart back, his mind in disarray. San Mao meant to kill him. This was no idle threat. Previously, he had sent men to ambush him and hired Baldy to beat him senseless. Each attempt had been a deliberate bid for his life. Yet Wang Ming had survived them all. This time, San Mao had spoken the words himself, take him out. The next move would surely escalate beyond petty skirmishes. Damn it! Wang Ming cursed under his breath and quickened his pace. When he returned to the delivery depot, the young man was still there. Wang Ming leaned the cart against the wall, picked up the enamel mug from the desk, and gulped down cold water, bitter and astringent, numbing his tongue. Zhou Ji's belongings have all been taken, the young man said abruptly, without looking up. San Mao's people came earlier and ransacked his desk. Wang Ming set the mug down and remained silent. TCH. The young man clicked his tongue, then bent back over his paperwork. Wang Ming leaned against the wall, eyes just beginning to close. TCH. The young man clicked his tongue, then bent back over his paperwork. Wang Ming leaned against the wall, eyes just beginning to close, when hurried footsteps echoed outside the door. Hedgehog entered, his face as grim and unyielding as ever. Come on. Qingge wants to see you. Wang Ming sighed and rose to follow. Hearing Qingge wants to see you made his scalp prickle. Last time it had nearly cost him his intestines, a scalpel blade grazing his abdomen. He had no idea what awaited him this time. Following Hedgehog through winding paths, they arrived at a different location than before, southward past the residential zone, past a row of low tin-roofed sheds, finally stopping before a whitewashed brick house. Within the compound, this house qualified as a mansion, even boasting 2 stunted wilted trees at its entrance, their leaves yellowed, yet stubbornly green. Go in. Hedgehog jerked his chin toward the door. Wang Ming pushed it open. The room was small, but immaculately kept. A wooden table stood beside several chairs. A landscape painting, acquired God nowhere, hung crookedly on the wall, its frame askew and ignored. Qing Xia sat behind the table, a tea set before her, pouring water into a cup. You're here. Sit down. Without glancing up, she gestured to the chair opposite. Wang Ming seated himself and watched as she slid the teacup toward him. He did not drink. After last time, he distrusted anything Qing Xia offered. She showed no concern, sipped her own tea, then leaned back, her gaze settling steadily upon his face. You went to Area A. Yes. What did you hear? Wang Ming's pulse spiked, but his expression remained impassive. Hear what? I only delivered the goods and left. Qing Xia smiled. A faint knowing smile, as if she'd anticipated exactly that reply. San Mao and Li Hu spoke upstairs while you lingered downstairs for quite some time. Don't tell me you were merely resting. Wang Ming fell silent for several seconds. Qing Xia couldn't possibly know about the earpiece, but her remark wasn't really about whether he'd heard anything. It was a quiet declaration. I know every move you make. I heard something, Wang Ming finally admitted. Tell me, San Mao said. Mr. K was eroding his authority, transferring half his staff away. He tried persuading Li Hu to join him in some scheme, but Li Hu refused. Wang Ming paused. Then San Mao said he'd kill me, that things had gone increasingly awry since my arrival. Qing Xia listened, tapping her fingers lightly on the tabletop, measured unhurried. That's all. She raised the teacup again, sipped, and set it down slowly, her fingertip tracing the rim once before speaking. Wang Ming, do you understand your current predicament? Wang Ming said nothing. San Mao intends to kill you, not as empty bravado. He's ruled this compound for 5 years, commanding a legion of desperate men. He's ended no fewer than 80 lives, perhaps even 100. Her voice was low, yet each word landed with unflinching weight. Do you think beating Black Diamond made you safe? It merely signaled you held value, too precious to discard recklessly. Now he wants you dead, not because you're strong, but because he perceives you as a threat. Not your fists, your affiliations. I have no affiliations, Wang Ming replied flatly. Exactly, you have none. Qing Xia nodded. But you work at the delivery depot, and the depot falls under my jurisdiction. San Mao doesn't know our relationship, only that you've walked out of my presence alive. More than once. Wang Ming caught the implication. So he thinks I'm yours. Qing Xia neither confirmed nor denied, instead refilling her cup. Things are unsettled here lately. Mr. K grows frail, his health deteriorates daily, and those beneath him grow restless. San Mao seeks assent. Li Hu clings fiercely to his narrow domain. And Old Zhou is gone. Merely an unlucky pawn crushed between warring factions. Why tell me all this? Wang Ming locked eyes with her. Qing Xia set down her cup, leaned forward, and folded her hands atop the table. Her expression shifted. No longer the casual amusement of before, but intense, almost urgent focus. Because I need you on my side. Silence settled over the room. The wall clock ticked steadily, each beat hammering against Wang Ming's chest. Me? He pointed at himself, almost laughing. Brother Qing, I'm just a deceived recruit. Had luck not spared me, Black Diamond would have killed me long ago. Why should I stand with you? What standing do I even possess? Qing Xia didn't smile. Do you truly believe it was mere luck? She shook her head. I've spent 3 years here. Seen every kind of recruit, weeping, raging, fleeing, surrendering, but never someone like you. Like what? A kind of fearlessness. Wang Ming's heart lurched, but his face stayed blank, feigning bewilderment. Brother Qing, with all due respect, I'm terrified of death. I'm no superhero. Qing Xia studied him for several long seconds, weighing sincerity, then sank back into her chair and exhaled deeply. Fine, let's drop that. She waved dismissively. I'll ask only one question. Do you trust me? Wang Ming didn't answer immediately. He recalled the scalpel's icy bite against his abdomen, the look in Qing Xia's eyes when she murmured, pity you can't live. Did he trust her? He hadn't even uncovered her true nature. How could he trust her? Yet he understood here, trust mattered less than utility. Brother Qing, I won't dance around the truth. You want me aligned with you because I fight well, and because I lack backing, making me controllable. Talk of deputy leadership or future power means nothing to me now. All I desire is to survive this place. If you help me live, I'll stand with you. Qing Xia paused, then smiled. A different smile this time, stripped of calculation, edged with something like a straightforward, I like that. She rose, circled the table, and clapped his shoulder. I prefer those men who pledge loyalty while scheming escape. I've seen too many die that way. She pulled a crumpled sheet from her pocket, roughly sketched a crude map. This is the compound's layout. Residential zone, work zones, restricted areas. All marked. She pressed the paper into his palm. As a deliverman, you move freely. Survey each sector. Who commands it, how many personnel, what equipment, shift rotations. Observe naturally during deliveries. No need to probe. Wang Ming tucked the folded map into his pocket. What stops me from handing this to San Mao? You won't. Her certainty was absolute. San Mao wants you dead. You want to live. Your only viable allegiance lies with me. And if you decide to kill me. Qing Xia froze, then burst into laughter, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. Wang Ming, you truly have no tact. She wiped her eye. Had I meant to kill you, that scalpel wouldn't have aimed for your belly. It would have severed your throat. Wang Ming said nothing. Qing Xia sobered, returning to her seat and lifting the cooled teacup. All right, go back. Remember, observe everything. Report anomalies directly to me, no intermediaries. Wang Ming stood and paused at the door. Brother Qing. Old Zhou, is he truly gone? Her hand holding the cup stilled. She didn't lift her gaze. Some truths are safer left unknown. Wang Ming nodded and stepped outside. Hedgehog waited by the door, scanning him up and down as he emerged. Still breathing. What else? Wang Ming snapped. Hedgehog unusually twitched his lips. Let's go. I'll escort you back. On the walk home, Wang Ming remained silent, replaying their conversation in his mind. Qing Xia demanded allegiance, and he'd agreed. Not out of faith in her, but because survival offered no. San Mao sought his death. Mr. K viewed him with disdain. Old Zhou was gone. His only anchors were himself and the system. By the time he reached his quarters, dusk bled across the sky. Wang Ming lay on his wooden cot, eyes closed, but did not descend into the dark zone. One thought consumed him. The system stated that warehouse assets totaling 10 million coons would trigger level 2 access, unlocking the companion system. Currently he held 2 million. He needed another 8 million. Even winning 50,000 per round and achieving extraction each time would require over 10 rounds. At best he managed 1 run per day, and success was never guaranteed. Too slow. He rolled onto his side, and suddenly remembered the Dark Zone extraction game allowed real money top-ups. 1 yuan equaled 10,000 coons. Could the system accept real currency? Wang Ming shot upright, heart pounding. He opened the system interface, navigated to the warehouse page, and found it a tiny, inconspicuous button in the corner. Top up. His finger hovered over it for 2 seconds, then pressed. A pop-up appeared, identical to standard game payment screens: WeChat Pay, Alipay, bank card options. He stared at the interface for 30 seconds, then exited the dark zone. He possessed no money, no phone, nothing. Funding remained impossible. Just as he pondered how to acquire cash, footsteps approached outside. Patrol duty. Night patrols moved in groups of 3 or 5 flashlights, sweeping aimlessly, ostensibly preventing escapes, though truly ensuring no incidents occurred. This patrol sounded solitary. As it neared, flashlight beams sliced through the window, casting a pale circle upon the wall. Wang Ming sat up and peered outside. A young patroller, dressed unlike security personnel, likely drafted temporarily from another department. He held an unlit cigarette between his lips, the flashlight wedged under his arm, while both hands juggled the coin. Wang Ming squinted. The youth flipped the coin clumsily, dropping it twice, bending to retrieve it each time. Wang Ming suddenly threw open the window, startling the youth, who nearly dropped his flashlight. Who's there? Delivery depot. Can't sleep. Wang Ming leaned on the sill, voice deliberately casual. You handle that coin pretty well. The youth blinked, then hastily closed his fist around it, embarrassed. Just fooling around. No skill. Mind if I take a look? Hesitating, the youth approached and handed it over. Wang Ming waited. Ordinary 1 yuan coin, worn smooth at the edges, the lotus motif nearly erased by time. He spun it once on his fingertip, then returned it. Nice piece. Hey, brother, want a drink? The youth's eyes lit up, but he hesitated. This isn't allowed. Patrol duty. So what? 1 sip won't delay anything. Wang Ming pretended to rummage beneath his cot, while secretly purchasing a beer from the Dark Zone market. He passed it through the window. The youth took it, swallowed hard. You really mean to give this to me? Take it, just don't let anyone see. The youth grinned, revealing uneven teeth, and tucked the bottle inside his jacket. Wang Ming smiled. Brother, mind lending me that coin? The youth blinked, then impulsively emptied his pockets. A jumble of coins clattered into Wang Ming's palm. Here, take them all. Useless to me, just fidget toys. Nothing spends here anyway. Wang Ming counted. Over a dozen coins, 1 yuan and 50-cent pieces alike. His pulse soared, but his face betrayed only a faint smile. Thanks, brother. No, I thank you. The youth concealed the beer deeper, lowering his voice. Don't worry, I'll say nothing. Bringing liquor in gets you beaten, I know. Smart lad. Wang Ming patted his shoulder. Go on, don't get spotted. The youth nodded, scurried off, flashlight beam bobbing in darkness until vanishing around the corner. Wang Ming shut the window, returned to his cot, and spilled the coins into his palm. He drew a deep breath and sank into the dark zone. The warehouse interface glowed. He opened the top-up page and stared at the payment options for 2 seconds before mentally placing 1 coin onto the sensor zone. More precisely, he imagined pressing the coin against the detection surface. The screen flickered. Physical currency detected 1 RMB. Current exchange rate 1,10,000 coons. Confirm top-up. Heart racing. Wang Ming tapped confirm. Another flash. Then the message: top-up successful. 1,000 coons. He exited the page and checked total assets for 21 million. He stared at the figure, palms damp. 10,000 coons for 1 yuan. He held over a dozen coins. Less than 20 yuan total. Barely enough for 200,000 coons. Still miles short of 5 million. Yet that no longer mattered. What mattered was confirmation it worked. He rushed the remaining coins into the system, one by one, hands trembling as he placed each onto 1 yuan and 50-cent coins alike. Automatically converted. 2 50-cent coins equaled 10,000 coons. When the last coin vanished, assets jumped to 38 million. Wang Ming opened his eyes. His palm lay empty, clean, bare, utterly devoid of trace. He stared at it motionless, then laughed softly into the dimness. Wang Ming did not rush into the dark zone. He lay on the wooden bed staring at the mottled ceiling above, mentally calculating the value of the 10 or so coins over and over again. 1 yuan could be exchanged for 10,000 Cohen coins, which sounded quite reasonable, but to gather over 500,000, he would need 500 yuan. 500 yuan in the past was just his meal money for 2 days, but now it felt like an astronomical figure. I need to find a way to make money. He turned over, but making money in the park is difficult. He closed his eyes and entered the Dark Zone Breakout. Joel was not in the warehouse. Wang Ming checked his equipment. His green Russian rifle still had 78 durability, the War God helmet 72. The 416 Hong Kong dollars was loaded, and his pockets were stuffed with 3 spare magazines, 2 smoke grenades, and 1 2 Malawian quatches. He bought 2 green needles and several rolls of bandages from the market, stuffing his ammunition pouches to the brim. Solo Q Task TV Station. He stood in front of the map, pointing at the red icon. Task Mode: Investigate an anomaly location. Map TV Station. Wang Ming closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in the parking lot of the TV station. The air was damp and cold, and faint gunshots could be heard in the distance. Not the sound of dense gunfire, but sporadic intermittent shots like someone was hammering nails far away. Wang Ming took a deep breath, the scent mingling rust, gunpowder, and some indescribable stench, a smell he had grown accustomed to. He did not head straight to the central office, but instead took a long detour along the edge of the garage, approaching the unloading area through a small path he had never taken before. Yesterday, Rolf said, "I'll wait for you here tomorrow," without specifying a time, but Wang Ming felt that someone like him wouldn't like to wait for others. Sure enough, as soon as he reached the edge of the unloading area, he saw a robust figure leaning against a pillar, smoking. Rolf had changed his clothes. The dark gray combat t-shirt accentuated the muscles on his chest, and his arms were wrapped in several layers of bandages, unclear whether they were old or new injuries. "You made it." Rolf flicked the cigarette, but away, glanced at his watch, and said nothing. Wang Ming nodded. "Not late, not bad." Rolf stretched his limbs. Wang Ming did not reply. Rolf looked him up and down, his gaze stopping briefly on Wang Ming's 6-piece gear. "You're still wearing that. What's wrong with it? Did you think I wanted you to fight me, eh?" Rolf scoffed, shaking his head. "Take off your gear." Wang Ming was taken aback for a moment, but complied, removing the green Russian rifle and the War God helmet, tossing them to the ground. He was left with only a black short-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of cargo pants. But what if there are other special forces? Wang Ming was somewhat worried, but seeing Rolf's expression, he retracted his concern. "Don't worry, by this time Bernard has already cleared most of it up, and it's not like that group of reckless bastards comes to the TV station every day." Wang Ming was stunned, realizing this seemed a bit different from the game's storyline. However, before he could think more, a heavy pressure suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Rolf patted him on the shoulder, making Wang Ming feel as if he had been struck by an iron plate, his shoulder sinking. "Your muscles are okay, but they're useless." Rolf squeezed his shoulder and arm. "The flesh on you comes from eating, not from training. You look strong, but you get out of breath running, and you tire easily in a fight." Wang Ming wanted to say something, but Rolf had already turned to leave. "Keep up." Next to the unloading area was a long corridor, and Wang Ming knew that was the evacuation point in the game, but not now. Rolf walked ahead, and Wang Ming followed, unsure of how long they had walked, until Rolf stopped. In front of them was a very large space, like an underground parking lot, but much larger than a regular parking lot. Wang Ming estimated that it was at least the size of 2 football fields. This used to be the warehouse area of the TV station. Rolf walked to the center of the open space, turned to face Wang Ming. "Then it was bombed once, and has been abandoned. Now it's my place." Wang Ming looked around. The ground was dry, sandbags were neatly piled, and tires were stacked in piles. Clearly someone had been maintaining it. "Run first." Rolf pointed to the edge of the open space. "Run in circles along the wall." Wang Ming glanced at the wall, estimating that 1 lap was about 200 or 300 meters. "How long to run?" "Run until I tell you to stop." Wang Ming hesitated for a second, then started running. In the first lap, he felt okay. In the second lap, his breathing began to grow heavier. By the third lap, his calves were sore. By the fifth lap, his speed had noticeably slowed, and his heavy breathing was intermittent. Rolf stood in the center, arms crossed, watching him without moving. By the 7th lap, Wang Ming felt like his lungs were on fire. His steps grew heavier, and his knees began to buckle. 10 laps. Rolf's voice came from the center, not loud, but exceptionally clear in the spacious area. "Stop." Wang Ming stopped, supporting his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Sweat dripped onto the ground, quickly forming a small puddle. "How long?" Rolf walked over. Wang Ming shook his head, breathing heavily. He hadn't checked the time at all. 7 minutes and 20 seconds, Rolf said. 10 laps over 2 kilometers. 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Do you know what that means? Wang Ming raised his head, his face drenched in sweat. "It means you can't even survive 5 minutes on the battlefield." Rolf's voice lacked mockery, merely stating a fact. 2 kilometers light load 7 minutes and 20 seconds. In the Northern Army's recruit company, you would be at the bottom. You weren't even wearing a bulletproof vest, carrying a gun, or bringing ammunition. With all that gear, you wouldn't be able to finish even 3 laps. Wang Ming straightened up, wiping the sweat from his face with the back of his hand. He wanted to argue, but Rolf was right. He had never paid attention to stamina in the game. His character would catch their breath after running a bit, and could sprint by pressing the shift key. But now it was him running, him gasping, his lungs burning. What's the most important thing on the battlefield? Rolf suddenly asked. Wang Ming thought for a moment. Marksmanship. No. Tactics. No. Then what is it? Rolf walked up to him, extending a finger to poke his chest, pushing him back a half step. Stamina. Wang Ming frowned. No matter how good your marksmanship, without the strength to hold your gun, it's just a firewood stick. No matter how strong your tactics, without the strength to reposition, you're just a live target. Rolf retracted his hand, turning his back to him. I've seen the best special forces not because they shoot the most accurately, but because they can run the whole field. When others can't run anymore, they still can. When others can't hold their guns, they still can. Just having that extra breath, they survive while others perish. Rolf paused. When you're in pain, when you're gasping, can you still aim? Can you still think? Can you still make the right judgment? Wang Ming fell silent. Stamina isn't just to make you run faster, it's to ensure that when you're in pain, tired, or scared, you can still do what you need to do. Rolf walked back, standing in front of Wang Ming, looking down at him. You say you want to get stronger, so start from the base. Without stamina, you're nothing. Wang Ming took a deep breath. The burning sensation still lingered in his lungs. Do I have to run again? Run. Rolf pointed to the wall, this time with added weight. He grabbed 2 items from the pile of sandbags, an old-fashioned bulletproof vest which he didn't know where it was taken from, its iron gray fabric worn and faded with dark brown stains on it. The other was a canvas backpack stuffed full, bulging. Put it on. Wang Ming took the bulletproof vest, feeling its weight almost slip from his grasp. He estimated it weighed at least 10 kilograms. After putting it on, he slung the canvas backpack over his shoulder, heavier, at least 15 kilograms. 25 kilograms. Rolf said, now keep running. Wang Ming glanced at the wall, suddenly remembering something. He pulled out an endurance needle from his pocket. Just as he was about to inject it, a large hand swatted it away. If you keep relying on these things, you will never improve. Rolf's gaze was grim, making Wang Ming feel a chill. He had to give up and began running again. In the first lap, he could barely keep the pace. In the second lap, the shoulder strap of the backpack started to dig in painfully. By the third lap, his legs felt leaden, each step requiring all his strength to lift. By halfway through the fourth lap, his breathing was completely out of control, a rusty taste in his throat, and his vision blurred. Can I drink water? Wang Ming asked, coughing dryly and looking at Rolf. The latter nodded. Wang Ming immediately pulled out a red yang drink and gulped down a large mouthful. Instantly, the fatigue on his body faded by half. Wang Ming took another stride. Rolf narrowed his eyes, saying nothing. Fifth lap. Sixth lap. Although Wang Ming kept drinking red yang to replenish his stamina, the prolonged running was too much for his body. Sweat drenched the bulletproof vest, dripping down the edges. Rolf stood in the center, still watching him, without moving, until Wang Ming was so exhausted he no longer had the strength to drink red yang. Then Rolf clapped his hands, signaling Wang Ming to stop. Rolf spoke up. Your performance with added weight was far better than when you were unencumbered. Isn't that related to... Wang Ming looked at Rolf, unsure of how to respond. Rolf stepped forward, picking up the empty can of red yang. Common sports drinks, but there's something off about yours. Generally, such drinks only provide a slight boost in stamina, but each time you seem to regain half your stamina instantly when exhausted. Generally, such drinks only provide a slight boost in stamina, but each time you seem to regain half your stamina instantly when exhausted. Everyone has their secrets, I understand, but I don't want you to hide too much. Today's training ends here. Rolf turned to leave. However, Wang Ming called out to him and handed Rolf a bottle of red yang. Master, the drink is the same as usual. I just tend to reserve a small part of my stamina to burst out at critical moments, so every time I seem exhausted, I actually have a little bit of stamina left. Rolf looked at Wang Ming, then took a sip from the red yang. Indeed, it was no different from ordinary drinks, but he greatly appreciated Wang Ming's behavior of conserving stamina. You're quite interesting hiding your stamina, even I didn't notice. Not bad. Wang Ming smiled, watching. Wang Ming slumped down on the ground, leaning against a sandbag, closing his eyes. His body was tired, but his mind was clear. He was thinking about what Rolf had said, stamina, endurance, living another breath on the battlefield. These things had never been a problem in the game. Pressing the shift key would allow one to sprint, and drinking a bottle of energy drink would restore stamina, and even death could be reversed. But here in Kimona, in this dark zone that was both a game and not a game, all of that ceased to exist. He had to truly run, truly gasp, truly tire, truly feel pain. System, he whispered. Ding. Display character status. A panel popped up. Name Wang Ming, level Special Forces, total assets 4. 38M System Level 1 Next Level 10M, Specialization Melee Combat 7, Rifle 4, Throwables 4 Current Physical State, Severe Fatigue, Severe Fatigue. Wang Ming looked at these 4 words and smiled wryly. He closed his eyes for a moment, then pushed himself up from the ground. His legs trembled, but he could stand. He tried to take a few steps. Each step felt like walking on needles, but he could walk. He still had to investigate the task. Wang Ming dragged his weary body slowly toward the task point, frequently encountering black gold personnel at work. Upon learning Rolf's orders, these black gold soldiers did not trouble Wang Ming, merely casting curious glances his way. Don't go further ahead. Just as Wang Ming was about to head upstairs from the round platform, he was stopped by the White Wolf people have been trying to break in from the second floor. Currently the second floor is heavily secured, so please don't seek out trouble. The black gold soldier aimed his M4A1 at Wang Ming. Wang Ming smiled helplessly and nodded. Looks like the task can't be completed. Forget it, I wasn't here to complete the task anyway. Wang Ming closed his eyes and exited the Dark Zone Breakout. Investigation task failed. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the mottled ceiling of the cell in the park. He lay still for a moment, feeling his body. It didn't hurt. His arms didn't hurt, his legs didn't hurt, and his waist didn't hurt. He raised his hand to check. It was clean, without wounds or blood scabs, not even a callus. But he knew his body had changed. He sat up, put on his shoes, stood up, and took 2 steps. His legs were not weak. He tried to jump. It wasn't high, but he landed steadily. He tried to do a few push-ups. His arms didn't shake, and when he pushed up, he felt solid, unlike before when he felt unsteady. This is interesting, he muttered to himself, shaking his arms. Outside footsteps could be heard. The patrol team was changing shifts. Wang Ming walked to the window and took a glance outside. The park was shrouded in gray. He opened the system panel and checked his total assets for 38M. Just like yesterday, there was no increase or decrease. I need to make money. He closed the panel, pondering how to earn money, when suddenly he froze, thinking of a brilliant. He lay on the wooden board bed, and the thought in his mind grew clearer. There was more to buy with coins in the Dark Zone than just equipment and bullets. In the market, those collectibles, gold watches, gold phones, gold medals, rings, and necklaces, could hardly fetch much in the game, occupying just a few slots in the backpack, and outside the map, they would only exchange for a few thousand coins. But what are those things worth in reality? They are gold. Actual gold. Wang Ming suddenly sat up, opened the Dark Zone Breakout trading market, and searched for watch. A Rolex-style gold watch appeared, priced at over 2,000 coins. He then searched for metal, finding something that looked like a military medal for 2,500 coins. Gold ring, 2,300 coins. Gold phone, 2,000 coins, looking like a model, but the casing was made of gold. He mentally went over these prices, calculating with an exchange rate of 1 yuan for 10,000 coins that gold watch was worth about 2,000 coins in the game. But what about in reality? An actual gold watch, even if just a model, must be worth more than 2 yuan, right? So if he could sell such gold ornaments from the game in reality and use the money earned to recharge in the game, wouldn't that essentially achieve financial freedom? However, he needed to verify this first. Wang Ming bought a gold ring in the market, spending 2,300 coins. The virtual item appeared in his warehouse, and he clicked the withdraw button. The next moment, a heavy gold ring appeared in his palm. Wang Ming stared at the ring, pinching it with his fingers. It felt cool, hard, and substantial. Bringing the ring close to his eyes for a closer look, the craftsmanship wasn't particularly fine, but it was indeed gold, with a string of unreadable letters engraved on the inner side of the band. Judging by its texture, it should be real gold. Wang Ming gripped the ring, his palm sweating. If I take this to sell, he muttered, holding the ring in his palm. But then the problem arose. He was in the park and couldn't leave. Even if he had gold, he needed someone to help him sell it. Who should he ask? Wang Ming pondered, and suddenly a figure flashed through his mind. Qingxia. Wang Ming instinctively thought of this name. Qingxia had significant influence in the park, managing underground fight rings and some businesses he was unaware of. Such people have channels and connections capable of turning illicit items into money. But Qingxia was no pushover. To be honest, Wang Ming didn't like dealing with people like Qingxia. It would be quite troublesome. Wang Ming recalled the sensation of a surgical knife piercing his abdomen last time, remembering Qingxia's expression when she said the consequences of choosing the wrong side are severe. Doing business with such a person is akin to seeking skin from a tiger. Yet aside from Qingxia, he didn't know who else to turn to. Wang Ming put the ring back in the warehouse and got up to put on his shoes. The delivery orders hadn't been sent out yet, but he didn't plan on heading to the delivery center first. He opened the door and walked down the corridor toward Qingxia's residence. On the way, he encountered a few patrolling officers who glanced at him, but didn't stop him. The delivery worker identity was somewhat of a pass in the park, allowing access to more places than an ordinary laborer. There were no spiky-haired guards at Qingxia's door. Wang Ming hesitated for a moment and raised his hand to knock. Come in. Stepping inside, he found Qingxia sitting at a wooden table smoking. So early. What's going on? Nothing's wrong. Wang Ming walked over and sat down opposite her. Qinggu, I want to discuss a business deal with you. Qingxia extinguished her cigarette, looked up at Wang Ming, the gaze he had seen before. Back at the fight ring, when she watched him battle the Black Iron Man, it was the same expression, as if observing something intriguing. Go ahead. Wang Ming didn't speak directly, but reached into his pocket pretending to pull something out. In fact, he retrieved the gold ring from the warehouse and placed it on the table, sliding it toward her. Qingxia's gaze fell on the ring, unmoving. What's this about? Qinggu, take a look first. Qingxia picked up the ring, weighed it in her hand, then leaned in for a closer look at its quality before flipping it over to glance at the engraving on the inner band. Her expression didn't change much, but Wang Ming noticed her fingers gripping the ring tightened slightly. It's gold. Qingxia placed the ring back on the table. The purity is decent, craftsmanship is average. Where did you get this? Wang Ming had already prepared his story. I saved it from when I was outside, originally planning to use it for a proposal in the future. But then I ended up working here. Qingxia glanced at him, neither believing nor doubting. Is this the only one? Yes, just this one. This item doesn't seem like something you can find on the market. You have a good eye, Qinggu. Wang Ming smiled. I want to collaborate with you. I'll provide the item, you provide the channels, and we'll split the money from the sale. Qingxia put the ring down and slowly asked, how do you want to split it? 70-30. I take 30, you take 70. Qingxia paused for a moment. You want 70, and I take 30. Yes. Qingxia suddenly smiled. Wang Ming, I'm really very curious about you. Wang Ming's heart skipped a beat, unsure how to respond. Qingxia took another drag from her cigarette, exhaled a puff. From the beginning until now, you've given me the impression that you're not a normal person. Wang Ming was taken aback. He didn't quite understand what Qingxia meant by that. Qingxia noticed his confusion. A normal person should be sitting in front of a computer working, or already dead. And you, Wang Ming. Yet here you are inexplicably producing a gold item to discuss business with me. If you were a normal person, you wouldn't be quietly working as a delivery worker. At least you wouldn't have to be on edge every day, fearing you won't meet your quotas right. Wang Ming's face darkened. He felt that seeking out Qingxia was a mistake. This old fox might have guessed something. Qingxia took another puff from her cigarette, sitting up straight. Do you know why I'm so curious? Wang Ming shook his head. What do you need the money for? Qingxia's gaze fixed intently on Wang Ming. At that moment, Wang Ming's mind raced, unsure how to answer suddenly. Qinggu, to be honest, I have my eye on a girl, but her performance isn't great, and I'm afraid she'll get hurt, so I want to turn this ring into money for her. After saying this, Wang Ming felt it was absurd. But the words were out, and he could only force himself to look at Qingxia, trying to project a hint of sincerity troubled by love. Qingxia was momentarily stunned. The cigarette pinched between her fingers. She forgot to smoke, just looking at Wang Ming, her piercing gaze slowly transforming into something indescribable. Not trust nor disbelief, but a momentary uncertainty on how to respond. The room fell silent for several seconds. Then Qingxia put the cigarette back in her mouth, leaned back against the chair, tilted her head back to exhale a puff of smoke, staring at the ceiling, suddenly laughing lightly. A girl. Wang Ming remained silent. Qingxia lowered her head, glanced at him again, the smile still lingering at the corners of her mouth. I thought you were going to say something else. He shook his head, extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray on the table, and took a sip from his teacup, as if digesting this information. All right then. Qingxia set down her cup. I won't ask about the girl. Such things happen in the park. I've seen laborers pairing up and looking out for each other. She paused, tapping her fingers on the table. But Wang Ming, let me remind you. Things in the park are not peaceful lately. Just take care of yourself, and don't cause trouble everywhere. As for that girl, you handle it yourself, and don't let her bring you trouble. Wang Ming nodded, feeling a sigh of relief. Qingxia didn't press for details, which was the best outcome. As for whether she believed him, Wang Ming didn't care, as long as it was acceptable on the surface. So about this ring. Wang Ming pointed at the gold ring on the table. Qingxia glanced at the ring, picked it up, and weighed it, then took out a stack of cash from her drawer, counted out 5 red bills, and pushed them toward Wang Ming. 500. Wang Ming looked at the red bills before him, his expression somewhat grim. Qinggu. The fact that I can sit here and talk so much with you, a laborer, is already the limit of my patience. I hope you understand. Qingxia's gaze turned cold. Wang Ming looked at the 500 yuan, feeling a bit. This ring cost 2,300 coins in the game, equivalent to 2.3 yuan. And Qingxia offered 500, which means he earned over 200 times the cost. But he knew this ring was worth at least 2,000 to 3,000 in the market, and Qingxia was clearly trying to lowball him. Yet he had no way to negotiate. All right. Wang Ming accepted the money without saying much. Qingxia pocketed the ring and glanced at Wang Ming again. She didn't say anything further, just waved her hand. I'll keep an eye out for that girl. Which department is she from? What's her name? Wang Ming was taken aback. The girl he had just made up didn't have a department name. No need to trouble Qinggu, I can handle it myself. Qingxia squinted her eyes, not pursuing the matter further. All right, you take care of it yourself. You can go now. Wang Ming stood up, and when he reached the door, Qingxia said behind him, Wang Ming, you're quite interesting being able to inexplicably come up with these little items. I'm very curious. If you have more, feel free to bring them to me. Money is not a problem. Wang Ming nodded, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. Once outside, he leaned against the wall, exhaling deeply. Only then did the cold sweat on his back emerge, soaking a small patch of his fitted clothing. Talking to Qingxia, he had to think through every word 3 times before daring to speak. It was more exhausting than fighting with Rolf in the Dark Zone. He touched the 500 yuan in his pocket, 5 crisp red bills, still a bit prickly. 500 is 500 then. He muttered to himself, tucking the envelope safely, and headed to the delivery center. Today's tasks weren't too many, just a few orders, but the distance was quite far. By the time Wang Ming finished the deliveries, it was already dusk. Returning to the delivery center, Wang Ming found the place empty and lay back on a chair. He opened the Dark Zone Breakout System. Looking at the total value of his warehouse for 38M, he clicked on the recharge system. He poured all 500 into it. The 500 in his pocket vanished, and he watched as 38M rapidly changed, stopping at 38M. I'm just 62M away from the system's next stage at 10M, Wang Ming thought to himself. Tonight, I'll take a trip into personal mode to earn some money. Although turning items from the Dark Zone into cash in reality is quick, it easily raises suspicions. Wang Ming's side got up and returned to his room. Feeling fatigued, he closed his eyes and entered the Dark Zone Breakout world. As soon as he entered the warehouse, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Pioneer. Wang Ming turned around to find Joel standing behind him, holding a steaming cup of coffee, his gaze slightly different. Instructor. Joel walked over and sat on a box next to him, taking a sip of coffee. You've been coming and going more frequently than before. Have you encountered something? Wang Ming hesitated, sitting down beside Joel. Instructor, may I ask you a question? Ask away. If you were in Carmona and someone suspected you had a secret, what would you do? Joel glanced at him, but didn't answer directly. That depends on who that person is. Someone stronger than you. In Carmona, you can't beat him. But he won't act against you for now. He just wants to figure out who you really are. In Carmona, secrets are the least valuable things. You hide a secret today, and tomorrow you might be dead, buried with that secret, and no one would know. But if your secret can help you live longer, then don't let anyone find out. No matter who that person is or what method they use to test you. Play dumb, feign weakness, act crazy, whatever. Just don't let them know. Wang Ming nodded. Joel patted Wang Ming's shoulder and turned to leave. Opening the warehouse, Wang Ming thought for a moment, still choosing the true task in the Dark Zone, entering the television station solo. He needed to train with Rolf first before trying to explore other maps. Considering Rolf's previous complaints, Wang Ming abandoned the idea of wearing 6 sets and opted for a half-level 4-set fortress armor and a rat's head along with a fully modified AK-74N. Truly like Lu Bu riding a dog, forget it, let's call it a battle-ready setup. Wang Ming chuckled helplessly while looking at his fully modified AK-74N. He clicked start, and when he opened his eyes again, Wang Ming found himself at the stairs below the yellow card at the television station. Oh, the number 1 position for the yellow card. Something's off. These footsteps don't sound like those of a bot. The sound of heavy footsteps reminded Wang Ming of the times he played wild matches in the Dark Zone, where teammates scrambled for insurance. Wang Ming crouched at the corner of the stairs, aiming his AK-74N at the stairway entrance. The footsteps grew closer, and Wang Ming couldn't help but feel tense. Then a massive dark figure appeared. Damn it, it's over. Wang Ming instinctively pulled the trigger. The muzzle flash of the AK-74N erupted in the narrow stairwell, 2 bullets striking the heavy armor on his opponent's chest, producing dull thuds without penetrating. Level 4 ammunition against level 6 armor left no marks at all. The opponent reacted, turning the muzzle of the P-90 submachine gun towards Wang Ming. Wang Ming didn't think twice, turning and running, taking 2 steps at a time up the stairs. As he rounded the corner, he heard the sound of gunfire behind him, bullets hitting the wall and debris striking the back of his head. Damn it, Wang Ming cursed while running. Level 4 armor at the television station felt like paper. If those 2 shots had hit him, he would be lying on the ground by now. His mind was consumed by one thought: run fast. He dashed to the corridor outside the director's office and was about to push the door when he caught sight of 2 figures at the other end of the hallway. Wang Ming abruptly skidded to a stop, turning his gun around. 2 black-clad soldiers were there. They wore the standard attire of the television station's male group, dark combat uniforms with the station's emblem embroidered on their arm patches. The 2 were on guard, aiming their guns at the stairwell at the end of the corridor. Hearing the noise, they turned, simultaneously pointing their guns at Wang Ming. He recognized one of their faces. It was one of Rolf's men, the short guy he had seen outside the sluice room last time, sporting a buzz cut with a cigarette clamped in his right ear. Wang Ming remembered him well, because that guy had leaned against the wall, munching on a compressed biscuit, taking a couple bites before handing it to someone next to him, saying, "Try this, it tastes better than last week's." At that moment, Wang Ming thought the guy didn't seem like a soldier, but more like someone out camping. The short guy also recognized Wang Ming, lowering his gun slightly and frowning. "What are you doing here?" Wang Ming had no time to explain. The footsteps behind him were getting closer. He rushed over, lowering his voice. "4 special forces are coming up the stairs from the film room downstairs, all in level 6 armor." The short guy's expression changed. His teammate immediately aimed his gun towards the stairwell. The safety already switched to full auto. "The White Wolf's men are attacking from the 2nd floor, and we've been ordered to hold this position." The short guy gritted his teeth. "We'll be sandwiched, damn it." "It's the special forces," Wang Ming gasped. "4 heavy infantry. I fired 2 shots, and the level 4 rounds didn't leave a mark on his chest." The short guy stopped questioning. He signaled to his teammate, who nodded and pulled a grenade from behind his waist, removing the safety and rolling it towards the stairwell. With a loud bang, smoke filled the air and the sound of footsteps erupted, not retreating but charging forward. 4 heavily armed individuals burst from the stairwell, clad in full combat gear, sporting war god helmets and modified 416 Hong Kong dollars rifles. The largest among them had taken 2 shots from the short guy's teammate to the chest, not even pausing, directly raising his weapon and unleashing a barrage. Wang Ming lay flat on the ground, the sound of bullets tearing through the air ringing in his ears. The short guy's teammate crouched behind a corner, peering out to return fire, but after 2 shots he was forced to retreat. "Klein, throw the grenade," the short guy shouted. The soldier named Klein pulled a combat grenade from his waist, removed the safety, and rolled it along the ground. The grenade exploded in the middle of the corridor, the shockwave making Wang Ming's ears ring. The smoke had not yet cleared when footsteps were heard approaching. Those 4 continued to push forward, undeterred by the explosion. "Damn these lunatics," Klein swore, aiming his gun to fire a short burst. The bullet struck the large soldier's war god helmet, sparking, but he merely tilted his head and returned. Blood erupted from Klein's arm. He grunted and retreated, his combat uniform soaked with blood. "Can't do anything, all level 6. Klein gritted his teeth, pulling a tourniquet from his ammo pouch, biting it open and wrapping it around his arm. The short guy's face turned pale. He glanced at Wang Ming and then at the stairwell at the end of the corridor, the footsteps of the 4 getting closer, and he could already hear them reloading their magazines. "Kid, don't just stand here holding us back. Your piece of junk gun is useless. When they push up, you run towards the library and don't look back." "What about you?" The short guy didn't answer, turning to look at Klein. The latter also looked at him. They exchanged glances for a second, saying nothing, but it felt as if everything was conveyed. Klein pulled 2 grenades from his pouch and stuffed them into the short guy's hands while he pulled out 2 more for himself. Blood was still seeping from his arm, his fingers trembling violently, yet his grip on the grenades remained steady. "Ready," the short guy said. The footsteps had reached the corner. The short guy suddenly leaned out, firing a long burst from his M16, the bullets striking the corner wall and momentarily halting the opponents. At the same moment, Klein threw his 2 grenades, one to the left and one to the right. One rolled towards the stairwell, while the other landed in the middle of the corridor. Boom, boom. The 2 explosions rang out almost simultaneously. Smoke and dust filled the entire corridor, obscuring all visibility. "Run," the short guy shouted. Wang Ming scrambled up from the ground, crouching low as he dashed deeper into the corridor. After just a couple of steps, the sound of gunfire erupted behind him, mixed with the short guy's furious shouts and Klein's screams. He didn't dare look back, his legs moving like a coiled spring, propelling him forward. After rounding a corner, the gunfire behind him suddenly ceased. Wang Ming stopped, glancing back. The smoke in the corridor had not yet dissipated, and he couldn't see a thing. He stood for 2 seconds, about to continue running, when suddenly footsteps emerged from the smoke. Not one, but several. The 4 emerged from the smoke. The largest one was still at the front, his war god helmet covered in dust, yet he was completely unharmed. He ran desperately, turning one corner after another, the footsteps behind him relentless. Just as he was about to reach the library door, where were the short guy and Klein? He had no time to think, turning to run. Gunfire erupted again behind him, bullets zipping past his ears, striking the wall, and sending debris slicing across his cheek. He ran desperately, turning one corner after another, the footsteps behind him relentless. Just as he was about to reach the library door, a loud shout came from behind. "Hey, you bunch of bastards." It was the short guy's voice. Wang Ming turned to look. The short guy burst out of the smoke, drenched in blood, his left arm hanging limply, while his right hand clutched 2 grenades with the safety pins removed. He charged towards the 4 special forces like a human cannonball. "Run," the short guy shouted at Wang Ming, then he plunged into the midst of the 4. The explosion deafened Wang Ming, leaving only a ringing in it. The last thing he saw was the short guy engulfed in flames, and the scene of the 4 special forces being knocked over by the shockwave. But they were only knocked over. They wore level 6 armor, and 2 grenades couldn't kill them. But the short guy sacrificed his life for merely bought a few seconds for those 4 to be downed. Wang Ming turned and pushed open the library door. The library door closed behind him, muffling the gunfire significantly, yet he could still hear the sounds from the corridor. Someone was talking, someone was reloading, and footsteps were approaching. Wang Ming leaned against the door, catching his breath as he surveyed the scene in the library. On the ground lay 7 or 8 corpses, some belonging to the Black Gold soldiers, and others dressed in yellow combat uniforms of the White Wolf team. Tables and chairs were overturned, bookshelves riddled with bullet holes, pages scattered everywhere, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. Rolf leaned against a pillar, his combat uniform soaked with blood on his left shoulder, his entire arm hanging limply. He still held the modified Victor submachine gun in his right hand, its barrel steaming. Only 3 Black Gold soldiers remained by his side, all wounded and low on ammunition. Wang Ming ran over and crouched down. "Master," Rolf looked up at him, momentarily stunned. "Oh, you really are punctual. I was going to tell you not to come today, but I couldn't reach you." A special team came from the negative film room. Wang Ming paused, lowering his voice. "Your 2 subordinates at Huang Ka. They're gone." Rolf closed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he opened them again, his voice calm. "How many?" 4. A level 6 set, well equipped. Rolf remained silent, looking down at the Victor's magazine, which still had half a clip left. He placed the gun on his lap and took a cigarette from his chest pocket, lighting it. He glanced at Wang Ming, his expression conveying an indescribable emotion. "Where's Bernard?" Wang Ming asked. "At the elevator." Rolf exhaled a puff of smoke. "The White Wolf hit from the temporary medical station. He's holding out over there. We could still contact him, but now." Before he could finish, the side door of the library was suddenly kicked open. Wang Ming instinctively raised his gun, aiming it at the newcomer, but lowered it again upon recognizing him. Bernard rushed in, covered in blood, a gash on his face, and one eye unable to open. His M110 sniper rifle was gone, and he was left with only a handgun at his waist. There was no one behind him. Not a single person. Bernard stumbled over, leaning against another pillar, breathing heavily. He looked at Rolf, then at Wang Ming, the corner of his mouth twitching, unsure if he wanted to laugh or cry. "They're all gone," Bernard said, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping glass. "My people all gone. The last one took a hit for me at the elevator, didn't even have time to say a word." Rolf handed him the cigarette. Bernard took it, inhaling deeply, causing him to cough, the sputum flecked with blood. "How many people are left?" Bernard asked. Rolf nodded toward the 3 remaining Black Gold soldiers. "Just these 3. They were leaning against the bookshelf, one tending to another's wounds while the third counted ammunition." When Wang Ming looked over, the soldier bandaging the wounds glanced at him, his expression void of emotion, like a pool of stagnant water. The footsteps in the corridor were growing closer. "They're coming," Rolf said. He extinguished the cigarette, but in his palm the heat causing a faint sound, but he didn't even frown. Bernard checked his handgun's magazine, which still had 7 rounds left. He tucked the gun back into his waist and pulled out a stack of documents from his pocket, shoving them into Wang Ming's hands. One corner of the documents was soaked in blood, the writing somewhat blurred but still legible. "Maps, personnel lists, resource allocation records." "What is this?" "Data on the Northern Army, originally meant for Kurt, but it seems it won't be needed now." Rolf placed the Victor on the ground and reached into his chest pocket, pulling out something and pressing it into Wang Ming's hand. Wang Ming looked down to see a pair of brass knuckles, metallic and warmed by body heat. The 4 finger holes were polished, shiny, with a string of Russian letters engraved on them. "Take it," Rolf said softly. Wang Ming clutched the brass knuckles, his fingers trembling. "Master, I'm not dead yet, so don't give me that look." Rolf pushed himself up from the pillar, his right leg shaking, but standing straight. "This thing has been with me for 15 years, more reliable than those bastards. Take it as your graduation certificate." Bernard also pulled something from his chest pocket, turning to shove it into Wang Ming's hands. It was an airborne insignia, silver, its edges polished brightly with a number engraved on the back. "You carry this for me. If you get out, find a place to bury it." The gunfire was drawing nearer, and White Wolf's voice echoed from the corridor, chillingly clear. "Target in the library." "Repeat, target in the library. Surround the entrance. Do not let a single one escape." Bernard glanced at Rolf, who nodded. Bernard shoved Wang Ming. "Evacuate from the garden corner." "You guys." "Well, hold them off," Bernard said, his tone as flat, as if commenting on the nice weather. Rolf looked at Wang Ming, raising his uninjured hand to pat him on the head, lightly, not hard, like scolding a disobedient child. "Kid, don't die." Wang Ming opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but his throat felt constricted. He took one last look at Rolf and Bernard, as well as the 3 Black Gold soldiers leaning against the bookshelf, then turned and dashed toward the back door of the library. Gunfire erupted behind him, dense and continuous, accompanied by Rolf's roar and White Wolf's shouts. Wang Ming ran through one corridor after another, past the fallen corpses and smoking bullet casings, through places he couldn't even name. The stack of documents pressed against his chest, feeling hard against his ribs as he ran. As he reached the garden, a helicopter roared past the window, its gunner suppressing the area behind Wang Ming, who quickly jumped onto the helicopter. As he left, Wang Ming glanced back, The end of the corridor was already engulfed in smoke and flames obscuring everything. The helicopter flew further away from the television station, the sound of gunfire fading into the distance muffled until it became a blurred hum. Evacuation successful. Extracted assets valued at 63750 coins. Back in the warehouse, Wang Ming stood frozen in place. He stared at the few lines of numbers for a long time. His mood felt heavy. Rolf had carried those brass knuckles for so long, yet the system valued them less than a modified gun. Wang Ming opened his eyes, the wooden bed pressing painfully against his back, and the cell still smelled damp and moldy. He lay there motionless staring. Wang Ming opened his eyes, the wooden bed pressing painfully against his back, and the cell still smelled damp and moldy. He lay there motionless staring at the mottled ceiling above, his eyes dry and sore, but no tears fell. Rolf said not to die. Bernard said not to let their deaths be in vain. The little guy said not to drag it out too long. They were all right. Ding. The system's notification tone suddenly changed, no longer the mechanical short alert, but a long melodious sound, as if something had been unlocked. Wang Ming sat up and opened the system panel. Total warehouse assets 10. 1M. System level 1-2, unlocked partner system, current summonable partners, Joel Garrison, Rolf Bernard. Partner system explanation can summon unlocked partners to the real world. Partners have physical forms in the real world and can perform combat reconnaissance, protection, and other tasks. Partners must wait 72 hours to revive after death. Each summoning costs 100,000 coins. Wang Ming stared at the explanation for several seconds. He could summon partners to the real world. Wang Ming looked at the three characters highlighted in the system, feeling an inexplicable surge of excitement. His outstretched hand hovered over the summon button, hesitating for a few seconds. Still, he didn't press it. It wasn't the right time. He needed to figure out what exactly Qing Xiaosan Mao and Mr. K were fighting over and understand what kind of trap he had fallen into. Master, we will see each other again soon. Today he still had to do his delivery work. After dawn, Wang Ming got up, put the airborne soldier badge and the finger tiger into the system warehouse, washed his face, and headed out towards the logistics distribution center. There weren't many orders today, but one had to be delivered to Area B. Area B is located on the east side of the park, adjacent to the restricted zone. Wang Ming rarely went there because it was the territory of the three cats and trouble was guaranteed. However, the order was marked with a red circle. With old Zhou gone and the young man not showing up today, Wang Ming was the only one at the distribution center. He had to go whether he wanted to or not. Wang Ming loaded the items onto the cart and pushed it towards Area B. The atmosphere in Area B was different from that in Area A. Although the people in Area A were also listless, they at least resembled living beings. But the people in Area B seemed like walking corpses. He delivered the items to the designated location, signed the receipt, and turned to head back. Halfway back, two people approached him dressed in Area B's work uniforms. One of them had a scar on his face and smiled as he blocked Wang Ming's path. "Are you from the distribution center?" Wang Ming stopped, glanced at him, and replied, "Yes. Come with us, Brother Cat is looking for you." Wang Ming's heart sank, but he maintained a calm demeanor. "I need to return the cart first." "You don't need to worry about the cart." The scar-faced man stepped aside, while another tall man had already circled around behind Wang Ming. Wang Ming looked around. There weren't many people on this road, and the nearest camera was 30 meters away, facing the other direction. If he ran, he could escape. He currently had 6 months of training and could not be stopped by these two. But what would happen after running? The three cats would have a reason to hunt him down throughout the park, and he would lose his identity as a delivery person, making it impossible for him to move within the park. All right. Wang Ming loosened his grip on the cart and put his hands in his pockets. The scar-faced man pulled out a towel from behind his waist, and before Wang Ming could react, the towel was pressed against his mouth and nose. A strong chemical smell rushed to his head. He instinctively held his breath, but it was too late. The odor pierced into his nostrils like needles, and the world around him started to distort and morph. The last thing he saw was the scar-faced man's smiling face. When he woke up, Wang Ming found himself seated on a wooden chair, his hands bound tightly behind his back, causing his wrists to ache. He was surrounded by concrete walls with a bare bulb overhead casting a gloomy light. The three cats sat opposite him, legs crossed, holding a cigar, with two men standing behind him. One bald, and the other an unknown figure, large and muscular with a snake tattooed around his neck. "Are you awake?" Three cats flicked the ash from his cigar, his tone resembling that of an old friend greeting him. "Faster than I expected. Ooh, I thought you would be out for another half an hour." Wang Ming remained silent. He glanced down at his gear, still clad in the level 6 Russian heavy and war god helmet, the system panel intact, and the items in the warehouse untouched. He breathed a slight sigh of relief, but dared not move recklessly. "Not talking." Three cats stood up, approached Wang Ming, squatted down, and looked him in the eye. "Fine, I'll ask you a few questions. You answer honestly, and we can all get along." Wang Ming raised his head to meet three cats' gaze. Three Cat's eyes were not large, but very bright, uncomfortably, so like a snake. First, Three Cats extended a finger. Where did you get those things on you? Wang Ming remained silent. Three Cats waited for 2 seconds, and then smiled. He stood up, turned around, and sat back down in his chair, crossing his legs. Not telling, huh? All right. Second question, what is your relationship with Qingxia? Why does he protect you? What have you done for him? I have nothing to do with him. Wang Ming finally spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. He just thinks I'm useful because I defeated the Black Diamond and asked me to run errands for him. That's all there is to it. Three Cats squinted. You haven't said much. Do you know what Qingxia wants? Wang Ming remained silent. His ambitions are beyond your imagination, Three Cats said, lowering his voice. If he becomes the head, then the Three Cats will have nothing to do with this park anymore. Wang Ming recalled what Qingxia had once told him. Qingxia's goal was to eliminate Mr. K, but Three Cats had inadvertently ruined that plan. Initially he thought Three Cats knew the truth, but now it seemed that Three Cats was also kept in the dark. Perhaps what Three Cats didn't realize was that when Mr. K called him to question him, he admitted to sending someone to intercept Wang Ming. This led Mr. K to believe that it was Three Cats who intentionally sabotaged that heart. Three Cats stood up, turning his back to Wang Ming. Third question, who exactly are you? An ordinary university student deceived into the park, defeated the Black Diamond with bare hands, and can inexplicably produce things. You are not an ordinary person, Wang Ming. What are you really? Wang Ming remained silent for a few seconds. He could not reveal the truth to Three Cats. Speaking would mean death, not speaking would also mean death, but saying it would be quicker. Someone like Three Cats, upon learning his secret, would first dissect him for research. I'm just an ordinary person, Wang Ming said. Just lucky. Three Cats' smile slowly faded. He turned to look at Wang Ming, staring for a full 5 seconds, the warmth in his gaze gradually lowering to below freezing point. Lucky. Three Cats repeated those 3 words, nodding. All right, I'll take you for having good luck. He extinguished the cigar on the armrest of the chair, stood up, and waved to the bald man and the tattooed man. Take him to the water room. Wang Ming's heart sank. The bald man and the tattooed guy came over, one on the left and one on the right, supporting Wang Ming as they walked towards the water room. The water room was at the very back of Area B, an abandoned water reservoir that had once been used for storage, but the pipes had broken down and it fell into disuse. The pool was not large, about 2 meters square, with a depth of about 1.5 meters, just enough to submerge an adult's head. The water in the pool was murky green, floating with a layer of unknown foam, emitting a stench of rust and decay. Three Cats stood at the edge of the pool, glanced at the water's surface, frowned, and stepped back 2 paces. Wang Ming, I will ask you one last time. Three Cats' voice echoed in the empty water room. Will you tell me the secret on you, or not? Wang Ming was forced to kneel at the edge of the pool, his knees hitting the concrete ground painfully, making him grimace. He looked up at Three Cats and suddenly smiled. Three Cats, do you know what your biggest problem is? Three Cats frowned. You're too afraid of death, Wang Ming said. You fear Mr. K, fear Qingxia, fear Li, who fear everyone. You killed old Zhou because you were afraid he would expose you. You want to kill me because you fear I possess something you don't understand. You've survived this long not because of your abilities, but because of your cowardice. The water room fell silent for a moment. The bald man and the tattooed guy exchanged glances, not daring to move. Three Cats' expression changed, not a furious red, but a gloomy pale white. He stared at Wang Ming for 2 seconds, then turned and walked out. He paused at the door. Drown him. Three Cats' voice was very calm. If he doesn't drown, keep drowning him until he does. The door closed. The sound of footsteps faded into the distance. The bald man and the tattooed guy pulled Wang Ming up from the ground and dragged him to the edge of the pool. The bald man chuckled, Kid still tough, huh? Let's cool off down there. Wang Ming was pushed into the water. The pool water was icy cold, chilling to the bone. With his hands bound behind him, he couldn't swim and his body sank straight down. He held his breath, his feet touching the bottom of the pool. With a strong push, his head broke the surface, and just as he took a breath, a hand pressed down on the top of his head. The tattooed man crouched at the edge of the pool, pressing Wang Ming's head back under the water. Wang Ming opened his eyes underwater, seeing only a murky green, unable to discern anything. His ears filled with water, and all sounds became muffled and distant. He held his breath, the oxygen in his lungs gradually depleting, his chest beginning to feel tight, as if a hand were squeezing his heart. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. His lungs felt like they would burst. Wang Ming's body began to twitch uncontrollably, his mouth opening, the pool water rushing into his throat and filling his stomach, the icy water provoking shivers throughout his body. He was on the verge of losing consciousness. In his last moment of clarity, Wang Ming shouted in his mind. System. Ding. Summon. With Wang Ming's summons, a man appeared beside the tattooed man. The man was bare-chested, his muscles bulging, resembling a moving mountain. He was bald, had a bushy beard, and a scar slashed diagonally from his forehead to his chin. His left shoulder was wrapped in a bandage soaked in blood, and he wore wrinkled combat pants with military boots on his feet, holding nothing in his hands. It was Rolf. Rolf looked a bit dazed, confusedly surveying his surroundings. A strange environment, two unfamiliar people, and a strange pool where it seemed there was another person. He quickly processed all the information available. The tattooed man was startled to see a strange, burly man suddenly appear beside him. With his strength greatly diminished, Wang Ming seized the opportunity and suddenly thrust his head above the water. "Master, save me." Rolf recognized that familiar face and was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. He grabbed the tattooed man's head and under the terrified gaze of the bald man forcefully slammed him into the wall. The tattooed man instantly perished. The bald man's legs began to tremble and he swiftly turned to run outside, but after just a few steps he felt his body lift off the ground. Rolf grabbed the collar of the bald man's shirt and lifted him up. Then he slammed him hard onto the ground. The bald man instantly lost consciousness. Rolf then pulled Wang Ming, who was struggling in the water, to the shore. He casually untied the rope. "Tell me, what's the current situation?" Rolf glared at Wang Ming with a sullen face. "Cough, cough, cough. Just a moment, let me catch my breath." Wang Ming gasped for air, continuously coughing up water. Rolf seemed a bit annoyed by Wang Ming's condition, stepped forward and slapped Wang Ming on the back. Wang Ming coughed violently, feeling much better. "How to put it? Master, you have arrived in my world, a place that doesn't belong to Camona." Wang Ming spoke, still catching his breath. Rolf remained silent, just watching Wang Ming with an expressionless gaze. Wang Ming wiped the water from his face, coughed a couple of times, and tried to appear less disheveled. "Master, did you feel like you suddenly changed locations?" Rolf nodded slightly. "Because I pulled you over from Camona," Wang Ming said. "You are no longer in Camona, not in that place filled with crumbling buildings and gunfire. This is another world, the world where I originally belonged." Rolf frowned. Wang Ming knew this would be hard to explain, so he decided to demonstrate directly. He silently chanted a phrase in his heart. Rolf's body shook for a moment like a television screen with poor reception, and then he vanished into thin air. 2 seconds later, Wang Ming summoned him back. The moment Rolf reappeared, there was a clear hint of astonishment. He looked down at his hands, then at Wang Ming. "During that time, just now, what did you feel?" Wang Ming asked. Rolf remained silent for 2 seconds. "Nothing at all. It was like closing my eyes for a moment." "Exactly," Wang Ming replied. "During your time in Camona, nothing happened here for me. When I cancel the summon, you return to Camona, and the time will be the same as when you left. When I call you back, you'll feel like only a second has passed. But in reality, several minutes may have passed here." Rolf processed this information. His expression remained unchanged, but his breathing noticeably deepened. Wang Ming seized the opportunity. "Master, my current situation is quite dire. Someone named San Mao wants to kill me. The tattooed man you just killed was one of his men. He failed this time, but with his personality, he definitely won't let it go." Rolf didn't ask who San Mao was, or why he wanted to kill Wang Ming. He just looked at Wang Ming, remained silent for a few seconds, and then said, "So you summoned me from Camona to act as your muscle." His tone was not accusatory, more like a statement. Wang Ming choked slightly, but nodded yes. Rolf was not angry. He glanced at the bandage on his shoulder where blood was still seeping out. Then he suddenly smiled briefly. That smile was so fleeting it hardly counted as one, just the corners of his mouth moved. "It doesn't matter," he said. "I already died in Camona. Perhaps I should thank you for bringing me back to life." This was said with such blandness. Wang Ming opened his mouth to say something, but Rolf had already turned to look at the two bodies on the ground. The tattooed man's head was embedded in the wall, red and white fluids oozing down the wall. The bald man lay on the ground, still unconscious, but his breathing was steady. Rolf looked at Wang Ming. "I remember, I told you what to do." Wang Ming paused for a moment, then reacted. He immediately took out an F-57 pistol from the warehouse, feeling its weight. Wang Ming walked over to the bald man and aimed at his head. Click. A very light sound. The bald man's body jerked, then lay completely still. Wang Ming then walked over to the wall and fired another shot into the tattooed man's head. The action was decisive. Rolf looked at Wang Ming and slowly opened his mouth. "Remember, always finish the job. That's the rule." Wang Ming nodded. Rolf had taught him that back when they were in Camona. "Master, I'll send you back now," Wang Ming said. "It might not be convenient to take you with me right now. If anything comes up, I'll call." Rolf said nothing, just nodded. Wang Ming canceled the summon. Rolf disappeared as if he had never appeared. Only the two corpses on the ground and the gaping hole in the wall remained, proving that everything that had just happened was real. Wang Ming sighed, then stood up, returned the pistol to the Dark Zone warehouse, and left the abandoned factory. Wang Ming initially intended to head straight back to his room, but after thinking for a moment, he got up and headed to Qingxia's place. He knocked on the door, and upon hearing the invitation to enter, Wang Ming walked in. Qingxia was sitting on the sofa with a cup of tea in front of him. When he saw Wang Ming, who was drenched and pale, "What happened to you?" Wang Ming plopped down on the sofa and recounted everything from start to finish: how San Mao sent someone, how the tattooed man pushed him into the water, and then how he fought back. He told Qingxia everything, but he didn't elaborate on his counterattack. Qing Xia remained silent after listening. He sat there holding the teacup, staring at Wang Ming as if reassessing him. After a few seconds, he put the cup down, making a soft sound. Counterattack. He repeated those two words, his tone, neither believing nor disbelieving. You single-handedly countered and killed those two under San Mao. Wang Ming leaned back on the sofa, not answering directly, just saying in any case they are dead now. Qing Xia's lips moved slightly, not a smile, but more like he was suppressing something. He lowered his eyes, tapped his fingers on his knee twice, then stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to Wang Ming. Wang Ming watched his back and waited a few seconds before speaking. Qingge, let me be clear. I am now on your side, as you know. But you need to understand one thing. Today San Mao's men almost killed me. If you can't protect me, or if you don't want to deal with San Mao, then our relationship ends here. Qing Xia turned around, his expression changing. He seemed a bit irritated. Are you threatening me? It's not a threat, Wang Ming said. It's just a clarification. You help me, I help you. If you think it doesn't matter that I could be killed, then I don't need to be tied to you any longer. Qing Xia stared at him for several seconds. The living room was eerily quiet. Qing Xia suddenly walked back to the sofa, sat down, picked up the cup of cold tea, and took a sip, regaining his composure. I will deal with San Mao's side, he said, his tone flat. But you need to give me some time. Wang Ming nodded. He didn't care what Qing Xia planned to do, or whether he was sincere. He just needed to hear those words. All right, Qingge, I'm counting on you. He stood up and walked toward the door. Qing Xia didn't see him off or say anything more. When Wang Ming returned to his room, the sky was already fully dark. He closed the door, locked it, pulled the curtains tight, then stood in the middle of the room and closed his eyes for a moment. Silently, he chanted a phrase. Rolf appeared before him. He was still the same. Bare-chested muscles, taut, the bandage on his shoulders seeping blood, wearing wrinkled combat pants with dirt on his military boots. As soon as he appeared, the entire room felt much smaller. Rolf looked around to confirm the environment, then turned to Wang Ming. What's going on again? Nothing, Wang Ming said. I just called you over for a bit. Rolf didn't respond, walking to the wall to lean against it, arms crossed. Wang Ming sat down at the edge of the bed, and the two remained silent. The room was small, dimly lit with shadows cast on the wall, one tall and one short, both motionless. Wang Ming, I must have died over there in Kimona, right? Rolf suddenly spoke. Wang Ming was taken aback and nodded. Master, you understand, in the library, the White Wolf. Rolf nodded. Even seasoned veterans found it hard to accept the sudden reality of being resurrected. I just feel sorry for Kurt, sorry for the brothers who fought alongside me. And Bernard. Rolf stared out the window. Compared to the dangers lurking in Kimona, this place seemed a bit more tranquil. Bernard. Wang Ming was momentarily stunned. After checking that there was no one outside the room, he closed his eyes. Summon. As Wang Ming whispered, a person suddenly appeared in the room before Rolf's astonished gaze. This person wore a red checkered shirt, tactical pants, a newsboy cap, and sported a pair of black-framed glasses. Bernard. Rolf almost exclaimed. Bernard, the brother who fought alongside Rolf, the one who died with Rolf in the library of the television station, now reappeared before him. At this moment, Bernard was filled with confusion. He looked around at the unfamiliar environment, and the two familiar faces. Opened his mouth, but said nothing. Next, Wang Ming briefly explained the situation to Bernard. Bernard's reaction was the same as Rolf's, but he accepted it much faster, realizing that he had indeed died in Kimona. So in other words, we are essentially your personal lackeys. Bernard looked at Wang Ming, then at Rolf. Wang Ming nodded. That's about it. But my situation is a bit dangerous right now. I will only summon you in emergencies. When not summoned, you will be unconscious. As for Kimona, I'll check the situation later and let you know then. Wang Ming finished speaking, glanced at Rolf, then at Bernard. So Master Brother Bernard, what do you think? Rolf said nothing, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, his expression unchanged. Bernard adjusted his glasses and spoke first. Do we even have a choice? He said, his tone neither good nor bad, just a calm acceptance. Wang Ming shook, then that settled. Bernard pulled his cap down a bit and glanced at Rolf. Rolf nodded at him. No further words were needed between them. Wang Ming let out a sigh of relief. He'll send you back now. If anything comes up, I'll call you again. Rolf responded with AHM. Bernard opened his mouth as if to ask something, but in the end he said nothing. Wang Ming silently chanted a phrase and canceled the summon. Both men disappeared simultaneously, leaving the room emptier. In a place that had just been too cramped to move, Wang Ming sat alone by the bed, the light shining on the dusty wall. He sat for a while, then lay down and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was already standing in the Dark Zone warehouse. Surrounded by familiar metal cabinets and weapon racks, the overhead fluorescent light hummed. Wang Ming stood in the center of the warehouse, stretched his neck a little. The soreness in his body remained, but it was much lighter than in reality. Wang Ming looked around the warehouse and sighed. In the past few days, he had been so focused on the troubles in reality that he hadn't paid much attention to the Dark Zone. He needed to make a few trips. Wang Ming didn't bother to gather gear. He randomly put on level 5 heavy armor, grabbed a semi-modified M4A1 assault rifle, took some medicine and ammunition, and prepared to set off. But he suddenly noticed the summon button was still active in the system. Wang Ming paused for a moment, then unconsciously called out summon. As Wang Ming softly spoke, the air in front of him suddenly distorted. It was like someone throwing a stone into a clear pool of water, ripples spreading out, and then two figures emerged from the waves. Rolf and Bernard. The two appeared just as they had when they disappeared before. Rolf was bare-chested, his muscles taut, the bandage on his left shoulder seeping blood, looking around in confusion. Bernard stood beside him, his hand instinctively moving to his waist. There was nothing there, and he grasped at air. Wang Ming was also taken aback. He hadn't expected this ability to work in the Dark Zone. The three of them stood facing each other, unable to speak first, when suddenly a noise came from the warehouse door. Joel stood at the door with a cup of coffee, the cup halfway raised, frozen in place. He glanced at Rolf, then at Bernard, then back at Wang Ming, his mouth agape, coffee spilling over the edge and burning his hand without him reacting. Who the hell are these guys? Joel's voice wavered. Wang Ming's mind raced, and with an indifferent expression, he gestured to the two men beside him, just teammates who bought a couple of character skins. Joel stared at Rolf's scarred face, then at his muscular build, clearly skeptical, but chose not to press further. He looked down at his hand, which had turned red from the coffee, took a sip, muttered, "Skins are made like this now," turned, and walked out. After walking a few steps, he turned back, and added, "The car is ready, hurry up." Once Joel's footsteps faded, Rolf spoke, "Where is this?" "My warehouse. The warehouse for special task force members." Bernard squatted down to feel the floor, then stood up and looked around. He examined the metal cabinets, weapon racks, and guns hanging on the wall one by one, his expression shifting from cautiousness to an indescribable feeling. The den of the special task force. Bernard scoffed. Rolf didn't respond, but Wang Ming noticed his gaze lingered on the guns. Wang Ming suddenly had an idea. He then took out a Victor and a semi-modified M110 sniper rifle from the warehouse and tossed them to the two. "Master, Brother Bernard, these are your special weapons. Come with me for a fight." The two took the weapons and checked them. Then they exchanged glances. Rolf maintained his expressionless demeanor, while Bernard adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting light. Their actions tacitly accepted Wang Ming's invitation. "Let's go," Wang Ming said to the enhanced farm. As the three pushed the door open, Joel was leaning against the car door smoking. When he saw the three of them emerge in unison, he almost dropped his cigarette. He opened his mouth, ultimately just shaking his head, extinguishing the cigarette, and opened the car door. Wang Ming got in with Rolf and Bernard sitting on either side of him. The car stopped by the artificial lake, and the engine was turned off. Joel turned back from the driver's seat, glanced at the three of them, moved his lips, and finally left behind just a sentence, "Come back alive," before falling silent. Wang Ming was the first to jump out of the car. The soil beneath his feet was soft and damp, with a pungent smell of rotting water plants in the air. The surface of the artificial lake was gray, and the entire farm was eerily quiet. Rolf was the second to get out of the car. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he froze. He first looked at the soil beneath him, then raised his eyes to survey the artificial lake before turning to gaze at the faint outline of a building at the end of the wheat field in the distance. His expression didn't change much, but Wang Ming noticed his shoulders tense for a moment before slowly relaxing. "Is this really a farm?" Rolf's voice was very low. Bernard approached from the other side, his cap pulled low, his eyes squinting behind his glasses as he scanned the surrounding environment. He squatted down, reached out to pinch some soil from the ground, rubbed it between his fingers, and then brought it to his nose. Then he stood up, cradling the modified M110 in his arms, the stock resting against his shoulder, the barrel naturally drooping, maintaining the habitual alert posture of an old soldier. "The artificial lake is still here," Bernard said. He paused for a moment and added, "The trees are still standing." Rolf didn't respond. He walked a few steps south, standing on a small dirt slope, looking towards the stables and the warehouse. He stared for a long time, long enough that Wang Ming was about to call out to him before he finally turned around. Wang Ming walked to the middle of the two and didn't waste words. He simply tilted the barrel of his gun towards the stables and said, "Let's go." The three of them set off from the artificial lake, making their way along the dirt road towards the stables. The scenery along the way was all too familiar to Wang Ming. A few crooked trees lay fallen by the roadside. Wanderers loitered around the greenery, occasionally firing a couple of shots into the sky. He had seen all of this hundreds of times in the game, and he could walk with his eyes closed. But the two people behind him were different. Rolf constantly scanned left and right as he walked, his footsteps steady, stopping briefly each time he crossed an open area to scan the distance before striding through. Bernard followed behind him, the muzzle of the M110 constantly tracking Rolf's direction, the two keeping a distance of about 7 or 8 steps apart, an unspoken understanding ingrained in them without the need for words. Wang Ming glanced back, twice, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. Previously, when he ventured into the Dark Zones, his teammates were either looters or chaotic players who didn't follow commands. Now with these two behind him, their movements precise, breathing steady, and footsteps silent, the pressure made Wang Ming suddenly realize a question. If they truly existed in Kimona, how many of those players who once treated them as mere AI could actually walk out of the television station alive? As they approached the stables, Wang Ming encountered two machines outside. He raised his hand to signal the two to Rolf and Bernard exchanged glances and simultaneously froze in place, making no unnecessary movements. They squatted beside the grass on the side of the road, quietly watching Wang Ming. Wang Ming extended his gun into view, spotting two wanderers by the high weapon box outside the stables. One was pacing back and forth with the gun pointed skyward, while the other leaned against a post, fiddling with something in his hands. At a distance of less than 40 meters, it was a matter of a single shot to the head. Two silenced gunshots rang out. The first shot took down the wanderer, moving near the weapon box. The moment the gunfire erupted, the machine fell to the ground. The other wanderer reacted quickly, immediately raising his gun and turning, but Wang Ming's second shot was already on its way, the bullet piercing the edge of the post, striking him in the head. The machine swayed, knelt down, and then went still. 2 shots, no more than 2 seconds. Wang Ming lowered his gun and stood up, glancing back. Rolf emerged from the grass, brushing off the dirt from his knees without saying a word. Bernard adjusted his glasses, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. The two took a step forward simultaneously, one left and one right, following Wang Ming as they continued towards the stables. As Rolf passed by Wang Ming, he lowered his voice and said, "You've improved with your gun control." Bernard beside him looked at Wang Ming with interest. Upon entering the stables, Wang Ming quickly ascended to the second floor and efficiently dealt with the machines there before opening the safe on the second floor. A sparkling gemstone necklace lay quietly inside. Wang Ming excitedly took it in hand and swiftly placed it into the virtual safe. Rolf leaned against the doorframe, observing this fluid operation, and asked quietly, "You guys are acting just like thieves." Wang Ming put the necklace into the safe without looking back, replying, "It's all normal." "How much is this thing worth?" "A few $100,000 probably." Bernard nodded but said nothing. Before leaving the stables, Rolf suddenly spoke up. "That machine just now was one of Ajax's people. The Wanderer's station here may have poor equipment, but essentially they are all Ajax's people." His tone was flat, devoid of emotion, but Wang Ming noticed that when he said the name Ajax, his voice slowed. Bernard chimed in, "Speaking of which, isn't Ajax famous for being in the farmlands? These roads, the wheat fields, the broken bridges. They used to be his territory." "That was years ago," Rolf said. "I wonder what it's like recently. But then again, how many people could make Kurt remember their name in this place? Ajax would be one of them." Rolf fell silent for a moment before nodding. His nod was small, but heavy. He was a good soldier. Though an enemy, he was indeed a good soldier. Bernard pushed his cap up slightly, revealing slightly reddened eyes. He gazed towards the direction of the hotel and added, "That's how it is in war. Good soldiers fight alongside you, and after the battle you admire them. But that admiration is useless. The next time you meet, you still have to fight to the death." Rolf didn't respond. The three continued forward, their footsteps crunching on the gravel and dry grass, making a rustling sound. They hadn't walked long when Wang Ming suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Rolf asked. Wang Ming carefully raised his gun and glanced at the greenery, then looked at the management office and finally at the watchtower. No one was there. "It's nothing, just checking if anyone is aiming at us." "Looks like there isn't." Bernard was taken aback, glancing around. "How do you know if someone is there?" "After being in 6 for a while, you get used to it." Bernard twitched his mouth, but said nothing. The three continued to make their way towards the hotel. Crossing the wooden bridge from the road above, they arrived at the Intel refresh point, standing in front of a broken hotel. The white walls of the hotel appeared gray in the cloudy light, resembling a giant beast squatting on the ground. The closer they got to the hotel, the stronger the burnt smell in the air, mixed with a faint hint of gunpowder. Gunshots echoed from within the hotel. It wasn't the random firing of wanderers, it was a rapid burst of gunfire interspersed with shouts and footsteps. Wang Ming paused at the gap and raised his hand to signal the two to stop. He listened intently. The gunfire was coming from inside the hotel, both from the second floor and the first floor, and the commotion was considerable. "Ajax is here," Wang Ming whispered. Rolf and Bernard raised their guns simultaneously. "Who is he shooting at?" "It should be," Wang Ming said, poking half of his head out from the gap to look towards the hotel. A flash of fire flickered from one of the second-floor windows, followed by a series of AKM gunshots. He had heard that sound too many times in the game. He could distinguish it in a second, even among 10 different gun sounds. It was Ajax. The three crept into the hotel through the underground passage, and when they emerged, they were facing the billiards room. The gunfire continued upstairs, but the rhythm had slowed, shifting from a rapid exchange to sporadic shots. Wang Ming listened for a while and deduced that Ajax's position should be at the end of the second-floor corridor near the main guest rooms. "You guys watch the first floor for me. Make sure no might sneak up on us. They'll go to the second floor to deal with him." Wang Ming spoke. Rolf was taken aback. "You're going to deal with Ajax alone?" Before Rolf could finish, Wang Ming raised his gun and moved up. As he reached the staircase on the second floor, he bumped into a Jackson running from the far end of the corridor. The other party reacted quickly, raising his gun and firing. The bullet grazed Wang Ming's helmet and hit the wall behind him. Wang Ming sidestepped into the corner of the stairs, and when Jackson chased after him, he poked out and shot. The level 4 bullet hit him in the face, and Jackson fell without a sound. Just that one. Wang Ming was taken aback. Normally, with a male squad configuration, there should be at least 3 Jacksons charging up the stairs together, not just one. He moved forward and encountered 2 Jacksons at the laundry room, door one in front and one behind. One with a Mosin and the other with an AK. Wang Ming threw a flashbang. After the flash, he rushed in and took them down with 2 shots. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. Too easy. That's how he played against male squads in the game. Throw a grenade charge in and finish off. A simple process with fixed AI responses. He could even anticipate each Jackson's movements in his mind. And today, all those anticipations came true without any mistakes. Then Ajax burst out from the end of the corridor. Wearing a red cap, a familiar figure limped while holding an AKM, shouting, "You bunch of rats." His voice was loud but lacked strength. Wang Ming hid behind the corner and poked out to take a shot. The bullet hit Ajax in the chest. He staggered, but stood back up and fired again, letting off a few rounds. Wang Ming pulled again and shot him once more. This time it hit his neck. Ajax swayed a couple of times, the AKM slipping from his hand. Then he fell forward and became motionless. The red beret rolled onto the ground, tumbling half a circle before resting in a puddle. It was quiet. The entire hotel was silent except for Wang Ming's own heartbeat. Footsteps approached from behind. Rolf and Bernard ascended the stairs one after the other, standing at the other end of the corridor. The two looked at Ajax's body on the ground, remaining silent for a long time. Rolf walked over, squatted down, and picked up the red beret from the puddle, placing it on Ajax's chest. His movements were slow, as if he were performing a necessary, yet meaningless task. Then he stood up and looked at Wang Ming. The look in his eyes was neither anger nor disappointment, but rather confusion, a deep confusion. "This isn't Ajax," Rolf said. Wang Ming looked at him. Rolf bit his lips, seemingly organizing his words. "This isn't the Ajax I know. The Ajax I know wouldn't fight like this, wouldn't die like this. He couldn't possibly be taken down by you alone with such a simple pull. He also couldn't have so many flaws. Those movements just now didn't seem like him at all, completely wrong." Bernard leaned against the wall, looking at Ajax's body on the ground, opened his mouth, but closed it again. He adjusted his glasses several times, and finally said, "This isn't right." Wang Ming put away his gun, leaned against the wall, and let out a long sigh. "You guys are right. This isn't the Ajax you know." He paused to organize his wording. "I told you come from Kimona, and I come from the outside world. But there's a detail I didn't make clear before. You can understand that there are 2 Kimonas. One is the Kimona you are in, filled with war. The other is the current game-like Kimona. I mentioned this before, you are also in this game." Wang Ming explained. Bernard pondered for a moment. "So this is Kimona, just a game version of Kimona. That's why Ajax here is so weak. Right, that's one way to understand it." Rolf sighed, "No wonder." Wang Ming squatted down and rummaged through Ajax. Honestly, there wasn't much inside. An AKM, a few magazines, a first aid kit, and a combat knife. Really poor. I thought Ajax would have something valuable in his bag. Something valuable. Rolf looked at Wang Ming in confusion. Wang Ming nodded. The leaders of male squads in Kimona games have a chance of possessing some very prestigious items. And a guaranteed token. Wang Ming lifted the combat knife. "What do we have in the game?" Bernard asked. "You two. You guys are rolling in riches. Each with a level 6 armor. Dual guns, level 4 bullets. Just your tokens are worth several thousand. You could say you're walking gold mines," Wang Ming said with a smile. Rolf snorted. "Then we are indeed quite wealthy." Wang Ming was about to say something more when Bernard raised his hand to interrupt him. "Someone's coming. And it's more than one." Wang Ming quickly moved to the staircase and listened to the sounds outside the hotel. "Bro, does this hotel really have a leader? Will he be very strong?" "Of course, but don't worry, if Little Armor is at home, I could take him down with one shot. Exactly, with the 2 of us here, you girls can rest assured. We're the ace soldiers." Wang Ming listened to the conversation outside and looked at Rolf and Bernard standing in the corner. An evil plan surfaced in his mind, causing the corners of his mouth to lift. "I'm truly shameless, ha 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 ha." Number 1 was still chatting happily with 2 girls. "Let me tell you, a few days ago my buddy took me to the TV station. You know Rolf, that brainless brute. I pulled him around like a little puppy and finally shot him dead with 2 bullets. Wow, brother is so amazing." The 2 girls' voices echoed almost simultaneously, their tones drawn out. Number 2 squatted at the staircase to check the magazine, not looking up. "All right, enough boasting, hurry up and get ready." Wang Ming was crouched at the corner of the second-floor hallway. After listening to this, he glanced back at Rolf. Rolf's scarred face showed no expression, but Wang Ming felt the veins on his temple twitch. "Master, he's bragging that he will be your dog." Wang Ming lowered his voice, struggling to suppress his laughter. Rolf said nothing. He merely pressed Victor's gun barrel down slightly. The action was light, but Wang Ming had followed him for so long that he knew this meant Rolf was serious. Don't kill him. Rolf finally spoke, his voice even lower than Wang Ming's. Killing him would be too easy for him. At this moment, Bernard had already crawled in from the outside onto the balcony of the main guest room and was now lying on the bed inside. Wang Ming knocked on the door of the main guest room, signaling that they could start the action. He arrived at the corner of the staircase in front of room 201, peering through a high-power scope to see the gear of 2 boys and 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle and a waifu sniper rifle. The equipment was quite good. The 2 girls posed no real threat. Their gear looked hastily assembled for combat. As for their strength, if they were strong, they wouldn't be hesitating about a boy band at the hotel. The 4 climbed to the corner of the staircase, and the hotel fell silent again. The 2 boys signaled the 2 girls to stay on the first floor while they headed upstairs. The 2 girls obediently ran to hide on the first floor. Isn't this a bit too risky? Number 2 felt something was off and asked. Don't worry, I scouted the perimeter before heading upstairs. There were boxes everywhere, all from the boy band, so they must have been hit already. It's so quiet now that either the boy band is all dead or there's just a bloodied Ajax hiding in some corner. Number 2 replied, it could also be a mouse. What are we afraid of from mice? Number 1 laughed, the flashlight on the gun sweeping a white circle on the hallway wall. If the mice see our gear, they'll run away on their own. Hiding around the corner, Wang Ming took a deep breath, lowering his voice. He had practiced game lines in the dorm to entertain his roommates, especially Ajax's line, Team 1 find cover, Team 2 flank, which he had rehearsed no less than 50 times, even managing to imitate the hoarse, broken tone. However, shouting at these 4 people downstairs was a different matter. If he shouted for real, it would hook the fish. If he faked it, his 2 big brothers would just laugh at him. He opened his mouth. Team 1 find cover. Team 2 flank. The voice exploded from the end of the second-floor hallway. It was hoarse and muddy. The echo in the hallway stretched, the words bouncing back and forth in the dim light. The first floor instantly fell silent. The silence was so intense that even the sound of the 2 girls gasping could be clearly heard. Then the voice of number 1 on the second floor exploded, excitement altering his pitch. Damn. Ajax. Alive. Did you hear that? Number 2's reaction was calmer than his, but he couldn't hide the excitement in his tone. Just him. Only him. The other Jacksons haven't made a sound. They must have been wiped out. Isn't this a windfall, eh? Number 1's footsteps had already started moving toward the second-floor bathroom, creaking faster and faster. Brother, this is a fat catch. Be careful, brother, a girl shouted from the first floor. What do I need to be careful of? It's just a bloodied Ajax. It's a matter of 1 bullet each for us. Number 1's voice had already reached the bathroom door. Hiding around the corner, Wang Ming saw Bernard's signal by the balcony of the main guest room and smiled. He took a sip of his red drink, cleared his throat, and shouted again, don't resist anymore. Then he randomly fired 2 shots toward the direction of the main guest room with Ajax's AK. The footsteps at the staircase clearly paused for a moment. It wasn't fear, it was the excitement of a hunter hearing its prey call. Then number 1's voice dropped even lower, but couldn't suppress that swagger. Did you hear? It's just him right there in 201, still calling for suppressive fire. Suppressing who? The Jacksons are all gone. Let's go, hurry up. The 2 quickly arrived at the door of the main guest room. Number 1's footsteps suddenly stopped. He tried to push the door, but it wouldn't budge. It was locked. The main guest room is locked. Number 1 turned back to number 2, his tone carrying a hint of unexpected joy. The safe inside must still be intact. He paused for a moment, his eyes turning, lowering his voice. This way you handle the main guest room, it'll look for little Jia. You help me speak a few good words to the girls. Number 2 hesitated for a moment. He clearly wanted to deal with Ajax too. But number 1 had already unlocked the main guest room door, his movements quick, as if he had been planning this all along. The main guest room is yours, Ajax is mine. Fair enough. All right, number 2 sighed, shrugging. Just resolve it quickly, don't mess it up. Mess up? How could a top-notch ace like me mess up against a bloodied boy band? What a joke. Number 1 was already holding his 416 Hong Kong dollars, moving toward room 201, the flashlight on the gun flickering in the dim hallway, his footsteps lively, as if he were heading to the cafeteria for food. He reached the door of room 201, finding no sign of Ajax. At that moment, he felt a slight sound pattern beneath his feet. Number 1 grinned, humming a little tune as he reached the door of the scratch-off room downstairs, found it. Number 2 had already opened the door to the main guest room. With a click, the door swung open, the sound of the handle turning echoed sharply in the quiet hallway. He stepped inside, just taking a step, yet before he could turn on the flashlight on his gun, the door behind him was gently closed by someone. It wasn't the wind. Someone was pressing against the door with their palms, slowly pushing it back inch by inch. Even the sound of the door frame engaging was deliberately minimized. Before number 2 could turn around, a hand wearing tactical gloves precisely covered his mouth from the darkness. The grip of that hand was immensely strong, instantly causing a sense of suffocation. At the same time, he felt a knee jabbed into his kneecap, and he uncontrollably fell forward. He didn't even react when the gun strap slid off his shoulder. Everything happened too quickly, from entering the door to being subdued in less than 2 seconds. Bernard pinned number 2 to the ground, his knee pressing into his back, one hand covering his mouth, the other already drawing a binding strap from his waist. He swiftly and cleanly bound number 2, finishing with a black cloth covering his eyes. Throughout the process, Bernard said not a word. Number 2 struggled a couple of times on the ground, making muffled sounds from his throat. Bernard squatted down, pushing his black-framed glasses up the gun barrel, pressing against number 2's head. He lowered his voice and said, "Don't make a sound, and you won't die?" Number 2 immediately dared not move. At this moment, at the door of the scratch-off room, number 1 was still immersed in the excitement of his impending moment of glory. He took a deep breath, bracing the 416 Hong Kong dollars stock tightly against his shoulder, pointing the gun at the door panel, his mind already rehearsing how to boast to the girls when he went downstairs. Unknown against Ajax, a clean headshot, the trophy in hand. He even thought about the angle for the photo. He lifted his foot and kicked the door of the scratch-off room open with force. "Little Jia, come out and die." The door slammed against the wall with a bang, bouncing back, almost hitting his face. He rushed and sweeping the gun from side to side. The room was not big, just a broken table and a few toppled filing cabinets. No one was there, but there was noise in the room. It came from behind the door, a heavy, slow breathing sound, like a giant bellows pulling in and out. Number 1 suddenly turned the gun to the right, his finger already on the trigger, ready to shoot. But when he saw what was behind the door, he was frozen in place, shocked. It was a person. No, it was a wall. Standing behind the door was a muscular giant, bald, with a beard, a scar running diagonally from his left forehead to his right jaw, reflecting a dark old hue in the dim light of the room. He wore a tight-fitting shirt, a bandage wrapped around his shoulder, still soaked with blood. His arms hung naturally by his sides, so thick that a pair of hands couldn't grasp them. Number 1's line of sight barely reached his chest. Rolf looked down at number 1. Number 1 looked up at Rolf. He noticed Rolf's physique, his rugged features. No, this wasn't Ajax. Ajax wasn't this tall. Ajax wore a hat. Ajax. Number 1's mind was still spinning these thoughts, but his mouth was quicker than his brain, already shouting, "Impossible. How did the boss of the TV station end up at the farm?" Then the light above him was blocked out. Number 1 felt the entire world suddenly darken. A hand the size of a fan descended from above, fingers spread wide, engulfing his entire head. The force of that hand was beyond human capability, like a hydraulic clamp, closing in with fingers gripping his forehead, temples, and the sides of his face, completely immovable. His 416 Hong Kong dollars fell to the ground, the gun strap tangled around his ankle. He staggered back a step, but that hand gave him no space to retreat. Rolf grabbed number 1's head like lifting a basketball, then turned, swinging his arm in a half arc, and smashed his head violently against that broken table. Bang! The tabletop shattered with a crack, dust bursting from the fissure. Number 1's body softened, and Rolf lifted him again, smashing him down onto the same table. This time the tabletop split in two. Number 1's 416 Hong Kong dollars rolled into the corner, the flashlight still shining. Rolf let go of his grip. Number 1 slid to the ground like a sack of potatoes, his eyes half open, his lips moving a few times as if he still wanted to say something. Impossible. His head tilted, and he was completely still. Rolf carried the unconscious Number 1 and Wang Ming into the main guest room, where Number 2 looked at the three of them with a face full of terror. Why is the TV station boy band here on the farm? Why are they with an inconspicuous young man? Back down, who I don't want to kill. Wang Ming smiled slightly at Number 2. However, in Number 2's eyes, Wang Ming looked like a nightmare. Oh right, I haven't taken the free main guest room yet. Wang Ming cheerfully opened two safes, one containing 2 small gold bars, the other. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Wang Ming brought a beautiful teapot in front of Number 2. Sorry for stealing your gold. Wang Ming grinned as he put the teapot into his backpack. After all, there was already a gemstone necklace in the safes. Ugh. Number 2 did not cover his mouth, and his angry expression clearly revealed his current feelings. Then his body stiffened, transforming into a white box. He retreated. What a pity. How did he turn into a box? Bernard asked. Wang Ming opened Number 2's box. Because this is a game, enemies turn into boxes upon death, and all their supplies are in the box. Wang Ming pulled out a waifu rifle from Number 2's box and tossed it to Bernard, who caught it without saying anything. Rolf stepped out of the main guest room to check the spot where Ajax had died. It had indeed transformed into a... This is interesting. Rolf snorted coldly. Hungry. Number 1, lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes, seemingly puzzled about how he had lost consciousness. He seemed to remember a muscular man. Rolf. Rolf stood in front of Number 1, sneering. Kid, I heard you were treating me like a dog. No, I was joking, just bragging, really. If I kill him now, what will happen? Rolf turned to Wang Ming, who shrugged. Nothing will happen, he will turn into a box and return to the warehouse. Upon hearing Wang Ming's response, Rolf revealed a wicked smile. That's good. Before long, number 1 met his end in the northwest, turning into a white box. Rolf wiped the blood off his knuckles and spat at the box. What about those 2 girls on the first floor? Bernard looked at Wang Ming. Wang Ming paused, then took his gun and went downstairs. Rolf and Bernard followed. At this moment, the 2 girls were still hiding in the kitchen, shivering. Their soldier brother had gone upstairs and hadn't made a sound, causing them to worry. It wasn't until they heard footsteps coming down that they joyfully welcomed them. Brothers, you're back. Before they could finish, the 2 girls froze in place. They saw a handsome young man followed by 2 muscular men, one like a bear, the other similarly imposing. The 2 were instantly scared stiff. You 2 should leave quickly and find some reliable people to take you along. Wang Ming looked at the 2 girls, one holding an MP5 of the other an SKS, disdainfully, waving his hand. The 2 girls were so frightened that they dropped their guns and fled, disappearing from the hotel in no time. Wang Ming organized his backpack and he, Rolf, and Bernard went to the evacuation point, then proceeded with the exceptional operation and safely evacuated. Back at the warehouse, Wang Ming asked while organizing his things, how was this special task journey? Rolf lit a cigarette. It's completely different from my side's special task. They were like kids playing house. Bernard added, indeed, but according to your words, it's just a game, so it's alright. Wang Ming turned to look at the 2, smiling slightly. When I have time, I'll take you back to see my hometown, but it will take a while. Rolf and Bernard exchanged glances and nodded. Wang Ming silently chanted to cancel the summoning, and the 2 in front of him slowly disappeared. Wang Ming silently chanted to cancel the summoning, and the 2 in front of him slowly disappeared. Wang Ming closed his eyes, returning to reality from the dark zone. Wang Ming opened his eyes, the wooden bed pressing painfully against his back. The damp, moldy smell of the cell was still there as he slowly sat up. He opened the system panel. Name Wang Ming. Level Special Operations Team Member. Total assets in Warehouse 10. 9. System Level 2. Partner System unlocked. Rifle Proficiency 7. Grenade Proficiency 6. Melee Combat Proficiency 9. The value of the warehouse has increased significantly. Wang Ming put the teapot and the gemstone necklace into the warehouse, staring at the 10.9M figure for a few seconds, calculating in his mind that he was still nearly 90M away from the next level, wondering how long it would take to get there just by fighting. He had to rely on connections in reality. He sat up and rubbed his stiff neck. Although he hadn't been injured when the tattooed man had pushed him into the sink yesterday, his neck had been uncomfortable, as if he had slept in the wrong position. He fished out a can of Red Sun drink and took a couple of sips, then grabbed a piece of compressed biscuit to nibble on, calling it breakfast. The footsteps outside were fewer than usual. Wang Ming opened the door, finding the corridor empty. Typically at this hour, the corridor would be crowded with workers being driven to their tasks, the sounds of footsteps, curses, and the crackling of electric batons creating a cacophony that made one's head ache. But today it was excessively quiet, and he didn't even see any patrolling guards. He walked a few steps outside, turned the corner, and found the metal door of the distribution center closed with a note taped to it that read in red letters on a white background, "No deliveries today." The handwriting was sloppy, as if written in haste. Wang Ming tore off the note and looked at it, feeling puzzled. No deliveries. The distribution center had never stopped deliveries. What was going on today? He crumpled the note and stuffed it into his pocket, continuing forward. The entire complex was eerily silent. The metal houses in the living area were all closed, and he couldn't see anyone through the windows. The faces that usually loitered in the corridor were nowhere to be seen. Wang Ming walked for nearly 5 minutes without encountering a single person. Something was off. He quickened his pace, passing through the living area and heading towards the work area. The closer he got to the work area, the more pronounced the eerie silence became. Wang Ming felt increasingly uneasy. He glanced at his 6 sets of transparent armor clinging to his skin, feeling a bit more reassured. The main gate of the work area was wide open, and the 2 security guards who usually stood guard were nowhere to be found. The intercom on the table was still there, its indicator light blinking, but no one was using it. Wang Ming sidled in, sticking to the wall as he walked inside. The sound was coming from the direction of the hall. It wasn't gunfire, it was human voices. Many voices buzzing as if in heated debate, with occasional sharp shouts piercing through the buzz only to be drowned out again. As Wang Ming drew closer, the voices became clearer. He could discern several different tones, some sharp, some deep, some angry, and others mocking. He turned the last corner, and the hall came into view. The entire hall of the work area was filled with people. It was a dark mass with at least 100 individuals surrounding a circle in the center. Among them were uniformed security personnel, plainclothes workers, and many department employees whose names Wang Ming didn't know. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the center of the circle, and no one noticed Wang Ming sneaking in from the corner. Wang Ming found a discreet spot and squeezed in, standing on tiptoe to peek inside. In the center of the circle stood 2 groups of people. On the left was San Mao. He still looked the same, his plump body wrapped in a dark jacket with a gold chain around his neck, glimmering. Behind him stood about 10 people, all unfamiliar faces, each robust, some holding rubber clubs, others with stun guns at their waist, their expressions fierce. On the right was Qingxia. Qingxia was still wearing the same dark casual outfit, his hair, neatly combed, hands in his pockets, standing straight. Only 2 people stood behind him, a crew cut, and another young man Wang Ming had never seen before. The young man was tall and thin, wearing a baseball cap pulled down low, obscuring his face, but his posture was very professional, weight balanced on the balls of his feet, looking ready to spring into action at any moment. There was a distance of 5 or 6 steps between the 2 groups, and there were several puddles on the ground, unclear whether they were spilled water or something else. "Sen Mao, I've made myself clear enough." Qingxia's voice was not loud, but it was clear in the entire hall, faint, yet distinct. "You sent people to attack the delivery personnel, sabotaging the material distribution in the complex. How do you explain this?" San Mao let out a cold laugh, the flesh on his face shaking. "Attack the delivery personnel? Qingxia, you need evidence to make such claims. I've been in the complex for 5 years, so I know exactly what to do and what not to do." "Evidence?" Qingxia tilted his head, and the crewcut immediately pulled out a phone from his pocket, holding it up. On the screen was a segment of surveillance footage from outside the abandoned factory last night, showing the tattooed man and the bald man escorting Wang Ming inside. The image was blurry, but the faces of the 2 men were clear. San Mao's expression changed for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. "What does this prove? My people just wanted to have a chat with that kid, is that not okay?" "A chat?" Qingxia chuckled softly, the smile faint, but chilling. "A chat that ends with him being pushed into a sink. San Mao, do you think I'm blind, or that Mr. K is blind?" San Mao's eyes twitched. The buzzing noise in the hall grew louder, with people whispering to each other and murmuring quietly. Wang Ming noticed a few people in white shirts peering out from the shadows of the second-floor corridor, then quickly Qingxia stepped forward half a step, raising his voice slightly. "And San Mao, you've sent people to intercept delivery personnel more than once, right? Do you remember the incident where goods were sabotaged? Do you know who those items were meant for?" San Mao's pupils, "They were meant for Mr. K." Qingxia spoke each word clearly and deliberately. "You sent people to intercept Mr. K's goods and destroyed that batch of items. San Mao, how do you plan to explain this?" The hall fell silent instantly. It was so quiet that one could hear the sound of breathing. Wang Ming stood among the crowd, watching Qingxia. He didn't know what was happening today. Fortunately, he asked a man next to him, "Bro, what's going on this morning? Why are there so many people?" Originally, Mr. K said he had something to announce and called everyone together, but then San Mao and Qingxia somehow got into conflict, and it turned into this. Wang Ming nodded. He didn't speak further, quietly watching Qingxia. San Mao's face finally showed clear anger. His face turned red and the veins on his forehead bulged. "Qingxia, don't slander me." San Mao's voice erupted. "I had no idea that batch of goods was for Mr. K. I just wanted to teach that kid a lesson." "No idea." Qingxia tilted his head. "San Mao, you've been in the complex for 5 years, and you don't know the rules of the distribution center." Furthermore, Qingxia took a step forward, lowering his voice, but making it even more oppressive. "Even if you really didn't know that batch of goods was for Mr. K. Now you do. What do you plan to do, San Mao?" San Mao remained silent. The 10 or so people behind him began to stir, some tightening their grips on their rubber clubs, others reaching into their pockets. Wang Ming noticed the tall, thin young man wearing the baseball cap had his hands behind his back, fingers slightly moving, as if preparing for something. The atmosphere in the hall was tense, stretched like a bowstring pulled to its limit. "Enough." The voice came from the second floor, not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. Wang Ming looked up. Mr. K stood behind the railing on the second floor, dressed in a tailored dark gray suit, his shirt collar unbuttoned, without a tie. He held a glass of red wine in one hand, the other hand in his pocket, his posture casual, but his gaze was anything. His eyes swept over each person in the hall, and wherever his gaze landed, everyone lowered their heads. Mr. K slowly walked down the stairs. The sound of his leather shoes on the steps echoed slowly. Each sound felt like a step on one's heart. The crowd automatically parted to make way, and Wang Ming was pushed to the side. Mr. K stood between the two groups. He first glanced at Qingxia, then at San Mao. Then he raised the wine glass, took a sip as if savoring the taste. What a commotion. Mr. K said, "Keep arguing. I enjoy listening to people argue more than watching boxing matches." No one dared to speak. Mr. K handed the wine glass to a subordinate beside him, flexed his fingers, and the knuckles made a faint cracking sound. He stopped in front of San Mao. San Mao's body visibly stiffened. His plump frame shrank slightly in front of Mr. K. San Mao. Mr. K called his name, his voice very calm. K. Mr. K. San Mao's voice trembled slightly. "You've been in the complex for 5 years. Yes. Yes, boss, 5 years and 3 months. Mr. K nodded. 5 years and 3 months, that's not short. He paused and continued, "Then you should know what I hate the most." San Mao's lips quivered, but he remained silent. I hate it when others touch my things. Mr. K's voice remained calm. The people you sent destroyed my goods. That heart I spent a lot of money to acquire it, and now it's gone. San Mao, what do you suggest we do about this? San Mao's forehead broke out in fine beads of sweat. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, opening his mouth. Mr. K. I really didn't know. If I had known that was your cargo, I wouldn't dare. Didn't know? Mr. K repeated those 3 words, his lips twitching slightly, not sure if he was smiling or sighing. Then he moved. The movement was so quick that almost no one saw it. Mr. K's right hand suddenly shot up, his palms stiffened, cutting sideways like a knife. That hand sliced through the air and struck San Mao's left cheek hard. The slap echoed sharply like someone setting off a firecracker in the hall. San Mao stumbled sideways, staggering 2 steps before finding his footing. A red mark appeared from his cheekbone to his jaw, quickly turning purple, blood seeping beneath the skin. The force of the slap was absurdly strong, directly splitting San Mao's flesh. Blood dripped from San Mao's chin, staining his dark jacket and creating dark red blooms. San Mao covered his face, not daring to make a sound. The 10 or so people behind him were also stunned, not one daring to move. Mr. K shook the blood off his hand and turned towards Qingxia. Qingxia stood still, his face still bearing that faint expression. But his eyes had changed slightly. Wang Ming noticed his pupils constricted a bit, and his center of gravity silently shifted back half an inch. Mr. K stopped in front of Qingxia, looking him up and down. Qingxia. Mr. K. Qingxia slightly nodded, his posture respectful, but not servile. How long have you been in the complex? 3 years. 3 years. Mr. K nodded, not short either. Qingxia did not respond. Mr. K suddenly smiled, the smile gentle like a kind elder chatting with a junior. But what he said was quite the opposite. Qingxia, I don't care what grievances you have with San Mao. Oh, I don't care who is right or wrong. Mr. K's voice was not loud, but each word was like a nail hammered into the ears of everyone present. I only care about one thing: the complex must operate normally, and money must come in regularly. Whoever affects these 2 matters is going against me. He paused, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Qingxia and San Mao. San Mao touched my goods, he deserved this slap. Mr. K pointed at the still bleeding wound on San Mao's face. But you Qingxia are using this to stir up trouble in the complex, calling everyone over to watch the show. Do you think you're doing the right thing? Qingxia's expression finally showed a hint of change. The corners of his mouth tightened slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Mr. K, I just want it. What you want is none of my business. Mr. K interrupted him. I'll tell you one thing. The complex needs stability. Whatever you want to do, whoever wants to swallow someone else's territory must do it under the premise of stability. Whoever dares to disrupt the complex will completely disappear. After saying this, he took 2 steps back, stopping without looking back, saying, San Mao, you're cut for this month, and next month will be doubled. Qingxia, send me the accounts from the underground boxing arena tomorrow. Then he continued towards the stairs, the sound of his footsteps on the ground echoing, as if marking a slow countdown. San Mao stood there, covering his face, his eyes filled with resentment, but he didn't dare to say a word. Qingxia showed no change in expression, only pulling his hands from his pockets and placing them in front of him, his posture becoming even more respectful. When Mr. K reached the staircase, he suddenly paused. He turned his head, his gaze piercing through the crowd, landing precisely on Wang Ming. In that instant, Wang Ming felt as if something was locked onto him, a feeling he often had in the Dark Zone during breakouts in Beishan. It was like a hunter aiming at prey through a scope. Mr. K's eyes were very dark and deep, revealing nothing, yet holding everything within. It lasted only a second. Mr. K turned his head and continued up the stairs. His figure disappeared around the corner of the stairs, his footsteps echoing step by step, becoming increasingly distant until they could no longer be heard. The hall remained quiet for a while. Then the crowd began to stir, buzzing with discussions, some whispering to each other, others quietly withdrawing. San Mao, covering his face, walked in another direction under the crowd's watch, glancing back at Qingxia before suddenly spotting Wang Ming in the corner. San Mao was visibly stunned, a bit incredulous. But after just one glance, he shifted his gaze away. Qingxia remained where he was, head down, staring at his toes, lost in thought. The crew cut and the tall young man in the baseball cap stood behind him, motionless as well. Wang Ming hesitated for a moment, but still approached. Brother Qing. Qingxia looked up and met his gaze. The expression was somewhat strange, neither angry nor disappointed, but more like scrutiny. But it didn't quite match that. It's nothing. Qingxia waved his hand, his voice a bit hoarse. You should go back and rest. There's nothing going on today. Brother Qing, about what Mr. K just said? I said it's nothing. Qingxia interrupted him, his tone slightly heavier, but soon easing up again. All right, you should go. Do what you need to do, don't overthink it. If there's nothing to do, just rest in your room. Be obedient. Wang Ming opened his mouth to say something else, but seeing the look on Qing Xia's face that screamed, "I don't want to talk anymore," he swallowed the words back. He turned and walked outside, passing through the now dispersing crowd and exiting the work area. The air outside was much better than in the hall, though it still carried a damp stench. At least it was breathable. Wang Ming stood at the door, taking a deep breath, then slowly exhaling. Something was off. He couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, but he felt it. Mr. K's performance today was too fair. He slapped San Mao and pointed out Qing Xia, balancing the scales, appearing like a neutral party, maintaining order. Yet Wang Ming felt something was amiss. Mr. K could have dealt with San Mao more harshly. Intercepting his goods was a serious offense, a rebellion at worst, or just being inconsiderate at best. Mr. K chose a middle ground approach, of fine, but no severe repercussions. Why? Qing Xia's reaction was also off. He had created such a big spectacle today, calling everyone in the complex to watch the show. His purpose was clearly not just to have Mr. K punish San Mao. He was rallying support, declaring to everyone, San Mao is finished, I Qing Xia am the capable one. But Mr. K's words amounted to a soft rebuff in front of everyone, maintaining stability as the top priority. Qing Xia was slapped in the face, yet he didn't appear very angry. That was also wrong. And San Mao, he was too cowardly today. Although he usually didn't dare to act out in front of Mr. K, he shouldn't have been this timid. When Mr. K slapped San Mao, he didn't even try to dodge. Was he unable to, or too afraid, or was it intentional? Wang Ming's mind was a muddle as he thought more about it. He shook his head, temporarily pushing these thoughts aside as he retraced his steps. Summon. As Wang Ming whispered, a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap and headphones appeared beside him, holding a cup. Joel's body swayed slightly, as if he had missed a step. Coffee spilled over the edge of the cup, scalding him a little. He looked down at his hand, and then raised his head to survey the surroundings. His brows furrowed slightly as he quickly scanned the corners of the room, the positions of the doors and windows, and then observed Wang Ming's condition. Joel's body swayed slightly, as if he had missed a step. Coffee spilled over the edge of the cup, scalding him a little. He looked down at his hand. I can't let you know in advance, Wang Ming replied honestly. Joel remained silent. He found a place to sit down, placing the coffee on the floor. What's going on? Wang Ming got up to look outside and asked Joel, is there something going on, or are you just here to chat with me? Joel looked up at Wang Ming and smiled. If there's something going on, just tell me directly. I'm not that busy. Wang Ming then recounted how he had been deceived into a place, encountered some people, and shared the conflict he witnessed today with Joel. Joel listened quietly until Wang Ming finished speaking before raising his head. Pioneer, what you've encountered is not any less significant than what happened in Camona. Before I respond, I want to... What a coincidence, the three cats just happened to send someone to block me, and then coincidentally broke what they were transporting to Mr. K. Also, how could such a major conflict in the park be resolved by just a word from the leader? These are all notorious criminals here. Wang Ming spoke. Joel fell silent for a moment. In Camona, such things are quite common. I can't guarantee that what I say is all true. I can only tell you that things are not necessarily as they appear right now. If a person acts particularly foolishly, they are either truly foolish or have other plans. He paused. You said that, Mr. K came out, said a few words, imposed a small penalty on both sides, and then left. Yes. If he truly wanted to stabilize the situation, he should have dealt with it before it escalated. To come out after it's blown up is just for show. Joel looked at Wang Ming. I don't know who he's putting on a show for. But you need to understand one thing. No matter what they're doing, you are in the middle of it. Wang Ming said nothing. Pay attention to more things, listen more. Joel stood up. Is there anything else, Pioneer? If not, please take me back. Wang Ming nodded silently, muttering a cancellation of the summon. Joel disappeared. The room was left with just him. Wang Ming lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Joel implied that the purpose of these three people was not the conflict. So why the elaborate setup? However, it might not be as complicated as he thought. Conflicts over territory in the park are also quite normal. Wang Ming turned over. Whatever, he was just a pig brought here under deception. He just needed to find a way to survive. He also needed to make money, so he had to raise the total price of the Dark Zone warehouse for future preparations. In the next 2 days, the park appeared to return to normal. A newcomer arrived at the delivery office named Lou, in his 40s, with a blank expression and not much to say. He cleaned up old Joe's desk, stacked a pile of new orders on it, and then assigned Wang Ming several delivery tasks. They were all routine orders: deliver to designated locations, sign, and leave. Nothing special. On the afternoon of the third day, Wang Ming received an order to deliver to a gray-white 2-story building in the eastern part of the living area. He had never been to this building before. There were no signs outside, the windows were drawn with curtains, and there was an electronic keypad lock on the door. Wang Ming looked at the order. The address was indeed here. As he hesitated whether to knock, the door suddenly opened from the inside. A man with a spiky haircut stood at the door. The two exchanged glances. The spiky-haired man froze for a moment, a flash of something crossing his face, but it quickly disappeared. Where to deliver? He asked. Wang Ming handed him the order. The spiky-haired man glanced at it, stepped aside to let him in. Come and just leave it on the first floor. Wang Ming pushed the cart inside. The first floor was a small living room, reasonably clean. Half a cup of water sat on the coffee table. Next to it was a bulging brown paper envelope. Wang Ming moved the box to the corner against the wall. As he moved, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the staircase. The stairs were carpeted, but the footprints had not yet faded. Someone had just come down from the second floor. The spiky-haired man stood silently behind him. After Wang Ming finished moving the boxes, he turned around. Sign here. The spiky-haired man signed the order and tore off the receipt, handing it to Wang Ming. As Wang Ming took the receipt, he inadvertently glanced toward the staircase. A person stood on the stairs. It was a man in his 30s, thin, wearing glasses, dressed in gray loungewear. His face was very pale, not the healthy kind of pale, but the kind that comes from long-term exposure to no sunlight. The man glanced at Wang Ming, his expression unchanged, before turning and going back upstairs. The spiky-haired man's face darkened. What are you looking at? Nothing, Wang Ming replied, pushing the cart outside. The spiky-haired man followed him, locked the door. Wang Ming pushed the cart back. After walking a few steps, he looked back. The spiky-haired man was still standing at the door watching him. Wang Ming turned back and continued walking. He returned to the delivery office, put away the receipt, and sat on the chair in a daze. Who was that man with glasses? Why was he locked up in that building? Why was the spiky-haired man there? Wasn't he usually by Kingxia's side? Wang Ming thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out. As it approached the end of the workday, he went to the public restroom in the living area. The restroom was at the innermost part of the living area against the surrounding wall, and not many people went there at night. When Wang Ming pushed the door in, there was only one person inside. The spiky-haired man was leaning against the sink, holding an unlit cigarette. He saw Wang Ming come in and placed the cigarette in his mouth. Shut the door. Wang Ming hesitated for a moment and closed the door. One of the lights in the restroom was broken. Only one was still on, casting a yellow light on the faces of both men, making them look a bit gray. The spiky-haired man remained silent. He lit the cigarette, took a puff, and the smoke dispersed in the dim yellow light. Wang Ming said nothing either and walked to the urinal. They remained quiet for a while. You saw something today, the spiky-haired man suddenly said. It was not a question. Wang Ming zipped up, walked to the sink, and washed his hands. What did I see? He replied. The spiky-haired man glanced at him in the mirror. That building, that person. The spiky-haired man flicked the ash into the sink. Aren't you curious? Curious? Wang Ming turned off the faucet and shook his hands, but it has nothing to do with me. How does it not relate to you? The spiky-haired man turned around, leaning against the sink with his arms crossed. You work at the delivery office. That building will still receive deliveries in the future. You'll see it every time you go. Wang Ming didn't respond. The spiky-haired man took a puff of his cigarette and exhaled. That person's last name is Shun. He said he works in chemicals. Is he one of Mr. K's people? Sort of, the spiky-haired man replied, but he didn't come here willingly. Is he being held captive? Wang Ming pondered. The spiky-haired man didn't answer. He extinguished the cigarette on the edge of the sink and tossed it into the trash can. Wang Ming, you are a smart person, he said. How long have you been in the park? Not long. Have you thought about getting out? Wang Ming glanced at him. I want to. Thinking alone won't help, the spiky-haired man said. You can't get out by yourself. Wang Ming said nothing. The spiky-haired man pulled out a cigarette box from his pocket, took out another cigarette, and placed it in his mouth without lighting it. I've been here for 2 years, he said. Do you know why I can stay so long? I don't know. Because I'm useful, the spiky-haired man said, twirling the cigarette between his fingers. Qingxia uses me because I can get things done. I stay here because there are things I want to do. Wang Ming sensed some meaning. What do you want to do? The spiky-haired man looked at him, not in a hurry to answer. What do you think of that person? He asked. Which person? The one in the building. The one with glasses. Wang Ming thought for a moment. Not very normal. Right, the spiky-haired man said. He doesn't think straight, but his hands are skilled. The things he makes sell for a sky-high price outside. So someone wants to get him out, the spiky-haired man said in a low voice, not one of Mr. K's people. Wang Ming froze for a moment. Are you saying? I'm not saying anything, the spiky-haired man interrupted him. I'm just telling you that this is happening. The restroom was silent for a few seconds. The sound of dripping water echoed drop by drop. Why are you telling me this? Wang Ming asked. The spiky-haired man returned the cigarette to his mouth, unlit, just holding it there. Because I can't do it alone, he said. The door of that building has an electronic lock, and someone is watching outside. After getting someone out, you still have to exit from the west side. The west door is usually locked, and the patrol comes by every half hour. He paused. I need someone to help me open the door and keep watch. Why come to me? Because you're different. The spiky-haired man looked at him. You can defeat the Black King Kong, and can turn the tables on 3 cats. You have something about you, I don't know what it is, but you have it. If I help you, what do I gain? They'll take you out, the spiky-haired man said. Don't you want to get out? I have someone outside in a car. Once the person is in the car, you will also get in. Wang Ming thought for a moment. What do your people do outside? The spiky-haired man glanced at him, pulling the cigarette from his mouth. Don't worry about that. Just say whether you'll help or not. How do I know what you say is true? You have no choice, the spiky-haired man said. You run away on your own, you won't escape. If you trust me, at least there's a chance. Wang Ming remained silent for a while. What happens after you get that person named Shen out? Send him away. Where to? A safe place. What about the things he made, or will he stop making them once he's outside? The spiky-haired man looked at him. That's above my pay grade. My task is just to get him out. Wang Ming picked up on the term above. He didn't ask further. What do you want? Wang Ming said. A pair of pliers that can cut through padlocks. The spiky-haired man said. The west door has an old-style padlock. Pliers can cut through it. Wang Ming thought for a moment. Is that all? What about the guards? That's all. As for the guards, I have a way to get my hands on some anesthetics. Qingxia has always had me capture escapees, so I always keep a few on hand. All right, when do we act? The sooner the better, the spiky-haired man said. His condition has not been good lately. Qingxia has visited him twice. After talking to him, he doesn't eat much anymore. Wang Ming didn't respond. The spiky-haired man walked to the door, opened it, and glanced outside. The corridor was empty. He turned back to look at Wang Ming. Make sure you come here every afternoon at 4. Draw a circle on the water pipe, and I will come. After saying that, he slipped out. The sound of the door closing was very light. Wang Ming stood alone in front of the sink, not knowing what he was thinking. Wang Ming returned to his room and couldn't sleep all night. He lay on the wooden bed, tossing and turning, thinking about the words spoken by the hedgehog head. That gray-white small building, the bespectacled Mr. Shen, the door on the west side, and the people outside. The hedgehog head said he had been there for 2 years. 2 years spending every day around Qingxia, serving tea, running errands, all to get one person out. This plot. How does it resemble the police undercover in the drama set in the park? Wang Ming was startled by this thought. He turned over in bed. Then he thought again. If the hedgehog head was truly a police officer, then what he said about someone outside waiting for him must be true. What he said about being able to take him out was also true. The police wouldn't deceive him. A pawn who had been tricked. There was no need for that. If he didn't help the hedgehog head and tried to run, the west door wouldn't open. There would be no one outside to assist him, and he would be caught after running just a kilometer. Even if he were armed with 6 weapons, it would be impossible to fight his way out of the park. Wang Ming turned over again. Helping might at least give him a chance. Not helping would leave him with no chance at all. Early the next morning, Wang Ming went to the public restroom. A circle was drawn on the water pipe. At 4 in the afternoon, the hedgehog had arrived. He had changed into a dark coat today, unzipped, still wearing that black round neck shirt inside. The dark circles under his eyes were even heavier than yesterday. Have you made up your mind? He asked. I've made up my mind, Wang Ming replied. They'll get you the things, they'll open the door for you, and they'll keep watch on the way. The hedgehog head remained silent, waiting. But you have to promise me one thing, Wang Ming said. Speak. Once we get out, you have to turn me over to the police. Not the fake police in the park, but the real police. The hedgehog head glanced at him. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. All right, he said. Wang Ming nodded. When can you get the things? Tomorrow. Let's act tomorrow night. So soon. Shen Ming hasn't eaten for the past 2 days. The hedgehog head's voice was very low. Qingxia came again yesterday and stayed for half an hour. When she left, Shen Ming was crying. I don't know what he said to Shen Ming, but I'm afraid he's going to waste away if we wait any longer. Wang Ming thought for a moment. What time tomorrow night? 2 o'clock in the morning. The patrol changes at 1:30, and there's a half-hour gap after the change. We'll come out of that building, take the road on the east side to the west gate. It will take about 15 minutes. Open the door and go out, and a car will be waiting outside. They'll bring everything you need, Wang Ming said. The hedgehog head nodded and turned to leave. Wait a moment, Wang Ming called out. The hedgehog head turned back. Wang Ming took something out of his pocket and handed it over. The hedgehog head caught it and saw it was a handgun. AG-17, black with some wear on the grip, but well maintained. The hedgehog head looked at the gun, then at Wang Ming. Where did you get this? Don't worry about it. The hedgehog head didn't ask further. He disassembled the gun to take a look. The magazine was full and the chamber was loaded. He reassembled the gun and tucked it into his waist. Thanks. He opened the door, glanced outside, and slipped out. Wang Ming stood alone in the restroom. Hydraulic pliers, G-17. He had bought these things from the dark market the night before and stored them in the warehouse. It cost less than 10,000 Coin coins in total. The next day, during the day, Wang Ming delivered goods as usual. Mr. Liu gave him 4 delivery slips, 2 for the work area and 2 for the living area. He pushed the small cart back and forth, signing where needed, moving goods, just like any other day. In the afternoon, he returned to the delivery center, but Mr. Liu wasn't there. Wang Ming took the items from the warehouse, wrapped them in an old cloth, and shoved them under the bottom of the delivery cart. 1 hydraulic plier. The G-17 had already been given to the hedgehog head. That night, Wang Ming returned to his room and checked on the war god head and the green Russian heavy. The transparent armor adhered to his skin, feeling cool. Wang Ming also bought an RPK light machine gun equipped with a 95-round magazine. Just in case if it really came down to it, he would force his way out. Then Wang Ming lay down, unable to sleep, just waiting. The sound of footsteps in the corridor came and went. Patrols at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. After midnight, the footsteps diminished. At 10 past 1, the last patrol passed, and the corridor fell silent. Wang Ming sat up. He pulled back the curtain and glanced outside. The moon was obscured by clouds, and it was very dark outside. Wang Ming opened the door and slipped out. There was no one in the corridor. The emergency lights were still on, casting a pale light on the concrete floor. Wang Ming walked along the wall, his footsteps light. The GS2 headphones were in his ears, allowing him to hear the surrounding sounds clearly. When he reached the entrance of the public restroom, the hedgehog head was already there. He was dressed in all black tonight, and his hat had also changed to black. He had the G17 that Wang Ming gave him tucked into his waist, with the syringe for the anesthetic poking out of his back pocket. "Where's the stuff?" he asked. Wang Ming took the cloth bundle from under the delivery cart and handed it to him. On the way, they encountered a group of patrollers. Wang Ming's GS2 headphones picked up the footsteps first. He pulled the hedgehog head, and they crouched behind a pile of... On the way, they encountered a group of patrollers. Wang Ming's GS2 headphones picked up the footsteps first. He pulled the hedgehog head, and they crouched behind a pile of debris. The beam of a flashlight swept over their heads without shining on them. After the patrol passed, the two continued on. When they reached the vicinity of the gray-white small building on the east side, the hedgehog head stopped. Two people were standing at the entrance of the building. One leaned against the wall, while the other paced back and forth. In the backyard, there was another person. Wang Ming's headphones picked up his breathing. "Two at the front door, one in the backyard," Wang Ming whispered. The hedgehog head nodded. He took out 2 syringes of anesthetic, one in his mouth and one in his hand. "They'll take care of the front door. You keep an eye on the backyard. If he hears any noise and comes over, you help me block him." Wang Ming nodded. The hedgehog head took a deep breath and stepped out from behind the debris. He walked directly towards the entrance of the building at a steady pace, just like he would normally walk. The person leaning against the wall saw him first. "Who?" The hedgehog head didn't answer and continued walking. That person shone the flashlight over the light, hitting the hedgehog head's face. "Hedgehog, what are you doing here in the middle of the night?" The hedgehog head had already closed the distance. With his left hand, he covered that person's mouth, and with his right hand, he jabbed the anesthetic into his neck, pushing in half. That person's body started to go limp and fell down. The one pacing back and forth heard the commotion and turned. "What?" He barely managed to say one word. The hedgehog head had already leaped over, jabbing the anesthetic into his neck and pushing the rest of the syringe. That person's eyes widened for an instant, the flashlight falling to the ground, and he collapsed right after. In less than 5 seconds, the hedgehog head dragged the 2 people to the shadow at the entrance and gestured to Wang Ming. Wang Ming emerged from behind the debris, rounded the corner of the building, and headed towards the backyard. The person in the backyard was sitting on a chair, nodding off. Wang Ming sneaked up behind him, took out the anesthetic, and jabbed it into his neck. That person's head tilted, sliding down from the chair. Wang Ming dragged him under the chair, confirmed he hadn't woken up, and then returned to the front door. The hedgehog head was already unlocking the building's door. The electronic keypad lock had the numbers 13570 and 9 worn down to a whitish hue. The hedgehog head pressed a few numbers, and the door beeped opening. He pushed the door open, and Wang Ming followed behind. The first floor was pitch black. The hedgehog head didn't turn on the flashlight, feeling his way along the wall. Wang Ming followed closely behind, his footsteps muffled by the carpet. They went up the stairs. There were 3 rooms on the second floor. The first 2 doors were open, and there was no one inside. The door to the third room was locked with a padlock. It was an old-style lock with a metal casing and a not-so-thick shackle. The hedgehog head took out the hydraulic pliers, clamped the shackle, and applied force. A crisp sound echoed. The lock broke. The sound wasn't loud, but it seemed particularly clear in the quiet building. The hedgehog head paused to listen for a while. There was no movement downstairs. He took off the broken lock and gently pushed the door open. The room was very dark. The curtains were drawn tightly, blocking out any light. The hedgehog head pulled out a flashlight, covering most of the light with his palm, leaving just a crack. The light illuminated a person crouched in the corner, dressed in gray loungewear, barefoot, with both hands hugging his knees, his head buried in his knees. Upon hearing the noise, that person lifted his head. It was Shin Ming. His glasses were askew, resting on his nose, and his eyes were red and swollen, as if he had just been crying. The hedgehog head crouched down. "Shin Ming, I'm here to take you out." Shin Ming looked at him without speaking. His gaze was still blank, as if he didn't quite understand the meaning of these words. "Your wife sent me," the hedgehog head added. Shin Ming's eyes flickered. His hands dropped from his knees, propping himself up on the ground, trying to stand. His legs trembled, and after standing for a moment, he knelt back down. Wang Ming walked over and helped him up. Shin Ming's body was very light, lighter than that of an adult man. "Can you walk?" Wang Ming asked. Shin Ming nodded, but couldn't steady himself, leaning against Wang Ming. The hedgehog head came over and carried Shin Ming on his back. Shen Ming lay on his back, his hands resting on his shoulders, resembling a child being carried by an adult. The two descended the stairs. As they exited the building, Wang Ming looked around. There was no one. The person in the backyard was still beneath the chair, motionless. "Let's go," the hedgehog head whispered. The two headed west. Shen Ming lay on the hedgehog head's back, silent and still. His breathing was very light, so light that Wang Ming sometimes thought he had stopped breathing. Wang Ming walked behind him, vigilantly watching his surroundings. They had to cross the entire living area from the east side to the west gate. The distance wasn't long, but they had to navigate 3 corners, 2 intersections, and a normally closed iron gate. The hedgehog head wasn't walking fast. He was carrying someone and couldn't suppress his pace. The gravel crunched underfoot. Wang Ming walked behind him, listening to the sounds around him through his GS2 headphones. At the first corner there was no one. At the second corner there was no one. The iron gate was closed. The hedgehog head stopped, and Wang Ming stepped forward to pull open the latch. The iron gate emitted a faint creaking sound. The two waited for a few seconds before continuing on. As they approached the west gate, Wang Ming heard voices in his headphones. It wasn't the sound of footsteps. It was the kind of sound that comes from many people being together yet not speaking, breathing, the sound of clothes rubbing together, and occasionally someone moving, the sound of pant legs brushing against the wall. At least 7 or 8 people. Wang Ming stopped and tugged at the hedgehog head's shirt. The hedgehog head also halted and looked back at him. Wang Ming gestured. There were people ahead, many. The hedgehog head's expression changed. He slowly set Shen Ming down, letting him lean against the wall. Shen Ming had his eyes closed, his lips cracked, and his breathing a bit rapid. The hedgehog head drew the G17 from his waist and disengaged the safety. Wang Ming glanced at the RPK in the warehouse, contemplating, but ultimately decided not to take it out. The two of them slowly moved forward. When they reached the corner, Wang Ming peeked around. The west gate was right ahead, less than 50 meters away. The gate was open. Outside the gate stood several people. Their faces were obscured, but he could see they were dressed in dark clothing, standing straight with their hands at their sides. They were not the rescue team. The rescue team wouldn't be waiting at the door. They should be outside in the car with the light. The people standing at the door were waiting for them. The hedgehog head saw this too. His hand tightened around the G17, knuckles turning white. "A trap," he said, his voice very soft, but it was not directed at Wang Ming, but rather to himself. Wang Ming remained silent. He saw even more. In the farmland outside the west gate, 2 vehicles were parked. The headlights were off, but the moonlight reflected off the roofs, giving them a hint of white. There were people beside the cars. Not one person, but a group. Some were standing, others crouching. The standing ones were holding something which appeared. The crouching ones had their hands tied behind their backs and were looking down. The contacts outside had been caught. The hedgehog head saw this too. His breathing became heavy. The air rushing out of his nose was urgent and coarse. "Run," Wang Ming said. "We can't run anymore," the hedgehog head replied. Footsteps sounded from behind. Wang Ming turned around and saw that a row of people had appeared on the path they had come from without him noticing. A dark mass blocking their retreat. There were people in front, people behind. On either side were walls over 3 meters high, topped with barbed wire. Wang Ming's mind was racing. How many could he fight? Was there enough ammunition? How long could he hold out in 6 layers? But after calculations, the answer was always the same. He couldn't fight. There were too many people. The hedgehog head leaned against the wall, closing his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, his gaze had changed. It was not fear. He had made up his mind about something. He looked at Shen Ming, who was still in that position, head down, eyes closed, completely unaware of everything around him. He didn't know where he was, didn't know what was happening, didn't know how many people were surrounding them. The hedgehog head raised the G17 in his hand, aiming the barrel at Shen Ming's head. Wang Ming was taken aback. "What are you doing?" The hedgehog head didn't answer. Shen Ming heard the sound and lifted his head. He looked at the dark muzzle of the gun, his eyes filled not with fear, but confusion. "Hedgehog head!" Wang Ming shouted. Bang! The gun fired. Shen Ming's head exploded in a spray of blood. His body leaned back, crashing against the wall with a dull thud. Then he slowly slid down, leaving a dark red streak on the wall. His eyes remained open, staring at the ceiling. The hand of the hedgehog head trembled, but he did not stop. He turned the gun towards Wang Ming. Wang Ming looked at the gun's muzzle, watching as the hedgehog head's finger rested on the trigger. He saw the eyes of the hedgehog head. There was no intent to kill in those eyes. Only an indescribable feeling, like an apology, or perhaps a plea. "Hedgehog head, you." Wang Ming guessed something, but he did not dare to take the risk. "Trust me," the hedgehog head whispered, just loud enough for Wang Ming to hear clearly. Bang! The second shot. The bullet pierced Wang Ming's waist. This time it truly penetrated. Without the level 6 armor's protection, Wang Ming only felt a sharp pain in his waist, followed by blood instantly soaking his clothes, causing him to stagger backward and fall to the ground. The hedgehog head was killing to silence him. Not to silence him, but to silence Shen Ming. With Shen Ming dead, the poison-making talent in the park would be gone. Although the police did not save the people, they did not allow Mr. to continue holding on to them. This was a compromise. As for shooting Wang Ming, he was helping him. If Wang Ming walked out unharmed, what would Qing Xia think? Why was he the only one unscathed? What was his relationship with the hedgehog head? But if he was injured by the hedgehog head, it would be different. Wang Ming understood this logic, and at the very moment before the hedgehog head fired, he cancelled the level 6 armor and took the shot. Fortunately, the hedgehog head did not deceive him. The bullet only penetrated his waist, not threatening his life. Wang Ming looked at the hedgehog head. The hedgehog head's lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. But Wang Ming could see it. It was an apology. Footsteps approached from the end of the corridor. Many people. Qing Xia was at the front. He wore a dark coat, unbuttoned, the hem fluttering in the night wind. His expression was calm, not like someone coming to arrest, but rather like someone out for a walk. San Mao followed behind him, his face still bandaged, looking somewhat unwell. He carried a baseball bat, the tip stained with something dark, unclear what. Behind him followed a group of people, all of them Qing Xia's subordinates. They were dressed in uniform black clothing, holding electric batons and rubber sticks, with a few carrying guns at their waists. Qing Xia reached the corner and stopped. He first saw Shen Ming's corpse on the ground. The head was covered in blood, tilted to one side with glasses fallen nearby, one lens shattered. Then he saw Wang Ming. Wang Ming lay on the ground, blood pooling around him. Finally, he saw the hedgehog head. The hedgehog head stood by the wall holding the G-17. The muzzle of the handgun was still smoking. He didn't run, nor did he raise the gun, just standing there with his hands hanging at his sides. Qing Xia looked at him. The hedgehog head also looked at Qing Xia. It's been 2 years, Qing Xia said. His voice was not loud and his tone was flat, but in the quiet of the night, each word struck the ground, tightening the hearts of those who heard. The hedgehog head remained silent. I've kept you by my side for 2 years. You've eaten my food, drunk my drink, and when I asked you to do something, you did it. I thought you were a dog. Turns out you were not. San Mao scoffed nearby. Why say so much to him? San Mao said, striking the baseball bat against the wall. Just tie him up and be done with it. No need to listen to him. Qing Xia ignored him, reaching out to check Shen Ming's pulse on his neck. It was not beating. He stood up, brushed off the dust from his hands, and glanced at Wang Ming. Is he still alive? He asked the hedgehog head. The hedgehog head feigned surprise. You really care about a useless... Qing Xia, don't ignore me. At that moment, the hedgehog head suddenly erupted in rage, lifting the G-17 and aiming it at Qing Xia. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a faint sound came from the darkness, and the hand holding the gun was instantly shot, through blood splattering. The G-17 also fell to the ground. This scene stunned Wang Ming, who was lying on the ground secretly observing. Sniper. The hedgehog head let out a painful cry, clutching his injured hand. Qing Xia turned his head coldly, looking into the distant darkness, saying nothing. He merely raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to continue. 2 men approached, lifting Wang Ming from the ground. Blood smeared on their hands as they lifted Wang Ming. One of them checked his breathing. Still alive, he's breathing. Take him away, Qing Xia said. Wang Ming was carried back. As he passed by Qing Xia, he half opened his eyes and saw Qing Xia looking at the hedgehog head. That gaze was very strange. It was neither hatred nor anger, but a complex and indescribable feeling. Then Wang Ming was carried further away. Behind him came Qing Xia's voice. Bring those people outside in. Find out who sent them. And this, he paused. This piece of trash, send him. Don't let him die. I want to interrogate him slowly. Then came San Mao's voice. What about that kid? The one from the distribution center. Don't let him die. I want to interrogate him slowly. Then came San Mao's voice. What about that kid? The one. Later. San Mao's voice rose. Can't you see there's something wrong with him? I said we'll deal with it later. Qing Xia's voice turned cold. San Mao fell silent. Wang Ming was carried along the way. The wind on the road was chilly, blowing against his face and drying the blood on it. His legs dragged on the ground, the tips of his feet scraping against the concrete, making a rustling sound. Perhaps it was the trials of the Dark Zone that made Wang Ming, though shot, and in pain, not show it. His mind was very clear. He was thinking, what to do next? This time it was probably hard to explain. When Wang Ming was carried back to the room, blood had already seeped down his pant leg from his waist. The 2 men tossed him onto the bed and left, locking the door from the outside, their footsteps growing fainter. Wang Ming lay on the bed, without moving, listening to his own breathing. His breath was steady and his heartbeat was not fast. Having endured worse injuries in the Dark Zone, he knew he would not die. But he couldn't treat the wound right now. A Qing Xia might come to check at any moment, and if there was not even a scar on his waist by then, it would be over for him. He braced himself against the bed and slowly sat up. The wound on his waist pulled slightly, causing more blood to flow out, warm and trickling down his side. Wang Ming gritted his teeth and took off his coat, wanting to retrieve a bandage from the Dark Zone, but fearing that Qing Xia would notice something was wrong, he could only tear some old clothes into strips and then shouted for a summon. A figure appeared beside Wang Ming. It was Bernard. After Bernard appeared, he showed no immediate reaction, but still paused slightly upon seeing Wang Ming's condition. Brother Bernard, there's been a bit of an issue. I've been shot in the waist. I can't use professional medical tools to hide it well, but I can't let it keep bleeding. Please help me out here. Wang Ming looked at Bernard with a weary expression. Bernard frowned slightly and stepped forward to take the strips of cloth to bandage Wang Ming. Not long after the bandaging was complete, Rolf was right. You're just an ordinary person. You can't even do such basic bandaging. You would have died long ago on a real battlefield. Bernard shook his hand, coldly looking at Wang Ming, though his tone carried a hint of concern. My bandaging isn't perfect. After all, you want to hide something, and if you can't use professional medical tools, even too professional a bandage could raise suspicion. Thank you, Brother Bernard, Wang Ming smiled. Bernard looked at Wang Ming with a somewhat displeased expression. Wang Ming, if anything happens in the future, let me and the brute handle it. I'm afraid that if you really die one day, we'll both be in real trouble. All right, Brother Bernard, I know how to handle it. Wang Ming nodded. Bernard didn't say anything further, and Wang Ming dismissed the summon. After finishing the bandaging, he took a painkiller from the storage and swallowed it dry. The pain in his waist began to dull, shifting from sharp stabs to a heavy ache. Then he put on the 6th level armor again. The transparent armor adhered to his skin, giving Wang Ming a sense of security. Wang Ming closed his eyes, waiting for Qixia's arrival. Meanwhile, when Mr. K walked into the basement, the hedgehog head was already tied to a chair. The basement was small with concrete walls, and the floor dragged dark red streaks, indistinguishable if they were old blood or fresh. A bright incandescent bulb hung overhead, illuminating the entire room in a ghastly white. The hedgehog head was bound to an iron chair, his hands tied to the armrests. His right palm was pierced by a bullet, temporarily wrapped with a piece of cloth, blood seeping through it and dripping onto the floor. His head hung low, obscuring his face. When Mr. K walked in, he took off his coat and handed it to someone beside him, wearing only a dark gray waistcoat. He pulled up a chair and sat across from the hedgehog head, crossing his legs and pulling out a cigar from his pocket unlit and placed it between his lips. Chu Fei, Mr. K called him. The hedgehog head lifted his head. His face was smeared with ash and blood, and his left cheekbone was badly bruised, the injury unknown. His eyes were red and swollen, bloodshot, yet his gaze remained steady, staring directly at Mr. K. Mr. K took the cigar from his mouth, examining the hedgehog head's face. I checked you when Qingxia brought you in. You're from the Northeast, have been in the army, and after retiring worked as a security guard and in logistics, spending half a year back home before coming to the park. Mr. K paused. What did you do during that half year? The hedgehog head remained silent. What new identity did the police assign you? Or did you never go back home during that half year? The hedgehog head still said nothing. Mr. K was unhurried, putting the cigar back in his mouth and leaning back. The chair creaked under him. It's fine if you don't want to talk. Those people outside will talk. Your accomplices, a total of 6, 2 are outside the west gate and 4 are in the car. I just came from there, and they are already being interrogated. The hedgehog head's eyes moved slightly. Mr. K caught that moment, the cigar still between his lips, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. That Xin Ming, whether he lives or dies, I really don't care. I've had him for more than a year. Everything that should be done has been done, and the formula has long been noted down by someone. His living is just a bonus. His death doesn't matter. Mr. K stood up, walked in front of the hedgehog head, squatted down, and looked him in the eye. But Chu Fei, you've caused me trouble. The hedgehog head stared into his eyes. Mr. K's eyes were very dark, so dark that one could not. You've been around my people for so long, probing my bottom line, watching my people, and even took one from my hands, even though you didn't get him out. If this gets out, my reputation here will be ruined. Mr. K stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from his knees. So, I need to kill a few people to restore my reputation. He turned to say something to the person at the door. That person went out, and after a while returned with 2 others who were dragging a bloodied man in between them. The man's clothes had been stripped away, his body covered in wounds, some already crusted with black blood, while others were still oozing. He hung his head, dragging his legs along the ground. The hedgehog head recognized him. Oldwu, a liaison from the perimeter of the Special Investigation Team, over 40 years old with a daughter at home. Oldwu was brought in front of the hedgehog head, kneeling on the ground. He lifted his head to glance at the hedgehog head, his mouth moving, but no sound came out. His mouth was full of blood and several teeth were missing. Mr. K pulled out a small silver handgun from his pocket. He spun the gun in his hand before handing it to the person next to him. That person took it, pointing the barrel at Oldwu's head. Chu Fei, I ask you, what's the police's next plan? Mr. K said. The hedgehog head said nothing. He looked at Oldwu. Oldwu was also looking at him, his mouth moving, but no sound came out, just a shake of his head. Bang! The gun fired. Oldwu's head jerked forward, and he collapsed onto the ground, unmoving. Blood slowly pooled beneath his head, creeping along the cracks in the concrete floor until it reached the leg of the hedgehog head's chair. The hedgehog head looked down at the puddle of blood, watching it inch closer to his shoes. He did not move. Mr. K glanced at the corpse on the ground, his expression unchanged, waiting about 10 seconds before finally speaking. Next one. The two men went out again. The hedgehog head raised his head. That's enough. Mister. K looked at him. I can talk. The hedgehog head's voice was hoarse, sounding unlike his own. But you have to let the others go. Mister. K studied him, watching for a while. Then he smiled. It was a brief smile, fading almost instantly. You've been here for 2 years. You should know that I don't negotiate with people. However, you can speak. If you do, we'll make their deaths quick. If you don't, I'll keep you around and kill one each. Think it over. After finishing, Mr. K turned and walked away, his leather shoes echoing on the terrazzo floor. Thud, thud, thud. He stopped at the door, not turning back, adding, Qingxia, come up with me. Qingxia had been standing in the corner of the basement. He hadn't moved since Mr. K entered, leaning against the wall with his hands in his coat pockets, his face devoid of expression. He watched Mr. K leave, glanced at Old Wu's corpse on the ground, then looked at the hedgehog head tied to the chair. The hedgehog head looked at him as well, the two of them locking eyes under the harsh white light for about 2 seconds. Qingxia said nothing, turned and left. Mr. K stood in the corridor at the basement exit, took the unlit cigar from his mouth, and put it back into his chest pocket. The corridor's lights were voice-activated when no one spoke, only the emergency lights shone dimly, casting a gray pallor on Mr. K's face. Qingxia came up from the basement, standing in front of him, half a head taller than Mr. K but slightly hunched, as if used to lowering himself in Mr. K's presence. Xin Ming is dead. The drug production side has been cut off. Mr. K said, his tone flat, as if discussing something not very serious. The formula has been noted down. Qingxia said, find someone new to make it according to the formula. The purity will drop a bit, but not too much. Mr. K nodded, not responding to that. What others do you have under you? Qingxia thought for a moment. None. That kid from logistics counts as half, but he doesn't report directly to me. The one who got shot. Mr. K glanced at him. You seem to care about him. He has some skills, Qingxia said. He defeated the Black Iron Man, and the 3 cats people fell at his hands. This time he got shot by the hedgehog head. It's not his fault he was caught off guard. Mr. K fell silent for a moment. The voice-activated lights in the corridor went out, leaving only the emergency lights on. The two stood in the dim light, unable to see each other's expressions. Keep an eye on the logistics side, Mr. K said. Keep the useful ones, get rid of the useless. Don't leave any loose ends. Qingxia nodded. Mr. K took 2 steps, and then stopped. Qingxia, I don't care what you did before. While you're working for me, you follow my rules. Take care of your own territory, avoid prying into other matters. Qingxia stood in place, watching Mr. K's back as he disappeared around the corner of the corridor. The voice-activated lights in the corridor flickered on and off until finally going completely dark. Qingxia stood for a moment, sighed, and turned to walk in the direction of the living quarters. When Wang Ming's door opened from the outside, he had been waiting for nearly 2 hours. The wound on his waist had stopped bleeding, but the painkiller was wearing off, and he began to feel a dull ache. He lay on the bed with his eyes closed, breathing very lightly, and slowly, his face lacking any color. When Qingxia entered, he brought in a gust of wind, cool and brisk. He didn't knock and didn't let the person behind him in. He entered alone. Wang Ming opened his eyes and looked at him. Qingxia pulled up a chair and sat by the bed. How's the injury? Qingxia asked. It's fine, Wang Ming replied. I'm not dead. Qingxia bent down to untie the strip of cloth around Wang Ming's waist to take a look. Blood was still seeping through the wound beneath the cloth, which had stuck to the flesh. When it was pulled off, Wang Ming gasped in pain, but made no sound. Qingxia looked at it for a few seconds before rewrapping the cloth. They'll get a professional to come and help you with the injury. Your bandaging was too careless. At the very least, you can't die right now. Wang Ming didn't respond. Qingxia sat back down in the chair, the two of them facing each other from less than a meter apart. The room was dimly lit, the curtains drawn with outside light, unable to come in, only a little light leaking in from the corridor, casting the profiles of the 2 men in half light and shadow. How did you get involved in tonight's incident? Qingxia asked. Wang Ming had thought of how to answer long before, but paused for a moment when the words reached his lips. He couldn't say he helped the hedgehog head because he wanted to go out, nor could he say he guessed the hedgehog head was a police officer and wanted to hitch a ride. The hedgehog head came looking for me, Wang Ming said. He said he could take me out. I've been here long enough and want to leave. Do you know who he is? I don't know, Wang Ming replied. I thought he was just someone trying to run away. Qingxia looked into his eyes. Wang Ming did not avoid his gaze, staring back. The effect of the painkiller was still present, his face showing little expression, just that kind of look of, in this situation, do what you want with me. Qingxia looked for about 3 or 4 seconds before averting his gaze. He stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to Wang Ming. You want to leave? That thought isn't wrong. Everyone wants to leave, Qingxia said, but you've chosen the wrong person. Wang Ming said nothing. Qingxia turned around to face him. The hedgehog head is a police officer. Helping him means helping the police. Do you know what the consequences of helping the police are in this place? Wang Ming had thought about this question. Helping the police means opposing Mr. K. Opposing Mr. K only has one outcome in this park. But Wang Ming couldn't admit that he knew. He had to play dumb. I didn't know he was a police officer, Wang Ming said. He told me Shen Ming was his relative and wanted to get him out for treatment. I believed him. This excuse was very clumsy. Wang Ming felt it was fake even as he said it. Shen Ming had been locked up in that building for a year. If he was a relative, why hadn't he done anything sooner? Why wait so long? Why look for Wang Ming, a delivery man who had only just arrived? But Qingxia did not press further. He stood by the window backlit, his expression unclear. After a few seconds of silence, he simply said, "All right, I understand." Then he walked to the door and opened it. Two of his subordinates were standing outside. "Keep an eye on him, don't let anyone in," Qingxia told the two men. "Brother Qing," Wang Ming called out to him from behind. Qingxia turned back. "What will happen to me?" Qingxia glanced at him. The light from the corridor shone in from behind, outlining him in a dark silhouette. His face was in shadow, his expression unreadable. "Focus on healing. We'll discuss the rest later." The door closed, locking from the outside. Footsteps receded into the distance. Wang Ming lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. Qingxia believed him. That clumsy excuse he had given, Qingxia believed it. Wang Ming did not believe it. Qingxia was no fool. A person who had been mingling in this park for 8 years could not possibly be tricked by such an obvious lie. But he did not expose it, did not ask further, and did not even glance at him again. Wang Ming thought for a moment, but could not make sense of it. He touched the bandage on his waist. It had stopped the bleeding, but the wound was still there. He dared not use a medical kit. A medical kit would heal the wound, and healing too quickly would be hard to explain. After the effect of the painkiller wore off completely, he took another one, and then closed his eyes. Wang Ming did not enter Camona that night. His mind was filled with too many thoughts, too many people, and too many. When Wang Ming opened his eyes, the sky was already bright. He lay on the bed staring at the ceiling for a few seconds. The events of last night surged back. Shen Ming was dead, the hedgehog was captured, and he had been shot in the waist. A man from the Qingxia sect came in the middle of the night, a man in his 30s who didn't say much. He removed the bandages, examined the wound, applied medicine, and rebandaged it. Wang Ming was half asleep and half awake, hardly speaking. Once the man was done, he left. Wang Ming sat up and glanced at the bandage on his waist. It was newly changed white. He moved around a bit. The wound was not too painful anymore. The physique from the Dark Zone was slowly taking effect. This kind of penetrating injury would keep others bedridden for at least a week, yet he had healed almost completely overnight. Wang Ming removed the bandage. The wound had already scabbed over, and the surrounding swelling had reduced significantly. He opened the system panel, noting that he hadn't spent much time in the Dark Zone these past few days, and the system panel looked much the same as it had before. Wang Ming took another look at his 6 sets of durable gear and pondered for a moment, deciding to buy a brand new Ultraman helmet and a level 6 goose replacement in the market. He then turned off the system. His current situation was rather dangerous, and the gear he could wear was one of his life-saving cards. Spending a bit of Coin coins was worth it. He pushed the door open. The corridor was the same as usual, with people moving about and the intercom calling out. Wang Ming walked towards the delivery area, and those he passed glanced at him and moved on, and no one asked any questions. Indeed, only a few knew about last night's events. The delivery area staff likely thought he was ill. The door to the delivery area was open. A man surnamed Lu was sorting documents and glanced at Wang Ming, saying, "Is your wound healed?" Almost, Wang Ming replied without further explanation. Lu didn't press for more information and pushed a stack of documents towards him. 3 today, 2 for the operation area, and 1 for the living area. Wang Ming picked up the documents and glanced at them. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed in the corridor. It wasn't just 1 or 2 people, it was a group. When Wang Ming looked up, 7 or 8 people in black clothing were already standing at the door, all holding something. He recognized the leader. He was one of the men under San Mao. "Wang Ming, come with us," the man said. Lu lowered his head, pretending to organize the documents, not saying a word. Wang Ming looked at the people at the door and then at the documents in his hands. He placed the documents back on the table. "Where to?" "You'll find out when you get there." The leader stepped aside, and 2 men came up to stand beside Wang Ming. Wang Ming did not resist and followed them. The corridor was crowded, and upon seeing him sandwiched in the middle, people stepped aside. The distance from the delivery area to the conference room was not long, but Wang Ming walked slowly, his mind racing. The conference room was on the 3rd floor of the operation area. It was usually closed, only used when Mr. K called for a meeting. Wang Ming had never been there, but had heard about it. 2 people were standing at the door. The leader knocked, and someone inside responded. The door opened. The conference room was small, with a long table in the middle and several people sitting on each side. The first person on the left was Li, who bare-chested with tattoos winding from his neck down to his wrist, flipping a folding knife in his hand. Next to him was Nyo, with long hair, looking down at his phone. Beside him sat San Mao, his face bandaged, looking displeased. He moved his mouth slightly when he saw Wang Ming enter. On the right sat two men whom Wang Ming had never seen before. One was in his 50s with graying hair, gold-rimmed glasses, wearing a dark jacket, and holding a cigarette. The other was younger, in his 30s, with a buzz cut, sitting very straight, as if he had served in the military. At the innermost side of the long table sat Qing Xiao, and at the outermost was Mr. K. A cup of tea sat in front of Mr. K untouched, as his fingers lightly tapped on the table. Upon seeing Wang Ming enter, the tapping stopped. "Sit, Mr. K said. Wang Ming sat down in the middle of the long table. Everyone was watching him, their gazes differing. San Mao looked at him with hatred, Li Hu with curiosity. The two unfamiliar men were sizing him up, and Qingxia's expression was hard to read as she gazed down at something on the table. "The matter from last night, everyone is here, Mr. K spoke, his voice not loud. "Let's discuss how to handle it." San Mao was the first to speak. "Is it necessary to say? He's in cahoots with that cop. The cop covered for him, and he opened the door for the cop. What purpose does it serve to keep someone like him around?" Li Hu closed the folding knife, tapping it on the table. "San Mao, you say he's in cahoots. Do you have evidence?" San Mao pointed at Wang Ming. "He wasn't in his room sleeping in the middle of the night. He ran to the west gate." "Isn't that evidence? He was standing with that cop, and after the cop killed Shin Ming, he shot him too. Who was he performing for?" Wang Ming remained silent. Ernyo looked up at Wang Ming, and then lowered his head to play with his phone. "Is it true he was shot in the waist?" San Mao scoffed. "It's a ploy. The cop shot him, but it wasn't fatal. It's all for show." The gray-haired man flicked the ash off his cigarette. "I don't care whether he's in cahoots or not. I only know one thing. Shin Ming is dead, and the drug production line is cut off. Someone has to bear this loss." Qing Xiao raised her head, looked at Wang Ming, then at Mr. K. "Wang Ming was transferred to the delivery area by me." Qing Xiao raised her head, looked at Wang Ming, then at Mr. K. "Wang Ming was transferred to the delivery area by me," Qing Xiao said. "He has been in the park for less than a month and does not know the hedgehog. Last night it was the hedgehog who used him." "Used?" San Mao's voice rose. "He says he was used, and that's it. Do you believe him?" Qing Xiao ignored San Mao and looked at Mr. K. "The hedgehog stayed beside me for a year, and even I was deceived by him. It's normal for someone new like Wang Ming to be fooled." Mr. K did not respond, but lifted his teacup and took a sip. When he set the cup down, it made a soft sound. "Qing Xiao, you say he was deceived. Do I believe it? But others do not." Mr. K swept his gaze over the people at the table. "These brothers, with Shin Ming dead, those people outside, are also dead. They need an explanation." "Then give him an explanation," said the gray-haired man. "Kill him, and it'll all be over." Li Hu spun the folding knife again. "It's easy to kill a delivery worker, but what problem does that solve? Shin Ming can't come back to life, and those people outside won't come back either. So what do you suggest?" San Mao glared at Li Hu. Li Hu did not respond and looked towards Mr. K. Mr. K lifted his teacup again, not drinking, just turning it in his hand. "Wang Ming, tell us, do you think you should die?" Wang Ming sat there. The wound on his waist no longer hurt, but he felt a slight swelling. He looked into Mr. K's eyes, which were so dark one could not see the bottom. "I should die," Wang Ming said. The conference room fell silent for a moment. San Mao was taken aback, and Li Hu stopped the folding knife. "I helped the hedgehog. Regardless of whether I knew he was a cop, I helped him." Wang Ming continued. "Shin Ming is dead. I cannot claim it has nothing to do with me. If you want to kill me, I have nothing to say." Qing Xiao glanced at Wang Ming, surprised. Mr. K looked at Wang Ming for a while, then smiled. The smile was brief, just a twitch at the corner of his mouth before it vanished. "You are quite honest. It doesn't matter whether I say it or not," Wang Ming said. "You have already made your decision." Mr. K set the teacup down, stood up, and leaned forward over the table, hands pressed against its surface. "Then guess what I have decided." Wang Ming said nothing. Mr. K straightened up, glancing at San Mao, and then at Qing Xiao. "This matter is not just Wang Ming's affair. The hedgehog stayed beside my people for a year. Who brought him in? Who was in charge of him? Who allowed him to contact Shin Ming?" San Mao fell silent. The gray-haired man extinguished his cigarette. Li Hu put the folding knife away. Ernyo also stopped playing with his phone. Qing Xiao sat there, her expression unchanged. "Qing Xiao, this person is your responsibility. What do you suggest we do?" Qing Xiao was silent for a few seconds. "I will take the blame." "You will take the blame?" Mr. K repeated. "How will you take the blame?" "Shin Ming is dead. The drug production line is cut off. I will fill the gap." Qing Xiao said. "The formula has been recorded. I will find someone to recreate it. Within 3 months, the purity will return to over 90%. Mr. K did not speak, just watched Qing Xiao. Qing Xiao continued. "I will handle Wang Ming's matter. If he has problems, I will kill him myself. If there are no problems, he will be useful to keep around." The conference room fell silent for a few seconds. San Mao was the first to speak. "Qing Xiao, you say keeping him around is useful. Useful for what?" "He has defeated the Black Iron King and has killed your men," Qing Xiao replied. "It would be a shame to kill someone like him." San Mao's expression darkened. Qing Xiao saying killed your men in front of him was like slapping him in the face. But he did not explode, he just huffed. Mr. Kay looked at San Mao and then at Qingxia. 3 days, Mr. Kay said. Within 3 days you find someone to replace Xin Ming, and Wang Ming will be kept alive. If you can't find anyone, both of you will be dealt with together. After saying this, he picked up the teacup on the table and turned to leave. The sound of his leather shoes echoed on the floor. Tap, tap, tap. The door closed. The people in the conference room gradually stood up. Li, who paused beside Wang Ming, looked at him, said nothing, and left. Niu followed behind. The gray-haired man and the buzz-cut man also left. San Mao was last, stopping beside Wang Ming, bending down slightly, and moved closer. 3 days. Enjoy it. San Mao straightened up and left. The door closed again. Only Wang Ming and Qingxia remained in the conference room. Qingxia stayed in her original position still. Wang Ming did not move either. It was quiet for a long while. Let's go. Qingxia stood up and walked towards the door. Wang Ming followed behind her. The two walked down the stairs one after the other, passing through the corridor and exiting the operation area. Qingxia did not head to the delivery area or towards Wang Ming's room, but walked in the direction of her own residence. When they reached Qingxia's residence, she pushed the door open and Wang Ming followed in. The door closed and Qingxia sat on the sofa, took out a pack of cigarettes from under the coffee table, pulled one out, and lit it. She took a puff and exhaled. The smoke spread between the two. Qingxia did not speak. Wang Ming also remained silent. Qingxia smoked half a cigarette and extinguished it in the ashtray. 3 days. I know, Wang Ming replied. Qingxia looked at him. Aren't you afraid? Wang Ming thought for a moment. Afraid? But fear is useless. Qingxia lit another cigarette. She took a puff, holding it in, and slowly exhaled after a few seconds. You should go back. You don't need to do any work in the delivery area. Stay in your room and don't come out for the next couple of days. Wang Ming stood up, walked to the door, paused, and turned back. Qinggu. Qingxia looked up at him. Thank you. Qingxia did not reply, looking down to take another puff of her cigarette. Wang Ming opened the door and left. The sound of the door closing was very soft. Wang Ming walked back along the corridor. There were people in the corridor, and upon seeing him, their expressions were different from before. News about last night had spread. Everyone knew about his connection with the hedgehog. Wang Ming did not pay much attention, looking down as he walked. Once back in his room, he sat on the edge of the bed and opened the system panel. The items in the warehouse were still their level 6 armor, war god helmet, MPX, RPK ammunition, and medicine. Enough for a battle, but not enough to win over the entire park. He recalled what Qingxia had said in the conference room. If he has problems, I will kill him myself. Qingxia was protecting him, but not for long. 3 days. Within 3 days, find someone to replace Xin Ming, and Wang Ming can live. If not, both will be dealt with together. Wang Ming lay down. The wound on his waist no longer hurt. He fished out a bottle of Red Sun drink from the warehouse and took a couple of swigs. His mind began to race. 3 days. What could he do? Run? He couldn't escape. There were people watching at the door, and Qingxia had told him to stay in his room and not come out. It wasn't just to protect him, but also to keep an eye on him. Wait for Qingxia to find someone. After 3 days he survives, and then continues delivering in the park. Or wait for 3 days and find no one, and he dies along with Qingxia. He couldn't wait any longer. Wang Ming had already sensed something. He felt that even if Qingxia found someone to replace Xin Ming, he would still die. Wang Ming even had a feeling that Qingxia would also die. He recalled the places he had delivered to, but unfortunately there were no good escape routes. While he was thinking, the door suddenly opened. Wang Ming, I have something to tell you. Qingxia entered alone, closing the door behind him as he sat by the bed. The two remained silent. He unfolded a piece of paper, a hand-drawn map, and placed it on the bed. It depicted the layout of the compound, the position of the walls, the patrol routes, the west gate, and a dashed line leading from the north side of the living area to the wall. This is the way out. It also shows the defense layout of the basement, Qingxia said. Wang Ming looked at the map, but did not take it. What do you mean? Tomorrow night, you will take this route. There is a gap in the north wall where the barbed wire has been broken for 6 months and has never been repaired. Go out from there, cross 2 hills, and you will find a road. Once on the road, you will be safe. Qingxia's voice was calm. Wang Ming stared at him. Why are you helping me? Qingxia did not answer. He stood up, walked to the window, turning his back to Wang Ming. I only ask you to help me with one thing. What is it? Save the hedgehog head. He is still in the basement, still alive. There are 3 others alive, locked up together. What about you? Shouldn't your survival be more important than hedgehog heads? Qingxia glanced at him, but did not answer the question. Keep the map safe. Tomorrow night, there will be chaos in the compound. I have buried something that will explode then, and everyone will rush towards it. Take the opportunity to leave. Wang Ming clutched the map, his knuckles turning white. Who exactly are you? Qingxia looked at him, the corridor light spilling through the crack of the door, illuminating half of his face, while the other half remained in shadow. A person who should have died long ago. He turned and left, leaving behind one last sentence before the door closed. At this moment, Wang Ming fully understood that none of this was to capture Hedgehog Head, the undercover. He was merely a scapegoat who happened to appear. Mr. Kay had sensed that there was an undercover in the compound, but had never suspected Qingxia, thus placing Qingxia in the position of the planner during the setup. This also allowed Qingxia to control the entire situation. The appearance of Hedgehog Head was completely unexpected, perfectly filling the vacancy of an undercover. However, it now seemed that Mr. Kay had also begun to suspect Qingxia, which is why he came to find him tonight. Wang Ming looked down at the map in his hand, meticulously drawn, showing the position of the wall gap, the patrol times, and the routes after leaving. It did not seem like a hastily drawn map. Wang Ming folded the map neatly and tucked it into his pocket, closing his eyes. He silently muttered a name. Joel, Rolf, and Bernard appeared simultaneously in the room. This time all three were prepared, no one swayed or spilled coffee. Joel stood at the front without a cup in hand. Rolf leaned against the wall, arms crossed, while Bernard adjusted his glasses, scanning the room for any danger. Master Brother Bernard, instructor. The reason I summoned you now is that there is something very important. I am planning to escape from this place, and I need your assistance. The three exchanged glances and nodded. Tell us your plan, Vanguard, Joel spoke. This is a map. The location I am pointing to is a basement where a few people are locked up, about 4 of them, Wang Ming said, pointing to a spot on the map. After midnight tomorrow there will be an explosion. At that time I will summon you, equip you, and the 3 of you need to go to this place, rescue the people inside, and then head west according to the map. You can ask those people if they might say that there is a pickup waiting. Once you hand them over to the pickup, that will be it. Wang Ming glanced at the 3. How many enemies are there, and what kind of equipment do they have in that place? Rolf spoke. Wang Ming thought for a moment. I am not sure about the total number of people here, but I estimate that there are fewer than 10 guards. As for the equipment, I think they probably only have simple firearms. Such tasks are often done in Carmona, Bernard shrugged. I can help you. Rolf nodded in agreement. As for Joel, he looked up at Wang Ming. For unfamiliar operations, I can't guarantee 100% success, as I'm not certain. However, I will do my best to achieve the results you want, Vanguard. Wang Ming nodded, but soon his expression grew serious. After the explosion tomorrow night, I will try to escape through the north gate. This leg of the journey will be on my own. To put it bluntly, if I encounter danger, I will summon you back in advance. I am a selfish person who I cannot guarantee the safety of others while I am in danger. Rolf rolled his eyes but did not say anything. Bernard smiled at Wang Ming, saying, I already knew you special forces often do this. Joel looked at Wang Ming and smiled as well. If you die, then the 3 of us will cease to exist in this world. Wang Ming nodded. These are 3 mobile phones, 1 for each of you. After you complete the mission tomorrow, send me a message, and I will summon you to my side. Wang Ming handed the 3 old phones to them. It's settled then. Tomorrow night is my last chance. If I don't successfully escape, I will have to force my way out, and the chances of survival will be even slimmer. Wang Ming looked at the 3 before he canceled the summon. The room was left with only Wang Ming sitting on the bed. To be honest, he was very reluctant to save Hedgehog Head because he had no full assurance that he could escape the compound alone. Although Qingxia helped him create a distraction to attract others, this operation was something he had never experienced or even imagined before. Can I do it? Wang Ming asked himself. During the time he was deceived into the compound, Wang Ming had gone through a lot and grown significantly. He had gradually transformed from a young man who only knew how to play video games into, wait a minute. Wang Ming suddenly froze. Video game. The Dark Zone escape game. How did he evacuate in the game? Now, Wang Ming thought of a very absurd but seemingly useful method. After a night of sleeplessness, when daytime came, Wang Ming still lay in bed. Qingxia had told him not to move around these 2 days and to stay in the room. The people from 3 Cats came by, glanced at Wang Ming without saying anything, and then left, seemingly wanting to see what actions Wang Ming would take. Wang Ming ignored them and entered the Dark Zone during the day to play around in the enhanced farm, quickly taking out 2 real players before hastily retreating. He felt somewhat out of sorts. Until midnight. At 11:30 there were footsteps outside the door, very light, then they faded away. Wang Ming slightly opened his eyes and sat up. It's almost time. Wang Ming opened the system panel, took a look at the warehouse, and saw it filled with red sun drinks and enhanced endurance needles, white and red needles. Wang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. This crazy idea was discovered by Wang Ming while playing in the Dark Zone. At that time he had no 4 slots, and a golden lion statue popped out of the insurance. When he was close to the extraction point, he was targeted by a team of 5 sets. To save his life, he came up with this method, and it indeed allowed him to escape. Wang Ming closed the system and checked the 6 sets of gear he was wearing before summoning Rolf and the others. He had already prepared equipment for the 3. Rolf and Bernard both had the 6 armor from the Dark Zone and their exclusive dual pistols, and Wang Ming had thoughtfully given Rolf an axe. As for Joel, he originally intended to give him the 6 sets, but Joel refused. Reluctantly, Wang Ming had to give him the equipment he had at the very beginning in the Dark Zone. The 3 then began to study and discuss the map Wang Ming had given them. Wang Ming quietly sat beside them. As time slowly passed, he was becoming increasingly impatient. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion at the fighting venue, thick smoke billowing. This sound instantly shattered the silence of the night. It's time. Action. Wang Ming looked at the three fully armed individuals and nodded. Then he quickly dashed north while Rolf and the others watched Wang Ming depart, raising their guns to head in another direction. Wang Ming, equipped with GS2 headphones, lay in the shadows, slowly approaching the north gate, following the route he had memorized while delivering supplies. The compound was already in chaos. Countless footsteps were rushing around, wildly accompanied by shouts, curses, gunfire, and explosions. The chaotic sounds were amplified through the headphones, making it a bit disorienting for Wang Ming, so he decided to remove them. His ears felt somewhat clearer. It seems that Qingxia has really made quite a commotion this time. Wang Ming couldn't help but click his tongue. However, this only made Wang Ming even more curious about the role Qingxia played here. He couldn't understand or see through anything Qingxia was doing. As the sound of footsteps gradually faded away, Wang Ming finally emerged from the shadows. He had given the map to Rolf. They needed it more for the route to the basement at the north gate. Wang Ming had passed by the north gate many times during deliveries, so he had a good grasp of the route. Yet he still felt something was off. In the dark zone, the most terrifying thing was not the footsteps or the gunfire, but the silence. Whether it was a psychological effect or true fear from the silence, Wang Ming couldn't help but feel a tinge of dread. Forget it, I must be overthinking it. Wang Ming stepped forward, quickly weaving through the corridors. Though he occasionally encountered patrolling guards, he silently evaded them. After all, it's better to avoid trouble than to invite it. Under the cover of darkness, Wang Ming reached a spot less than 500 meters from the north gate. He crouched behind a pile of debris, watching the empty north gate ahead. It was too quiet. The explosions from the casino continued, faint shouts, and the crackle of walkie-talkies could be heard, but this area around the north gate felt as if it was isolated from everything, with no sounds and no people in sight. Wang Ming remained still. The first thing he learned in the dark zone was that overly quiet places were the most dangerous. But now, whether he wanted to or not, he had to proceed. The north gate was the only exit. After waiting a moment longer in the stillness, Wang Ming boldly charged out. However, as soon as he stepped out of the shadows, a gunshot rang out, striking his calf, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. San Mao stepped out from the shadows. He was dressed in all black. Tonight, the bandage on his face had been torn off, revealing a scar that had not fully healed, reddish-brown in color. In his hand was a short-barreled shotgun aimed at the ground, with his finger resting outside the trigger guard. "I've been waiting for you all night," San Mao said. Wang Ming said nothing, only glanced at the short-barreled shotgun in San Mao's hand, then at the gunshot wound on his leg, frowning. San Mao took a step forward, the shotgun gleaming dully in the moonlight. "Mr. K said something would happen tonight, but I didn't believe it. With the chaos in the compound, who would dare to run out?" San Mao paused for a moment, but it turns out someone really did. Figures began to emerge from the corners of the walls, behind piles of debris, and from the rooftops. 1248. More and more, a dark mass surrounded the north gate tightly. Wang Ming glanced over, counting at least 20 individuals, all armed with various weapons, electric batons, machetes, and several long guns, their barrels glinting in the moonlight. San Mao took another step forward, raising the shotgun, aiming it at Wang Ming's chest. "I've told Mr. K that you were problematic. I said it from the day you defeated the Black King." San Mao's voice was not loud, but every word was articulated clearly. "Qingxia is protecting you, and Mr. K trusts him. To be honest, these people are not a problem. I could instantly retrieve the RPK-16 light machine gun from the warehouse and take them all down. But the wound on my leg, so tell me, do you deserve to die?" Wang Ming looked at the encircling individuals, feeling an internal cry of despair. "To be honest, these people are not a problem. I could instantly retrieve the RPK-16 light machine gun from the warehouse and take them all down. But the wound on my leg was clearly caused by a sniper rifle. This indicates that someone else is secretly watching me." Ignoring San Mao, Wang Ming looked up and scanned the surroundings, seeing nothing. San Mao stepped forward again, the shotgun barrel almost touching Wang Ming's forehead. "What are you looking at?" San Mao tilted his head, incredulous that someone on the brink of death could still be looking around. Did he really think he could escape? Wang Ming ignored him and continued to look around. San Mao snorted, pulled the shotgun back, resting the stock on the ground, his hands resting on the barrel like an old man with a cane. "What skills do you have?" "Defeating the Black King." "The Black King is a mindless fool. Killing me. That was an ambush. Do you really think you are capable?" Wang Ming still said nothing. "Qingxia too, does she really think of herself as someone important?" San Mao's tone shifted, filled with disdain. "Does he think that by blowing up the casino others wouldn't know it was him? Mr. K has long said that if Qingxia creates chaos, he must have a purpose." San Mao leaned down a bit closer. "What do you think his purpose is?" "I guess he wants to rescue that hedgehog head and those cops outside." San Mao stared at Wang Ming's face. "If I'm not mistaken, the partner that Qingxia's backstabbing dog is looking for is you, right?" He straightened up, glanced around, then turned back. Unfortunately, he might not have anticipated that you would just run away on your own. Wang Ming's eyes moved slightly, not because of what San Mao said, but because he saw something. On the left rooftop, there was a glint of reflection, very faint, flashing away in an instant. It wasn't moonlight, it was the reflection of a lens. A sniper was positioned there. San Mao didn't notice Wang Ming's gaze. He continued speaking, suddenly raising his voice. Do you take me for a fool? You help the cops open doors, help the cops save people. Do you think I don't know? Wang Ming shifted his gaze back to San Mao, not looking at his face, but mentally calculating. 7 or 8 people stood behind San Mao with 4 or 5 on either side, and the sniper on the left rooftop was about 150 meters away. He had already injected a strengthening recovery shot earlier, and his leg injury had healed. But he needed an opportunity. Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard from afar. A person rushed out from the north gate, panicking and almost tripping over his own feet. He ran up to San Mao, gasping for breath. Cat, brother, speak, San Mao said impatiently. The basement has been robbed. San Mao's expression changed. All of Li Hus and Ernyo's men have been wiped out. Li Hu is dead. Ernyo has a wounded arm and has been brought out. They said there were at least 3 of them heavily equipped. The brothers couldn't hold out, and Mr. K asked everyone nearby to go support. San Mao's face turned from red to white, then to green. He abruptly turned his head, staring at Wang Ming. Do you have accomplices? Wang Ming did not answer. You have accomplices? San Mao roared, raising the shotgun again. How is that possible? Where did you get these people? Wang Ming moved. His hand pulled something from his pocket. A smoke bomb was already in his grasp. He pulled the pin and threw it at his feet. As the smoke erupted, San Mao's shotgun fired the pellets, hitting the concrete ground, pebbles ricocheting against Wang Ming's leg, causing pain, but no injury. Wang Ming opened the system panel, switching the War God headgear to the IND-50 tactical helmet. The moment the T7 thermal imaging activated, the entire world turned gray and white. The heat sources were clearly visible. San Mao, the people behind him, those on either side, and the bright spot on the left rooftop. But he couldn't afford to linger. Running out was the safest option. Wang Ming got up, gritting his teeth as he charged towards the north gate, running a couple of steps before retrieving another smoke bomb from the warehouse and throwing it ahead. Before the smoke could dissipate, he threw out a third one. One after another, 10 smoke bombs were thrown within 30 seconds, turning the open space in front of the north gate into a white sea of fog, rendering visibility nearly zero. San Mao shouted amidst the smoke, "Don't let him escape. Fire! Shoot randomly." Gunfire erupted from all directions, crackling loudly. Bullets whizzed past Wang Ming, some hitting the ground, others striking the walls. Wang Ming bent low and ran, seeing the door ahead through the T7 thermal imaging. He pulled out in 2 Malawian Quachas high-explosive grenade from the warehouse, removed the safety, counted down 2 seconds, and tossed it out. With a bang, the north gate exploded. The iron doors swung open, the sound of the hinges breaking drowned out by the explosion. Wang Ming dashed through the door, finding himself in farmland with mountains ahead. He ran along the field ridge, his leg injury already healed, and Wang Ming began to sprint. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out behind him. It wasn't from San Mao's men, it came from further away, lighter and more precise. Wang Ming's head snapped back violently, and he fell to the ground. His occiput felt as if it had been struck by a hammer, ringing in his ears, and his vision went white. San Mao's voice came from afar. "Crow, how the hell did you let him get killed?" Another voice, calm and measured, came from the direction of the shot, not loud, but very clear. "He can still run with a leg shot. Something's off. Shoot for the head. Mr. K wants him alive. Better dead than let him escape." Wang Ming lay on the ground, his occiput throbbing painfully, but the IND-50 had withstood the shot. However, the impact made his neck feel as if it had snapped. He bit down on his tongue to wake himself up. As expected of the 6th generation, truly worth the price, Wang Ming couldn't help but marvel inwardly. At that moment, the Crow still thought he had killed Wang Ming and was arguing with San Mao. However, a casual glance instantly left him dumbfounded. The man he was sure he had shot in the head stood up again. Wang Ming retrieved a smoke bomb from the warehouse, pulled the pin, and threw it beside him. As the smoke spread, Wang Ming got up, kneeling on the ground, and pulled out the RPK-16 from the warehouse, loading a 95-round magazine. In the T7 thermal imaging, the heat sources outside the smoke were clear. Wang Ming squeezed the trigger. The muzzle flash of the RPK-16 erupted in the smoke, flickering with light as countless flashes burst forth from the smoke. The Crow lunged at San Mao, and the two rolled behind cover, but San Mao's men were not so fortunate. The RPK's power easily shredded their bodies, with blood splattering and cries of agony and shouts filling the scene. Wang Ming finished half a magazine, stood up, and turned to run up the mountain. Behind him came San Mao's furious roar, "Chase him! Find a car! Drive after him! He can't run far with a leg injury." Wang Ming pulled out a bottle of Hanyang drink from his vest, biting off the cap and taking a couple of swigs. It was sickeningly sweet, coating his throat like syrup. He then pulled out a stamina injection from the warehouse, injecting it into his arm, restoring his stamina. San Mao's men were at the north gate. Some were chasing Wang Ming on foot, while others went to get a car. About 10 people were pursuing Wang Ming on foot, all armed, constantly firing at him. However, it was difficult to hit a target while running, and even if a bullet struck Wang Ming, it was absorbed by his level 6 armor. Wang Ming kept pouring can after can of Hanyang drink into his mouth. His stamina never wavered, and with the boost from the stamina injection, Wang Ming felt as if he had endless strength. The people chasing Wang Ming on foot gradually became confused. They were exhausted and gasping for breath, wondering why this kid could keep running. After running for a while, the 10 or so people chasing Wang Ming collapsed on the ground, losing consciousness. The others who had driven up were also shocked. More than a dozen people had been blown away by Wang Ming, and he was still running. What terrifying endurance was this? At the end of the farmland lay the foot of a mountain, and as Wang Ming plunged into the woods, he glanced back to see car lights flickering in the distance, not just one, but several following the dirt road beside the farmland. Wang Ming didn't stop running deeper into the woods. Branches slapped against his face and his arms were scratched, but he felt nothing. He pulled out another smoke bomb from his vest and threw it behind him. The smoke spread slowly in the woods, but was enough. He threw smoke bombs while running, tossing one every few dozen steps. The car lights behind him were getting closer, but once he entered the woods, the vehicles couldn't follow. They had to dismount and chase on foot. Wang Ming wasn't wearing his headphones, so he couldn't hear the footsteps behind him, but in the T7 thermal imaging, he could see 7 or 8 bright spots scattered a few hundred meters behind him, gradually getting further away. San Mao's car stopped at the edge of the farmland. He didn't get out. Sitting in the passenger seat, he watched the smoke in the woods, and the increasingly smaller figure, his expression extremely grim. Can anyone tell me why this is happening? What the hell is going on? San Mao looked at his subordinates around him, feeling utterly bewildered, his worldview shattered. How could a person run 20 miles on foot? Even the cars trailing behind couldn't catch up. Why was this happening? Was this still human? No one in the car dared to respond. Everyone like San Mao was equally perplexed. San Mao gritted his teeth. Stop chasing. Turn around, head back. He may run, but the temple will remain. There are still his people in the compound, and Mr. K said that no one is allowed to escape tonight. The car turned around and headed back. Wang Ming kept running. He didn't know for how long he had been running, only that the ground beneath his feet had changed from hard to soft, from soft to hard, from flat ground to a slope, from a slope to a steep incline, and from a steep incline to a ridge. He had consumed countless bottles of Hanyang drink and injected 3 stamina shots. He was still running. Even knowing that San Mao could no longer catch up, he kept running. It wasn't until the vibration of his phone in his pocket signaled a message that Wang Ming finally stopped. Leaning against a tree, he gasped for breath. Glancing back, he saw nothing at the foot of the mountain. The compound was out of sight, no cars, no people. Just fog, a white mist enveloping the entire mountain. Wang Ming took out his phone, glanced at it, and let out a long sigh of relief. Mission accomplished. The person has been safely delivered to the rendezvous. Finally made it out. Wang Ming lay down on the ground, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. Rolf unfolded the map, and the 3 men crouched by the wall, the moonlight sufficient for them to see clearly. On the map, a square was drawn at the northwest position of the north gate, with the words basement scrawled beside it, hastily added by Wang Ming afterward. A dashed line marked the route from the delivery point to there, indicating 3 observation posts and a permanent post. Xingxia drew it in detail, even noting the approximate patrol times. 2 hours per shift with a 5-minute gap during the changeover. 5 minutes, Rolf glanced at his watch. That should be enough. Bernard remained silent, crouching there and staring at the map for a while, then lifted his head to scan the surroundings. The area was unusually quiet before the explosion. He mentally reviewed the key points on the map twice and nodded. Joel on the far edge hugged his arms, looking rather grim. I feel something's off, Joel said. Rolf shot him a glance. Wang Ming said there were 4 people inside. But the defensive forces around the basement on this map are marked too lightly. These few observation posts. Just these few people to watch over such an important location. Do you think it's a trap? Bernard asked. Joel neither affirmed nor denied it. I just think we need to understand the situation before taking action. Rolf folded the map and tucked it into his pocket. He stood up, stretching his neck, which cracked twice. No time for caution, Rolf said. Once the explosion goes off, everyone will rush towards the casino. But we don't know how long this window of opportunity will last. 5 minutes, maybe even shorter. How long do you think it will take to proceed cautiously? How long to gather information? Joel didn't respond. Bernard also stood up. He checked his M110, ensuring the suppressor was tightened, and slapped the magazine twice. I agree. The defense here can't be too strict. How many people can you assign to watch over a basement that holds a few half-dead individuals? Joel opened his mouth, but then shut it again. Rolf patted Joel's shoulder lightly enough to make Joel's shoulder sink slightly. You haven't done this kind of work in the Dark Zone. You are an elite. Out here you are too. Joel didn't say anything further. He lowered his head, drew his sidearm to check it, and then holstered it again. He accepted the situation. Adapt to the circumstances, my friend, Rolf scoffed, as if this sort of thing was as simple as playing house in Carmona. Joel looked at Rolf in front of him and couldn't help but click his tongue. The explosion detonated right on time. The ground shook, a muffled roar coming from the direction of the fistfight arena, as if a large stone had been thrown from the sky. Then came the second and third blasts, flames rising from afar, painting half the sky orange. The sounds of shouting footsteps and radio static exploded all at once. It's time. Move. The three of them sprang into action, heading towards Wang Ming's other direction. They crept along the wall towards the west. Bernard took the rear, moving lightly, his gun in hand, eyes scanning the rooftops and windows. They passed two intersections, both empty, as everyone surged towards the casino. Occasionally one or two stragglers were silently taken out by Bernard. The basement entrance was a large warehouse with an iron roof, concrete walls, and a yellow lamp illuminating two cigarette butts and a pile of footprints on the ground. Two people stood at the entrance, one smoking and the other leaning against the wall playing on his phone. Bernard crouched down, resting his M110 on his knee. The sound of the suppressor was low with two muffled puffs. Both men fell almost simultaneously. The cigarette still clutched between the fingers of the smoker, while the phone screen of the one playing lit up as it fell to the ground, screen side up, still flashing. Rolf and Joel dashed out from the shadows, pressing against the wall to reach the warehouse door. Bernard changed position to a vantage point where he could see the warehouse entrance and side window, gun aimed at the door. Inside the warehouse were piles of clutter, wooden crates, plastic barrels, and a worn conveyor belt. Directly opposite the door was a closed iron door, a sliver of light seeping through the crack at the bottom. To the left of the iron door stood a guard, while two others sat to the right. None of the three reacted to what was happening at the entrance. They merely heard some commotion outside and were about to get up to check when Rolf had already entered. Victor's voice was quick and quiet, a few short bursts fired, and the three men hadn't even raised their guns before they fell. Joel followed behind, firing 2 shots to confirm it was clean, then crouched beside the iron door and fished a set of keys from the waist of a corpse. The iron door opened. Inside was a small room with a concrete floor, water seeping through the walls, a musty smell mingling with the scent of blood. 4 people sat against the wall, handcuffed to iron rings, each with bloodied wrist marks. The innermost one had a crew cut, his face bruised and swollen, right eye unable to open, lips cracked, and hair messy like a bird's nest. Seeing the door open, he instinctively shrank back against the wall, then froze upon seeing 2 fully armed Wang Ming's people, Rolf explained briefly. The crew cut's expression shifted from fear to shock, then turned into an indescribable something. He didn't ask again, struggling to stand up, the handcuffs rattling. Rolf crouched down, tried 2 keys, and succeeded. Joel was unlocking the handcuffs of the other 3, moving quickly, but not gently. All 4 managed to stand, but wobbled. The youngest fell as soon as he stood, caught by Joel. Can you walk? Can you walk? Rolf asked the crew cut. The crew cut moved his wrist and gritted his teeth. I can. Suddenly Bernard's voice came through the radio. Calm and clear, though not loud. We're surrounded. At least 30 men coming from 2 directions. Rolf's lips twitched, not quite a smile. Bernard, what do you think? A second of silence on the radio, followed by Bernard's voice, slow and unhurried. This number of people isn't enough to worry about. Rolf chuckled slightly. He rested Victor's rifle on his shoulder and turned to glance at Joel. You take them around the side. Bernard and I will take care of this bunch of small fry and then come find you. Joel opened his mouth, but said nothing. He glanced at Rolf, then at the direction Bernard had come from, draping the crew cut's arm over his shoulder and beckoning the other 3 to follow. Side door, hurry. The crew cut was supported by Joel as they moved out, pausing for a moment beside Rolf. He seemed to want to say something, his lips moving. Go, Rolf said without looking at him. Joel led the 4 out through the side door. Their footsteps grew fainter. Rolf stood up from behind cover. Bernard had already set up his gun behind a pile of clutter outside the M110, aimed at the warehouse's front door. 2 beams of headlights approached from a distance, the sound of engines growing closer. The car didn't turn off, directly stopping at the warehouse entrance. The door opened, and Lee, who was the first to jump down, shirtless, tattoos coiling from his neck to his wrist, holding a short submachine gun. Ernyo jumped down from the other side, his long hair tied in a ponytail, holding a shotgun. Following them were several cars, people jumping down in droves, of dark mass, weapons in hand. Machetes, iron pipes, handguns, and several long guns. This is the place. Liu shouted. Search. Leave no one behind. Mr. K knew something would happen tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, Bernard opened fire. The sound of the M110 was low due to the suppressor, but the sound of bullets hitting flesh was not. One man standing behind Lee, who fell directly, his chest bursting with blood. Li Hu reacted, quickly dropping to the ground behind the car, rolling once, and hiding behind the engine. Aaron Yo also crouched down, resting his shotgun on a tire, blasting towards Bernard's direction, hitting a pile of wooden crates, splintering, wood flying everywhere. Over there, behind the clutter, Aaron Yo shouted. People began surging towards Bernard. Li Hu's crew was used to bullying the weak and feared the strong. They were good at taking advantage of favorable conditions, but in a real fight, upon hearing the accurate and fierce gunfire from the opposite side, their steps began to waver. The hesitant ran slowly, and the slower ones. Bernard's second shot rang out. A man holding a machete was hit in the shoulder, spun around, and fell to the ground, screaming like a slaughtered pig. At this moment, Rolf emerged from the warehouse. He didn't look for cover, just walked out with his USAS-12, his pace neither fast nor slow, as if taking a stroll in his own yard. Li Hu was hiding behind the car, directing his men, when he caught a glimpse of a tall figure walking out through the door, instinctively turning to look. Just that glance made him freeze. He had never seen anyone like this. Rolf was half a head taller than him, the 6 armor gleaming with a matte texture in the moonlight. The way he walked forward with his gun didn't seem like he was in a fight. It was as if an adult was strolling through a patch of grass, deciding whether to trample on the grass based on his mood. Li Hu had encountered many people and seen plenty of tough characters. He had seen Mr. K's dog, the Mad Dog, and that person was already intimidating, looking at others as if they were dead. But this person before him, it wasn't just a matter of gaze. It was the presence he exuded. Standing there made you feel he was on an entirely different level. You motherfucker. Li Hu cursed, half a sentence, the latter half stuck in his throat. Rolf glanced at him. Just a glance. Then Rolf moved. He charged towards Li Hu, appearing in his eyes like a tank. Stop him. Stop him. A group of men with short guns, long sticks, and knives rushed towards Rolf. But what awaited them was a terrifying roar. Bang, bang, bang. The USAS-12, firing continuous rounds, roared like a fire-breathing dragon. The first wave of attackers were all knocked to the ground, limbs severed. Wails and cries for help echoed throughout the area. The second wave opened fire with their short and long guns, but the bullets striking Rolf were all absorbed by the 6 armor. Then the second wave was also decimated by the USAS-12. Rolf inserted a reinforcement healing needle and slowly walked towards Li Hu. Li Hu finally snapped back to reality, raising his short gun to shoot. But before he could aim properly, Rolf was already in front of him, raising his axe. Crack! The hand holding the gun was cut off, falling to the ground. Oh, my hand. Li Hu's screams were like that of a slaughtered pig, heart-wrenching. Rolf looked at the man before him, screaming, and with one swing of his axe, silenced him forever. Rolf stood up to check on Bernard's side. Bernard had almost finished dealing with his side. He had moved from behind the clutter to the rear of a junk pickup truck, switching from the M110 to a G18 pistol, which had a fast firing rate for close combat, turning people into sieves in an instant. 7 or 8 bodies lay on the ground, while 3 or 4 still stood running towards the truck. 2 were taken out by Bernard from behind, and the remaining one, legs weak, couldn't run anymore, dropped to the ground, clutching his head and pleading, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Aaron Yo was hiding behind a car, half of his arm exposed. Bernard spotted him, pulled a grenade from his waist, removed the safety, held it for 2 seconds, and threw it. The grenade flew in through a car window, landing at Aaron Yo's feet. With a loud bang, Aaron Yo flew out from behind the car, crashing to the ground, one arm missing below the shoulder, blood and flesh a mess. "Rolf, it's about time," Bernard said over the radio, his voice still calm and unhurried. Joel's voice came through the radio, slightly urgent. "We've brought the people out. We need to get to a seaside town to find a car to pick us up. Hurry, don't linger in battle." "Find a car," Rolf said, exchanging glances with Bernard. Bernard was already searching. He kicked aside a corpse, pulling out a car key from underneath, pressed it, and a nearby pickup flashed its headlight. Rolf got into the passenger seat, and Bernard started the vehicle, flooring the gas pedal. The pickup's front end turned towards the iron gate outside the warehouse, crashing through it, with a screeching metal tearing sound, shards of glass and iron flying everywhere. The pickup raced along the dirt road, its headlights illuminating the bumpy road ahead. They soon caught up with Joel and the others hiding in the woods. "Joel, where did this guy say to take us?" "At the end of the dirt road, turn right. There's a cement road, go west for 5 kilometers, and turn left at the then just keep going until you see the seaside town." The pickup sped through the night. Fields, woods, and power poles flashed by outside the window. Not sure how long they had been driving, the road became wider and smoother. Sporadic houses began to appear beside the road, followed by street lamps, then rows of buildings. The seaside town Joel mentioned was small, with narrow streets and low buildings on either side, the briny sea breeze carrying its scent through the car window. The pickup turned into an alley and then stopped. Next to the alley were 2 black SUVs parked, several people standing by them in casual clothes, yet their stances and the way they looked at others were anything but ordinary. The pickup stopped. Rolf got out while Bernard remained in the vehicle, hand resting on the steering wheel, the engine still running. Joel helped the crew cut out of the car, and the other three assisted each other down. A man in a jacket quickly approached to support the crew cut. He looked at the crew cut's injuries, frowned, and then turned to Rolf. Who are you guys? Rolf didn't answer the question. The people are delivered, he said. You handle the rest yourselves. The middle-aged man was taken aback. He opened his mouth wanting to ask something more, but shut it upon seeing Rolf. Having been a police officer for so many years, he had seen all sorts of people, but these two before him were not the kind that ordinary people could mobilize. Thank you, he said. Rolf had already turned away. The middle-aged man wanted to catch up and ask, who sent you? But in the blink of an eye, the three fully armed men standing by the car had vanished. Only he and his colleagues remained in the alley along with four injured individuals who had just crawled out of hell. The middle-aged man stared at the end of the alley, the pickup still parked there with its door open, but the people were gone. It was as if those three had never existed. The crew cut leaned against the SUV's hood, his right eye swollen, the left one streaming with either tears or sweat. He kept repeating one phrase. Wang Ming. Wang Ming's people. The middle-aged man turned around. Who is Wang Ming? The crew cut did not answer. He was already too weak, sliding down along the engine hood to sit on the ground. The middle-aged man didn't ask again, signaling two people to help the crew cut and the other three into the car. In the distance, the pickup's doors swayed in the wind. Further away, a phone screen lit up. The message on the screen had a garbled name as the recipient with only a few words in the content. Mission accomplished. The people have been safely delivered to the handlers. After sending the message, the screen darkened. In the darkness, Rolf's voice was heard. All right, wait for the call. Wang Ming leaned against a tree, feeling utterly drained, devoid of any strength. The mist at the foot of the mountain had yet to dissipate, blanketing the entire valley in white. He glanced down at his phone. The notification reading task completed still lit up on the screen. He silently recited a phrase in his heart. Three figures appeared before him. Rolf carried Victor over his shoulder. Bernard was busy loading bullets into the magazine, while Joel crouched down, casting a quick look around to confirm there was no danger before standing up. How did it go? Wang Ming asked. Rolf set down his gun, leaning against another tree. The people were rescued. All four of them are alive. The hedgehog-headed guy was hurt badly but can still walk. The extraction team has arrived dressed in plain clothes. They should be ours. How many did you run into? Over 30. It seems there were 2 leaders as well. Leaders? They are all dead. Rolf spoke in a flat tone. I took care of one. The other was blown apart by Bernard. He probably won't. Wang Ming was taken aback. Regardless of which leader it was, each had dozens of subordinates. It was shocking that they were dead so easily. He glanced at Rolf, then at Bernard. Both men were covered in blood, but stood casually, as if they had just finished chopping wood in their own backyard. Just the 3 of you against over 30. Just over 30, that's all. Rolf interrupted him. In Kimona, that number is insufficient for Bernard to handle alone. Bernard adjusted his glasses, not denying it. Wang Ming opened his mouth to speak, but closed it again. He remembered that he had previously worried whether Rolf and the others could handle those guards. Over 30 people armed with guns and knives, and to them, it was just over 30. What's wrong? Bernard glanced at him. Nothing, Wang Ming smiled wryly. I had 7 or 8 stitches, drank over 10 bottles of fluids, and nearly lost my life running away. You 3 went and saved the people, and even had time to take down a leader. Rolf said nothing, just wiped the blood off his face. Wang Ming leaned against the tree, gazing at the leaves above. The sky was brightening, the leaves changing from deep green to light green. The wind rustled through them. Do you want to go back to Kimona? He asked. Rolf looked at Bernard, who then glanced at Joel. Joel stood at the edge, arms crossed, remaining silent. No, Rolf replied. Wang Ming looked at him. I want to see what the world is like, Rolf continued, having spent a lifetime in Kimona fighting all the time. I want to see what places without conflict are like. Bernard nodded. Joel nodded too. Wang Ming packed up the 3 men's gear, then straightened up from the tree, stretching his shoulders. The wound on his waist no longer hurt, and his legs were nearly healed. He looked towards the foot of the mountain where the mist had cleared a bit, revealing a gray-white road winding into the distance. Let's go, we should head down the mountain first. Find a place to eat something. The way down was much easier than the ascent. Wang Ming led the way. Rolf followed. Bernard was last, and Joel walked beside Rolf. The 4 made their way down the ridge, passing through a thicket of trees, climbing over a low wall, and stepping onto the cement road. They walked for quite a while to conserve his strength and keep up with the others. Wang Ming drank no less than 5 bottles of Hanyang. Rolf and the others hardly felt any fatigue, striding ahead with purpose. After a long walk, they finally spotted buildings, a small town. The 4 walked in and found a Baozi shop. It was small, with a few plastic tables and chairs out front and steam rising from the bamboo steamer on the stove. The shop owner was wiping the tables, and upon seeing the 4 approach, she paused, her cloth in hand. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but swallowed her words. Wang Ming sat down on a plastic chair at the entrance. Rolf sat opposite him, while Bernard and Joel took seats nearby. What do you want to eat? What do you want? Wang Ming asked. Rolf looked at the menu for several seconds. You order. Wang Ming ordered 4 bowls of wontons, 4 baskets of buns, 4 pieces of youtiao, and 4 cups of soy milk. When the shop owner brought the tray over, her hands trembled slightly. She placed the food on the table and turned to leave without lingering. Rolf picked up a bowl of wontons and took a sip of the soup, paused, then took another sip. What's wrong? Wang Ming asked. Nothing, Rolf replied, lowering his head to continue eating. Bernard ate slowly, tearing the buns in half and chewing one bite at a time. Joel ate at a normal pace, finishing one serving at a time without being picky. Wang Ming had a few bites, but then lost his appetite, pushing the bowl aside and watching the people come and go on the street. People on electric bikes passed by. 2 elderly women stood by the roadside chatting with their vegetable baskets. None of them glanced their way. This place, Rolf suddenly spoke up, there's no gunfire. Wang Ming looked at him. Rolf finished the soup in his bowl and set it down. In Kimona, quiet is the scariest. Because after silence comes gunfire. But here silence is just silence. Bernard swallowed the last of his bun and remarked, I've been eating for nearly 40 years and never have I had a meal like this one today. Joel remained silent, but he drank his soy milk very slowly. Wang Ming looked at the 3 of them. One was a veteran who had fought his whole life in Kimona, another a sniper who had guarded a television station for several years, and the last a training officer from the Special Operations Unit. The 3 men rarely shared a quiet meal. Suddenly his eyes felt warm. It wasn't sentimentality, it was a physical reaction. Those days spent squatting on the wooden bed in the compound, being held underwater, taking a bullet in the waist, and having to bandage it himself, and running 20 miles while being chased. Everything surged together, triggering an emotional string he didn't know existed. Wang Ming lowered his head, quickly wiping his eyes with the back of his hand, but Bernard still noticed. Bernard said nothing, finishing the last bit of soy milk in his bowl, before turning to look at the shop across the street. Rolf noticed too, but said nothing. He broke his youtiao in half, and stuffed it into his mouth to chew. Joel finished his last bite, set down his chopsticks, and looked at Wang Ming. Have you made up your mind? Are you going back or staying? Wang Ming raised his head, his eyes still a little red. What? That expression you had earlier, Joel said. You were deep in thought. Wang Ming didn't respond. He was indeed thinking. Everything in the compound. Qingxia San Mao, Mr. K, the hedgehog-headed guy. These matters and people flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern, impossible to stop. Going back. Returning home, back to school, back to the days of playing games, attending classes, eating, and sleeping. He would dismiss the events of the compound as a nightmare, one he could forget upon waking. But what if he didn't go back? Wang Ming looked at Rolf, then at Bernard, and finally at Joel. All 3 were watching him. Rolf spoke first. Trust your own inner choice. With that he stood up and stacked his dishes. Bernard and Joel followed. All right, take us back, Rolf said. Wang Ming hesitated. You guys, your own matters, you decide for yourself. Rolf interrupted him. We can't help you. Call us once you've made up your mind. Wang Ming opened his mouth, nodded, and silently recited a cancellation phrase. The 3 men disappeared. Wang Ming was left alone at the table. The shop owner peeked out from the shop door, noticing the 3 sturdy men were gone before coming out to clean up the dishes. Wang Ming sat alone in the plastic chair for a while before standing up and walking towards the town center. The street was busier now, with people on electric bikes, tricycles, and on foot, none of whom he recognized. After walking for 20 minutes, he saw a blue sign that read Public Security Bureau with 2 police cars. He pushed the door open. A young female police officer sat at the front desk, looked up at him, and asked in Burmese, "Hello, what can I do for you?" Wang Ming was taken aback, unsure how to respond. He didn't understand. The female officer glanced at his clothes, then picked up the intercom on the desk and said something. Soon a middle-aged man walked out from inside wearing a jacket and not a police uniform. He looked Wang Ming up and down and said in Chinese, "Follow me." Wang Ming followed him into an office. The door closed behind them, and the middle-aged man sat down, pointing to the chair opposite him. "Sit down." "Name?" "Wang Ming." "Wang Ming." The middle-aged man looked up in surprise and said, "Go ahead." Wang Ming recounted everything, starting from how he was deceived into the compound to what he saw there. San Mao, Qingxiao, Mr. K. Shin Ming, and the hedgehog-headed guy. He was selective in his disclosure, omitting the Dark Zone system and the trio of Rolf, only stating that he was a delivery man who had been used and escaped during the explosion. The middle-aged man listened attentively, not interrupting or taking notes. After Wang Ming finished, he remained silent for a while. "We will verify what you said, but you need to stay here while we await news. By the way, did you escape alone?" The middle-aged man suddenly asked. Wang Ming paused and nodded. "Do you know a man with a hedgehog head along with 3 other strong-looking guys?" The middle-aged man asked again. By this time Wang Ming understood and shook his head. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, but said nothing. He silently thought to himself that it might just be a coincidence. He then stood up, opened the door, and called out, "Xiaozhou, take him to the lounge and get him some new clothes." Wang Ming was taken to a small room on the 2nd floor. It wasn't large, containing a sofa, a table, and a water dispenser. He sat on the sofa looking out the window at the sky. The sky changed from gray-white to light blue, then to deep blue. Staff members came in and out, placing a box meal and water in front of him. He took 2 bites of the box meal, but had no appetite. He finished the water. He was then taken to another office. Inside were 2 people, the middle-aged man from earlier, and another in a white shirt, older with graying hair, sitting very upright. "You are Wang Ming, right?" the man in the white shirt said. "We have reported the situation you reflected. Now we need you to cooperate and recount everything you know in more detail. This is very important for our subsequent actions." Wang Ming recounted the events again in greater detail, but still omitted certain sensitive information. The man in the white shirt asked a few questions, to which Wang Ming answered. Finally, the man in the white shirt stood up and shook his hand. "You can rest here. We will arrange for someone to take you to the embassy." Wang Ming nodded, and suddenly he seemed to remember something. "Excuse me, I want to ask if you know Qingxia." "Qingxia?" The man in the white shirt glanced at Wang Ming and shook his head. "If we have any news, we will inform you right away." Wang Ming nodded. In the afternoon, a black business vehicle stopped at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. Wang Ming got in, and after nearly an hour of driving, they stopped in front of a gray building. The national emblem hung at the entrance, and the national flag fluttered on the flagpole. Someone came out to receive him, taking him inside to fill out forms, register, and take photos. A uniformed staff member sat across from him with a stack of forms on the table. "Wang Ming, we have recorded what you said. Now we need you to confirm, is all the information you provided true?" "It is true. We will verify it with the local police. Before the results come out, please rest here. We will inform you of any developments." Wang Ming nodded. The staff member took him to a lounge that was larger than the one at the Public Security Bureau, equipped with a bed, a television, and a private bathroom. Before leaving, the staff member said, "Call us if you need anything." The door closed. Wang Ming sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the television. The television was on the volume low, broadcasting news. It took him a while to realize it was in Chinese. A domestic channel. The screen switched to a list of names, recent missing persons list. A female voice read out names one by one, some with photos, some only names. Wang Ming looked at the names. Some were around his age, others older. The list was long and took a long time to read. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps came from outside the door, followed by weeping. It wasn't just one person crying, there were 2. A man's voice and a woman's voice, both sobbing out of tune, clear even through the door. Officer Chun, you have to rescue my son. Please, we only have this one son. He's been over there for a year, and there's been no news." Another voice was comforting, speaking softly, but it was inaudible. The crying didn't stop, or in fact it grew louder. Wang Ming stood up, walked to the door, but didn't open it. He stood behind the door, listening to the cries outside. The old woman's voice had become so broken that it hardly resembled a human sound, like something crushed squeezing out from her throat. Wang Ming stood behind the door for a long time, until the cries outside gradually diminished, the footsteps faded away, and silence returned to the corridor. He looked at the doorknob for a long time before turning around and returning to sit on the bed. The television continued to read off names, one name after another. He turned off the television. The room fell silent, the hum of the air conditioning the sound of his own heartbeat. Wang Ming went to the bathroom to wash his face, then looked up at his reflection in the mirror. His hair had grown long enough to reach his nose due to neglect. His weary eyes lacked luster. His complexion was waxy. "Mr. Wang, you can." A staff member opened the door, intending to call Wang Ming out, but the room was empty with nothing inside. At this moment, Wang Ming stood on a hillside, the breeze blowing through his bangs. Rolf stood behind Wang Ming. "Have you made your decision?" Rolf asked Wang Ming. "Sometimes I wonder why this system appeared in my life, why it showed up just as I was deceived into the compound. Perhaps what it wants me to do is not just to escape." Wang Ming looked at the heartbroken couple outside the embassy, then glanced at the missing persons list he had taken from the embassy room. It seemed he had made a decision. "I still stand by what I've said, Wang Ming. Trust your own inner thoughts." Wang Ming gazed into the distance, clenching his fists. "Mr. K. Sanmao, and everything in that compound. Just wait, I will make you pay the most terrible In the following days, Wang Ming was preoccupied with thoughts of money. While the Cohen coins in the Dark Zone were useless, in reality the gold within the zone was not. His warehouse was still piled with several gold bars collected from the television station and farms which he had never sold. Now was the time to make use of them. He found a local Chinese driver, handed over $200, and asked the driver to take him to the biggest gold shop in the city. The drive took nearly 2 hours, turning from rural roads onto the main road, where buildings and billboards began to appear on both sides. The driver dropped him off on a street lined with gold jewelry shops, pointing to the second store on the corner, saying they bought gold bars at a fair price. As Wang Ming walked in, the staff glanced at him. He was dressed plainly, not looking like a buyer or seller of gold. His head remained down. Another person, likely a manager, approached, slowly smiling and asking what he needed. Wang Ming pulled a gold bar from his pocket, one taken from the Dark Zone, unmarked and smooth with a The manager took it, weighed it, and checked it in the back. When he returned, he quoted a price, 78,000. Wang Ming was unsure of the market value, but he knew that price was definitely low. He didn't haggle and merely nodded. The manager was taken aback, perhaps not expecting him to be so agreeable, and added in RMB cash. Wang Ming nodded again. The manager turned to prepare, and after a few minutes he emerged with a black plastic bag containing 78,100 notes bundled into 7 stacks, with 8,000 remaining. Wang Ming took the plastic bag without counting the money and walked out. He stood at the entrance for a moment watching the bustling street, tucked the plastic bag into his clothing, and went to find the driver. On the way back, he kept pondering. A gold bar in the Dark Zone only cost 60,000 Coin coins, with $1 exchanging for 10,000 Coin coins. He had traded something worth 6 for 78. No matter how he calculated, it seemed like a good deal, yet he also knew he had been ripped off. The gold bar was worth at least 200,000 on the market. But it didn't matter. He wasn't relying on this for wealth. No matter how he calculated, it seemed like a good deal, yet he also knew he had been ripped off. The gold bar was worth at least 200,000 on the market. But it didn't matter. 2M System Level 2 Next Level Requirement, 20M Next Level Unlock Recruitment 20M. With 20 million Coin coins, the 78,000 cash he held could translate into 780 million. Wang Ming was momentarily stunned by this figure in his mind, yet he felt the system wouldn't make things that easy. Wang Ming took the money out of the plastic bag, laying it out on the bed in bundles. He opened the recharge interface and placed the first bundle on it. The system displayed a line of red text: Current System Level 2, Cash Recharge Limit 10M. Exceeding this amount cannot be recharged. Wang Ming paused, thinking this was indeed the case. However, 10M would raise his total warehouse value to 24. 2M. Wang Ming withdrew 10 notes to recharge. The total value of the Dark Zone warehouse rapidly increased, and then stabilized at 24. For M. Wang Ming opened the recruitment interface. The interface was simple, with a white background and black text. Wang Ming opened the recruitment interface. The interface was simple, with a white background and black text centered with a box stating, "Today, you can recruit Wanderers 3. Below the box were 3 names, each accompanied by a line of small text. First, Igor. Stamina 6, Strength 5, Precision 4, Medical 2. Stability medium. Second, Sergey. Stamina 4, Strength 5, Precision 6, Medical 3. Stability low. Third, Andre. Stamina 5, Strength 4, Precision 4, the Medical 5. Stability high. All 3 appeared ordinary, with no remarkable features. Igor was more robust, Sergey had sharp eyes, and Andre looked the most average. Not fat or thin, neither tall nor short. Wang Ming looked at their attributes, and then at their photos. Sergey's precision was the highest, but his stability was low. After some thought, he chose Andre. At least high stability wouldn't cause trouble. The system displayed a line of text. Recruitment successful. Wanderer Andre has joined. A person appeared before Wang Ming out of thin air. In his early 30s, with deep brown hair and a clean-shaven face, he wore a faded gray t-shirt and olive green pants with a pair of old military boots. He stood in the middle of the room, glancing around before looking at Wang Ming, waiting silently. Wang Ming was at a loss for words. After a moment of thought, he pointed to the corner. "Clean the room. The broom is in the corridor outside." Andre nodded and turned to leave. Moments later, he returned with a broom and dustpan, starting to sweep. His movements were neither fast nor slow, very meticulous, leaving no dust in the corners under the bed or beside the table legs. Wang Ming watched him for a few seconds before turning to leave. The courtyard was rented just a couple of days ago. It was situated deep in the countryside, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and a river on one, with only a dirt road leading in. The yard was spacious enough to park a dozen vehicles, with the main house being a row of bungalows and a row of rooms. The landlord was a man in his 60s with his children living in the city. This yard had been empty for several years. When Wang Ming expressed his desire to rent it as a warehouse, the old man asked no further questions and settled on an annual rent of 8,000. Wang Ming paid for 2 years. He walked up the slope along the dirt road at the back of the yard. The slope wasn't high, taking about 5 or 6 minutes to climb. Standing at the top, he looked down at the entire yard. The mountains on 3 sides weren't particularly high, but steep, covered with scrub and bushes, making it hard for people to climb over. The river in front wasn't wide, but the current was swift with no bridge. Crossing it required a long detour. The dirt road was the only access, narrow enough that 2 vehicles couldn't pass each other. There was an iron gate at the entrance that once locked barred entry. Wang Ming stood on the slope for a while, the wind blowing from the mountains lifting his hair. This was a good location, remote and concealed, making it difficult for outsiders to find and not easy for those inside to leave. Then Wang Ming silently summoned Rolf. Rolf stood silently behind Wang Ming. "Master, how do you find this place?" Wang Ming asked. "Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and water on one, it's not exactly easy to defend or attack, but it is quite concealed." Rolf glanced around and spoke slowly. "This is my first base. It's also my first step towards overthrowing the park. When Wang Ming returned to the yard, Andre had finished cleaning the room and was waiting at the door. Wang Ming glanced at him, mentally calling out. Rolf, Bernard, and Joel appeared simultaneously in the yard. The three appeared in scattered positions, with Rolf on the left, Bernard on the right, and Joel in the middle, as if accustomed to spreading out upon arrival. Rolf first looked at Andre, and then turned to Wang Ming. Who is this new recruit? Andre. Rolf scrutinized Andre from head to toe. Andre looked back at him. They locked eyes for 2 seconds before Andre averted his gaze. Not out of fear, but a calmness that suggested he wasn't looking to compete. All right, Rolf said, not asking further. Wang Ming gathered the three into the main house and closed the door. He pulled a map from his pocket and laid it on the table. The map was bought locally with a scale that wasn't large but sufficient. He circled the park's location with a red pen and marked several arrows nearby. I want to take down that park, Wang Ming said. The three remained silent. Rolf studied the map, moving his finger around the red circle. Bernard adjusted his glasses and leaned in to take a closer look. Joel stood behind, arms crossed, not stepping closer, but his eyes never left the map. Just running away isn't enough, Wang Ming stated. Those who were deceived are still inside. Others will continue. If that place isn't dismantled, this matter won't end. Moreover, I have many puzzling issues that await my personal resolution. Rolf withdrew his hand from the map, standing straight and looking at Wang Ming. Are you going alone? Not alone. Wang Ming looked at Rolf, then at Bernard and Joel. Do you want to come? No one spoke. Rolf fished a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips without lighting it. He stared at the map on the table for several seconds. If you say you want to come, then come. Rolf's voice was low. He took the cigarette from his lips and set it on the table. After all, idleness is not an option. Bernard adjusted his glasses, but said nothing. Joel walked over from behind, standing by the table, staring at the red circle on the map. How do you plan to attack? How many people are inside the park? How many guns? How is their defense organized? You don't even know. Wang Ming remained silent. If you want to fight, you need to gather intelligence first, Joel said. Attacking without understanding the situation is a death wish. Wang Ming nodded. He knew. I will find a way. Joel glanced at him, but said nothing further. Rolf took the cigarette back. First, get this place in order. Living arrangements, food, ammunition, supplies. Without these preparations, nothing can be accomplished. I can now recruit one wanderer each day, and I can arm them. We may not be able to confront the entire park yet, but as long as I have time, once I develop and assemble my own army, that will be the day the park meets its demise. Wang Ming looked at Andre outside the door, his words filled with excitement. Rolf and Bernard were Wang Ming's life and death friends, summoned only with recognition and tokens. Joel was Wang Ming's instructor, a mentor who would inevitably assist a student. However, relying solely on these three to confront the entire park carried some risks. Although they could wait for time to continue summoning if they died, Wang Ming didn't want them to perish because of him. If a fight was to be fought, it had to be with 100% certainty. The recently unlocked recruitment function perfectly compensated for Wang Ming's lack of numbers. Recruiting locally not only required a significant amount of effort and funds, but could also backfire. However, this recruitment function, allowing one recruit per day, incurred no resource cost and was guaranteed to be fully loyal. Moreover, he could buy weapons and equipment from the Dark Zone to arm them, meaning having a full army of 6 equipped wanderers was merely a matter of time. Wang Ming then turned and exited the main house, standing in the yard gazing at the three surrounding mountains. The leaves on the trees rustled in the wind, and the sound of the river flowed from afar, dull and unhurried. Andre was still sweeping. He had finished cleaning the main house and had begun to sweep the yard. The broom moved methodically across the ground, making a soft rustling sound. Andre, Wang Ming suddenly called out. Upon hearing, Andre quickly approached Wang Ming. Master, what is your command? Wang Ming felt a pang of annoyance at the title, finding master somewhat unappealing. From now on, don't call me master, just call me. Call me commander. Yes, commander. Andre straightened his posture as he spoke. Wang Ming nodded with satisfaction. Can you use a gun? Reporting to commander, I can use a gun, but not very high-level ones. Andre replied. Wang Ming took out a modified AK-74N from the Dark Zone and handed it to Andre. He then pointed toward a flock of birds perched on a distant tree. Shoot down a few, and you'll have dinner tonight. Andre raised the AK-74N, aiming at the flock, and then several gunshots rang out. The flock exploded into chaos, fleeing rapidly in all directions. Moments later, sounds of items hitting the ground followed. Interesting. Joel observed Andre from behind Wang Ming. He couldn't help but praise this brother's shooting skills are much better than your first attempt at the training ground. Joel smiled at Wang Ming. Wang Ming awkwardly scratched his head. Indeed, when he first played in the Dark Zone, he could barely hit the target with an AK-74N. This shows my good judgment. Wang Ming couldn't help but click his tongue. Judging by Andrei's attire, he seemed to be a farm wanderer, and back when he was escaping the Dark Zone, he always thought wanderers were the worst NPCs. Except for those monsters in the stables, and the broken bridge, and the south wheat field. If the Wanderers in the game were on par with Andre, there might be little for players to do. By the way, is there a chance I could recruit the sniper from the Broken Bridge, the sniper from the South Wheat Field, or the Guardian from the stables? That would be impressive. Wang Ming thought to himself, unable to contain his excitement. Commander, the task is complete. Andre presented 3 bird carcasses to Wang Ming, then returned the AK-74N. Well done, Andre. You can keep this gun, it will be your personal weapon from now on. Wang Ming placed the AK-74N back into Andre's hands, choosing not to fully upgrade it, as Andre might not be accustomed to a fully equipped weapon. By the way, take this tactical helmet and bulletproof vest, they belong to you now. Wang Ming retrieved an F-80 tactical helmet and a 6B-23 bulletproof vest from the warehouse and handed them to Andre. Andre donned them skillfully. Wang Ming's eyes lit up at the sight. This was undoubtedly a fortified farm NPC. Perfect. When it was time for battle, he would arrange a full set for him. I've prepared your equipment as well. Wang Ming turned to Rolf and the others, subsequently distributing their respective gear and weapons. Moreover, he conveniently fully upgraded Rolf's Victor and Dalian Spray, Bernard's M110 and Joel's H4. After all, fully upgraded weapons would allow these 3 to unleash their maximum combat potential. Wang Ming surveyed everything in the yard, silently vowing, This is my first step toward. In the following days, Wang Ming remained in the courtyard, consuming food and drinks from the Dark Zone. Rolf and Bernard also ate these without complaints. Joel returned to Kimona, stating he had matters to attend to. Before leaving, he left his set of equipment neatly arranged in the courtyard. Every day right after midnight, Wang Ming would open the system panel to refresh the recruitment. On the first day, it was Andre. The second day, a person named Peter. By the end of the week, there were 7 more people in the courtyard. All 7 wore their old clothes, standing in a row of various heights and builds, but their gazes were similar, calm, waiting, silent. Rolf led them to the open space behind the courtyard and began teaching the most basic stance. How to stand, how to move, and how to observe the positions of teammates. Bernard set up a wooden board nearby, drawing several circles to teach shooting. Wang Ming purchased all the drifter firearms from the Dark Zone market, including AK-74N, AK-74U, SKS, MP-133, and even a few Mosinagants. Rolf had them fire each type of gun, noting each person's habits. Some preferred to pull the trigger with their left hand, others raised their shoulders too high when shouldering the gun, and some couldn't control the muzzle during automatic fire. Rolf corrected them one by one. Wang Ming stood at the front door of the main house watching for a moment. The 7 were holding guns, forming formations in the open space, while Rolf stood in the middle calling out commands. Bernard squatted nearby, cleaning a gun, occasionally looking up to shout corrections. He lowered his head and opened the system panel. Gun proficiency 9, throwables proficiency 8, melee combat proficiency 11, reconnaissance proficiency 3. All of them were low. He survived in the park thanks to his level 6 armor, God of War helmet, reinforced needles, and red sun drinks. These items were provided by the Dark Zone, not his own. Without equipment or supplies, he might not even be able to take on Andre. All his running, shooting, and judgments were products of his gear. Without gear, what does he have left? What are you thinking? Rolf had approached without him noticing. Wang Ming, nothing much. Rolf glanced at the drifters practicing shooting in the open space. You've been standing here watching for days without participating. Just watching you teach is enough. Not enough, Rolf said. You need to practice. Just watching won't help you learn. Wang Ming didn't respond. Starting tomorrow, you'll also practice, Rolf stated, not as a suggestion, but as a notification. Wang Ming thought for a moment and shook his head. It's too slow. Slow. The longer we wait, the more people die in the park and the more get deceived. Moreover, my talent doesn't match that of Andre and the others. I'm just a university student. Wang Ming looked at his hands, dirt and gun oil caked in his knuckles. They came out of Kimona-born fighters. I'm not one of them. Rolf looked at him in silence. I want to enter the Dark Zone, Master. You all help guard the house while I train myself. What do you want to train? Rolf pulled a cigarette from his pocket, placing it in his mouth. Sniping. My reflexes and reconnaissance skills are too poor. When I was in the park, I couldn't remember most of what happened. I'm not fit to observe now. I could train in a place like North Mountain. Oh, there, if you don't see anyone, you're dead. Rolf took the cigarette from his mouth, looking at the mountains outside the courtyard. The leaves on the mountain rustled in the wind, and the river in the distance glimmered. Then you need to bring a good gun. Wang Ming smiled slightly. M110, fully modified with 6.2mm ammo. That should be enough. Rolf said nothing further. He turned and walked back to the open space, continuing to call out commands. Bernard peeked out from the side room, glanced at Wang Ming, and gave him a thumbs up. Good eye for choosing a gun. Wang Ming returned to the main house, lying on the makeshift military cot. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in the Dark Zone warehouse where Joel was absent, presumably handling affairs. Wang Ming modified an M110 with a 2x7 scope, bringing 120 rounds of 6. 2mm ammo, then equipped the GS2 headset, as high-quality bullets and a good headset are essential for sniping. He casually threw on a level 4 SEK Fortress vest. Wang Ming wasn't used to wearing a helmet while sniping, so he planned to head to North Mountain like this. But suddenly remembering whose territory North Mountain was, Wang Ming silently picked an IND 200 tactical helmet to wear. After all, some people's FELs could be quite indiscriminate. Wang Ming then clicked to reinforce North Mountain. From his earlier observations, the skill values gained from normal maps, blocked maps, and reinforced blocked maps were different. Thus, Wang Ming chose to reinforce the blocked North Mountain and entered the game. The sky over North Mountain was gray, the clouds hanging low, and there was a scent of pine and decaying leaves in the air. At this time, it had not yet snowed in North Mountain. The entire world looked lush and green. Wang Ming crouched down, looking around. The spawn point was in the northeast direction of North Mountain, near the road, with a patch of scrub forest on the left and an open area on the right, the spire of a communication tower visible in the distance. After checking his magazine, Wang Ming began searching for drifters. Wang Ming glanced at the map. Currently, he was on the tunnel road in the northeast direction of North Mountain. His route was to go from the tunnel road to the sewage treatment plant, crossing the passage bridge to the climbing service area, then take out any drifters encountered along the way and evacuate from the lookout tower at the bottom left of the map. After walking less than 200 meters, it was very quiet around. Wang Ming stopped, perked his ears to listen. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves could be heard. He swept his scope around. Trees, grass, rocks. No human shapes. He continued forward, his footsteps light, but he felt something was off. He couldn't quite place it, but his back felt a bit tense. Then a shout came from behind. Enemy spotted. Open fire. Wang Ming spun around abruptly as a drifter charged out from behind a tree, holding an AK, the muzzle already aimed at him. He didn't have time to aim, throwing himself to the side. The bullet grazed his shoulder, striking the tree trunk behind him, splintering wood that hit his neck. Wang Ming lay on the ground, turning the M110 around, unable to aim properly, firing a shot in that direction. He missed. The drifter fired again, the bullet hitting the muddy ground beside him, splattering dirt onto his face. Wang Ming gritted his teeth, bracing the gun tightly, and fired a second shot. This time he hit the chest. The drifter staggered back, taking 2 more steps before Wang Ming fired a third shot, hitting the head, followed by a soft thud as the drifter collapsed. Wang Ming lay on the ground, his heart racing. He rummaged through the box, finding a broken AK, several magazines, and a first aid kit. He took the first aid kit and stood up, his legs feeling a bit weak. He recalled when he used to play Dark Zone Escapes. He could easily see where NPCs, drifters were and where real people were on the screen. Now that he was truly in, all he saw were trees, grass, shadows behind rocks, and dark spots under tree roots. A person crouching there without moving might not even be noticed as he walked by. When I used to play games, I thought drifters were live targets. Now it seems in the target. Wang Ming leaned against a tree, taking a sip of red sun drink to recover some stamina, then drank a tube of concentrated analgesic to avoid being ambushed, and having his leg shot, making it impossible to escape. In such an open place like North Mountain, being ambushed would mean he needed to prepare to return to the warehouse if he couldn't find cover immediately. Wang Ming put the bottle away and continued forward. This time he walked more slowly, stopping every few steps to scan the area. But the drifters seemed to remain motionless, making them nearly invisible. Those people wore dark clothes, crouching at tree roots behind rocks and in the grass, blending into the background. His eyes would sweep over them and only see a blur. After walking for about 10 more minutes, a shout came from the right. "I see you." Wang Ming turned his head and a drifter poked half his body out from behind a rock, opening fire at him. This time he didn't panic. He crouched down, steadied his gun, and after 2 seconds found the person's head in the shadow of the rock. He fired. 1 shot hit the head, and the person collapsed from behind the rock, lying motionless on the ground. Wang Ming walked over, rummaged through the box, but didn't take anything. Gun proficiency 99. 3 reconnaissance proficiency 3. 740. He continued to sneak toward places where drifters frequently spawned: small housing areas, open fields, and the outskirts of the sewage treatment plant, taking them out one by one. Arriving at a vantage point, he didn't go in immediately but crouched outside, using the scope to scan first, picking off drifters that stayed in the open before moving in a few steps and scanning again. Some drifters crouched in blind spots, unreachable by the scope. Once he got within a certain distance, they would shout and open fire. In that 1 or 2 seconds, he'd find a target and shoot. He cleared out several more drifters, some crouching behind rocks, others lying in the grass, and some moving along the dirt road. Wang Ming noticed he was gradually getting faster. It wasn't that his eyesight improved, but that his mind was working faster. He no longer scanned aimlessly, but first checked the spots where people might crouch: tree roots behind rocks, behind low walls, and the edges of grass. He had run past these spots in the Dark Zone hundreds of times, knowing where drifters like to hide. In the past in the game, he could see them immediately without needing to search. Now it was different. He had to rely on his own eyes. Just as he was focused on a drifter, Wang Ming suddenly saw a shadow flash by on the second floor of a housing area. Curious, Wang Ming wondered if a drifter would appear on the second floor when the shadow showed a head at the window. Wang Ming took a peek through the scope and found it was a rat head. He then pulled the trigger, and with a pop the shadow fell. Wang Ming cautiously approached, discovering it was a white Special Forces box. Why is there a Special Forces box here? Did I clear it like an NPC? Wang Ming found it a bit amusing, but when he opened the box he suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. Inside the Special Forces box was a BM-59. Wang Ming checked the magazine, and indeed found it contained 5 rounds of 61 ammo. This lousy gun must have claimed the lives of countless careless people. He had been headshot by this 61 ammo back when he played in North Mountain. Wang Ming unloaded the bullets and the scope, leaving the housing area. Reconnaissance Proficiency 4.04.551. At the outskirts of the sewage treatment plant. By the time Wang Ming sneaked in, half the match had already passed. He found a high slope, crouching down, using the scope to scan inside the sewage treatment plant. Red brick walls, iron roofs, a few treatment pools, and piles of debris. No one was there. Just as he was about to lower his gun, the sound of gunfire suddenly reached his ears. Not sporadic, but a dense exchange of shots. The crisp sound of M4s mixed with the unique light sounds of Pharaoh, punctuated by the explosions of grenades, came from the direction of the sewage treatment plant. Wang Ming reshouldered his gun, increased the zoom, and looked into the factory area. In the open space in the middle of the factory, 2 groups of people were exchanging fire. One group was in gray combat uniforms, 4 people scattered behind several covers fighting fiercely. The other group wore patrol-style uniforms numbering 7 or 8, with a leader standing in the middle. White beard, wearing a military helmet, holding a modified FEL assault rifle, commanding his subordinates to press forward. Fred, the leader of the North Mountain male group. 4 people against 1 team. Wang Ming watched through the scope as the 4 in gray coordinated with each other. One moved from the flank, taking out 2 of Fred's guards, while the other 2 suppressed from the front with continuous gunfire. Fred's men fell one by one. The white-beard leader retreated behind a treatment pool, still returning fire, but the firepower was clearly weaker. Finally, only Fred remained, surrounded by 4 individuals from 2 directions, and he went down after several shots. Fred's body lay crooked by the pool, unmoving. Wang Ming crouched on the high slope, saw the 4 people crouched on the ground, rummaging through the male group's box facing away from him. His heartbeat steadied, and his breathing slowed. He pressed the butt of the M110 tightly against his shoulder, centering the crosshairs on one of their necks. About 150 meters away, within the effective range of the M110, Wang Ming looked at the person he was aiming at, who wore a FA assault tactical helmet, knowing his 6.2mm rounds should penetrate. He didn't rush to shoot. First, he took a glance at the positions of the other 3, mentally going over the situation. All 4 were out in the open, looting the male group's box. If he took out the one he was aiming at, the other 3 might not even react, or perhaps they wouldn't even notice. The M110 was a semi-automatic sniper, which meant there was a good chance to take down the second or even third person. That way he might be able to wipe out the entire team. Wang Ming chuckled inwardly, then took a deep breath to steady himself. He aligned the crosshairs on the head of the level 5 helmet wearer, then pulled the trigger. Pop! The bullet flew out of the suppressor. In the scope, a burst of white light exploded on the person's helmet, their head snapping back, but they didn't fall. It didn't penetrate. Wang Ming was momentarily stunned. The staggered person quickly regained composure, loudly shouting that there was a sniper. The other 3 had already scattered their guns, pointing outward, firing in the direction where Wang Ming was. It didn't penetrate. Wang Ming was momentarily stunned. Flying everywhere. Rolf unfolded the map, and the 3 men crouched. Wang Ming realized he had no chance to fire a second shot, and hurriedly got up to run backward. The 4 men had already spotted Wang Ming's position, and bullets rained down upon him like a storm, crackling against his heels. Wang Ming didn't dare to look back as he sprinted away, hearing someone shout from behind the high hill, "Go around." Then came the sound of gunfire whizzing past his head, striking the stones, and sending debris flying onto his back. Immediately curses erupted. Where did that lousy sniper come from? Get him! Wang Ming didn't dare to look back, bending over to dash into the woods. The trees in Beishan were dense with low-hanging branches, and he emerged with scratches all over his face and arms. Wang Ming gritted his teeth and downed half a bottle of Hongyang, then inserted a red needle. The strength in his legs surged, allowing him to take longer strides. The 4 men behind him were well-equipped, but burdened, and after running a few hundred meters they fell behind. The footsteps faded but did not cease. They were still pursuing him. Wang Ming ran frantically, and fortunately the 4 men had limited stamina and couldn't keep up, but the bad news was they likely wouldn't give up easily. Wang Ming gritted his teeth and took another stride. As he exited the woods, a clear view opened up before him. The lake was small, its waters a grayish-green, reflecting the overcast sky. A stone bridge spanned the water. Wang Ming didn't cross the bridge. He ran a few steps along the shore, gazing at the water, suddenly struck by a clever idea. The water felt cooler than he expected. His clothes were soaked, clinging to him, and his gun was wet, but the M110 would be fine after a while in the water. He submerged, leaving only his nose and eyes above the surface, remaining motionless in the shadow of the bridge's support. He still had his headphones on, and after getting wet the sound became muffled but still audible. The footsteps quickly reached the bridge. Where is he? Number 1 was panting heavily. This guy ran too fast. Number 2 was also out of breath, but steadier. How can a lousy sniper run this fast? Number 3 didn't speak, but Wang Ming heard the sound of a magazine being changed, a click right above him. Number 4 tapped the stock of his gun against the wooden planks, split up, and search. He can't have gone far. The 4 men dispersed. Wang Ming remained motionless in the water, which was quite cold. He gritted his teeth to suppress the tremors. The footsteps spread out from the bridge. One went east, one went west, another into the northern woods, and one along the lakeshore. The person by the lakeside walked slowly, their boots crunching on the gravel. They stood for a while, likely peering. Wang Ming shrank his face behind the bridge's support. The person left. After a while, the footsteps returned to the bridge. Nothing. Number 3 said. I didn't find anything on my side either. Number 4 added. There's nothing in the woods. He must not have run north. Number 1 remained silent. The bridge was quiet for a few seconds. Is that kid hiding in the water? Number 1 suddenly said. Wang Ming's heart skipped a beat. Number 2 immediately retorted, are you an idiot? 117 hasn't gone underwater yet. You can't swim in the dark zone. Number 1 mumbled, I was just saying it casually. Number 3 chimed in, exactly. Have you ever seen anyone with the ability to go underwater? Which special forces can swim? Number 1 fell silent. Wang Ming, hiding underwater, nearly laughed. Wang Ming had thought about how invincible he would be if he hid underwater when he was at Beishan. In such a large lake, he could pop his head up, fire a shot, and then disappear back underwater. He didn't expect to realize it here. Moments of silence passed. Suddenly a crack sounded from the other side of the bridge, the sound of a branch snapping, and the 4 instantly became alert. Haven't you all searched the bridge thoroughly? Number 2 asked, his face somewhat grim. The other 3 shook their heads. Was that sound a real person or a machine? Number 1 inquired. Number 3 pulled out a small green grenade from his waist and removed the pin. Let's throw one to test the waters. If it calls out, it's a machine. If it doesn't, it's a real person. He held the grenade, counting down to throw it. At that moment, the water surface exploded. Hearing the sound from the water, the 4 instinctively turned their heads to look. Wang Ming burst out of the water under the astonished and terrified gazes of the 4, half his body above the surface, with the M110's stock resting on his shoulder. Water flowed down the barrel of the gun. He fired 3 shots. Poo poo poo. The first shot struck number 3 in the chest, causing him to stagger, but not fall. The second shot pierced his armor, and the third shot knocked number 3 to the ground. Number 3 fell onto the bridge, his grenade rolling out of his hand, bouncing twice on the ground, before coming to rest at the feet of the other 3. Boom. The small green grenade exploded. Flames and smoke erupted simultaneously, dirt flying everywhere. Number 3 was tossed over, becoming a white box. Number 4, closest to the blast, was knocked to the ground, severely injured and screaming in agony. Number 2 was staggered by the blast wave, his entire body turning red from the explosion. Half of his face was scratched by flying wood shards. Number 1 reacted the quickest, jumping back slightly. Aside from being shaken, he suffered no serious injuries. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The ringing in his ears hadn't subsided when Number 1 was already scrambling to throw a smoke grenade off the bridge. White smoke billowed, obscuring everything. Number 2 quickly ran to Number 1's side and threw his own smoke grenade. He cursed loudly in the smoke, his voice urgent and explosive. 117. Look at the game you created. How the hell is there a water monster in the water? Wang Ming crouched behind the bridge support, his scope filled with white smoke. He heard Number 2's curses drifting away from the smoke. He didn't pursue. Once the smoke cleared, only a white box and Number 4, who lay on the ground continuously screaming, remained on the bridge. Wang Ming didn't dare to emerge from the water. He continued to hide underwater, quietly observing the situation on the shore. He knew the remaining 2 wouldn't leave just like that. He needed to wait a little longer. However, Wang Ming suddenly remembered Number 2's curse and couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Ming crouched beneath the bridge pier with only his 2 eyes visible. The water had lost its chill. After soaking for a while, his body heat had dissipated, leaving only his teeth occasionally chattering. He rested the M110 on his knees, the barrel protruding just above the water's surface, aimed toward the bridge. There was no movement above. The smoke had cleared, and only Box No. 3 lay pale and lifeless in the middle of the bridge, while Box No. 4 continued to softly moan weakly. Before long, it also became a box. Footsteps approached from the shore, not coming closer, but moving away. 2 people, one in front of the other, crunched through the leaves, growing more distant. Wang Ming looked through the scope, catching sight of No. 1 and No. Two sneaking into the left woods, not turning. Did they run away, eh? Wang Ming muttered to himself, feeling skeptical. Those two were well equipped. Could they just let it go like that? He waited for a moment, and the footsteps completely faded away. The bridge above and below was eerily quiet. Only the wind blew across the lake, creating delicate ripples on the water's surface. Wang Ming remained still. The first thing he learned in the Dark Zone was that when you think you're safe, that's when it's least safe. Suddenly, a faint voice came through his earpiece, emanating from the direction of the left woods, as if someone was speaking in a hushed tone. Wang Ming slowly moved beneath the bridge, the voice becoming clearer. Bro, didn't you say 117 didn't allow swimming? How come there's a person coming out of the water? It was no. One's voice laced with disbelief. A few seconds of silence passed. Then no. Two spoke in a low voice, clearly bewildered. The potato server has malfunctioned, producing a bug. It's common sense that swimming is not allowed in the Dark Zone. He must have glitched his way in. Can you glitch your way to surface from the water? You asked me, who should I ask? No. Two sounded a bit impatient. Listen to me, let's go around the left woods. Go around. He will definitely come up to loot the bag. He can't just leave. No. 3 and no. 4's bags behind. We'll go around to the other side of the bridge, find a position to set up. I've got an AR-30, it will be a one-shot deal as soon as he comes up to loot the bag. What about no? 4. He's still lying there on the ground. He's wild spawn, if he dies, he dies. No. 2's tone was devoid of emotion. Hurry up, stop dawdling. The footsteps resumed lighter and slower this time. The two didn't turn back, but instead circled left along the lakeside woods, trying to approach the other end of the bridge from the west. Wang Ming lay in the water, observing the two indistinct figures moving at the edge of the woods. He looked up at the other side of the bridge where there were no buildings or cover. If he were to set up his gun, it could only be on the hillside beside the bridge. Wang Ming glanced at the general location on the other side of the bridge, and an idea formed in his mind. Wang Ming did not rush to move. He waited until the two figures fully disappeared into the woods before swimming along the lakebed towards the other side of the bridge. The water wasn't deep, the bottom was muddy and covered with aquatic plants, and he swam slowly, trying not to disturb the surface. Before long, he reached the area next to the bridge, which provided a perfect view of the hillside. He then slowly raised his gun from the water, using a 7x scope to scan the area. The two had already arrived. No. 2 crouched behind a cluster of bushes with the AR-30 resting on a rock aimed toward the bridge. No. 1 squatted behind him holding an SJ-16, also watching the bridge. The two worked well together, one for shooting and the other for support. Is it set up? No. 1 asked in a low voice. Yes. Just waiting for him to come up. No. 2 was lying steady, his aim firmly locked on box. No. 3. Do you think he might have already run away? If he ran away, then that's fine, but it would save us trouble. If he can't run away, then we'll kill him. Wang Ming lay in the water, the barrel slowly emerging. His crosshair aimed at the back of No. 2's head. No. 2 wore a level 4 KSS tactical helmet. A single shot from a 62 round should be enough. After all, if it couldn't penetrate a level 5 helmet, how could it not penetrate a level 4? He didn't rush to shoot, first checking No. 1's position. No. 1 crouched 3 steps behind No. 2, half of him exposed, wearing a commander's earpiece and no helmet. Wang Ming couldn't help but sigh. If he had known earlier, he would have shot that helmetless person back at the sewage treatment plant. He had been too nervous at the time. He had randomly shot at someone. The key was that he hadn't even penetrated. Wang Ming shifted his crosshair back to the back of No. 2's head, took a deep breath, and steadied himself. The gunshot was quiet, and as the bullet flew out of the water, it kicked up a spray of droplets. In the scope, No. 2's head exploded in a burst of green light, causing him to topple forward and lie motionless on the rock. The box lay pale on the ground. No. 1 was stunned. He first looked down at No. 2, who had turned into a box, then looked up at the direction from which the bullet had come. He saw the barrel submerged in the water and caught sight of the half-exposed head above the surface. What the hell? No. 1 turned and ran frantically, scrambling up the hillside. Wang Ming slowly emerged from the water with water streaming down his pant legs and mud filling his shoes, each step making a squelching sound. He rested the M110 on the bridge railing, aiming at the figure that was running further away. No. 1 reached the hillside midway, exhausted and forced to move slowly to regain his strength. Wang Ming waited for this moment, taking a shot that cleanly penetrated No. 1's head. A soft thud was heard. No. 1 stopped moving. The box lay pale on the hillside. Wang Ming lowered his gun, standing on the bridge and looking around. The lake was calm, the woods silent, and no one was around. He climbed over the bridge railing, approached No. 2's box and crouched down to rummage through it. Inside was a fully modified AR-30 with AP rounds, a 15x scope, and a suppressor. There were also 15 spare rounds in the magazine. He slung the AR-30 over his shoulder and walked back onto the bridge, only to realize that the distraction that had helped Wang Ming was just an ordinary roamer. Originally, Wang Ming had planned to ambush the four of them from the water, but with the help of this roamer, he devised a plan to take down No. 3, who was holding a grenade, allowing their own grenade to be used against them. Wang Ming smiled, giving him a round of 62. Wang Ming reached the bridgehead and started rummaging through No. 3 and No. 4's boxes. No. 3's 5 sets of durability had already been blown away by half. It had low durability to begin with, and now it was reduced to tatters. However, inside the bag was a fully modified AR-57, and the magazine was still full. Box No. 4 was nearby, and it also contained an AR-57. Wang Ming stuffed both AR-57s into his backpack. He then glanced at the time. Only 8 minutes remained, and he slowly made his way to the hillside to open No. 1's box. Inside was an SJ-16 bolt-action sniper rifle with a full magazine of AP rounds. However, his backpack was full, and he could only carry 2 guns. Wang Ming looked at the SJ-16 in the box, and then at the M110 in his hands. He felt a bit reluctant. After a full 3 seconds of internal struggle, he touched the M110's body and sighed. M110, you can disassemble and evacuate on your own. He removed the scope bullet's grip and suppressor from the M110. He casually tossed the gun body onto the bridge. Turning around, he carried 2 sniper rifles and stuffed 2 AR-57s into his backpack, heading towards the extraction point. After taking a few steps, he stopped again, looking back at the lonely M110 lying on the ground, feeling a bit troubled. But after a sigh, he continued to leave. I can't let Bernard find out. If he knew, he would definitely make me suffer terribly. Wang Ming entered the woods, his footsteps growing fainter. The sky over Beishan was still gray and hazy, the clouds pressing low as the wind blew across the lake, lifting a few leaves into the air before gently settling them back down. With 4 minutes remaining, Wang Ming arrived at the lookout tower extraction point, waiting for 10 seconds before successfully evacuating. Wang Ming returned to the warehouse. However, the first thing Wang Ming did upon returning to the warehouse was to buy another M110 at the market, treating this one as a replacement for the previous one. When Wang Ming opened his eyes, the sky had turned dark. The iron frame of the military bed creaked as he sat up, momentarily disoriented by the return to his familiar surroundings. He stood up and pushed the door open. A lamp was lit in the yard, a small bulb hanging beneath the eaves of the main house, casting a yellow glow on a small patch of ground. A fire had been set up in the clearing, and Andre and the others were gathered around it. Rolf sat on the steps cleaning his gun, while Victor disassembled a table, arranging the parts neatly. Bernard leaned against the wall of the annex, smoking a cigarette. When he saw Wang Ming come out, he nodded slightly as a greeting. How's the practice going? Rolf didn't even look up, his hands still working. Wang Ming sat down on the steps and recounted the events at Beishan. He didn't go into detail, just mentioning that he had fought off some drifters for half a day, encountered a special task force, and was chased to the lakeside, where he ambushed them in the water, wiping out the team and bringing back 2 AR-57s and 2 snipers. Rolf reassembled the gun's action, pulled the trigger, and it clicked. He said nothing. Bernard blew out a smoke ring. Is the M110 good? Wang Ming's spirits lifted, his back straightening. It's great, fully modified, stable with little recoil, and it doesn't drift when shooting at 150 meters. I tell you, of that team of 4, I took down 2 with my M110. Let me borrow it next time, Bernard said as he extinguished his cigarette, looking at him. That fully modified M110 of yours, let me use it. Wang Ming's words caught in his throat. He recalled the M110 on Beishan Bridge, stripped of its scope suppressor and grip, left on the wooden planks. The parts were still in the warehouse, but the gun body was gone. He had bought a new one on the market, a bare gun that hadn't been modified yet. All right, Wang Ming nodded, his voice low. Bernard glanced at him, but said nothing more. Rolf didn't look up, but the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Wang Ming quickly changed the subject. About the park, I've thought it over. Rolf finished assembling Victor's gun, set it aside, and wiped the gun oil off his hands. Go on. I originally wanted to recruit a drifter to infiltrate the park and gather information. After recruiting him, I would let him go in while I waited outside, and once the intel was collected, I would call him back. Wang Ming paused. That won't work. Why not? Bernard asked. Andre and the others are different from you. I can summon you anytime, and I can also send you back anytime. But Andre and his crew are different. They are hired once out, they can't return, and I can't summon them remotely. If I send him in, he will be alone. If something goes wrong, I can't save him. Rolf remained silent. Bernard pushed his glasses up. So you want to train them first before sending them out? Training is necessary, but there's no time. Wang Ming stood up and walked a few steps in the yard. The 3 cats over there are still alive, Mr. K is still around, and I don't know their background. To establish such a large park in this place and keep it thriving, they must have a trump card. Moreover, they are recruiting and replenishing losses. By the time we are ready, they will be too. Rolf fished out an unlit cigarette from his pocket and held it between his lips. So what do you plan to do? Wang Ming turned his head to look at him. I need to go in first. Rolf took the cigarette from his mouth. You're going in. Not alone. Wang Ming glanced at Rolf and then at Bernard. But we can't go in looking like we do now. The guards in the park know me and recognize you. As soon as they see my face, you'll be caught. We need to change our appearance. Bernard leaned against the wall and pushed his glasses up. Change appearance. Are you planning to get plastic surgery? Disguise, Wang Ming replied. Someone will do it. Rolf and Bernard exchanged glances, remaining silent. Wang Ming closed his eyes and silently recited a phrase in his heart. When he opened his eyes again, the three of them were already standing in front of Wang Ming's warehouse. Wang Ming led the two into a temporary medical station and pushed open the door. Inside, a woman in a white coat was writing something. Iveta, Wang Ming called out. Iveta looked up. She looked the same with short brown hair, and the white coat had several dark red stains indistinguishable as iodine or blood. She glanced at Wang Ming and then at the two men behind him. Injured. She put down her pen and stood up. No. Wang Ming walked to the front of the table. I need to talk to you about something else. Iveta waited. Wang Ming turned back to glance at Rolf and Bernard, who stepped back to the door, standing on either side to block the view of the door and window. Wang Ming turned back to Iveta. Help me with a disguise. Iveta froze for a moment, then smiled slightly. I'm a doctor, not a makeup artist. I really need your help. It's crucial. Iveta sighed and shook her head. I'm sorry, Pioneer, I only handle medical matters. I'm not familiar with disguises and can't help you with that. Then you must be well aware of the codename Thousand Faces. Wang Ming suddenly changed the subject, and Iveta froze for a moment, her eyes growing cold as her hands fumbled under the table for something. Your identity has nothing to do with me, Wang Ming said calmly. We might cooperate in the future, or we might not. But I need your help now. Free people a disguise. Iveta stared at him for several seconds. Then her hands came up from under the table empty. Who sent you to find me? Mr. Thomas told me there was a top-notch disguise artist, but I didn't expect it. As for Thousand Faces, that doesn't fall under your jurisdiction, but I can assure you we're on the same side, Miss Iveta. Wang Ming tugged at his collar and spoke. Iveta was silent for a moment. She stepped out from behind the table, walked up to Wang Ming, and pinched his chin, turning his face left and right to inspect it. What do you want to look like? I need to collaborate with others, and I don't want them to recognize my original appearance. Oh, just a random disguise would be fine. Iveta nodded and looked toward the door at Rolf. What about them? They are the same. They are my bodyguards and just need a random disguise. Iveta turned and walked to the corner, opening a metal cabinet and taking out several bottles and a small brush. She set the items on the table, pulled up a chair, and gestured for Wang Ming to sit. Sit. Wang Ming sat down. Iveta's movements were quick. It didn't feel like makeup, but more like applying medicine. The brush swept across his face, cool and carrying an indescribable scent. From time to time, she would stick or pad something on him. Wang Ming closed his eyes, feeling his face being reshaped. His cheekbones became higher, his chin sharper, and his eyelids seemed to change slightly. Open your eyes. Wang Ming opened his eyes. Iveta held up a small mirror in front of him. The reflection showed a lean face, high brow bones, deep-set eyes, and hair slicked back, looking nothing like him. Looks good. Wang Ming stood up, moving his face around with no discomfort. Iveta had already stepped in front of Rolf. Rolf looked down at her without moving. Iveta stood on her tiptoes, pinching his chin and turning it twice. You don't need to change much. You already look fierce. Just a slight adjustment to the contours will do. Rolf grunted, remaining silent. Iveta worked on his face for less than 10 minutes, much quicker than with Wang Ming. She fitted a layer of fake hair on Rolf's bald head, added a scar across his face from his cheekbone to his jaw, trimmed his eyebrows, and put on a pair of black gloves to cover the calluses and scars on his hands. Bernard was last. Iveta added a small mustache, put on sunglasses, and tied his hair into a small braid secured with a rubber band at the back of his head. She made a slight adjustment to his face shape. At this point, Bernard resembled a henchman of some boss. All right, this will do. Iveta clapped her hands. Wang Ming looked at Rolf and Bernard, completely unable to tell what they had looked like before. Let's thank Miss Iveta then. Wang Ming smiled and got ready to leave. Iveta furrowed her brow and spoke up one last time. Pioneer, I really want to know who told you about the term Thousand Faces. Wang Ming slowly turned around. To be honest, I was shocked when I first learned about this. After all, who would expect that a seemingly ordinary aunt could actually be a beautiful young lady behind the scenes? Iveta was taken aback, her eyes growing cold. Sharp-tongued, forget it. If you don't want to say it, then don't. I just hope what you said is the truth. Early the next morning, Wang Ming called Andre to the main house. At first, Wang Ming was a bit worried that Andre and the others might not recognize him, but seeing their reactions, he once again believed in the system's powerful capabilities. It seemed that these people recognized him as a person rather than by his appearance. Wang Ming recruited a strong man today, Charles, and had him join Andre's team. The 8 of them had already gathered in the open space, waiting for Wang Ming to speak. We might be leaving for a while, so continue with your usual training and let the veterans guide the newcomers a bit. Andre, you are the squad leader. Andre straightened his back. Yes, Commander. Wang Ming nodded and turned to enter the house. Rolf and Bernard were already waiting inside. Both had changed into the new faces provided by Avetta. Rolf, with a bald head and a wig on top, looked like a seasoned thug with a newly added scar. Bernard's little braids and sunglasses clung to his face, and he wore a dark shirt, standing there like an old butler. Wang Ming glanced at himself. With slick back hair, a thin face, fair skin, and a dark suit, he resembled a wealthy second-generation heir, just taking over the family business. "Let's go," he said. The car was rented locally, a black business vehicle, neither too new nor too old, just enough for 3 people. Bernard drove, Rolf sat in the passenger seat, and Wang Ming sat alone in the back. After asking a local, Wang Ming chose the largest casino in the area as their target. Before long, the car arrived at the entrance of the largest casino, where 2 men dressed in black stood. Upon seeing the car stop, one of them bent down to take a look inside. Bernard rolled down the window and handed over a bill, and the man stepped aside. Inside, it was resplendent, filled with bursts of laughter and wails. Some were playing cards, others were drinking, and a few people in the corner were huddled together, deep in conversation. Wang Ming chose a table with the most players and sat down, with Bernard standing behind him and Rolf leaning against the wall, maintaining a serious expression. Wang Ming didn't know how to play cards. He barely understood the rules, but he knew how to lose. Chips were pushed out in stacks, and his expression remained calm and unhurried, as if losing didn't matter. At the right moment, Bernard handed him a glass of wine. Wang Ming took a sip, set it down, and continued to lose. Someone at a nearby table noticed, not because he was losing, but because of his attire and the imposing figures standing behind him. In such a scene, it was not unusual for wealthy young masters to come for leisure. Wang Ming lost another round, pushing the remaining chips forward with a sigh. He deliberately raised his voice, just enough for those at the nearby table to hear. "Bernard, how long do you think my heart can hold out?" Bernard leaned down, speaking in a tone that was neither too loud nor too soft, just right for the master to hear and the others to hear. "Young master, the doctor said it needs to be changed as soon as possible. But there are too many people waiting." All right, you say this every time." Wang Ming waved his hand, standing up and feigning impatience. "Let's go, let's change to another place." He turned and walked out, with Bernard following closely behind. Rolf walked over from the wall, and the 3 of them exited in single file. Not far from the door, footsteps came from behind. "Excuse me, sir, please hold on." Wang Ming stopped and turned. A red-haired man chased out from the casino entrance, in his 30s, thin, wearing a floral shirt with rolled-ups. He wore a smile, but his eyes kept sizing up Wang Ming's clothes and the 2 men behind him. "Is there something you need?" Wang Ming frowned, his tone unfriendly. The red-haired man was not offended, smiling as he approached. "I accidentally overheard you inside. Did you say you need a heart transplant?" Wang Ming's expression changed slightly. Growing impatient, he waved his hand. "You heard wrong." The red-haired man smiled. "Please don't be nervous, sir. I mean no harm. Coincidentally, I have a brother who knows a place that does this kind of work. No need to wait in line, just a bit pricier." Wang Ming looked at him, saying nothing. The red-haired man was not in a hurry, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a puff. "If you're interested, I can ask for you. If not, just forget it, treat it as if I never spoke." Wang Ming glanced at Bernard, who nodded slightly. "What's the price?" Wang Ming asked. The red-haired man took the cigarette from his mouth. "I don't discuss money with you. I'm just a connector. If you trust me, come with me. Once we arrive, you can discuss it with my brother. If you reach an agreement, you go through with it. If not, you can leave." Wang Ming hesitated for a moment, then slowly nodded. "All right. This is 10,000 as a token of appreciation for leading the way. If everything goes well, and you really reach an agreement, there will be a reward." He took out a stack of cash, 10,000 in a bundle. Without even counting, he handed it over. The red-haired man paused slightly when he received the money, his eyes gleaming. He probably didn't expect this person to be so straightforward. He stuffed the money into his pocket, and his smile became more genuine. "What should I call you?" "Just call me Xiaomao, boss. Your car follows me. I'll take you there now." The red-haired man. Xiaomao drove a white car, old and shabby, with a scratch on the bumper. Bernard followed behind him, and the 2 cars left the city, heading north. The road became increasingly narrow. The asphalt road turned into a cement road, and then into a dirt road. Fields began to appear on both sides, followed by mountains. Wang Ming looked out the window, not saying a word. Xiaomao's car stopped at an intersection and honked twice. After a while, an iron gate opened. The 2 cars drove in and parked in a clearing. Xiaomao got out of the car and walked over to knock on Wang Ming's window. "We've arrived, boss. Please get out." Wang Ming got out of the car and looked around. It felt unfamiliar. It shouldn't be part of the complex, probably just a small area outside it. Rolf and Bernard stood on either side of him, and the 3 of them waited in the clearing. "Please wait a moment, boss. I'll call my brother to send someone to assist us." Xiaomao took out his phone and made a call, saying a few words before hanging up. After a few minutes, a bald man walked in, his 30s, with a scar on his neck. He wore a black short-sleeve shirt and had a green dragon tattooed on his arm. He looked Wang Ming up and down, his gaze lingering on the 2 men behind him. "You're the one who needs a heart transplant?" the bald man asked. Wang Ming nodded. "Money is not an issue. The bald man smiled slightly. I hope you can afford it, boss. Come with me. He turned and walked inside with Wang Ming following behind Rolf and Bernard trailing after him. The bald man moved at a steady pace. Most people they encountered on the way kept their heads down, not glancing at them. They arrived in front of a small two-story building painted in gray and white, where the bald man stopped and pushed the door open. Inside was a small office with a desk, several chairs, and a landscape painting hanging on the wall. A man sat behind the desk with his back to the door on the phone. Wang Ming was very familiar with that back. Got it, I'll take care of it, the man said, hanging up the phone and turning around. Brother Cat, this boss wants to purchase goods. Upon hearing Xiao Mao's voice, San Mao turned around and glanced up. He first looked at Xiao Mao, then at the slick-back hairstyle, pale-faced, dark suit, thin as a bamboo pole. Two men followed behind him, one bald with a scarred face, the other wearing sunglasses and having braids, standing on either side to block the entrance. San Mao's gaze lingered on the two men for a moment, then returned to Wang Ming's face. What does this mean? He asked Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao stepped forward with a grin. Brother, this is my friend I met some time ago, Bosley. He's a good guy, just has a bad heart, and has been wanting a transplant, but can't get on the list. I was hoping you could help given your connections. San Mao did not respond. He stood up from his chair, walked around the table, and approached Wang Ming. Wang Ming remained still, his expression one of impatience mixed with fatigue, resembling a wealthy man long tormented by illness. San Mao stopped and extended his hand. Hello, boss. You can call me San Mao. I'm in charge of guidance and publicity in the park. What should I call you? Wang Ming reached out and shook his hand. San Mao's palm was rough with thick knuckles and a strong grip. Wang Ming's hand was clean, lacking strength, and he quickly withdrew it. Li Ming. San Mao was momentarily taken aback. The polite smile on his face remained, but his eyes showed confusion and hesitation, not just from the rustic name. Li Ming. San Mao repeated the name, tilting his head slightly. Bosley, have we met somewhere? Wang Ming's expression darkened. He frowned, his tone unkind. Mister San Mao, I hope we can discuss business without getting personal. I find such boundaryless questions quite annoying. San Mao's expression also changed. Few dared to speak to him in such a manner after spending so many years in this park. Yet he said nothing more, only awkwardly nodded. Just a casual question, don't take it personally, Bosley. San Mao turned and walked back behind the table, sitting down with his legs crossed. Since it's your brother who brought you, it'll be straightforward. We can do the heart transplant, but it's not cheap. Money is not an issue, Wang Ming replied. Then there are no major San Mao picked up a piece of paper from the table and pushed it over. Fill in your basic information, name, age, blood type, medical history. We need to conduct an assessment first. Wang Ming picked up the pen from the table, bent down to write. His handwriting was crooked, as if he wasn't accustomed to using a pen. San Mao observed his hands. White, delicate, with neatly trimmed nails, clearly someone who had never done manual labor. Who are these two behind you? San Mao suddenly asked. Just as Wang Ming was about to respond, Rolf spoke up first. Don't ask what you shouldn't, it's not good for anyone. His voice was low but heavy. San Mao glanced at him. Rolf stood by the doorway, hands hanging at his sides, his expression neutral, the scar on his face looking more pronounced under the light. He didn't look at San Mao, as if staring at the landscape painting on the wall. San Mao chuckled and waved his hand. Just a casual question, just a casual question. Please don't mind, brother. Wang Ming pushed back the filled-out paper. San Mao picked it up, glanced at it, folded it twice, and stuffed it into his pocket. All right. Bosley is straightforward, so I won't drag this out. Let's start with a deposit of 300,000. Wang Ming didn't hesitate. Okay. San Mao's expression changed slightly. 300,000, not even a blink from him. This person is not simple. But I have a condition, Wang Ming said. Speak. I want to see the medical facilities first. A heart is not like any other thing, you can't just operate anywhere. San Mao looked at him for a couple of seconds. All right, that's reasonable. Let's go, I'll take you to see. He stood up, walked around the table, and headed for the door. Xiao Mao followed. Wang Ming walked in the middle, and Rolf and Bernard brought up the rear. Once outside, San Mao turned left. Wang Ming followed behind, his eyes alert. He was memorizing the route. This path was unfamiliar to him, unlike the ones he took during previous deliveries in the park. On both sides were metal sheds, some with doors shut, others half open, revealing piles of clutter inside. There were not many people on the road, just an occasional one or two heads down as they walked past. This was not inside the park. Wang Ming concluded in his mind. This was the periphery, at least a kilometer away from the core area. So San Mao didn't intend to take him into the real place, just giving him a tour around the outside. After about 10 minutes, San Mao stopped at the door of a white bungalow. The door was new, painted white with a red cross hanging above it. San Mao pushed the door open, revealing a short corridor that led to a hall. Inside the hall were several hospital beds, some occupied, some with eyes closed. A few people in white coats walked back and forth, pushing carts laden with medicine bottles and equipment. At the far end was a room with the door closed, and the words operating room were posted on it. Through the glass window on the door, one could see the shadowless lamp and the operating table inside. San Mao stood in the corridor, hands in his pockets. What do you think? Is it professional enough? Wang Ming remained silent. He observed the doctors. One pushing a cart walked past him, wearing military boots beneath the white coat. Wang Ming still said nothing. It's acceptable, he nodded. San Mao smiled. Then about the deposit, Mr. San Mao, I've been meaning to ask, the things you have here don't seem very legal, do they? Bernard, following Wang Ming, suddenly spoke up, directing a question at San Mao. Wang Ming was taken aback by Bernard's unexpected interjection. San Mao's temper appeared to flare, his gaze gradually turning cold. To speak frankly, you wealthy people seem not to care about such matters. When you're about to die, you still think of other things. Bernard scoffed. That's not it, I just hope you can keep things clean. I don't want our young master to have any blemishes. San Mao glanced at Bernard. You need not worry about that. By the way, since you're here, let's do a checkup too, so we can preliminarily assess your health condition. San Mao didn't turn his head. Shall Lu take this, boss Li, for a cardiac ultrasound to see what's going on? A young woman in a white coat responded, walking over with a folder in hand. Sir, this way please. Wang Ming stood in the corridor, unmoving. San Mao turned puzzled. Boss Li. At that moment, Wang Ming frowned slightly. After all, there was nothing wrong with his heart. Wang Ming stood in the corridor, unmoving. San Mao turned to glance at him. Boss Li. Wang Ming frowned. As the heart was fine, or a quick check would expose the truth. But he couldn't panic. Panic would ruin everything. As he pondered how to speak, a voice came from behind. Mr. San Mao. Bernard walked up from behind, standing leisurely next to Wang Ming. He didn't look at San Mao, merely scanning the corridor's layout before his gaze halted briefly on the surgery room sign before retracting. Our young master has already been checked at the family's official hospital. Bernard said, his tone flat, as if stating something utterly mundane. We went through the full range: cardiology, cardiac surgery, imaging department, all of it. The report is in the car. If you wish to see it, I can go get it. He paused, turning to glance at the person in a white coat at the end of the corridor. Forgive my bluntness, but your equipment here is less than professional. San Mao's expression darkened. He did not respond, but looked at Bernard. Without waiting for him to speak, Bernard stepped over to the nearby equipment cart, casually picking up a surgical knife and flipping it in his hand. The blade was stained with something. A dark red substance, not rust-dried, and stuck to the metal surface, reflecting a murky light under the illumination. Bernard rubbed it with his thumb, but it wouldn't come off. He placed the surgical knife back on the cart and pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his fingers. San Mao smacked his lips, glancing at the doctor beside him, who obviously looked frightened, lowering his head and avoiding eye contact with San Mao. Boss Li, San Mao turned to Wang Ming, his tone slightly lower than before. It's not that I don't trust you regarding the physical check, but I must be responsible for you. If you don't get checked, how can I know if your body can withstand the surgery? Wang Ming did not respond. He glanced. Bernard understood, turning around to block San Mao's line of sight. Mr. San Mao, we possess complete medical records regarding our young master's condition. The risks of surgery will be borne by us. You only need to provide the donor and the venue. The rest is not your concern. San Mao opened his mouth to say something, then swallowed it back. He glanced at Bernard, then at Wang Ming. Wang Ming stood in the corridor, hands in his pockets, his expression one of extreme impatience that had instead settled into calm. All right, San Mao nodded. Let's not discuss this for now. About the deposit, young master, the cash is under 300. Rolf suddenly leaned closer to Wang Ming, his voice low, but San Mao heard it clearly. San Mao's expression darkened entirely. He turned to Wang Ming, a hint of anger in his gaze. Boss Li, what does this mean? Are you playing me? Wang Ming, I told you that money isn't a problem. He turned his head to glance at Rolf. Go get it from the car. Rolf turned. The corridor fell silent, with only the sound of someone coughing repeatedly from a distant ward, dry and sparse. San Mao leaned against the corridor wall, arms crossed, saying nothing. Xiao Mao stood beside him, wanting to say something, opening his mouth, but then closing it again. After a few minutes, Rolf returned, carrying a black briefcase that was small, but looked heavy. He walked up to Wang Ming, placed the case on the ground, and opened it. The corridor's lights illuminated the case, reflecting a golden glow. Gold bars, neatly stacked layer upon layer, filling the case to the brim. Wang Ming bent down and casually took one from the case, weighed it in his hand, and tossed it to San Mao. San Mao caught it. The gold bar was heavy, striking his palm painfully, but he didn't let go. He glanced down. There were no markings, just smooth matte gold. I didn't bring enough cash, but I brought some other things, Wang Ming said. Is this piece enough for the deposit? San Mao remained silent. He flipped the gold bar in his hand and looked again at the contents of the case. He had seen gold bars before, but never this many. A whole case, at least dozens of pounds. What exactly does this thin bamboo-like Boss Li do? Enough. San Mao pocketed the gold bar, a smile returning to his face. Boss Li, you are straightforward. Earlier I lacked the insight. Wang Ming did not return his smile. He closed the case and Rolf picked it up, stepping back. Mr. San Mao, there is actually one more thing. Wang Ming said. You speak. I am currently facing some internal family issues. Wang Ming sighed, looking somewhat troubled. I urgently need to achieve something to prove myself. So I've been looking for project investments recently. San Mao looked at him, remaining silent. You have broad connections. Do you have any convenient investment projects? Wang Ming looked at San Mao, his tone casual. Money is not a problem. San Mao squinted, staring at Wang Ming for a while longer, then glanced at the black case behind him. Bossly, San Mao smiled faintly, his smile dry. I'm just in charge of directing traffic. What you're talking about isn't something I can decide alone. Then who can decide? I need to consult with the higher-ups, San Mao replied. You go back for now, and when you come for the surgery, I will give you an answer. Wang Ming looked at him, unmoving. The fluorescent lights hummed in the corridor, and from a distant ward someone was humming. A quiet sound, but it was unpleasant to hear. 1 week, Wang Ming said. At this time next week, I will go to the casino to find Xiao Mao. By then I hope. San Mao looked at him silent for a few seconds. Then he nodded. All right. Wang Ming said nothing more. Rolf followed behind carrying the briefcase, while Bernard brought up the rear. The three of them exited, traversing the gravel path, and got into the car. As the car started, Wang Ming saw San Mao standing at the door, hands in his pockets, watching their vehicle. Drive, Wang Ming said. The car drove out of the iron gate, turned onto the dirt road, bumpily moving forward. Wang Ming sat in the back, eyes closed, reflecting on the entire process. The gold bars were something he specifically brought that morning, fearing he wouldn't have enough cash or might encounter situations requiring money to solve. Sure enough, he encountered it. San Mao stood at the door, watching the tail lights of the black business car disappear at the end of the dirt road. A bald man approached from behind and stood beside him. Brother Mao, who is this person? San Mao did not answer. He pulled out the gold bar from earlier and turned it in his hand. Go investigate. San Mao said. Li Ming, which family is he from? What background? What does his family do? Find out clearly. The bald man nodded and turned to leave. San Mao tucked the gold bar back into his pocket, glancing in the direction Wang Ming had left. The dirt road was empty, with only tire tracks remaining. 2 deep and shallow ruts extending from the doorway into the distance. He stood for a moment, then turned and went inside. When they returned to the base, the sky was nearly dark. Andre was still training with 8 men in the open space, sweat-soaked and clinging to their bodies. Upon seeing Wang Ming get out of the car, Andre shouted attention. The 8 men stood straight, in unison. Wang Ming looked at the 8 before him and smiled faintly. He patted Andre on the shoulder and said, Well done, Andre. You are the strongest cornerstone of our base. Yes, Commander. Andre stood at attention. Wang Ming nodded. Roloff and Bernard entered, closing the door behind them. Wang Ming sat on the military cot, took off his jacket, and rubbed his temples. We still have to wait a week, he said. According to San Mao's nature, he will definitely have someone investigate us, but there's nothing to worry about. He won't uncover anything, because I have nothing to begin with. But there's really not much to do these days. Roloff leaned against the wall, tossing his suit on the ground, revealing a scarred undershirt. He seemed to dislike this kind of clothing. Bernard sat in a chair, lit a cigarette, and glanced out the window. I'm not used to having free time, Bernard said. Wang Ming silently nodded, and suddenly his eyes brightened, as if he had thought of something. Wang Ming straightened up. Master Brother BR, would you like to have some fun? Roloff looked at him, and Bernard's cigarette trembled in his mouth. What kind of fun? Wang Ming chuckled, a playful smile spreading across his face. Which of you drives well? Roloff glanced at Bernard. He drives steadily. He usually drives. Wang Ming nodded, stood up, and pushed the door open. Andre was still leading the training, and Wang Ming called him over. These days you can arrange your own schedule. Train when you should, rest when you can. The playing cards are in the drawer of the compartment. Take them if you want to play. Just don't cause me any trouble. Andre stood tall. Yes, Commander. Wang Ming turned back into the room, closed the door, and laid down on the military cot. Before closing his eyes, he glanced at Roloff and Bernard. Let's go. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the 3 were already standing in front of the warehouse. Bernard glanced at Wang Ming's warehouse, wanting to check out the M110, but Wang Ming quickly changed the subject, saying they had serious business to attend to. He then led the 2 in a direction. Wang Ming walked ahead, and soon arrived at the door of a metal shed. He pushed the door open. The inside was small, with oil stains on the floor and tires and drive shafts hanging on the walls. A short-haired man with a scruffy beard squatted under a jeep, holding a wrench and tightening something. Andre, Wang Ming called out. The short-haired man crawled out from under the car, squinting at Wang Ming before recognizing him. Pioneer, what? A pickup truck. One that's durable. Andre got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and walked to the backyard. A few vehicles were parked in the yard, and he pointed to a dark green pickup in the corner. The paint on the truck was somewhat worn, the tire tread still deep, and iron railings were welded around the bed. T1, an old model. The engine has just been overhauled. It can carry goods and people. Wang Ming walked around it, inspecting the chassis and tires, and slapped the bed. How much? 3,000 Tevala faction coins. Wang Ming hesitated. He still had a faction task left undone, and his faction coins were currently 0. Come on, Andre, aren't we good buddies? Andre looked a bit confused and nodded. How about this? I'll buy it with Cohen coins. Wang Ming hugged Andre with, You haven't done a task. All right, Pioneer, then it'll be 1500 coins, Andre said, with a helpless smile. Wang Ming managed to get a vehicle and took the keys. Can you drive? Bernard extended his hand, and Wang Ming handed him the keys. Bernard opened the door, sat inside, started the engine, listened to the sound, revved it a couple of times, and nodded. Wang Ming took out an RPD light machine gun from the warehouse with a 100-round drum and handed it to Roloff. Master, take this. Try this thing, although it's not as exquisite as the Colin, its firepower is real. Roloff accepted it, pulled back the bolt, checked the sights, said nothing, and jumped onto the open back of the pickup. Wang Ming then took out an M249 light machine gun from the warehouse, larger than the RPD, with the ammunition box hanging below. He waited, holding it in one hand, while supporting himself on the side of the truck, and climbed in. Once stable, he rested the M249 on the iron railing and aimed into the distance. Roloff glanced at the M249 and then at the RPD in his hand, snorted, but said nothing. Bernard poked his head out of the driver's seat. Where to? Wang Ming was about to speak when footsteps approached from behind. Joel turned the corner from the street, walking slower than usual, shoulders slumped and with dark circles under his eyes. He looked at the pickup truck and then at the two men holding machine guns in the back. What are you doing? Joel's voice was a bit hoarse. Wang Ming leaned on the edge of the truck bed. Instructor, you came just in time. Want to have some fun? Joel paused for a moment. He glanced at Wang Ming and then at Roloff and Bernard. Roloff was checking the drum while Bernard adjusted the rearview mirror. The three were busy with their own tasks, but all were waiting for his response. Joel rubbed his face with his hands and sighed. I was planning to go back to the warehouse and take a nap, then go back to sleep, Roloff said without looking up. Joel glanced at him and then at Wang Ming. Wang Ming stood in the truck bed holding the M249, the wind tousling his hair, but his eyes were bright, not like he was joking. Forget it. Joel lowered his hands from his face. I'll go with you. Wang Ming bought another vehicle, took out a set of keys, and tossed them to Joel. There's another one in the back, also T1A just bought. Joel caught the keys and walked to the back of the yard. Soon another dark green pickup truck rounded the corner in even better condition than the first. Joel parked the vehicle by the roadside and poked his head out of the window. Who's riding in my car? Wang Ming jumped down from Roloff's pickup. I'll ride in your car. Someone has to man the machine gun in the back. He grabbed the side of the truck and climbed into the back of Joel's vehicle, securing the M249. Roloff and Bernard's vehicle led the way with Joel following behind. The two pickup trucks drove through the gray streets of Komorna, one in front of the other, heading north. The road became worse, asphalt turning to dirt and dirt turning to gravel. Open wilderness began to appear on both sides, with the distant mountains shrouded in gray, the sky devoid of clouds or sun, just a uniform gray-white. Where to? Bernard asked over the radio. Wang Ming pressed the intercom. To the mine. The radio fell silent for a second. Then Roloff's voice came through, carrying an uncommon interest. That place is quite large. The two pickup trucks bumped along, the sound of the engines echoing across the vast wilderness. Wang Ming stood in the truck bed, the wind causing him to squint. Joel drove, glancing at Wang Ming in the truck bed through the rearview mirror, his lips moving slightly, unsure if it was a smile or a sigh. Don't wreck my vehicle, Joel said over the radio. Wang Ming patted the gun. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The two pickup trucks drove one after the other, kicking up long trails of dust as they headed toward the mine. The road grew increasingly rough, riddled with potholes as stones were crushed under the tires. Bernard drove at a steady pace, while Joel followed closely behind, maintaining a distance of several meters, neither overtaking the other. Wang Ming stood in the back of Joel's convertible, the stock of his M249 pressed against his waist, swaying violently. One hand gripped the iron railing, while the other steadied the gun desperately, trying to maintain balance. Before long, the two vehicles arrived at Marlos Road. Where should we stop? Bernard asked over the radio. With a sudden brake, Bernard halted the vehicle and Joel parked alongside him. The two cars stood side by side, their fronts facing the long gray-white road ahead. Wang Ming jumped down from the convertible, stretching his legs that had gone numb from the bumpy ride. Rolf also climbed down from his vehicle, shouldering the RPD as he surveyed the surroundings. What exactly did you bring us here for? Wang Ming asked with a smile. To relieve some stress, he replied, pointing to the empty road ahead. You two drive, Brother Burn, instructor. Just drive however you want. If you hear any other vehicles, chase after them. The rest leave to us. Wang Ming patted the M249 resting on the truck bed and glanced at Rolf's RPD. Bernard and Joel exchanged glances. Bernard spoke, first, his tone neutral. A little competition. Joel extinguished his cigarette on the window frame, flicking off the ash. I'm in, came Bernard's reply. He rolled up the window, shifted gears, and released the brake. As the pickup darted forward, stones flew from beneath the rear tires, hitting the bumper of Joel's vehicle with a clatter. Joel didn't rush to move. He waited for Bernard to pull ahead by 2 car lengths before leisurely shifting gears and accelerating. The pickup steadily kept pace, neither overtaking nor falling behind. Wang Ming stood in the back of Joel's convertible, one hand gripping the iron railing while the other steadied the M249. Wind rushed into his mouth, distorting his face. He squinted, watching the tail lights of Bernard's vehicle flicker in the faint red glow. Bernard said something over the radio, but it was drowned out by the wind, making it inaudible. Joel didn't respond, but the speed was noticeably increasing. The two vehicles raced down the gravel road, leaving behind long trails of gray dust. The stones struck the undercarriage, creating a cacophony reminiscent of hail. Wang Ming was jolted nearly to his knees, his knee bumping against the truck bed, causing a brief pang of pain, yet he held on tightly. "Slow down," Wang Ming shouted. The wind was too strong, his voice was scattered, and he could barely hear himself. Joel either didn't hear or pretended not to, maintaining speed, while the steering wheel twirled in his hands, avoiding the large potholes on the road. Bernard was also speeding ahead, the two vehicles drawing closer together, nearly side by side. Just as Wang Ming was about to shout again, a low rumbling sound suddenly echoed in his ears. It wasn't the wind, but the roar of an engine coming from a distance from another direction. He turned to look. At the end of the road, toward the tunnel entrance, a cloud of dust was rising. Beneath the dust, two vehicles were approaching side by side at a good speed, heading straight for them. Wang Ming's eyes lit up. He patted the roof of Joel's car. "Charge ahead. Ram them." Joel glanced at him through the rearview mirror, his face clearly displaying the words, "Are you crazy?" But before he could voice his thoughts, the two vehicles were already closing in. The front of the vehicle swayed, and someone in the passenger seat leaned out holding something. He couldn't see clearly, but it definitely wasn't binoculars. Wang Ming turned and shouted forward, "Master." Rolf stood in the back of Bernard's convertible, having already pulled the safety on the RPD. He stood more steadily in the swaying truck than Wang Ming, legs apart, knees slightly bent, the gun stock resting on his shoulder. 2 pickups, 4 people, 8 eyes. The two vehicles were getting closer, and the person leaning out of the passenger seat was holding an AK, its barrel reflecting a hint of black in the gray-white light. Rolf fired first. The muzzle flash of the RPD erupted in the convertible, flickering with firelight. The bullets struck the front of the leading vehicle, cratering the hood, shards of metal flying up and glinting in the vehicle veered slightly. The driver instinctively steered away, but didn't slow down. Instead, he pressed the accelerator. Wang Ming also made his move. He pressed the stock of the M249 against his waist and held the trigger down. The recoil transmitted through the gun to his waist, sending vibrations through his entire body. Shell casings ejected from the ejection port, clattering and rolling onto the metal floor of the convertible. The windshield of the opposing vehicle shattered, a spray of blood blossoming from the driver's shoulder, yet he did not relinquish the steering wheel and continued to charge forward. Another vehicle attempted to circle around, trying to overtake Bernard's car on the left. Rolf's gun swung towards it, and a long burst struck the car door, the bullets penetrating through, causing someone inside to scream and huddle down. The vehicle's direction veered off, grazing past Bernard's truck, scraping off a side mirror that bounced twice on the ground. Wang Ming flipped the ammo box of the M249, noticing there was still more than half a box of bullets left. Thick black smoke began to emerge from beneath the hoods of the two opposing vehicles, carrying a burnt odor scattered by the wind. At this moment, the occupants of those vehicles finally realized something was amiss. They frantically beat on the driver, urging him to turn around quickly. "Hurry, hurry. Where did this firepower vehicle come from?" The two vehicles hastily turned around, retreating in a disheveled manner. But it was too late. Wang Ming's M249 still had half a box of bullets left. Seeing the two vehicles attempting to flee, he aimed and continued firing. Until the magazine was emptied, Wang Ming remained unhurried, for judging by the amount of smoke billowing from the two vehicles, they should be nearing the explosion threshold. Sure enough, the occupants of the two vehicles, noticing the sudden appearance of a triangular red warning sign, hastily scrambled out. But just as they got out, boom, an explosion echoed from a distance, flames erupting between the two vehicles, and a black column of smoke shot up. When it dissipated, only a pile of charred metal frames and shattered glass remained on the road. There were also 3 white special packages. Bernard brought the vehicle to a stop. Joel also halted. The two cars stood side by side in the middle of the road, their engines still running, the cooling fans buzzing. Wang Ming jumped down from the convertible, his legs feeling slightly weak, not from fear, but from standing too long. He walked over to the 3 boxes, rifling through them casually and finding nothing of value. They must have come here for a mission or just for a joyride. Rolf approached, shouldering the RPD. Feeling good, Wang Ming tossed the AK back into the box, brushing off the dust from his hands. He stared at the 2 smoking piles of metal in the distance, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "Not bad," he replied. Bernard stepped out of the driver's seat, leaning against the car door as he lit a cigarette. He took a puff, exhaling as he gazed at the 2 heaps of scrap metal, saying nothing, but appearing significantly more relaxed. Joel also got out. He walked over to Wang Ming, glancing at the still sizzling shell casings in the convertible before looking at Wang Ming. "Is this what you called me out for?" Wasn't it quite a stress reliever? Wang Ming scratched his head. Joel looked at him for 2 seconds before turning around, opening the door to the driver's seat, and sitting down. Driving fast is indeed a bit fun, Joel remarked as he rolled up the window. Wang Ming climbed into the passenger seat of Joel's car, tossing the M249 into the convertible. Rolf also stowed the RPK and returned to the passenger seat of Bernard's vehicle, heading toward the... As the four of them drove leisurely toward the extraction point, Wang Ming detected an anomaly, a low rumbling sound in the distance. Not one vehicle, but several. The roar of engines reverberated through the canyon walls, growing steadily louder. Wang Ming leaned out from the front passenger seat to glance backward. A plume of dust rose at the far end of the road beneath which lurked 4 or 5 vehicles. Red pickup trucks, their roofs welded with iron frames bearing armed figures. Those figures leaned over the sides, rifles raised, shouting with manic glee. Their cries fragmented by the wind, indistinct in word, but unmistakable in frenzy, palpable even from hundreds of meters away. Bullets whizzed sporadically, some striking the asphalt, others vanishing into the void. The Mad Dog Gang, Wang Ming murmured, squinting. Their leader is named Steven. They work for Black Gold International. Rolf craned his neck from the front passenger seat beside Bernard and glanced back. I've heard of them. No matter. It's game mode, not real mode, Wang Ming said calmly. They're just data. Rolf and Bernard exchanged a knowing look. They had seen Ajax at the farm. They understood precisely what Wang Ming meant. Joel turned to him, mouth parting as if to speak. A bullet struck the windshield, shattering it. Shards sprayed across Joel's face, slicing a thin gash along his cheek. Beads of blood welled up. Joel grunted, opening his mouth to curse, only to be cut off by Wang Ming, who tapped the back of his seat. Instructor, slow down. I'll handle him myself. Then he pushed open the door and vaulted onto the open bed. Neither hurried nor hesitant, one hand gripping the truck side panel, one leg swinging over his body, flowing smoothly into the cargo area. The M249 was already raised, stock braced against his shoulder, ammunition box hanging below. Master, Wang Ming called out. Rolf followed suit, leaping into the bed and leveling his RPD, its barrel resting steadily atop the... Wang Ming scanned the rear, 4 or 5 red pickups closing in. On the lead vehicle's roof stood a man, long hair, a forehead, guard, a cigar clamped between his teeth. Steven, come on, let me show you who the real mad dogs are. Wang Ming squeezed the trigger. The M249 erupted in muzzle flash, spent casings clattered onto the metal floor. Bullets slammed into the hood of the nearest pursuing truck. Shrapnel flared, the windshield exploded, and the front passenger ducked instinctively. Rolf opened fire too. The RPD delivered disciplined, precise bursts, each sweep aimed squarely at the driver's positions. The convoy fractured instantly. The second truck swerved left, attempting to overtake. The third veered right to evade. The fourth, unable to brake in time, slammed headlong into the rear of the third. Steven stood atop the lead truck's open bed, his cigar gone lost somewhere in the wind. Shouting orders drowned beneath the thunder of gunfire. Wang Ming did not relent. The M249's ammunition box fed round after round. Once the 100-round belt emptied, he swapped in a fresh one without pause. Bullets rained down like hail, ripping into chassis, shredding tires, piercing flesh. One pickup took a direct hit to its tire, spun violently sideways, rolled twice across the gravel road, windows shattering, its occupants flung into silence, alive or dead unknown. Master, your turn, Wang Ming shouted. Rolf reached into his ammo pouch and retrieved 3 pineapple grenades. He clenched one between his teeth, gripped 2 in his fists, then gauged the distance to the pursuers. Steven's formation had shattered, but 2 trucks still clung tight, less than 100 meters behind. Rolf pulled the pin on one grenade, counting silently 3, 2, 1. It arced through the air, bounced twice on the gravel, then rolled beneath the undercarriage of the lead truck. Boom. The truck's nose jerked upward, as if hoisted from below, then detonated in a fireball, debris scattering in all directions. The second truck, unable to stop, plunged straight into the inferno, triggering a secondary blast. The 2 vehicles fused into a single blazing wreck. The remaining trucks screeched to a halt. Steven leapt from his vehicle, face streaked with ash and blood, and crouched behind its crumpled frame, casting a sharp, calculating glance toward Wang Ming. Far in the distance, 2 deep green pickups receded, taillights blinking left and right, fading into the horizon. Steven rose, kicked the dented door, and spat a curse. Get in, let's go. He spat onto the ground and turned to leave, when suddenly engine roars echoed, not from behind, but from the flank, the steep slope above. Steven whirled around. 2 deep green pickups hurtled down the embankment, front ends lifted, undersides scraping jagged rocks at the crest, sparks erupting like scattered stars. Wang Ming stood in the open bed of the lead truck, M249 braced on the iron railing, wind whipping his hair backward. Rolf stood beside him, the barrel of his RPD still trailing faint wisps of smoke. Then gripping incendiary bottles in both hands, he hurled them one after another, fiery meteors raining upon Stephen's scattered remnants. Then gripping incendiary bottles in both hands, he hurled them one after another, fiery meteors raining upon Stephen's scattered remnants. His men scattered in panic. Scatter! Scatter! Stephen bellowed, waving his Toro AK-74 in fury, twisting his features. Joel floored the accelerator. I'll run you bastards down. The deep green pickup barreled forward, crushing Stephen's convoy into splintered ruin. Several of Stephen's men were launched into the air, crumpling lifelessly onto the road. Meanwhile, Wang Ming, having finished his incendiaries, remained perched in the rear bed, unleashing relentless torrents of fire from his M249. Bernard's pickup did not charge downward. It halted atop the slope, its two occupants watching Wang Ming's assault in silent, solemn awe. Within moments, Stephen's entire convoy lay in ruins, leaving him utterly alone upon the road. Shred them all, he screamed, futile, furious, unmoored. Take it up with my luck. Wang Ming slapped the truck's hull. Joel stomped the accelerator, steel wheels grinding over Stephen's body. He collapsed into a distinctive elite loot crate. Silence reclaimed the road. Deep, absolute. Wang Ming crouched beside Stephen's crate and rummaged through it, pulling out a set of car keys. He weighed them thoughtfully in his palm, then glanced toward the red pickup parked by the roadside. Instructor, let's switch vehicles. This one looks better. Joel glanced at the bullet hole spiderwebbing across the windshield of his own dark green pickup. Mine still runs, Joel said. Fuel's nearly gone. Wang Ming replied, tapping the fuel cap of his own vehicle. It echoed hollowly, a dry, resonant knock. Joel opened his mouth, paused, then said nothing more. He took the keys from Wang Ming and climbed into the red pickup. The engine roared to life with a deep, throaty cough, spewing a plume of black smoke, yet settled steadily into rhythm. For people. 2 vehicles. They pressed onward. Joel drove the red pickup ahead. Bernard followed closely behind in the dark green one. Wang Ming sat in the front passenger seat of the red pickup. Rolf joined Bernard in the other vehicle. After only a short distance, Wang Ming unfolded the map. The aircraft extraction point was darkened, as was the staff dormitory site. Both had already been used. Not many left, Wang Ming murmured, reclining comfortably in his seat. The 2 vehicles rolled side by side at an easy pace. Gravel gave way to dirt, and dirt gradually hardened into asphalt. The asphalt was uneven, pocked with potholes, but far smoother than gravel. The wind softened, sunlight pierced through rifts in the clouds, glinting off the windshield. Inside Bernard's vehicle, silence reigned. Rolf and Bernard moved independently. Bernard lit a cigarette now and then. Rolf occasionally lowered his window for fresh air. In contrast, Wang Ming and Joel exchanged sporadic, unhurried conversation. Where were you the other day? Wang Ming asked. Joel kept both hands on the wheel, eyes fixed ahead on the road, silent for a long moment. The mining district's been unstable lately. What's happening? Workers are falling ill. Strangely, inexplicably, Joel replied. Symptoms unlike anything ordinary. No one knows the cause. I've been investigating it. Wang Ming leaned back, mind-churning illness miners the mine. A rumor once rampant in the Dark Zone flickered into memory, the so-called Utopia incident, a viral leak whispered about in hushed tones. Yet he couldn't gauge which season the Dark Zone was currently in, or how far this world's timeline had advanced. He withheld his thoughts, merely nodding. Joel glanced sideways. You know something? No, Wang Ming said. Just feels odd. Joel didn't press. Silence lingered for several seconds. The road began ascending. A gentle but long incline, its crest hidden from view. Wang Ming squinted at the summit, still lost in thought over Utopia. Then came the sound of an engine, not from behind, but from beyond the crest. It swelled rapidly, drawing. Joel heard it too. His hand lifted from the wheel, pointing upward toward the crest. Vehicle approaching. By the time the truck crested the rise, it was already too late. A dark green pickup hurtled down the slope at speed, its hood aimed directly at them. Joel wrenched the steering wheel. Tires shrieked against asphalt, but the road was narrow, sheer rock face to the left, steep ditch to the right. Nowhere to evade. The oncoming driver also swerved, but both turned in the same direction. They collided head-on. Wang Ming heard a thunderous crash, then catapulted forward, his seatbelt biting deep into his chest bones, threatening to snap. White light flooded his vision. His ears rang muffled and hollow. Sight and sound vanished. He braced for violent tumbling, but his body didn't lurch or topple. Instead, it grew weightless, floating upward from the seat. A sensation of suspension, not the chaotic spin of impact, but pure, eerie weightlessness. Like the suspended instant atop a roller coaster's peak before the plunge, only stretched, elongated, timeless. Wang Ming opened his eyes. The road beneath receded downward. The truck soared upward. Glancing down, he saw the roof of Bernard's dark green pickup, and Rolf leaning halfway out the passenger window, mouth agape, shouting something. His voice rose from below, muffled, as if filtered through water. Wang Ming. Wang Ming lit. Joel remained frozen in the driver's seat, hands locked rigidly on the wheel, eyes wide and unblinking fixed on the shattered windshield. His expression had long surpassed fear. It was pure stunned paralysis. Jump, Wang Ming shouted. Instructor, jump now. Joel didn't move. Wang Ming reached over, gripping Joel's shoulder, but the man's muscles were stone-hard, unyielding. Jump now. Joel's lips parted. You're insane. Wang Ming didn't wait for him to finish. With one hand he unbuckled his own seatbelt, with the other he fumbled for Joel's. The latch jammed. He pressed twice before it finally sprang open. Grabbing Joel's collar, he shoved him toward the door, already warped from the collision, slightly ajar. Wang Ming kicked the door wide. Wind rushed and roaring. Both trucks hung suspended midair, at least 10 meters above ground. He glanced down. Bernard's vehicle stood motionless. Both men had alighted, and now stood roadside, craning their necks skyward. Rolf shouted something, indistinct, swallowed by distance. Wang Ming drew a sharp breath, and tumbled out the doorway, dragging Joel with him. Wind screamed past his ears. The ground rushed up, swelling in his vision. He landed hard, back first. Sharp gravel bit into his spine. Pain blotted out his vision. Joel crashed beside him with a dull groan, then lay still. Wang Ming lay flat, every limb screaming, his body feeling utterly unmoored. Metallic blood filled his mouth, tongue bitten, organs jolted. He couldn't tell. Across the sky the dark green pickup still hung suspended. Two figures leapt from its cab, one from each side. But no teammates awaited them below. They struck earth, legs snapping rigid, then went utterly still, reduced to two silent, motionless crates. High above, the red pickup reached its apex and began its descent. Wang Ming, sprawled on the ground, watched it plummet into the distant wasteland. Impact detonating in fire and billowing smoke. Shrapnel scattered like hail. Bernard drove their vehicle closer. Rolf dismounted, knelt beside Wang Ming, and suddenly produced a syringe. Master, inject me fast. Wang Ming grimaced in agony. Rolf plunged the needle into his flesh, depressed the plunger fully, and Wang Ming rose to his feet. Bernard helped Joel upright. Ash coated his face, a gash bled freely across his forehead, staining half his visage crimson black. Unsteady, he leaned heavily on Bernard. Both men crouched, palms braced on knees, breathing ragged and deep. Wang Ming withdrew a painkiller vial from his tactical rig, shook out 2 pills, and swallowed them dry. Next he retrieved a medkit and bandaged himself. Joel likewise administered his own injection. Hands trembling violently, the needle missed twice before finding purchase. The 4 boarded Bernard's vehicle. Wang Ming and Joel took the rear seats. Bernard drove slowly, far more cautiously than before. Rolf sat in the front passenger seat, watching the pair in the rearview mirror, saying nothing. Thanks to Potato Server for giving me a first-hand taste of need for speed, Wang Ming muttered, face dark with exasperation. Joel didn't reply. He slumped back, eyes closed. Dried blood caked across his face, blackened and rushed red. They reached the extraction zone. He steered the vehicle inside. A single red flare shot skyward, initiating a 120-second countdown. All 4 sat quietly inside the vehicle. What just happened? Joel asked. Why am I not dead? Wang Ming paused, then spoke carefully. Because we're in game mode. How to explain it? It's complicated right now. Joel looked at Wang Ming, then at Rolf and Bernard. Said nothing more, only offered a wry, weary smile. Never speeding again. When Wang Ming opened his eyes, a dull pain lingered in his back. The aftereffects of the fall in the mining area had not completely faded. He sat up from the military cot and moved his shoulders, which cracked twice. Rolf and Bernard were already in the yard. Rolf was squatting on the steps, fiddling with his tiger claws, while Bernard leaned against the side, smoking. Andre was standing in the clearing with 8 others practicing stances. Wang Ming glanced at the system panel. Recruitment was available. He opened the recruitment interface, quickly scanned through the daily routine, selected one, and that was it. The list of 3 candidates for today popped up. Wang Ming habitually looked at the first one. White, average in endurance and strength, skipped. The second one, green, was slightly better, but still lacked highlights. The third one, blue. The name column glimmered with a faint blue light, particularly eye-catching against the gray-white panel. Wang Ming was taken aback and leaned in for a closer look. Connor Jackson. The surname Jackson only meant one thing in the Dark Zone. The guards of Ajax, those who burst out from behind cover, guns drawn, shouting, suspicious target detected. Oh, is this a guaranteed outcome? Without a second thought, Wang Ming clicked to confirm. Suddenly, a new person appeared in the clearing. A level 4 Spartan level 3 headset, holding a modified AK-74N with the stock resting on his shoulder, stood at attention. His equipment was not new. The armor showed signs of wear, and the magazine was wrapped in several loops of tape. The 8 people in training stopped their movements and turned to look. Andre stood at the front, his AK-74N pointed downwards, squinting as he assessed the unexpected visitor. Sir? Connor spoke, his voice low but heavy. Wang Ming nodded and looked him over from head to toe. He was not the rocket artillery. The one who crazily used an S-12K to shoot armor-piercing projectiles like rockets was the most terrifying thing under Ajax. Connor was just an ordinary guard, but bringing his own equipment and weapons was already quite rare. Wang Ming turned to Andre and called out, "Everyone come over." 8 people ran over and stood in a row. Andre stood at the front, his eyes never leaving Connor. "This is Connor, a subordinate of Ajax with rich combat experience." Wang Ming paused. "From now on he will be your squad leader." The 8 people fell silent for a moment. Then they straightened their bodies simultaneously and spoke in unison. "Yes, Your Excellency, Commander." Wang Ming nodded. He turned to leave, but caught a glimpse of Andrei's face out of the corner of his eye. There was little expression on that face, but the eyes carried a hint of something unusual, reluctance. Wang Ming stopped. He turned back to take another look at Andre. Andre sensed the gaze and immediately lowered his eyes, returning to his usual composed demeanor. But Wang Ming had already noticed. This reassured him Andre was not a machine. He had emotions, self-respect, and would feel discontent. Like Rolf and the others, he was a real person with flesh and blood. Wang Ming stepped back and stood in front of Andre. "Andre, do you have any objections?" Andre opened his mouth, his jaw tensed. He probably wanted to say no, but after hesitating he ultimately couldn't hold back. "Your Excellency, Commander," his voice was somewhat tight, as if he was controlling something. "I don't believe I am inferior to Connor." The air fell silent for a moment. Connor stood by silent, his expression unchanged, but his gaze swept over Andre, lingering for less. Wang Ming looked at Andre, not angry. He had waited a long time for this statement. "All right," Wang Ming said, "then let's see who is stronger." He turned to glance at Rolf and Bernard. "Master Bernard, please act as judges." Rolf put his tiger claws into his pocket, stood up from the steps, and brushed off the dust from his knees. "What will we compete in?" "A contest of strength, a contest of marksmanship," Wang Ming replied. "I've always wanted to know who is stronger between a drifter and a subordinate of the leader with the same equipment." Bernard extinguished his cigarette, walked out from the wall, and drew a line in the yard before stepping back a few paces to check the distances on both sides. Marksmanship, 50 meters moving target. Each person has 10 shots. The one hitting the target more wins. Bernard pointed to the iron plate hanging on the distant wall. "It'll control the target." Rolf stood at the other end of the yard, arms crossed. Strength, unarmed. Down and unable to get up or concede defeat to stop. Andre took down his gun, leaned against the wall, and moved his wrist. Connor also set down his gun, moving neither quickly nor slowly, but each step was steady. The two walked to the center of the yard, standing face to face. Andre was half a head shorter than him, but his shoulders were broad and his arms were thick, the kind built from training. Connor was lean with less noticeable muscle definition, but stood slouched, hands naturally hanging at his sides, seemingly unguarded. Rolf glanced at the two. "Begin." Connor did not move. Andre was the first to act, stepping forward with a right fist aimed straight at Connor's face. Connor tilted his head slightly, the fist brushing past his ear. He did not counterattack, taking a step back to return to his relaxed stance. Andre threw several punches in succession, but Connor kept dodging, his footwork slow, yet each time just barely evading. After 3 or 4 punches, Andrei's breathing began to grow heavy. On the 5th punch, Connor did not dodge. He reached out, grabbing Andrei's wrist, his thumb pressing on the artery, twisting it with force. Andrei's body was forced to turn his back, facing Connor. Connor's other hand slipped under his armpit, locking around his neck, pulling him back. Andrei's feet lifted off the ground, suspended in midair, struggling with his legs, trying to strike back with his arms, but unable to reach. "Stop," Rolf commanded. Connor released his grip. Andre fell to the ground, rolled over, and got up, his face flushed. Rolf glanced at Connor, then at Andre. "Slow reaction, unsteady center of gravity. You trained for strength, not fighting. Moreover, you lack combat skills." This was directed at Andre. Andre gritted his teeth, remaining silent. "Next item," Rolf stepped aside. Bernard took down the iron plate from the wall and hung it on the wooden frame at the farthest point in the yard. The iron plate had several circles drawn on it with a red the size of a fist at the center. He stepped back 50 meters, picking up a rope from the ground, the other end tied to a pulley. He pulled the rope, causing the iron plate to slide left and right on the wooden frame. Moving target. Each person has 10 shots. Connor goes first. Connor picked up his AK-74 checked the magazine, and chambered around. His stance was completely different from the relaxed posture earlier. Stock against his shoulder, left hand supporting the handguard, right elbow dropped. Bernard tugged the rope, and the iron plate began to move, neither fast nor slow, from left to right. Connor fired his first shot. The bullet struck the iron plate with a clang, creating a dent at the edge of the red dot. The second shot hit again. The third shot went wide, hitting the edge of the iron plate. He paused, adjusted his breathing. The 4th to 7th shots hit consecutively. The 8th shot went wide, but the 9th and 10th shots both hit. 7 bullet dents appeared on the iron plate, 4 around the red dot, and 3 scattered on the edges. Bernard counted 7 hits. Connor set down his gun and stepped aside. Andre stepped forward, raising his AK-74 His stance was standard, the kind taught hand-in-hand by Bernard. Pulled the rope and the iron plate began to move again. Andre fired 3 shots, all hitting, which surprised Bernard. Then Andre continued shooting, whether due to impatience or instability in control. 4 out of the next 7 shots missed. Andre sighed, seemingly regretting his earlier impatience. Bernard counted 6 hits. Andre set down his gun, head lowered, not speaking. Connor stood by still with little expression. Wang Ming walked over, standing in front of Andre. Do you know where the difference lies? Andre raised his head, saying nothing. This is not your fault, Andre. Wang Ming said, what was your job before? Andre was taken aback. Before the Civil War broke out, Wang Ming asked. I was a blacksmith. That's right. You are a blacksmith, while Connor is a soldier who has undergone rigorous training. So this is not your fault. Andre remained silent. Wang Ming patted his shoulder. Connor will remain the captain. You will be the vice captain, learning from him. Once you have learned enough, you can compete. Andre straightened his body. Yes, Your Excellency, Commander. This time his voice was a bit louder. Wang Ming stood in the yard, looking at the 9 people before him. Connor stood at the front, Andre half a step behind him, with the other 8 lined up. The sunlight shone over the ridge, casting long shadows. Continue practicing, Wang Ming said. Connor turned around and glanced at Andre. Vice captain, lead the team on a 5-kilometer run. After returning practice shooting, Andre was taken aback, then loudly responded, yes. The 9 of them lined up and ran out of the yard. Their footsteps synchronized the dust they raised, lingering in the sunlight for a while before dispersing. A few more days passed, and everything in the yard continued in an orderly fashion. Connor led the training while Andre followed behind to learn, and Wang Ming recruited 3 more drifters whose qualifications were mediocre and unimpressive. Wang Ming sat on the military bed, replaying the events of the past few days in his mind. He speculated that San Mao might investigate his background, though there was none to speak of. Yet the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Perhaps he was being too cautious. This place might not be as terrifying as he imagined. Master Brother Bo, let's go. We're visiting Xiao Mao today. Rolf and Bernard were busy with their work when they heard Wang Ming's words and nodded. The 3 of them got into the car, the same black business vehicle. Bernard drove, Rolf sat in the passenger seat, and Wang Ming sat alone in the back. The car left the dirt road, turned onto the asphalt road, and entered the city. The same 2 people were at the entrance of the casino. Seeing the license plate, they did not stop them and let them pass. Wang Ming did not go to the main hall, but headed directly upstairs. The 2nd floor had private rooms. The doors were closed, and the soundproofing was good, as no noise could be heard from the corridor. Wang Ming pushed open the door of the 1st room. It was empty. The 2nd room was empty as well. The 3rd room was locked from the inside. He knocked twice, but no one responded, so he knocked again. The door opened a crack, revealing a face that was not Xiao Mao's. The person sized Wang Ming up and asked, who are you looking for? Xiao Mao. I don't know him. The door closed again. Wang Ming stood in the corridor, frowning. He thought for a moment, turned, and went downstairs to the front desk. At the front desk sat a short man engrossed in his phone. Wang Ming took some cash from his pocket and placed it on the table. Where is Xiao Mao? The short man glanced at him, then at the cash, and pointed to the ceiling. The innermost room around the corner. Today was not his lucky day. He had lost quite a bit. Wang Ming looked in the direction he was pointing, took out cash, and said, help me exchange for 20,000 chips. Then he turned and went upstairs, walking to the deepest part of the corridor around the corner where a gray-white door was unlocked. He pushed the door open. The private room was small, with a card table and a few chairs, the ashtray stuffed full of cigarette butts. Xiao Mao sat at one end of the table, the surface empty of chips. He held the last 2 chips in his hand, spun them on his fingertips, and tossed them into the center of the table. His opponent revealed his cards. Xiao Mao glanced at them, cursed, and slammed his cards down. Lost again. Wang Ming walked over, took a stack of chips from his pocket without counting, and placed it in front of Xiao Mao. 1,000. Xiao Mao was taken aback, looked up at Wang Ming, and a smile spread across his face. Bossly, what brings you here? Just passing by, thought I'd stop in. Wang Ming sat down on the chair beside him. How much have you won? Xiao Mao's face stiffened for a moment as he glanced at the 1,000 chips in front of him. His voice dropped. Not started yet. Wang Ming did not expose him, pointing at the pile of chips on the table. Let's play. We can talk after. Xiao Mao quickly nodded, gathered the chips in front of him, rolled up his sleeves, and shouted at his opponent. Let's go. The opponent was a bald man, expressionless. He glanced at Wang Ming without saying a word and began to deal the cards. In less than 15 minutes, Xiao Mao's chips were empty again. The smile on his face faded. His fingers drummed on the table, hesitating for a moment before pushing the last 2 chips forward. Lost again. Xiao Mao stood up, his chair falling back and crashing to the ground, but he did not bother to pick it up. He turned to grab Wang Ming's hand, the bloodshot in his eyes still visible. Bossly, lend me a few thousand more. I will definitely win it back in the next round. Wang Ming pulled his hand back and patted his sleeve. I have business with your brother today. Take me to him, and I will give you 20,000. Xiao Mao's hand froze in midair, his mouth opened to say something, but then swallowed it back. He bent down to pick up the chair, took a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a puff. All right, let's go. Xiao Mao's car was still parked at the door, a white sedan, the scratch on the bumper still visible. He drove with Wang Ming in the passenger seat and Rolf and Bernard in the back. The car drove for nearly an hour, the road becoming more remote with mountains on both sides. Wang Ming looked out the window, remaining silent. When they reached the junction, Xiao Mao honked the horn twice, and the iron gate opened. The car drove in and stopped in an open area. It was the same place as last time, on the outskirts of the park, not inside. Xiao Mao took out his phone and made a call, dialing quickly. It connected after a short while. What's up, brother? Is there something you need? Don't mention money to me. San Mao's voice came from the other end of the line. Brother, it's Bosley from last time. He said he has something to discuss with you. Give me the phone. Wang Ming took the phone from Xiao Mao and said, Mr. San Mao, it's me, Li Ming. Bosley, what brings you here today? The goods won't arrive until tomorrow. San Mao's phony voice came through. I want to discuss something with you regarding cooperation. I believe you shouldn't refuse, or you might miss a great opportunity. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Wang Ming could hear someone speaking quietly nearby, their voices muffled and unclear. San Mao's voice came back slightly lower than before. Hold on a moment. The call wasn't hung up. Wang Ming could hear San Mao seemingly getting up and moving around, then talking to someone nearby, but he couldn't catch the words. After about half a minute, San Mao's voice returned to the phone. Bosley, let Xiao Mao bring you in for a check first. All right. The call ended. Wang Ming returned the phone to Xiao Mao and glanced at him. Check. Xiao Mao nodded. He stepped in front of Wang Ming and searched him from top to bottom, checking his pockets, collar, and cuffs, but found nothing. Rolf and Bernard stood still, allowing the search. After Xiao Mao finished, he took a step back and pulled 3 pieces of black cloth from his pocket. It's the rules, Bosley. You can't look inside. Wang Ming's expression was not pleasant. He frowned at the black cloth. Does Mr. San Mao not trust me? Bernard stepped up from behind, standing next to Wang Ming and lowering his voice. Young master, since we are here, we should follow their rules. It's business after all. Wang Ming was silent for a few seconds and nodded. The black cloth covered his eyes, and the world turned dark. For some reason, he felt a strange tension. But suddenly he felt a light pat on his shoulders, which inexplicably reassured him. When the black cloth was removed, Wang Ming blinked. The light was much brighter than in the corridor. The incandescent bulbs with several tubes lined up on the ceiling illuminated the entire room like an operating theater. The room was spacious, with a long table in the center covered by a dark velvet cloth scattered with a few sheets of paper and several teacups. A cabinet against the wall held several bottles of liquor, the glass doors reflecting light, obscuring the labels. There were quite a few people. San Mao sat at one end of the long table, legs crossed, twirling a lighter in his hand. Next to him sat a man with a missing arm, his empty sleeve tucked into his pocket. His face had become quite gaunt, but Wang Ming recognized him. Ernyo. He was not dead after all. Ernyo glanced at Wang Ming without any expression and lowered his head to sip his tea. Next to him was an elderly man, his hair grizzled, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a dark jacket with a cigarette pinched between his fingers. Wang Ming had seen him in the park, seated to the right of Mr. K during the meeting. At the far end of the long table sat the man who had first made Wang Ming feel a sense of oppression. Mr. K. He was still dressed in that deep gray suit without a tie, the collar of his shirt unbuttoned, leaning back in his chair with his hands folded on his knees. Crazy Dog stood behind him, wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, the muscles in his arms stretching the sleeves tightly, his gaze fixed on Rolf since Wang Ming entered. There was also a man Wang Ming had never seen before. He had a big beard, was in his 40s with messy hair, dressed in a military green jacket with frayed sleeves. He stood at the other end of the long table, half leaning against the wall, holding an unlit cigar, speaking with Mr. K. His voice was loud enough for the entire room to hear. Old K, you've seen the quality of this batch, and it's not just talk. You won't find another like it in all of northern Myanmar. It's a civilian-made replica crafted with even finer workmanship than a regular arms factory. I'm just charging you a bit more. There's nothing wrong with that. Mr. K didn't respond, holding his teacup and blowing away the foam. The door opened, and the sound of the black cloth being removed caught the big, bearded man's attention. He looked Wang Ming up and down, his gaze lingering on Wang Ming's dark suit and the 2 bodyguards behind him before turning to Mr. K. Old K, what does this mean? The big, bearded man said, cigar clamped in his mouth, his words muffled. You can't possibly think this little brat can offer you an opportunity, can you? Mr. K set his teacup down, the bottom of the cup tapping the table, producing a light sound. A friend just here to pay a visit. The big, bearded man snorted, took the cigar from his mouth, and twirled it in his hand. Fine, you have someone to see you, I won't hold you up. He straightened up, dusted off the ash from his jacket. The goods are, as is, the price is still the same, a 20% increase. Think it over, and have someone come find me. He tucked the cigar behind his ear and turned to leave. Wang Ming spoke up. Excuse me, sir, please hold on. The big bearded man stopped, turning his head to glance at him. What is it? I just heard you mention that this batch of goods is civilian-made high-quality AKs, 300 pieces, 50 detonators, and 12,000 rounds of ammunition. Wang Ming stood up from his chair and took a step forward. Rolf and Bernard did not move, but their gazes shifted towards him. I'd like to know what's your asking price. The big bearded man smiled, extending his left hand with his thumb and index finger spread apart, forming an 800,000. Wang Ming calculated in his mind. The big bearded man smiled, extending his left hand with his thumb and index finger spread apart, forming an 800,000. Wang Ming calculated in his mind. Mr. K. Wang Ming turned to face him. I wonder if you agree with this gentleman's asking price. Let me propose mine: military-grade AKs, 200 pieces, 6,000 rounds of ammunition. I don't have any detonators, but I do have 30 M67 fragmentation grenades. I'll only charge you 500,000. Consider it our first cooperation. A moment of silence fell over the room. The lighter in San Mao's hand stopped turning. Ernyo lifted his head and glanced at Wang Ming. The elderly man took the cigarette from his mouth, pinching it between his fingers, the ash dropping without a flick. Crazy Dog's gaze shifted from Rolf to Wang Ming. Mr. K paused for a moment, holding his teacup. The big bearded man was the first to laugh. At first it was just a twitch of his lips, then he leaned back, laughing out loud, slapping his thigh. He laughed for several seconds before stopping, wiping the corner of his eye. Old K, your friend is interesting. The big bearded man took the cigar from his ear and put it back in his mouth. Military-grade AK. M67. Where did you get that from? An old Russian warehouse. Wang Ming did not smile. Mr. K, you should weigh this yourself. Wang Ming shrugged. I'm just making a suggestion. The big bearded man waved his hand, walked to the door, opened it, and looked back at Mr. K. Old K, think about it, haha. Laughter echoed from the corridor, growing fainter as the door closed. The room fell silent again. Mr. K lifted his teacup, took a sip, and set it down. He looked at Wang Ming, his gaze moving from top to bottom and back up like an expert weighing a newly acquired item. Wang Ming did not flinch, standing there with his hands in his pockets, his face devoid of expression. San Mao cleared his throat beside him, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back after catching a look from Mr. K. Mr. K finally spoke. I heard from San Mao that your surname is Li, Boss Li. That's me. Mr. K slowly stood up. Boss Li, I was told you were merely a customer here to exchange a heart and happened to encounter family issues, wanting to discuss cooperation. That's correct. Wang Ming nodded slightly. However, your earlier statements not only embarrassed me, but also made me somewhat suspicious. Is the cooperation you speak of related to arms? Mr. K's gaze turned cold as he looked at Wang Ming. Do you have those things you mentioned earlier? Where did you get them? Or are you just trying to bluff me and have other intentions? Wang Ming let out a cold laugh, somewhat disdainful. Mr. K, I originally just wanted to discuss cooperation with you. As for what the cooperation entails, we haven't even discussed it yet. I just happened to stumble into your unsuccessful arms deal and coincidentally have some connections, which is why I spoke up. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken right now, it should be you who is worried, though I'm not sure why. It must be related to that batch. What do you want to say? Mr. K's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Right now I'm giving you an opportunity, Mr. K. This is a gamble. If you don't trust me, you can certainly go buy the goods from that big bearded gentleman instead of doubting me here. Mr. K withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and straightened up. I was mistaken, or I thought you were just a wastrel, but it seems you have some guts. Please have a seat. Mr. K gestured to the chair beside him. Wang Ming sat down. Rolf and Bernard stood behind him, one on each side like two walls. Mr. K sat down again, looking at Wang Ming. Tell me your terms. Wang Ming did not rush to respond. He picked up the teacup on the table, glanced at it, and then set it back down. Wang Ming waved his hand. It's merely a sweetener, not worth mentioning. He turned his head to look at San Mao, who was lowering his head, fiddling with a lighter. Upon sensing the gaze, San Mao lifted his eyelids. Mr. San Mao, have you investigated me? San Mao's fingers paused. The lighter stopped at his fingertips. A flicker of discomfort crossed his face, but he quickly forced a smile. Boss Li is joking. How could I possibly investigate a client? You were brought here by my brother. I trust you. Wang Ming smiled and did not respond further. Mr. K's gaze remained fixed on Wang Ming. Boss Li, your offer is too generous. There are no shortages of buyers for arms in the market. Why would you give them to me? Don't you have other matters? The smile on Wang Ming's face faded. He fell silent for a few seconds, tapping his fingers on the table as if deep in thought. Bernard approached from behind, bent down, and leaned close to Wang Ming's ear. Young master. Wang Ming raised his hand to interrupt him, waving it off. Bernard stepped back. Wang Ming rubbed the back of his head and sighed, his expression showing a hint of worry, even furrowing his brow. Mr. K, I won't hide it from you. I do have some channels and plenty of goods, but I lack manpower. Lack manpower? I can't go into specifics. Wang Ming's tone lowered, as if discussing something sensitive. The scale is not large, but I need reliable hands. Mr. Kay has been running things here for many years. You must have capable people under your command, right? Mr. Kay stared at Wang Ming for a good while. The gaze was not heavy, but it was somewhat uncomfortable. Wang Ming did not shy away, leaning back in his chair, his hands relaxed, equally staring back at Mr. K. Mr. K suddenly smiled. It wasn't the kind of boisterous laugh from a big beard, it was a slight movement at the corners of his mouth, brief, but it was indeed a smile. Good then. Mr. K nodded. As long as Boss Lee's goods arrive, everything can be discussed. Wang Ming stood up, adjusted his cuffs, and extended his right hand. Mr. K also stood up and shook his hand. Wang Ming's hand was clean and soft, while Mr. K's hand was rough with thick knuckles and a strong grip. The two hands clasped together. Mr. K, we are in this together. Wang Ming looked at him. I will deliver the goods to you within 3 days. Mr. K smiled, releasing his hand. I look forward to good news. Boss Lee, there are not many young and promising bosses like you left. Wang Ming did not respond, the corners of his mouth moving slightly, not quite a smile. Before he could turn around, Mad Dog emerged from behind Mr. K. His steps were not fast, but each footfall was heavy, the floor thudding under him. He walked up to Rolf and stopped. The distance between them was less than a meter. Mad Dog was half a head shorter than Rolf, but his shoulders were broad, his neck thick, and the muscles in his arms strained against his short sleeves. He tilted his head, sizing Rolf up from top to bottom, his gaze sweeping from the scar on his face to the calluses on his hands, then back to the scar. Then he grinned, revealing a row of uneven teeth. Rolf did not look at him. He stood there, his hands hanging naturally at his sides with no expression on his face, like a wall. Mad Dog stared at him for a few seconds, and that smile gradually faded. Mr. K spoke up. Mad Dog seems to want to challenge Boss Lee's bodyguard. What does Boss Lee think? Wang Ming glanced at Rolf, then at Mad Dog. Rolf maintained the same expression, neither nodding nor shaking his head. Of course, that's fine. Wang Ming nodded. The crowd stepped back, moving tables and chairs aside to clear space. San Mao moved a chair to the wall and sat with his legs crossed, watching. Ernyo also looked up, his one good hand resting on the table, tapping the knuckles rhythmically. The elderly man extinguished his cigarette and leaned forward. Mr. K sat back down, picked up his teacup, but did not drink. Mad Dog made the first move. He stepped forward, throwing a right punch straight at Rolf's face. The punch was not powerful, but it was fast. Rolf tilted his head, and the fist brushed past his ear. He took a step back and did not retaliate. Mad Dog followed up with a second punch, a left hook aimed at his ribs. Rolf blocked with his arm, a dull thud resounded, and his body swayed slightly. Mad Dog did not give him a chance to breathe. The third and fourth punches came in rapid succession, both quick and heavy, aimed directly at vital spots. Rolf kept retreating and blocking, never striking back. San Mao chuckled from the side. You're dodging pretty well. Kay glanced at him, and San Mao stopped laughing. Mad Dog threw over a dozen punches, all of which Rolf blocked, but he never returned a single one. The expression on his face remained unchanged, not as if he were being hit, but more like he couldn't be bothered to exert more effort. Mad Dog's breathing began to grow heavier. He paused, staring at Rolf for 2 seconds. Then he changed. It wasn't just his momentum that shifted, the whole person transformed. The muscles in his shoulders bulged, veins popping out on his neck, and even the blood vessels on the back of his hands stood out. The air he exhaled was heavy and hot, felt even from several steps away. Rolf's eyes finally shifted. Mad Dog's punch was now twice as fast as before. Rolf tilted his head, but was a moment too slow. The fist grazed past his cheek, the edge of a nail or knuckle cutting a line on his cheekbone. Blood seeped out, trickling down his face. Rolf reached up to touch it, looked at the blood on his fingertips, then raised his head to look at Mad Dog. Wang Ming's voice came from behind, just enough to make a point. Rolf stopped. He glanced at Wang Ming, then Mad Dog remained in place, his chest rising and falling violently, his eyes fixed on Rolf like a dog chained in place. Mr. K set down his teacup. Mad Dog, that's enough. Mad Dog took a couple of breaths and slowly stepped back. His shoulders slumped, the veins receded, and he returned to his original state. But his eyes never left Rolf. Mr. K chuckled. Boss Lee's bodyguard is indeed extraordinary. Mad Dog rarely encounters someone capable of taking so many punches. But his eyes never left Rolf. Mr. K chuckled. Boss Lee's bodyguard is indeed extraordinary. Mad Dog rarely encounters someone. The black cloth covered his eyes, and the world turned dark again. When he regained his sight, Wang Ming found himself back at the original. The black cloth covered his eyes, and the world turned dark again. When he regained his sight, Wang Ming found himself back at the original. The black cloth covered his eyes, and the world turned dark again. When he regained his sight, Wang Ming found himself back at the original entrance. Boss Lee, take care. San Mao smiled. Wang Ming nodded, then got into the car. Xiao Mao's car did not follow, only their vehicle bumped along the dirt road. Wang Ming sat in the back seat, glancing at Rolf in the passenger seat. Master, were you careless? Rolf did not turn around. He wiped the blood from his face with the back of his hand. The wound had stopped bleeding. Not careless. Then what was it? Rolf was silent for a few seconds, his gaze somewhat cold. That mad dog is not quite right. Wang Ming was taken aback for a moment before speaking. Master, what's wrong? This mad dog had originally very weak abilities, Rolf said, but suddenly surged in strength just now. Though still quite weak, this change is unusual. Wang Ming waited. It's like he's on drugs, Rolf paused, or like a genetic mutation. Bernard glanced at Wang Ming through the rearview mirror. His voice was low, but every word was clear. Wang Ming was momentarily stunned. Genetic mutation. Rolf adjusted his seat back a bit to lean more comfortably. Outside the car window, the mountains receded into a gray haze indistinguishable as to whether they were trees or rocks. When Bernard and I were working at Black Gold International, we heard they were experimenting with genetic weapons over there. However, we didn't pay much attention until our superiors sent the three of us to seize the second floor of the television station, where we realized something was off about the mission. Looking back now, that group from Tevela must have been after genetic data, Rolf said, unconsciously tapping his fingers on his knee. Then what about this mad dog? Wang Ming asked. It's possible, Rolf replied, but there's one thing I can't understand. What? He's too weak. Rolf turned his head to look at Wang Ming. A genetic soldier cannot be this weak. Wang Ming pondered. Could it be due to a physical condition? He's not a complete genetic soldier, just a half-finished product, or he's been using some drug, Bernard said from the front. It's very likely a physical condition. I don't believe that's a genetic weapon. It resembles a human physique. He paused. There's a type of person whose physical condition is just different from ordinary people. I once had a soldier under me who was less than 1.7 meters tall, as thin as a monkey, but his body density was extremely high, and his strength and endurance could almost be described as terrifying. Suddenly a thought flashed through Wang Ming's mind. Those hidden masters in the civilian world who usually didn't show their abilities. They weren't genetically modified. They were born that way, with skeletal, muscular, and neural reflexes different from ordinary people. I've seen such people online and in documentaries, those who can twist iron rods like their dough. It must be a physical. With genetic weapons, this area shouldn't be able to produce such things. Wang Ming leaned back in his chair, looking out the window. The car fell into silence. The road grew narrower, the trees denser on either side, the sky darkened, and the headlights illuminated the front with fine dust swirling in the beams. Just as Wang Ming was about to say, "We've arrived," Bernard suddenly yanked the steering wheel, the car swerving sharply to the left, then jolting as he quickly reversed. The tires screamed on the gravel road, and the rear of the car slammed into a white van. With a loud crash, the noise was considerable. The van was pushed back half a meter, its bumper crumpled, and the headlights shattered. Wang Ming was jolted, nearly hitting his head on the window frame. He steadied himself and turned to look. The people inside the van were panicking. They could be heard shouting, "Hurry up, hurry up." Some banging on the doors, the engine roared, the tires skidded on the gravel, but couldn't gain traction and stalled. Rolf had already gotten out of the car. He walked over, not in a hurry. The van's door was pulled halfway open, and a person leaned out, still unsteady. Rolf reached out and grabbed his collar, yanking him out of the van like picking up a chick, throwing him onto the ground. The person let out a muffled groan and didn't get up. Rolf pulled open the van door. Inside were 5 more people crammed in their seats, their expressions shifting from fear to blankness, not yet grasping the situation. Rolf didn't give them time to react. The first punch landed on the driver's face, causing him to lean back and hit the window, shattering the glass. The second punch struck the neck of the passenger, who clutched his throat and recoiled. The 4 people in the back tried to escape, but Rolf blocked the door, preventing them from getting out. Rolf reached inside, pulling each of them out one by one, landing a punch for each. In less than 10 seconds, all 6 were lying on the ground, some groaning, some motionless. Wang Ming got out of the car and walked over. Bernard followed closely behind, holding a flashlight that he had somehow acquired, the light shining on those people's faces. All 6 were men dressed in dark jackets of similar styles. Some were holding their heads, some covering their arms, and some were closing their eyes, pretending to be dead. Wang Ming squatted down, looking at the closest person. "Mr. K has had you tailing me for a long time, hasn't he?" The person opened his eyes, stared at Wang Ming. His mouth moved, but no sound came out. One of the others spoke up, his voice weak. "What, Mr. K? We were just passing by." Wang Ming didn't look at him. He pulled out an F-57 from his pocket, weighed it in his hand, and aimed it at the first person's head. "Whether you speak or not is up to you. Whether I listen is up to me." The man stared at the gun's muzzle, swallowing hard. His lips trembled, but he still tried to hold his ground. "You wouldn't dare." Wang Ming pulled the trigger. Bang. The sound wasn't loud, but in the quiet night it exploded. The person's head tilted to one side, blood streamed down from his temple, flowing down his cheek and onto the ground. The person next to him let out a scream, but swallowed it back. The remaining 5 turned pale, and one of them even wet his pants, the stench mixing with the smell of blood wafting in the night air. Wang Ming aimed the gun at the second person. "You speak. I'll talk. I'll talk." The man's voice changed, trembling uncontrollably. "It's Mr. K. Mr. K sent us to follow you. He wants to know where you live, wants to know who you really are." What else? Wang Ming kept the gun pointed. He also wanted us to remember who you interacted with where you went. The person beside him hurried to speak up. When we got to the place we would call Mr. K, and he would send someone to meet us. Please don't kill me, I'm just a runner. Wang Ming listened, looking at these 5 individuals, examining each one. They spoke one after another. Some of them were already crying by the end, with snot and tears smeared across their faces. Wang Ming waited for a moment, confirming that no one else had anything to say. He raised the F-57. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots, one after another, without pause. When the last person fell, the shells were still spinning in the air, landing on the ground with a clattering sound. Wang Ming put the gun back into the holster, stood up, took a deep breath, and exhaled. He glanced at the 6 corpses at his feet, then looked at Bernard. Call Connor and Andre to bring people out. Bernard didn't move, staring at him. The flashlight's beam shone from below, casting half light and half shadow on Wang Ming's face. You've changed, Bernard said. Wang Ming didn't deny it. He looked at the van in the distance, its headlights still on, illuminating the wall ahead. If I don't kill them, they'll kill me. We'll be exposed, and our plan will be ruined. Bernard didn't say anything more. He pulled out his phone, dialed a number, said a few words, and hung up. A few minutes later, Connor and Andre rushed out from the courtyard with 10 people. 12 people in combat uniforms holding guns stood in a line. Connor glanced at the bodies on the ground, showing no expression. Clean it up. Take the car back to the courtyard to disassemble it and bury the bodies. Connor nodded, turned, and began assigning tasks. Andre took some people to drag the van, while the others carried the bodies to the back of the courtyard. Wang Ming watched them busying themselves, standing under the dim yellow light, his shadow stretched long. Wang Ming returned to the yard and lay on the bed, opening the system panel and accessing the black market. 200 pieces. He clicked frantically until his fingers ached to complete the purchase of 200 pieces. Fortunately, the warehouse had plenty of space. Next, he ordered 6,000 rounds of ammunition, 6 large boxes, and 30 M67 fragmentation grenades. After completing the orders, he made several trips to transport the items into reality. It took some effort to gather all these items, and the room was filled with a pile of weapons and ammunition. For the next 3 days, Wang Ming did not do much, spending his time in the room studying the map given to him by Qing Xia when he escaped. Although the defenses had changed significantly, he could still analyze the general geographical situation of the area. Then he checked the daily recruitment interface, which displayed only white and green names that he couldn't remember. As usual, he clicked confirm, and 3 unfamiliar faces appeared in the yard. Wang Ming incorporated them into the team. Connor trained the others as usual with running, shooting, and formation drills without missing a day. Rolf and Bernard trained Connor, Andre, and the others in the yard, chatting occasionally. Until the day of the transaction arrived, Wang Ming decided to set off at noon. The 3 of them left the house. Bernard drove, Rolf sat in the passenger seat, and Wang Ming sat alone in the back. This time it wasn't that black business car, but a rented small truck, the cargo area covered with a canvas neatly stacked with dozens of large wooden boxes inside. To avoid attracting attention, Wang Ming had specially disguised the small truck as a repair vehicle. After driving for over an hour, they reached the familiar intersection. The iron gate was closed, and a man stood at the entrance, the same bald man from before. He leaned against the wall, smoking. When he saw the truck stop, he extinguished his cigarette and came over to glance at Bernard in the driver's seat, and then at Wang Ming in the back. Boss Li, where is San Mao? Wang Ming did not get out of the car. The bald man took out his phone, dialed a number, said a few words, and hung up. San Mao is on his way, please wait a moment. Wang Ming nodded and opened the car door to step out. He stood by the roadside looking around. The mountains were still the same, the road was still the same, and the iron gate was rusty exactly as it was the last time he came. The bald man stood nearby, silent and unmoving, while Rolf got out from the passenger seat and leaned against the car door with his arms crossed. Bernard did not turn off the engine, resting his hand on the steering wheel. After about 10 minutes, San Mao ran out from behind the iron gate, striding confidently, his leather shoes crunching on the gravel. He ran up to Wang Ming and extended his hand. Boss Li, long time no see. Wang Ming shook his hand. Mr. San Mao, the goods have arrived. San Mao glanced behind Wang Ming, his gaze landing on the small truck with the canvas-covered cargo area. The polite smile on his face faltered for a moment, and his expression shifted to one of surprise. Boss Li, impressive. San Mao released his hand. Fortunately, the heart is ready. We can arrange the surgery for you at any time. Wang Ming waved his hand, his tone light, but his attitude firm. There's no rush for the heart. Let's complete the business first. My family is pressing me for it. San Mao was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded. All right, I will follow Boss Li's wishes. Wang Ming looked at him and suddenly asked, Mr. San Mao, are we not following the usual procedures? San Mao quickly waved his hand, his smile on his face even broader than before. Mr. K has instructed that rules are for the dead, while the living can bend them. Wang Ming smiled lightly and said, let your people unload the goods. He turned his head to glance at the San Mao immediately turned around and shouted towards the iron gate. 7 or 8 people rushed out dressed in mixed clothing, some wearing gloves, while others had bare hands. They climbed onto the truck, lifted the canvas, and upon seeing the wooden boxes inside, their movements became lighter. 2 people handled each box, carefully bringing them down. 1 box, 2 boxes, 3 boxes. Dozens of wooden boxes were neatly stacked on the open ground. San Mao squatted down and pried open one, revealing 10 brand new AKs lying inside, their bodies jet black, coated with anti-rust oil, reflecting a matte sheen in the sunlight. He pried open another box, finding bullets golden and neatly stacked. Then he pried open another, revealing M67 grenades, each nestled in foam, the pull ring of the safety pin glinting silver. San Mao stood up and brushed the dust off his hands. "Bosley, please come inside." Wang Ming stepped forward. Rolf and Bernard followed behind. San Mao walked in front, his pace much quicker than last time. Wang Ming glanced at the houses by the roadside. There were metal houses, gray-white concrete buildings, and several bungalows painted blue. There weren't many people on the road. Those who saw San Mao lowered their heads to give way. Wang Ming walked slowly, occasionally stopping to look in a certain direction, mumbling, "Mr. San Mao, this place of yours is really nice." San Mao replied cheerfully, "It's all right, all thanks to the brothers working together." After walking for a long time, Wang Ming finally saw a familiar place, the South Gate. The same South Gate where he had almost escaped with the hedgehog-headed man last time. San Mao led Wang Ming and the others to the entrance of a 3-story small building. The building was made of cement and painted white, with 2 armed men standing at the entrance. San Mao opened the door and led Wang Ming into an office on the first floor. The office was small, with a desk and several chairs. "Bosley, please take a seat. I will call Mr. K." San Mao took out his phone, walked to the window, and dialed a number. The call connected, and San Mao spoke in a low voice for a few moments. After hanging up, he turned around, his smile even brighter. "Mr. K will be here soon. Please wait a moment." They waited for less than 10 minutes when Mr. K pushed the door open and entered. He was still in his deep gray suit, his hair meticulously styled. When he entered, his pace was slow, but the atmosphere felt significantly lighter. He first glanced at Wang Ming, then his gaze swept to the corner where those wooden boxes were. San Mao had brought in a few boxes as samples stacked next to the desk. Mr. K walked over, crouched down, and personally pried open one wooden box. He pulled out an AK, examined the body, and pulled the bolt. The sound of the mechanism resetting was crisp and clean. He then picked up an M67 grenade, weighing it in his hand, and checking the code on the safety pin in the light. He stood up and looked at Wang Ming. The expression on his face was no longer as solemn as before. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, his eyes holding an indescribable gleam. "Military AK, not a counterfeit." Mr. K placed the gun back in the box. "Bosley, where did you get these?" Wang Ming leaned back in his chair, hands in his pockets, and smiled. "Mr. K, businessmen have their own channels. I hope you won't make it difficult for me." Mr. K looked at him for 2 seconds, seemingly considering something, then nodded. "San Mao have the goods counted and stored appropriately." San Mao responded and turned to leave. Mr. K sat down opposite Wang Ming, taking a cigar from his pocket, yet to be lit, and held it in his mouth. "Let someone bring money to Bosley." Mr. K then shouted towards the doorway, and a person entered. He whispered a few instructions, and that person left. Mr. K took the cigar from his mouth and placed it on the table. "Bosley, may our cooperation be pleasant." "Pleasant," Wang Ming replied, standing up and glancing towards the door. "Mr. K, I would like to follow San Mao around for a bit. I've been here so many times, but haven't had a proper look at your place. Since we are partners now, I should get to know it better." Mr. K's gaze lingered on his face for a moment. He looked at Wang Ming, then at Rolf and Bernard, who were standing behind Wang Ming at the door. "That is appropriate." Mr. K stood up and called out to San Mao. San Mao peeked his head in from the hallway. "Show Bosley around." San Mao understood and gestured for Wang Ming to follow. "Bosley, this way, please." Wang Ming stepped outside with Rolf and Bernard following behind. However, they were stopped at the doorway by the 2 armed men. "Bosley," Mr. K's voice came from behind. "Let the bodyguards wait here. There are many eyes here, and the outside people coming and make the brothers uneasy." Wang Ming stopped, turning to glance at Rolf. Rolf said nothing, looking at him with a meaning that conveyed, "You decide for yourself." Wang Ming looked at Bernard, who nodded slightly. "All right, you wait for me here. I will be back shortly." After saying this, Wang Ming followed San Mao out the door. San Mao walked ahead at a steady pace, his leather shoes clicking softly against the terrazzo floor, while Wang Ming followed behind, hands tucked deep in his trouser pockets, eyes scanning everything around him. "Mr. Lee, please, this is our office area." San Mao pushed open a glass door. Inside stood row upon row of computer desks, each topped with a monitor. Several people sat before their screens, fingers tapping keyboards. At the sound of the door opening, they glanced up briefly, then bowed their heads again to resume typing. "We specialize in e-commerce and digital networking," and Wang Ming nodded. "Looks quite legitimate." Indeed, San Miao replied with a smile. All our operations are fully licensed, but this neighborhood is chaotic, so we've acquired certain defensive measures for self-protection. I trust you understand. Wang Ming remained silent, his gaze sweeping across the rows of monitors. A few displayed chat interfaces, dense walls of text too blurred to decipher. He shifted his gaze away and followed San Miao forward. At the corridor's end stood an iron gate. San Miao retrieved a key and unlocked it, revealing a small courtyard beyond. The courtyard was modest in size, its brick-paved ground littered with cigarette butts. Several men in black clothing stood smoking near the walls. Upon spotting San Miao, they rose and gave curt nods. This is where the brothers rest. San Miao gestured toward a cluster of low concrete buildings. Conditions are rather basic. Wang Ming hummed softly in acknowledgement, glancing slowly around. This yard was dwarfed by even the smallest distribution centers he'd visited as a delivery courier, no more than one-fifth the size of those industrial parks he'd seen. San Miao showed him only peripheral corners, never once approaching any core facility. Wang Ming understood perfectly, yet said nothing. Next came the cafeteria, the outer perimeter of the warehouse, and another dormitory building. They circled the compound entirely, yet every stop was superficial, carefully curated. At each location, Wang Ming paused deliberately, occasionally remarking, "This space is quite impressive," or "What function does this building serve?" To which San Miao responded tersely, offering no elaboration. Along the way, San Miao probed him repeatedly. Mr. Li, your shipment arrived at precisely the right moment. Mr. K has been deeply troubled by this matter, and now you've delivered it straight to his doorstep. San Miao smiled. May I ask, where did you source this connection? We'd love to learn from your methods. Wang Ming returned a faint smile. A friend's assistance, unfortunately not something I can disclose. Ah, San Miao nodded, dropping the subject for now. After a few paces he resumed, Mr. Li, may I ask, what line of business does your family operate? Such scale suggests far more than ordinary commerce. In just a modest enterprise, Wang Ming replied, casually, eyes fixed on the gray building in the distance. Modest enterprises don't casually supply goods of this caliber, San Miao countered, his tone light, yet his gaze unblinking. Mr. San Miao, Wang Ming turned to meet his stare, a wry smile playing on his lips. Surely you're not conducting a household registration check. San Miao quickly raised both hands in protest. Of course not. Mere curiosity. If Mr. Li prefers discretion, we respect that entirely. And they walked on in silence for several steps. San Miao shifted topics. Mr. Li, regarding your cardiac procedure, how do you intend to proceed? The donor organ has already arrived. Your delay places me in an awkward position before Mr. K. Wang Ming slowed his pace, thoughtful. He studied the path ahead, then turned his gaze to San Miao. May the donor organ be transferred directly to me. San Miao blinked, taken aback. Transferred to you? I'm uncomfortable undergoing surgery here. Wang Ming lowered his voice. My own body, I know its limits. Moreover, matters within my family demand far greater urgency. Family affairs more vital than life itself. San Miao narrowed his eyes. Wang Ming fell quiet for a long moment. He sighed, brow furrowing, as if weighing whether to speak at all. To be frank, I'm not exactly secure either. His voice dropped to a near whisper. The family is fractured, rife with open rivalry and covert scheming. As an outsider-born scion, I must prove myself decisively if I hope to claim what is rightfully mine. His gaze drifted once more toward the distant gray building, lingering there before withdrawing. Collaborating with Mr. K is in part a contingency plan. Should I ever flee the family's reach, at least I'll have a sanctuary. San Miao's expression softened slightly. Then he exhaled almost sympathetically. Mr. Li bears no easy burden. Wang Ming offered a faint bitter smile, then said nothing. San Miao guided him onward, checking his wristwatch. Mr. Li, time grows late. We'll conclude today's tour here. NMR. K awaits you. Wang Ming nodded and followed San Miao back. When they re-entered Mr. K's office, Rolf and Bernard still stood motionless at the doorway. Rolf's eyes flickered over Wang Ming, assessing, confirming his safety, then withdrew. Bernard extinguished the cigarette between his lips and snapped upright. Mr. K sat in his chair, cradling the AK-47 in his lap, still inspecting it. Upon Wang Ming's entrance, he set the rifle aside and rose. Mr. Li, you've completed the tour. Yes, Wang Ming nodded. Mr. San Miao graciously escorted me throughout. Truly illuminating. Then we won't detain you further. Travel safely, and may our long-term partnership yield mutual prosperity. Wang Ming extended his hand. Mr. K clasped it firmly. Mr. K, thank you for your trust. Wang Ming held his gaze. Yet I hope that trust proves genuine. Mr. K paused, then chuckled lightly. What precisely do you mean by that, Mr. Li? Wang Ming released his hand and smiled in turn. Just idle speculation. Please don't take it to heart. And he offered no further explanation, turning to leave. Rolf and Bernard fell into step behind him. San Miao hurried ahead to lead the way. Their figures receded into the distance. Inamar. Kay remained at the threshold, brows subtly furrowed. Beside him, Nyo had appeared, silent, unannounced. This Mr. Li. Mr. Kay murmured, then broke off, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. Not simple at all. Nyo glanced at him. Sir, the dog squad. They won't be returning. Nyo stiffened, surprise flashing across his face. He discovered them. Nearly. His phrasing hints at it, and frankly, I sense familiarity. Mr. Kay's voice dropped almost to himself. Nyo hesitated. You feel it too? I admit, I find little remarkable about Mr. Li himself, but his steward. I cannot explain it. Yet whenever I look at him, dread rises unbidden. Dread, oi. Mr. Kay stiffened, then turned sharply toward Nyo's empty sleeve. A cold unease settled deep within his chest. When Wang Ming returned to the courtyard, the sky had not yet darkened. He instructed Bernard to park the truck and entered the main house, sitting on a folding bed, pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket. The paper was sketched on the road, a pencil draft that was crooked, yet marked all the necessary points. It outlined the route that San Mao had taken him through the buildings by the roadside, the location of the iron gate, and the orientation of that gray building. He spread the paper on the bed, glanced at it for a few seconds, and then stood up to push the door open. Everyone gathered in the main house. The people in the courtyard stopped their actions. Connor put away his gun as Andre ran over from the open area, followed by about 10 drifters, some still wiping sweat, others not yet putting down their guns. Rolf took the lead and entered the main house. Bernard leaned against the truck, extinguished his cigarette, and walked over. The main house was small, and a dozen people squeezed in, standing in 2 rows. Wang Ming stood in front of the table, laying out 3 sheets of paper. The first was the one he had just drawn, depicting the route and surrounding buildings that San Mao had shown him. The second was a map provided by Qing Xia, yellowed and nearly torn at the folds. The third was a satellite map, downloaded from the internet, printed out, lacking in grayscale with some areas blurred. The 3 maps were laid side by side on the table, and Wang Ming leaned down to inspect them for a moment before straightening up. Next, it is time to prepare for the counterattack. No one spoke. Connor stood in the front row, his gaze fixed. Andre stood half a step behind him, his brow furrowed. Rolf leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, not looking at the maps. Bernard leaned against the windowsill, pushing up his glasses. Wang Ming pointed to the map that San Mao had shown him. Today San Mao took me around, and we only saw surface details, perimeter security, a few ordinary dormitories, a cafeteria, and a fake warehouse. We didn't visit any core areas. He pointed to Qing Xia's map. This map was given by Qing Xia. He stayed here for a long time and drew the defense map. Although the current defense has certainly changed, the general layout of the park will not change. Finally, he pointed to the satellite map. This map is solid. By comparing the 3 together, we can get a rough idea. Rolf spoke up. What are you trying to say? Wang Ming, the armed forces in this park may not be as strong as I imagined. There may be heavy weapons, but not too many. Just the fact that they need to purchase rifles from outside shows this. Rolf did not respond, walking over to take a look at the maps on the table, stroking his chin. When we rescued the hedgehog head last time, I roughly gauged their bottom line. Rolf said, their armed forces are indeed weak. There are many of them, but their equipment is poor. Not many have guns. Their combat effectiveness is also lacking. Bernard walked to the table. He traced a line on the satellite map with his finger from the west gate to the central area. I also observed the security of this place at that time. I can only say it is a scattered mess. As long as we eliminate some of their people, the rest will quickly collapse. He adjusted his glasses. Wang Ming nodded, looking at Connor. Connor, if Ajax were guarding this place, how would he set up the defense? Connor stepped forward, lowering his head to look at the 3 maps. His gaze moved back and forth between the 3 maps for a few seconds before he extended his finger and pointed at the satellite map. Here. He pointed to a cluster of buildings inside the west gate, the entrance area, at least 1 squad with a machine gun position. His finger moved to the right. Here, the central intersection is a transport hub. There will definitely be checkpoints. Heavily guarded. Moving further right, here, that gray building. I don't know what it is, but it is located deep in the area, surrounded on 3 sides by buildings with only 1 road leading in. Easy to defend, hard to attack. Finally, he pointed to several scattered points on the satellite map. These locations have a clear line of sight. They will definitely set up hidden sentries. Wang Ming looked at the places Connor's finger traced, and it matched what he had in mind. Ajax comes from a regular army background, and his defense strategy has its rules. Connor has followed him for so long, and this is what he learned. Good. Wang Ming straightened up, sweeping his gaze over the people in the room. I will outline the plan. Everyone fell. Step 1, I will enter the park under the pretense of a heart problem. Wang Ming's voice was not loud, but each word was clear. Once inside, I will find an opportunity to summon Rolf and Joel. The medical area is a relatively independent section of the park. I will start there. Rolf nodded. Step 2, Connor and Andre, you will take everyone and wait outside the west gate. Bernard will be with you, but he will set up a gun from a distance providing cover. Wait for my signal. Connor and Andre stood up straight. Yes. Step 3, after receiving my signal, Connor and Andre, you will drive the vehicles through the west gate. Each of you will have a car. There's no one here who can't drive right. The crowd shook their heads. Then Wang Ming pointed at the road on the satellite map leading to the west gate. After crashing, and Connor will lead the team to clear all resistance in the west gate area and establish a defensive line on the spot. Do not push further in or just hold the west gate. Connor nodded. Bernard will use a high-powered scope from a distance to suppress the fire points at the west gate, covering their advance. Bernard adjusted his glasses. Leave it to me. Step 4. Wang Ming looked at Rolf. Rolf, Joel, and I will hit from the medical area inward. We will release all those who are locked up, creating chaos. The more people we can release, the more chaotic it will be. Step 5. Once chaos ensues, push directly into the core area. Find Mr. K and decapitate him. The room fell silent for a moment. Step 6. Once Mr. K falls, Connor and Andre will push in from the west gate. We will fight out from the inside. Attack from both sides to clean out the park. After Wang Ming finished speaking, he looked around at the people in the room. No one spoke. Rolf spoke up first. Have you checked with Joel about that side? Wang Ming shook his head. Not yet. I am not sure if he will participate. Rolf nodded but said nothing. This is the current action plan. Does anyone have anything to say or ask? Wang Ming looked up at the surroundings. A dozen people were making eye contact with him. No one spoke. All right, let's set it like this for now. The operation date is not yet determined. Wait for my notification. For the next few days, everyone continues training. Do what you need to do without dropping the ball when the time comes. Wang Ming spoke up. The crowd responded in unison. After Connor and the others went out, only Wang Ming, Rolf, and Bernard were left in the room. Are you confident? Bernard asked. Wang Ming looked at the two of them and smiled wryly. To be honest, no. I actually wanted to develop for a while longer, thinking that once we have enough people it might be better, but I know that the longer we wait, the more victims there will be, and the more passive we will become. Now is the perfect time. Rolf looked at Wang Ming and suddenly smiled. Wang Ming, you have grown a lot since. Wang Ming was taken aback, looking at Rolf, and then smiled. Growth comes from getting beaten up more often. Rolf looked at Wang Ming with a slight smile, saying nothing. Wang Ming turned around, sat back on the military bed, and neatly folded 3 maps into his pocket. Just as he was about to lie down, a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. At the entrance of the park in the darkness, a shot precisely knocked the G-17 out of the hands of a hedgehog. And the shot that accurately hit his head as he was escaping the park. If he hadn't brought 6 heads with him, perhaps there would have been no future. Brother Bo, there's a sniper in the park, and he's very accurate. Wang Ming looked at Bernard. Are you confident you can take him out? Bernard adjusted his glasses and pondered. In a heated confrontation, I should be able to. But my task is to cover Andre and the others, and I'm not sure whether that sniper will participate in the battle at the west gate. If he goes to snipe you. He didn't finish, but Wang Ming understood. The sniper was the biggest variable. He was not afraid of a direct confrontation. What he feared was that hidden cold shot. Indeed. Wang Ming nodded. That sniper could be the greatest threat. Rolf leaned against the door frame. What do you plan? Wang Ming stood up and brushed off the dust from his pants. I'm going to Camona. Rolf asked what for. To visit a very powerful friend. Rolf glanced at him and didn't ask further. Bernard put the cigarette back in his mouth and turned to leave. Wang Ming lay back on the military bed and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was already standing in the dark area warehouse, surrounded by metal cabinets, weapon racks, and the buzzing of overhead incandescent lights. Joel was crouched in the corner, loading bullets into a magazine, one after another, neatly arranged. Instructor, Wang Ming called out. Joel looked up, put down the magazine, and stood up. What's the matter? I'm preparing to counterattack the park. The action plan is set, and I might need your help. Can you come? Joel didn't rush to answer. He took out a cloth from his pocket, wiped the gun oil from his hands, folded the cloth, and put it back. When? Not decided yet. Soon. Joel stood up, walked to the weapon rack, picked up an H4, pulled the bolt back, and then set it down. He turned around and looked at Wang Ming. Just summon me directly when the time comes. Wang Ming was momentarily stunned. You agreed. When did I ever say I wouldn't agree? Joel's lips twitched slightly, not quite a smile. You're my student, and I'm your instructor. When a student has to fight, an instructor has no reason to shrink back. Wang Ming opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back. He stood up, took a set of level 4 armor from the weapon rack, a Spartan Type B, and grabbed a mouse head. He chose a modified AR-57, loaded 3 magazines, and tucked them into the pouch. Going for some practice? Joel asked. Yeah, heading to North Mountain. And I have a few other things to do. Wang Ming opened the map, selected the reinforced blockade for North Mountain solo mode, task mode. Confirmed. When his vision went dark and then brightened again, he found himself standing on stone pavement in front of a luxurious hotel. North Mountain Hotel, position A1. Upon entering the hotel, Wang Ming didn't rush to move. He crouched down and listened for a moment. There were footsteps above, not just one person, and someone was shouting. "You're fighting with an expert." Wang Ming was taken aback. Fred. The North Mountain male team was engaged in combat at the hotel. He raised the AR-57 and crept forward along the wall. When he reached the stairway, he didn't go up. Instead, he turned and entered a storage room, closing the door behind him to wait in the corner. The fighting above was intense. The crisp sound of the M4 mixed with the dull sound of the Pharaoh, interspersed with the explosions of grenades. Someone was shouting, "Flank them," while another shouted, "Suppress." Wang Ming leaned against the wall, counting the gunshots. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and the gunfire began to dwindle, shifting from dense exchanges to sporadic shots. It quieted down. After waiting for a while, Wang Ming confirmed that there were no footsteps heading downstairs before emerging from the storage room. He climbed the stairs, treading lightly, turned the corner, and reached the 3rd floor of Building C. Several bodies of the task force members lay in the corridor, and the smell of gunpowder still lingered in the air, choking his throat. Wang Ming held his gun and walked forward, passing an open door that was empty inside. Just as he reached the middle of the corridor, a door suddenly opened beside him. Enemies. Target appeared. Wang Ming nearly pulled the trigger. He saw who it was: 2 soldiers in gray combat uniforms, guns drawn, their muzzles already aimed at him. The one on the left was Colin Yuan, and the one on the right was Kane Yuan. Fred's guards. Wang Ming dropped the AR-57 to the ground and raised his hands. "Don't shoot. Don't shoot. I have something to discuss with your boss." Colin and Kane exchanged glances. Their guns didn't lower, but they didn't fire either. Colin frowned and scrutinized Wang Ming from head to toe. "Are you a task force member?" "Yes." Wang Ming nodded. "I'm looking for Fred. It's important." Kane raised the muzzle of the Pharaoh, aiming it at Wang Ming's head. "Not a single task force member is a good person. I'll count to 3. If you don't leave, I'll shoot." Wang Ming felt sweat trickling down his back, but didn't move. Just as he was about to speak, a deep voice came from the end of the corridor. "Colin Kane, what's going on?" A middle-aged man with a white beard walked out from the innermost office, military boots thudding on the floor, his steps slow but steady. It was Fred. He approached Colin, and Kane glanced at the AR-57 on the ground, then looked at Wang Ming, who still had his hands raised. "This task force member says he has something to discuss with you." Colin stepped aside. Fred stared at Wang Ming for several seconds. Wang Ming didn't dodge, still holding his hands up, his gaze meeting Fred's eyes. Fred's eyes were deep, like a stagnant pool. "Indifferent. I don't know what you're thinking," Fred said, "but I don't want to deal with you task force members. In light of your surrender, just leave." He turned to walk away. Wang Ming bit his teeth. "Fred, what if I can bring Mary back to life?" When Fred heard the name Mary, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He abruptly turned around, his face beneath the white beard flushed red, and the dead water in his eyes surged, transforming into flames. The SVD was swiftly grabbed, the stock pressed against his shoulder, the dark muzzle aimed at Wang Ming's forehead. "You people are not worthy to speak her name." Colin and Kane both took a step back, giving Fred a clear line to shoot. Wang Ming gazed at the muzzle, his pupils contracting. He quickly crouched down. "Fred, don't you want to know how I know about Mary?" Fred's index finger rested on the trigger, but did not pull it. The muzzle wavered slightly above Wang Ming's head before coming to a halt. He stared at Wang Ming, his brows knitted together. Wang Ming's words had brought him back a shred of sanity. Indeed, this young man appeared to be in his early 20s. He should be unaware of such old matters. Fred lowered the muzzle slightly, but did not lower it completely. "It was just hearsay. Did that old man Joel tell you?" Wang Ming squatted on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, his heart racing, yet his words did not falter. "Instructor Joel did mention you, but he only said you were the most talented special operations member he had ever seen. Moreover, Fred, I truly have a method." Fred stared at him for a few seconds. The muzzle slowly lowered, pointing toward the ground, but his finger remained on the trigger guard. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, as if pressing something back into his chest. "Colin Kane." Fred's voice was a bit hoarse. "Take him to the reception room. I want to talk to him." Colin and Kane exchanged glances, stepped forward, and stood beside Wang Ming, one on each side. Colin pushed Wang Ming's shoulder gently. The force was not great, but the intent was clear. Wang Ming said nothing, stood up from the ground, brushed off the dust from his knees, and followed Fred outside. In Building B's reception room, Fred leaned the SVD against the armrest of the sofa and placed his helmet on the table. The emblem of the Snow Mountain Brigade on the helmet glinted in the light. Wang Ming sat on the opposite sofa while Colin and Kane stood at the door, not coming in. Fred reached into his pocket, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. The smoke spread before him, obscuring his expression. "I know this is impossible," Fred said, "but go ahead. How do you know about Mary?" Wang Ming leaned back on the sofa, his hands resting on his knees. He pondered for a moment before speaking. "You were once very loving. Then a mission came up, the so-called Gungnir plan. Because of a confidential document you were betrayed. Mary took a bullet for you, but could not be saved. Wang Ming paused after that you left the special operations team and occupied North Mountain with your men. Am I right? Fred pulled the cigarette from his mouth and flicked the ash. His expression remained unchanged, but the finger that flicked the ash hesitated for a moment. Such matters can easily be found out by asking any old special operations member. It's not a secret. Wang Ming sighed. He knew Fred was speaking the truth. This background was not obscure in the Dark Zone player community. But he had no way out. Fred, I'm here not to tell you a story. I said I have a method, and I truly do. Although I can't guarantee 100% success, don't you want to give it a try? Fred looked at him. The smoke formed a thin curtain between the two. What do you want me to do? Wang Ming felt a slight relief in his heart, though his face showed nothing. I need something. The most precious thing Mary left you, the kind with the strongest attachment. Fred remained silent for a long time. He extinguished the cigarette on the armrest of the sofa, leaving a charred mark. Then he lowered his head and took out a golden wedding ring from his jacket pocket. The years had corroded half of the gold from the ring, on which a few letters were engraved Mary. He placed the ring on the table and pushed it towards Wang Ming. Fred said, I personally placed this on her finger when we got married. On the day she died, I also personally took it off her. Wang Ming picked up the ring, clenched it in his palm, and glanced at Fred. I don't know if it will work, but I want to try. Fred said, nothing, leaning back on the sofa, his hands crossed over his abdomen, staring at the ceiling. Wang Ming covered the ring with both hands and closed his eyes. He silently chanted in his heart, summoning. The system panel in the Dark Zone warehouse did not respond. The recruitment list lay quietly there with Rolf, Bernard, and Joel in the partner column unchanged. There were no new entries. Nothing happened. The room was so quiet that he could hear Colin lighting a cigarette in the hallway. Wang Ming opened his eyes, looked at the ring in his hand, and then at Fred. Fred's expression darkened, a hint of disappointment evident as he snatched the ring back, gripping it tightly in his palm, his knuckles turning white. Stop fooling around. Fred's voice was low but deep. If you came to mock me, leave now. Do not tarnish Mary's ring. Wang Ming opened his mouth, but could not speak. He opened the system panel and quickly scanned the partner system's description. Requires sufficient trust and requires a token of attachment. The tokens for Rolf and Bernard were obtained by him in the Dark Zone. The summoning was initiated by him and the attachment was from his side. He wanted their help. The tokens for Rolf and Bernard were obtained by him in the Dark Zone. The summoning was initiated by him and the attachment was from his side. He wanted their help. He wanted to survive. But this time was different. The attachment to Mary did not belong to Wang Ming, but to Fred. The attachment on the ring belonged to Fred, not him. Wang Ming suddenly looked up and grabbed Fred's wrist. Fred was taken aback, instinctively wanting to pull away, but Wang Ming's grip was tight. Fred, hold the ring. Fred furrowed his brows. What do you mean? Hold it. Think of Mary in your heart. Then say it with me. Fred looked at him, stared for 2 seconds, and slowly relaxed his clenched fist. He placed the ring in the palms of both hands, closing them, as if cradling something fragile. He lowered his head, looking at his hands. The shadow of his white beard fell on the back of his hand, trembling slightly. Wang Ming placed his hand over Fred's. Say it with me. Summon. Fred was silent for a moment. Then he spoke, his voice low but heavy. A burst of white light exploded. A directionless white light surged from all sides simultaneously. The entire reception room was illuminated, making the walls and windows invisible, leaving only white. Colin and Kane sensed something was wrong at the door and rushed in, shouting, Boss. Their voices were swallowed by the white light, muffled as if filtered through water. Wang Ming squinted, unable to see anything clearly. He only felt Fred's hand tremble violently in his palm, as if struck by something. The white light gradually dissipated. Everything in the reception room remained unchanged, but there was an additional person. A woman. She had blonde hair that reached her shoulders with slightly curled ends. She wore a pure white wedding dress, the hem hanging just above her toes, not trailing on the ground. Her skin was pale and natural kind of white. She stood beside the table, her hands hanging naturally at her sides, fingers slightly curled. Her eyes were closed. Fred sat on the sofa, completely stunned. He still clutched the ring in his hand, his lips moving silently. The woman slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were light brown, not bright, but very pure. She first looked at her hands, then at the wedding dress on her body, and finally raised her head, her gaze landing on Fred's face. The corners of her mouth moved slightly, and then a gentle voice slowly emerged. Lee, I miss you so much. Fred sat on the sofa like a statue toppled from its pedestal, shoulders slumped, gaze fixed upon the woman for a long silent moment before his lips finally stirred. Mary. A faint upward curve touched the woman's lips, her eyes crinkled. Not quite smiling, not quite weeping. She stepped forward, and the hem of her wedding gown swayed softly at her feet. Fred sprang up from the sofa, across the distance in 2 strides, and reached out toward her face. Then halted midair, withdrawing his hand, as though afraid to shatter something fragile. His fingers trembled, his entire palm shook. Mary, is it truly you? Mary lifted her hand and gently clasped his. Fred's hand was rough knuckles thickened by years of labor, palms calloused and weathered. Mary's was pale, slender, delicate, and as she took his hand she guided it to her cheek, pressing it there. One tear after another fell onto the back of Mary's hand. "You're back," Fred rasped, voice raw with emotion. "You've truly come back." He lunged forward and enfolded her in a fierce, desperate embrace, as if trying to press her into his very. Mary yielded to his hold, the folds of her bridal gown creased beneath his arms, yet she paid them no mind, only wrapped her arms around his waist and buried her face against his chest. "I missed you so much," she murmured, muffled against his chest, her voice thick with tears. "In that place. I missed you terribly." Fred could utter no words. He buried his face in Mary's golden hair, shoulders rising and falling with silent, shuddering breaths. Colin and Kane stood frozen in the doorway, guns lowered, mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief. Colin's cigarette slipped from his lips and fell to the corridor floor, still smoldering. Kane recovered first, nudging Colin sharply with his elbow. Colin opened his mouth, to speak perhaps, but swallowed the words instead. Wang Ming leaned against the wall corner, watching the scene unfold. A faint twitch tugged at his lips. He almost spoke, then closed his mouth again. Interrupting now would be ill-timed. Yet time brooked no delay. Ahem. Wang Ming cleared his throat. "My apologies for interrupting, but I do have an urgent request. Could you please hear me out first?" Fred lifted his head from Mary's shoulder and turned toward Wang Ming, eyes still redrimmed yet alight with quiet intensity. "Speak," Fred said, voice still hoarse, yet infinitely gentler than before. Wang Ming stepped away from the wall and stood before him. "Fred, I hail from another world. Not Kimona, but the true world beyond. There I encountered grave difficulties and require capable allies." Fred regarded him in silence. "I can summon Mary back, and I can summon you to my world as well." Wang Ming paused. "I need your help." Fred hesitated only briefly. He glanced at Mary. She met his gaze and gave the faintest, most tender nod. Then he turned back to Wang Ming. "I'll help you." Relief flickered across Wang Ming's face, until Fred continued. "Before I feared no death, for I had lost everything." He tightened his grip on Mary's hand. "But now Mary has returned. If I perish, you won't die," Wang Ming interjected firmly. "Even if you fall in my world, you will not truly perish. You'll return to Kimona, to this very place, as though nothing ever happened." Fred blinked, stunned. "Truly, truly." Fred studied him for 2 long seconds, then nodded. "Very well. I accept." Wang Ming hastily opened his system interface and navigated to the companion module. Rolf, Bernard, and Joel, 3 names aligned neatly on the screen. He waited several seconds. No new name appeared. He waited longer, still nothing. His smile stiffened. Fred noticed his unease. "What's wrong?" Wang Ming frowned and refreshed the interface once more, still empty. "That shouldn't be possible. You trust me, and I possess the token." He froze mid-sentence. The token, the ring, rested on Fred's finger. He hadn't taken it. He recalled Rolf's and Bernard's summonings. He had personally retrieved their tokens. He held them. He initiated, but Fred's ring remained on Fred's hand. "Fred, do you trust me?" "Yes." "Yet this trust." Wang Ming scratched his temple. "Appears unrecognized by the system." Fred furrowed his brow. "Then what do we do?" Wang Ming swiftly reviewed the system's rules in his mind. Token, obsession, trust. The token resided with Fred, the obsession belonged to Fred, the trust was Fred's alone. He was merely a conduit, not the terminal point. The system refused to acknowledge him as such. "I cannot summon you directly," Wang Ming sighed. Fred fell silent for a few beats. "Even if I cannot go myself, my subordinates can." His gaze swept toward Colin and Kane at the doorway. "Both are my closest lieutenants, equals to me in strength and skill." Wang Ming blinked. This approach might actually work. If it came as Fred's direct order, the system might come. Yet a shadow crossed his thoughts. What if it were that one? He glanced at Colin and Kane, then shook his head. "I don't need to." Fred watched him, puzzled. A slow, faint smile, more grimace than grin, lifted Wang Ming's lips. "I need one person, Yoan." Fred paused, momentarily startled. "They're all called Yoan." "I mean Yoan." Fred studied him, confusion in his eyes gradually giving way to quiet understanding. He smiled. "Ah, you mean my deputy." Fred nodded approvingly. "Good judgment." Then he turned to go fetch Yoan. Colin acknowledged the order and bolted out the door. Footsteps receded down the corridor, then within 2 minutes returned. Behind him walked a man of average height, lean and wiry, short-cropped hair, clad in a light blue combat suit, face obscured by a mask revealing only piercing blue eyes. "Sir, you summoned me." Yoan entered, glancing first at Fred, then at Mary. His stride faltered for half a beat, then steadied. He asked no questions. Fred gestured toward Wang Ming. "From this day forward, follow him without condition. When he calls you, fight." Yoan turned to Wang Ming, then back to Fred. "Sir, what does this mean?" "It is an order." Fred's tone was calm, yet unyielding, admitting no negotiation. Yoan snapped upright. Yes, sir. Ding. The system interface chimed. Wang Ming opened the companion module. Beneath Rolf Bernard and Joel now appeared a fourth name, Yoan. No avatar accompanied it. Only the name and a line of text, Fred's deputy. Combat Specialization Reconnaissance Sniper. Wang Ming nearly burst into laughter. He restrained himself, rose, and approached Yoan, extending his right hand. Yoan, pleased to work with you. Yoan glanced at the hand, then at Fred. Fred gave the barest nod. Yoan extended his own hand, small yet dense with corded muscle knuckles, broad grip, firm as steel. Pleasure is mine. Fred, then I shall take my leave. Wang Ming released Yoan's hand and turned to Fred suddenly called out, halting him. Wait. Wang Ming turned back. Fred looked at Mary beside him, hesitated, then asked, why did Mary appear wearing her wedding gown? Mary too gazed at him, her eyes mirroring the same quiet wonder. Wang Ming smiled, glancing at the snow-white gown, its folds still slightly creased, catching the soft glow of the overhead light. To be precise, it was you who summoned her, and thus she manifests exactly as you envision her at her most. When Wang Ming opened his eyes, the day had already brightened. He sat up, rubbed his face, and clicked on the job recruitment interface. 3 options appeared in white, and he randomly selected one. There was a stranger in the yard. Wang Ming shouted outside for Connor, who ran over from the open space. Wang Ming pointed at the newcomer, integrate him into the team, and continue training as usual. Connor nodded and took the person away. Wang Ming pushed the door open. Rolf and Bernard were chatting beside the truck, leaning against the door. Seeing Wang Ming come out, Bernard smiled and asked, how was the rest? Will your old friend come to help you? Wang Ming's mouth curved slightly. Fred isn't coming, but he sent his adjutant over. Rolf was taken aback, looking up at Wang Ming, and Bernard also took the cigarette out of his mouth. Fred from the forest. That's him. Bernard glanced at Rolf. I've heard that guy is extremely dangerous. Colin has invested a lot to deal with him. Wang Ming waved his hand. I can't summon Fred due to some special circumstances. However, he sent his adjutant to assist me. Rolf and Bernard exchanged glances. Wang Ming didn't explain further and lowered his voice. Summon. A flash of white light appeared, and a figure emerged in the yard. Wearing a level 4 helmet and armor, holding a half-modified FEL, the mask covered most of his face, revealing only a pair of blue eyes. Yuan opened his eyes, slightly confused. He looked around, and when he saw Rolf and Bernard, he instinctively took a half-step back, raising his gun towards them. Are you Colin's people? Wang Ming was startled and hurriedly waved his hands. No, this isn't Camona. Although they are Colin's people in Camona, they are not here. They are my partners. Yuan stared at the two for 2 seconds before gradually lowering his gun. Let me introduce, these two are Rolf and Bernard, leaders of the television station. Wang Ming introduced Rolf and Bernard to Yuan. Yuan nodded. I've heard of them. They're formidable enemies from Colin. Wang Ming smiled, and then pointed at Yuan. This is Fred from the forest's adjutant, known as the Demon of Firearms, Yuan. Yuan was taken aback, puzzled as to when he had received such a title. Rolf and Bernard scrutinized Yuan. Your boss is quite a character, Rolf spoke. Yuan glanced at Rolf, nodded, and said nothing. Yuan, come with me to the room. Wang Ming led Yuan into the main room and closed the door. He briefly explained the current situation to Yuan, the garden area, the escape, the counterattack, Mr. K, and the 3 cats, etc. Then he explained the counterattack plan to Yuan again. He spread out 3 maps on the bed, pointing at the location of a gray building on the satellite map. Your task is to cover us. The other side has a sniper who shoots accurately, and you will be provided with special equipment. You just need to keep an eye on him and take him out before he fires. That is your task. Yuan looked down at the map and then spoke. As a sniper, I won't fire immediately without any intelligence. I need to locate the enemy before I can be confident. Wang Ming nodded. Indeed, I'm not very clear about this person's appearance, which makes it a challenge for you. I will find a way to make him fire. You just need to take him out. I have great confidence in your accuracy. Sure, just summon me directly when the time comes. Wang Ming gathered up the maps. All right, I'll be counting on you. If you need any equipment, just let me know. Yuan glanced at Wang Ming without saying anything. He then straightened up. Is there anything else? Do you want to stay here for a while? Wang Ming asked. Yuan shook his head. If there's nothing else, take me back. Wang Ming sighed, not insisting, and canceled the summon. With a flash of white light, Yuan disappeared. Wang Ming pushed the door and walked out. Bernard leaned against the wall, relighting a cigarette. From appearances, that man is no different from a drifter. If I had to say, he's quite similar to Connor. Why are you confident that this man can complete the task? Wang Ming smiled. Yuan's terror is unfathomable. Bernard glanced at him and did not press further. Rolf suddenly spoke. The strength of the forest dweller needs no elaboration. Being his adjutant must also indicate considerable strength. Wang Ming didn't respond, only chuckling to himself. Yuan's strength is far beyond just considerable. Wang Ming stood in the middle of the yard, looking at everything before him. Connor was running laps in the open space with the others, and Andre was at the back of the line. The sunlight shone over from the ridge. Wang Ming sat on the steps beside him and opened his system panel. Name Wang Ming level Special Operations Team Member Total Warehouse Assets 24. 4M System Level 3 Next Level Requirement 50M A Unlock Shopping System. Special Rifle Specialization 9 Grenade Specialization 8 Melee Combat Specialization 11 Reconnaissance Specialization 5 Current Number of Drifters 16 Connor Jackson Blue Quality. Ajax Guardian Current Squad Leader Andre Green Quality. Former Blacksmith Current Vice Captain. The rest are mostly white-green quality. Wang Ming pondered for a moment, then got up, went into the room, and took out cash, recharging 20M Cohen coins to reach the level 3 system cap. The total value of the warehouse rose to 44. For M, only 5. 6M remains until the next system level, which can only be earned by himself and Camona. However, the priority is not here. Wang Ming walked out to the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. This was the third time he faced himself directly. Compared to the helplessness in the garden the first time and the confusion in the embassy the second time, he felt an indescribable sensation now. Wang Ming shook his head and then splashed some water on his face. Thinking about other matters was futile. Now everything was in place, only the eastern wind was lacking. On the afternoon of the second day, Wang Ming called everyone to the courtyard. There were many people densely packed, almost filling the entire open space. Rolf and Bernard stood beside Wang Ming, while Joel squatted on the steps wiping his gun with a cloth. Yuan stood at the front wearing a level 4 helmet and armor with an FEL slung across his chest and his visor pulled down to his chin, revealing a gaunt face. Connor and Andre stood half a step behind Yuan, followed by about 10 drifters arranged in 2 rows with their guns pointed downwards, and no one spoke. Wang Ming did not recruit today, as there were risks for newcomers participating in the plan. He looked at the people before him, feeling an indescribable sensation in his heart. A few months ago, he was just a college student who had been deceived into the park with nothing at all, not even a cup of hot water. Now he stood before 16 fully armed individuals waiting for him to speak. He took out 3 sets of armor from the warehouse and placed them on the ground. Rolf picked one up expressionless and put it on. Bernard did the same, moving his shoulders to feel the weight. Joel stood up from the steps, donned his armor, patted the bulletproof insert on his chest, and nodded. Wang Ming then retrieved their specialized weapons, Rolf's U-Spray, and Victor Bernard's M110 and G18C, and Joel's H4. All were fully modified with all possible attachments. Rolf slung Victor across his chest, and the U-Spray on his back, checking the magazine. Bernard took the M110, pulled the bolt, and the sound was crisp. Joel held the H4, weighing it in his hands, but said nothing. Wang Ming turned to Yuan. What equipment do you need? Yuan shook his head. This gear is sufficient for me. Wang Ming glanced at the level 4 armor he was wearing and said nothing. He took the FEL from Yuan's hands, removed the magazine for a quick inspection, finding it was M80 rounds level 4. Wang Ming returned the magazine and retrieved 60 rounds of M61 ammo from the warehouse, placing them in Yuan's hands. Then he took out the T7 thermal imager he had bought during his escape and handed it to Yuan. Take this during the operation and use the bullets I gave you. Yuan looked at the T7 thermal imager and the 61 rounds, nodding slightly. Wang Ming then called Andre and Connor forward. He took out a set of black self-sealing headgear and a set of heavy white armor from the warehouse, placing them in Andre's hands. Andre was taken aback, looking down at the armor, his fingers brushing over the bulletproof insert. Put it on, Wang Ming said. Andre did not hesitate any longer and donned the armor. Wang Ming then retrieved an RPD light machine gun with the ammo belt already attached and handed it to Andre. Andre took it, resting the stock against his shoulder to test it, finding it steady. You'll be responsible for the fire support group when we split up the brothers. Andre nodded. Understood, Commander. Connor stood beside him unmoved. What about you? Wang Ming. Connor shook his head. This gear is enough for me. Wang Ming glanced at him and said no more, retrieving 120 BS rounds from the warehouse and handing them to Connor. Connor took them and stuffed them into his pouch. You will be in charge of the assault group. Connor nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Ming then turned to Rolf. Master, let's divide the groups. Rolf walked to the 14 drifters and split them into 2 groups, one for breakthroughs and one for fire support. The breakthrough group consisted of 7 people, each equipped with an IND-50 helmet and BT-101 bulletproof vest, armed with fully modified AK-74s. After all, it might be difficult for these drifters to adapt to using exquisite firearms. Wang Ming handed out the equipment one by one, and the 7 individuals lined up to receive it, standing to the side after donning their gear. The fire support group also consisted of 7 individuals, each equipped with level 6 armor and helmets, along with a fully modified RPK-16 light machine gun. When Wang Ming moved the gear out from the warehouse, it piled up to half a person's height. He then divided the 14 individuals into 7 groups, with each group containing 1 assault and 1 fire support. One person would drive a pickup truck. At that time 7 vehicles would crash in simultaneously from the west gate, with the breakthrough group disembarking first while the fire support group provided cover. The equipment distribution was complete. Wang Ming glanced at the total value of the warehouse on the system panel, which dropped from 44.4 to 39.0 M, spending 5.4 M. He did not feel any pain. He dusted off his clothes, raised his head, and looked at the group of people before him. Brothers, this operation will be conducted within our capabilities. I only hope that each of you can return safely. Life comes first, the mission second. We can retreat and regroup for another fight. But without you there will be no chance for another battle. All stood tall. Connor shouted attention. And over a dozen individuals stood straight, chests out, guns pointed down, without any extraneous noise. Then Connor shouted again. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. Yes. The others echoed, their voices much louder than Connor's, reverberating throughout the courtyard, causing the bulbs under the eaves to shake. Rolf remained expressionless. Bernard adjusted his glasses. Joel stood up from the steps, stuffing the cloth into his pocket. Ewan stood at the front, not shouting, but his blue eyes scanned the surroundings before pulling up his mask. Wang Ming took out 3 mobile phones from his pocket and handed them to Bernard, Andre, and Connor. Listen for my notifications. The 3 took the phones and stuffed them into their pockets. Wang Ming turned to glance at Rolf, who nodded. The 2 got into the car, still that black business vehicle this time, with Bernard drove another pickup truck following behind, while Connor and Andre sat in the back seat. Joel and Ewan were called back by Wang Ming, and they would be summoned directly for battle later. The remaining individuals boarded 7 pickup trucks, one after another, lined up along the sides of the dirt road with headlights off and engines not running, resembling a row of beasts crouching in the darkness. Wang Ming's vehicle exited through the iron gate. In the rearview mirror, the lights in the courtyard were still on, a dim yellow orb growing more distant. He did not turn back. The sun had already dipped halfway behind the mountains, the dusk like blood illuminating Wang Ming's face, turning it red and bright. The convoy, bathed in the glow of the sunset, resembled a giant red dragon moving slowly onward. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The convoy halted on the dirt road 2 kilometers from the compound. 7 pickup trucks extinguished their headlights, parking one after another flush against the roadside. Bernard stepped out of his vehicle, retrieved the M110 sniper rifle from the trunk, checked the magazine, slung the rifle case over his shoulder, and cast a final glance at Connor and Andre. Wait for Wang Ming's signal. Then proceed with the assault as planned, Bernard said, then turned and vanished into the woods beside the road. Connor leaned out from the front passenger seat, watching Bernard's silhouette recede into the darkness before withdrawing his head and closing the door. Andre sat in the rear seat, methodically arranging the RPD's ammunition belt, racking the bolt once, then letting it fall silent. Neither spoke, they simply waited. Bernard climbed for nearly 10 minutes. Mid-slope offered no path, only loose scree and thorny undergrowth, and he ascended by moonlight, moving with quiet precision. Upon reaching his vantage point, he dropped to his belly, braced the M110 between 2 stones, unslung the rifle case, mounted the 20x telescopic sight, and adjusted focus. Through the scope, the compound's west gate glowed faintly. 2 figures stood guard at the entrance. Faces indistinct, but the glowing tips of their cigarettes pulsed rhythmically in the dark. He trained the barrel on the west gate, disengaged the safety, and held still. Meanwhile, Wang Ming's vehicle had already pulled up before the reception building. Rolf pressed the horn twice. Headlights bathed the iron gate in stark light. After several seconds, the gate cracked open just enough for a bald man to peer halfway out, his expression sour with irritation. He opened his mouth to curse, then froze upon spotting the black executive sedan and recognizing Rolf behind the wheel. Instantly, he snapped upright. "Mr. Lee, what brings you?" His sentence died mid-breath as he caught sight of Wang Ming in the rear. Wang Ming clutched his chest, his face purplish-gray, lips parched, and split sweat drenching his brow. He curled tightly in the seat like a snail crushed beneath a boot. His breath came in shallow, ragged gasps, a faint sibilant wheeze escaping his throat. "San Mao. Fetch San Mao." His voice fractured, each word squeezed through clenched teeth. The bald man wasted no time. He flung open the door and helped Rolf lift Wang Ming out. Wang Ming staggered, barely able to stand up. Rolf steadied him and guided him onto the military cot inside the reception area. The bald man pulled out his phone and dialed San Mao. The call rang 4 or 5 times before being answered. San Mao's voice thick with impatience. "What now?" "Brother San Mao, Mr. Lee has arrived. He's suffering a cardiac episode, looks critical." San Mao paused, stunned. "What? Mr. Lee, heart attack. He's fading fast. Get here now." The line went dead. San Mao's face flushed with shock. Then without hesitation, he broke into a sprint. When he reached the reception area, Wang Ming lay on the cot, drawn tightly into himself, fingers digging into his chest, clothes soaked through, as if dragged, dripping from deep water. Seeing San Mao, Wang Ming twisted his lips into a grimace, more sorrowful than sorrow itself. "Mr. San Mao, my deepest apologies. I've brought trouble upon you. My family is in crisis. I have no one left but you. San Mao frowned, studying Wang Ming for 2 long seconds. Something felt off, but he couldn't place it. Wang Ming's pallor was genuinely ghastly, livid, ashen lips cracked, and bleeding forehead slick with sweat, not the artifice of pretense. Suppressing his unease, San Mao forced concern onto his features. Mr. Li, please, don't speak so. The donor remains viable. We'll prepare your surgery immediately. He turned toward the doorway and barked someone, quick. Escort Mr. Li to medical. 2 men rushed in and flanked Wang Ming, guiding him out. Rolf followed at a measured pace, expressionless. San Mao walked beside him, then abruptly asked, where's Mr. Li's personal steward? Why isn't he here? Rolf's stride faltered. He glanced at San Mao. Something raw flickered in his eyes, gone in an instant. Then he lowered his gaze. He's dead. Our family suffered a catastrophic breach. San Mao blinked, then let the matter drop. The group moved down the corridor toward medical. The operating room door stood open, flooded with the sterile glare of shadowless lamps. White-coat staff prepped instruments. Wang Ming was eased onto the surgical table. Rolf stepped forward, only to be blocked at the threshold. Sir, no entry beyond this point. Please wait outside. The attendant's tone was courteous, but immovable. Rolf met his gaze, then looked at Wang Ming lying motionless on the table. Wang Ming gave the faintest nod. Rolf retreated to a corridor chair and sat. San Mao settled opposite him and drew out his phone, dialing Mr. Mr. Li has arrived. Cardiac emergency. He's in surgery now. San Mao lowered his voice, listened briefly to silence on the line, then murmured, yes, before ending the call. The corridor fell hushed. Cold white light bled from the operating room's crack, blinding clinical. San Mao pocketed his phone and lifted his eyes to Rolf. What on earth has Mr. Li endured? Rolf stared at his own hands. Our young master became collateral in a dynastic war, sacrificed. His personal steward fell in battle. His residence was razed. His heart sustained irreversible trauma. We had no choice but to seek sanctuary here. San Mao nodded slowly. His gaze lingered on Rolf. Then his lips curved upward, a small, inscrutable smile blooming with quiet triumph. We've never learned your name, sir. May I ask? Rolf. San Mao rolled the syllable over his tongue, then inclined his head. Mr. Rolf, would you consider joining us? Becoming part of this compound? Mr. K holds you in high regard. Rolf raised his eyes. What do you mean, eh? San Mao's grin deepened, widening like a fissure in polished stone. He leaned back, crossed one leg over the other, and tapped his knee twice with deliberate rhythm. I mean, your young master teeters on oblivion, and loyalty to him. Come over to our side. Terms are negotiable. Rolf remained silent, eyes locked on San Mao's. The latter's expression cooled. His smile hardened. Mr. Rolf, His words were severed by a deafening explosion. The floor shuddered, fluorescent tubes trembled overhead, dust sifted down from the ceiling in pale cascades. Then came the roar of engines. Not one but many. Raw guttural, tearing through the night, growing louder, closer, inexorable. San Mao shot upright. What the hell is happening? Someone. Before he could finish, a massive hand seized him by the throat. 5 fingers splayed like iron calipers. His feet left the floor. Rolf hoisted him against the wall with one arm. The impact reverberated dully through bone and plaster. Breath vanished. San Mao clawed at those unyielding fingers, but they held fast, fused, immovable. You. San Mao's face, purpled, eyes bulging. At that moment, the operating room door swung open, and Wang Ming emerged. Blood streaked his body. Behind him, medical staff lay crumpled on the floor. His gait was steady, unhurried. Nothing like the dying man who'd entered moments before. His suit had been replaced. A dark gray tactical uniform now clung to his frame. 2 armed men followed, one carrying an H4, the other an FAL. Fully kit, lethal, silent. Joel. Juven. Wang Ming stopped directly before San Mao. With deliberate calm, he peeled something thin and translucent from his face. A delicate membrane. Beneath it lay another visage. High cheekbones, faint scars tracing his cheeks, eyes locking with a memory buried deep in San Mao's mind. San Mao's eyes bulged from their sockets. His mouth gaped. No sound emerged, only a strangled. Wang Ming studied his face. Then slowly his lips lifted. San Mao. Long time no see. Just now Wang Ming lay on the operating table, the bright white light of the shadowless lamp causing him to squint. 6 figures in white coats were busy. Were preparing instruments, knives, forceps, gauze, arranging them one by one, their movements measured and unhurried. The other 2 were holding an anesthetic syringe and a scalpel, approaching Wang Ming's side. The one with the anesthetic grasped Wang Ming's hand, the needle aimed at the vein on the back of his hand. Wait a moment. Wang Ming suddenly spoke up. The staff in white coats paused, the needle halted. Wang Ming pulled out his phone from his pocket, checked the signal bar, and sent a message to Bernard. 3 words, it's starting. He shoved the phone back into his pocket and looked up at the white coat figure. The man's expression shifted from confusion to alertness, the needle hovering in midair, unsure whether to proceed. "Are you okay?" The voice of the staff member was somewhat tense. Wang Ming smiled and did not respond. He softly uttered 2 words, "Summon." The white light erupted in the operating room. 2 figures appeared out of thin air behind the white coat staff. Joel was holding an H4, and Yuan held an FL, their gun barrels pointed down yet to be raised. Wang Ming seized the wrist of the white coat staff and jabbed the anesthetic needle into his own arm. As the needle plunged in and the plunger was pushed down, the staff member's eyelids began to droop, his legs went weak, and he slid down the side of the operating table, collapsing to the floor, his head tilting to one side. The remaining 5 white coat staff had yet to react. Joel's gun but smashed into the temple of the first person, who fell silently. Yuan delivered a punch to the throat of the second individual, who clutched his throat and crouched down, his face turning purple. The remaining 3 attempted to flee, but Joel raised his H4 and fired a burst, leaving them motionless. Almost simultaneously, a series of violent explosions erupted outside. Wang Ming sat up from the operating table, tore off his sweat-soaked shirt, and donned the combat uniform he retrieved from the storage. BT-101 IND-50. He took out a fully modified H4, pulled back the bolt. A bullet was already in the chamber. He pushed it back in and closed the safety. Joel and Yuan were already prepared. The 3 stood at the door of the operating room. Wang Ming adjusted his collar and pushed the door open. In the corridor, Rolf was pinning San Mao against the wall with one hand choking him. San Mao's face turned from red to purple, his feet flailing against the wall. Wang Ming stepped out, glanced at them, and waved his hand. Rolf released his grip and San Mao fell from the wall, crashing to the ground like a sack of cement, gasping for air and clutching his neck. Wang Ming squatted down, looking at San Mao's face. San Mao's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Wang Ming's face, his mouth opening and closing, emitting hoarse, gasping sounds. "San Mao, didn't expect this, did you?" Wang Ming smiled. "I think about you every day." San Mao's lips trembled as he squeezed out a sharp voice from his throat like a mouse with its tail stepped on. "Impossible. Impossible. How could you?" A light sound went off. The F-57 in Wang Ming's hand was emitting smoke. San Mao's head tilted back, blood exploded, splattering against the white wall. His body slumped to one side, leaning against the wall, his eyes filled with disbelief and confusion. Wang Ming stood up, holstered the F-57 back in his storage, glanced at the bloodstain on the wall, and maintained a stoic expression. "Proceed as planned. Speed is essential." Wang Ming, carrying the H4, led the way. Rolf at his left side, Victor bracing his shoulder, Joel on the right, and Yuan at the back with the FEL aimed behind, responsible for covering their retreat. The 4 moved swiftly down the corridor. The alarms in the compound blared, the shrill wails echoed back and forth in the corridor, mixed with footsteps and cries, creating a chaotic symphony. The first guard rushed around the corner, wielding a stun baton. Upon seeing Wang Ming, he froze for a moment, still processing the scene, when Wang Ming's bullet pierced through his chest. The second guard followed closely behind, turning to flee, but Rolf's Victor fired 2 short bursts, and the man collapsed in the middle of the corridor. The third guard hid behind a door holding a pistol, but was shot by Yuan from behind the door panel, grunting softly. Wang Ming did not stop. He had a map in his mind, a path he had traversed countless times during deliveries, every corner marked on the map, given by Qingxia, spinning in his head. After passing several intersections, Wang Ming arrived at the employee dormitory in Area A. 2 guards stood at the dormitory entrance, shouting into the intercom. Upon hearing footsteps, they looked up, but Wang Ming's bullets had already reached them. The 2 fell almost simultaneously, the intercom crashing to the ground, still transmitting static noises of received. Wang Ming kicked open the iron door. Inside the dormitory were many people, some sitting on beds, some crouching in corners, others standing, all with faces etched in fear and confusion. One of the fluorescent tubes flickered, casting pale light on their faces. Wang Ming stood at the door, gun in hand, shouting loudly. "This is your only chance to escape. Create chaos. Those who want to follow me, come with me. Those who want to run by themselves, go." No one moved. The people stared at him, unable to believe. Without waiting for them, Wang Ming turned and ran toward the next room, followed closely by Rolf and the others. Wang Ming kicked open the second door and repeated what he had just said. Then the third door, the fourth door. With each door he kicked open, someone would poke their head out, seeing the 4 fully armed individuals and the corpses of guards in the corridor, their expressions gradually shifting from fear to hesitation, then from hesitation to determination. Some began to run outside, some were still gathering their belongings, while others stood at the door, too afraid to step forward. The first person to catch up ran swiftly, panting as he reached Wang Ming's side. A young man in his early 20s, wearing a dirty t-shirt thin as a rail. "What's your name?" Wang Ming asked. "Chao Sun." The young man answered breathlessly. Wang Ming took out a handgun from storage and handed it to him. You are responsible for leading those who follow to gather all those who are locked up. We will cover you and take out the guards. Chao Sun took the handgun, surprised for a moment, then nodded. He turned and shouted to those running out of the rooms behind him. Follow me. He ran towards the next door, kicked it open, repeating Wang Ming's earlier words. More and more people followed him, the sound of footsteps erupting in the corridor like a dam breaking. Wang Ming and Joel held their positions at the corridor corner, suppressing the approaching security forces. The gunfire was intense, bullets hitting the walls and debris flying everywhere. Rolf was on the other side firing, with Victor finishing one magazine, before changing to another and continuing to fire. Yuan crouched behind a pillar, firing the FEL with precision, each shot taking down an individual. The approaching security forces could not withstand the firepower of the four falling in waves. Those who survived were too intimidated to show their heads. Just after Wang Ming finished changing the magazine, he heard a swift sound slicing through the air as a bullet accurately struck his helmet. He did not hear the gunshot. The bullet was faster than the sound. A white flash erupted on the IND-50's shield, and Wang Ming's head jerked back violently, as if hit by a hammer, spinning wildly, with his vision fading to gray from the edges. He heard gunfire erupting distantly, muffled, as if separated by a layer of cotton. Rolf was calling out to him, his voice distant and unclear. He tried to push himself up, but his hands could not muster the strength against the ground. His vision narrowed, turning gray and white. He fished out an STO first aid kit from his vest, bit it open, and jabbed a needle into himself. As the medication entered within a few breaths, his heartbeat transformed from erratic to rapid. His vision gradually restored, the gray-white edges receding as color flooded back. Wang Ming opened the system panel. The durability of the helmet had dropped by a third. He had no time to lament. Standing up, he aimed his gun and shouted to Yuan. Yuan, take him out. Yuan heard Wang Ming's call. He immediately emerged from behind the pillar, crouched low, and swiftly slipped into the darkness at the end of the corridor, setting up his FEL assault rifle and switching the red dot to a 4x scope. Seeing this, Wang Ming was about to rise to attract the enemy's fire when a large hand reached over and pushed him back down. Rolf didn't look at him, his eyes fixed on the scene below. Don't move. Rolf stood up, holding the Osprey with the barrel pointed down. He took 2 steps forward, standing at the edge of the corridor, looking down at the security rushing in. The attackers were dressed in mixed colors, wielding guns, and the chaotic shouts of "upstairs" and "charge" echoed around. Rolf raised the Osprey, his finger resting on the trigger. When the dragon breath round erupted from the barrel, it was not a bullet, but fire. The orange flames exploded in the night, like a dragon emerging from the muzzle, its mouth wide open, devouring everything in front of it. The first security guard was engulfed in flames, screaming as he rolled on the ground. The second was knocked over by the shockwave, his clothes catching fire. The third, fourth, and fifth followed suit, the firelight illuminating the entire courtyard. A bullet flew in from the darkness, and Rolf instinctively leaned to the side, the bullet leaving a hole in his shirt. He remained silent, taking a step back to hide behind the pillar. Wang Ming shouted, "Yuan." There was no response from the darkness. Yuan crouched in the shadows of the corridor, the FEL resting on his knee, the 4x scope scanning every possible hiding place on the rooftops, windows, and walls. There was nothing. No muzzle flashes, no reflections, no sounds. "I can't see anything." Yuan's voice came from the darkness, laced with a hint of frustration. "No fire or movement at all." "Use thermal imaging," Wang Ming urged. Yuan clicked his tongue, feeling reluctant, but given the urgency of the situation, he donned the IND-50 helmet and activated the thermal imaging. The world transformed into shades of gray and white. Buildings in the distance, trees nearby, and the charred bodies still burning on the ground were all displayed in the grayish image. He scanned the area. Pop! Another shot rang out, hitting the edge of the pillar where Rolf was hiding. Debris. Yuan's gaze was drawn to a fleeting glimmer, not from a fire, but a minute-bright spot in the thermal imaging flashing past the treetops. In the trees, Yuan raised the FEL's muzzle, aligning the crosshairs on that treetop, and pulled the trigger. The bullet flew from the chamber, piercing through leaves and branches, striking a human silhouette curled up on a tree branch. The figure fell from the tree, the white heat source tracing an arc across the grayish world, landing on the ground and rolling twice. Then the white figure dragged its leg and rolled from the base of the tree to behind the wall. Yuan could no longer see the person. He chuckled coldly. "In the past, perhaps I would have been helpless against you." Yuan ejected the bullet from the chamber and replaced it with a new magazine. M61. He estimated the approximate location of the person behind the wall. He noticed a trace of heat in the air emanating from someone gasping for breath. The heat fluctuated, and Yuan focused on that trace for a few seconds, calculating the person's approximate location. In his eyes, a complete human silhouette emerged behind the wall. Then he aimed at that spot on the wall and pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced through the air, hitting the concrete wall, chipping a small piece off. The bullet did not stop, continuing to drill through the brick layer, emerging on the other side of the wall and striking a soft body. A white figure tumbled out from behind the wall, collapsing onto the gravel path motionless. Yuan lowered his gun, turned off the thermal imaging, and removed his helmet. He nodded at Wang Ming. Without the sniper's suppression, Wang Ming charged out from behind the pillar, wielding the H4 and spraying fire at the remaining security below. Rolf changed the magazine, and the dragon breath round from the spray erupted once again in the night, sweeping a fiery dragon-like flame across the area, illuminating the darkness. Joel followed closely behind, Wang Ming firing in controlled bursts, each shot steady. The four of them pushed forward in unison, and the remaining security began to scatter, guns littering the ground, while corpses and traces of fire were everywhere in the corridor, on the stairs, and in the courtyard. Wang Ming paused to catch his breath and glanced back. Behind him followed around 50 people, men and women, old and young, some in pajamas, some barefoot, and some wielding guns they had picked up from the ground. Xiao Sun walked at the front, gripping a handgun tightly, his knuckles white. Wang Ming led them through the corridor to the entrance of the central villa in the compound. The three-story villa with white walls and red tiles was lit at the entrance. As two people raised their guns, Wang Ming's bullets had already reached them. They fell, and the door was kicked open. Wang Ming turned around, looking at those behind him, who were panting. Next is the decapitation operation. Those willing to follow gear up. Those unwilling run to the west gate, where our people are stationed. 50 or so people exchanged glances. Some left first, hurrying towards the west with their heads down. Then the second, the third, and soon more than half had left. The remaining people stood still, not moving. Wang Ming counted, and including Xiao Sun, there were 13. He took out the remaining gear from the warehouse. 3A, 4A, 1A, 2A. Everything he had accumulated. He distributed the equipment piece by piece. Some received bulletproof vests, some helmets, one got a handgun, and another received a modified AK. All 13 were fully armed, standing in a row, some still trembling, others sweating while holding their guns, but none stepped back. Wang Ming raised the H4, turned around, and stared deep into the villa. The corridor was dim, the end unknown, illuminated only by the light of the wall lamps on the gray-white wallpaper. Next, revenge. When Wang Ming kicked open the villa door, his heart sank. It was too quiet. The wall lamps on both sides of the corridor were lit, casting a dim yellow light on the gray-white wallpaper, and the dark red carpet on the floor made no sound underfoot. Apart from the two guards at the entrance, there was not a soul inside, no footsteps, no trace of any living presence. Xiao Sun followed closely behind him, his hand gripping the gun, sweating. The 13 people crowded at the door, neither daring to step forward nor retreat. Wang Ming halted and glanced back. Something's not right. Not a single guard around. Rolf held Victor, sweeping the gun's muzzle across every door in the corridor. Joel crouched down, running his hand over the dust on the carpet. Someone has been here. The footprints are fresh and lead inside. Yuan walked at the rear, the muzzle of the FEL pointed backward, his blue eyes scanning the surroundings. Mr. K might have already escaped, Wang Ming whispered. It could also be a trap. No one responded. Wang Ming gritted his teeth and turned to move forward. After taking less than 10 steps, the overhead light flickered once. Then it went out. All the lights extinguished in an instant, plunging the corridor into complete darkness where one could not see their own hand. In the darkness, the team began to stir. Footsteps became chaotic, and fear surged in everyone's heart. Wang Ming stood still, shouting, "Everyone, don't move." His words were left unfinished. A searing pain shot through his right arm, followed by the dull thud of H4 falling to the ground. It felt as if something had brutally severed his right arm. Wang Ming's body tilted to the left. He lowered his head and, illuminated by a sliver of moonlight seeping through the window at the end of the corridor, saw his right arm lying on the ground, fingers still twitching slightly. Blood gushed from the severed shoulder, warm and splattering onto his face. Wang Ming gritted his teeth, suppressing a scream. A wind howled around him as if someone was darting back and forth in the darkness, fast as a ghost. The team was in complete disarray. Some were screaming, some were crying, and some were running. Yuan. Wang Ming's voice squeezed out between clenched teeth. Thermal imaging. Upon hearing the call, Yuan immediately activated the thermal imaging. The moment the T7 thermal imaging was turned on Yuan's vision, it transformed into shades of gray and white. On the beam above, a white figure crouched like a cat ready to pounce. The person held a slender knife with blood still dripping from the blade. Yuan raised the muzzle of the FEL and pulled the trigger. The figure seemed taken aback to be discovered so quickly, not anticipating the person's accuracy. It swiftly dodged, but the bullet was clearly faster, instantly striking its head. The white heat source erupted into a dark flower. The figure fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Dead, Yuan said. Wang Ming leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Blood continued to ooze from the severed shoulder. His complexion had turned pale. He fished out a TMK military surgical kit from the dark storage, tore open the packaging, pressed the severed arm against the wound, and began to insert the sutures one by one. It hurt, but he made no sound. After a few seconds his fingers regained movement, the arm was reattached, but the entire limb remained numb. He activated the system panel, purchased 3T7 thermal imagings, tossed one to Joel, another to Rolf, and donned one himself. The three activated their thermal imaging simultaneously, merging the gray and white images in the corridor, revealing the rough layout of objects within the house. Wang Ming turned to look back at the 13 people behind him. In the darkness, they could see nothing as some squatted on the ground, cradling their heads, while others pressed against the wall, trembling, yet no one fled. You all should go back. Wang Ming's voice was low. This place feels off. No one moved. Chao Sun squeezed out from the crowd. He could see nothing, but took a step toward Wang Ming's voice. We followed you this far. Going back is just as deadly. We must at least crawl to Mr. K and take a bite out of him. In the darkness, someone responded, followed by another voice echoing the sentiment. Wang Ming said nothing more. He purchased several flashlights from the warehouse, including both ordinary ones, and those that could be mounted on guns, distributing them to the 13 individuals. The beams of the flashlights swayed in the darkness, illuminating the corridor's walls and ceiling, as well as the puddle of blood on the floor that had yet to dry. Just as Wang Ming was about to turn around, a swift rush of wind howled from behind, as fast as an arrow. Wang Ming had no time to turn, not even to think of a response. At that moment, a hand shot out from the side, fingers spread wide, firmly grasping the knife blade that was inches away. Rolf's large hand gripped the edge of the knife, blood dripping between his fingers. The figure holding the knife looked utterly incredulous, staring at Rolf as if he were a monster. Rolf grinned slightly, revealing a row of somewhat uneven teeth. Got you. He drew an axe from his waist and swung it down. No hesitation, no unnecessary movements. Just one swift strike. The axe blade cleaved into the person's left shoulder, slanting downwards until it reached the chest. Blood erupted, splattering Rolf's face, and Wang Ming's warm and reeking. The man screeched as he fell to the ground, his body convulsing twice, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. His body was nearly split in half, revealing the stark white bones and dark red flesh within. Wang Ming wiped the blood from his face, picked up a flashlight from the ground, and shone it on the man's face. Countless beams of light converged, illuminating him with nowhere to hide. A small, thin figure dressed in black, tight-fitting clothing. His limbs were unusually long and thin, completely disproportionate to his body, as if someone had forcibly stretched him, making him look like a deformed monster. His fingers were as thin as bamboo poles with sharp, long nails. The knife he had held was still in his hand, but his fingers had lost strength. Wang Ming crouched down, pressing the gun's muzzle against the man's forehead. Where is Mr. K? The man gasped, his mouth curling into a grotesque smile. He opened his mouth to say something, but only a spurt of blood foam came out. Wang Ming did not wait for him to speak, pulling the trigger. With a bang, the man's head tilted to the side, and he lay still. Wang Ming stood up, glanced at the deformed corpse, and then looked deeper into the corridor. Continue moving forward. Wang Ming held the H4 and took a step toward the stairs. The remaining few followed behind him. Yet Wang Ming's unease grew. He felt that something was not right. As Wang Ming and the others ascended to the final floor, the corridor's lights turned a cold blue, illuminating their faces with a ghostly hue. At the end of the corridor stood a silver-gray metal door with an intensified blue light seeping through its cracks. Wang Ming halted, glanced at Luo Erfu, who nodded and raised Victor's gun. The door was not locked, and Wang Ming kicked it open. However, upon seeing the scene inside, everyone froze at the entrance. The room was filled with blue biochemical culture dishes, transparent glass domes, filled with liquid of varying shades from light blue to deep blue. Each dish contained a person, male, female, young, and old, all with closed eyes, their bodies connected to numerous tubes, as if in slumber. Some bodies appeared intact, while others had unusual limbs and strange patterns resembling tree roots spread beneath their skin. Wang Ming glanced around, estimating about 30 individuals. Half of the glass domes were open. The liquid inside had drained, leaving only empty containers and dangling tubes with wet stains on the floor, evidence of recent occupancy. In the center of the room, Mr. K stood behind a long table. Beside him was an elderly man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Mr. K was dressed in a dark gray suit, his shirt collar undone, holding an unlit cigar. He noticed Wang Ming entering and calmly turned around, placing the cigar in his mouth, a hint of a smile playing at the corner of his lips. Long time no see, bossly. Mr. K paused, his gaze sweeping over Wang Ming's face as if savoring something. No, I should say Wang Ming. Wang Ming stood at the door holding the H4, the gun still lowered. He stared at Mr. K, looking at the culture dishes as fragmented memories suddenly pieced together in his mind. The outbreak of the mad dog, the sniper's nearly invisible body temperature, that slender ambusher, all seemed to connect. Mr. K. Wang Ming's voice was quiet, but every word was clear. I calculated everything, but never expected this small facility actually has genetic weapons. Mr. K appeared surprised, as if he hadn't anticipated Wang Ming's awareness of the genetic weapons. But soon he smiled, removed his gloves, placed them on the table, and coldly regarded Wang Ming. His gaze was neither anxious nor impatient, completely unlike a person forced to a dead end. I didn't expect it either. Mr. K placed the cigar on the table. You, an utterly ordinary pawn, could stir up such a storm in my domain. You've caused quite a mess, killing the chief maker of genetic modifications, Shen Ming, and even persuading the first participant in the modifications, Qingxia. You even nearly toppled my entire facility. He paused, picking up the cigar again. Fortunately, I've always had a penchant for keeping my cards close to my chest. Mr. K looked at Wang Ming, his gaze carrying an indescribable quality, as though he were both scrutinizing and admiring him. Moreover, I admire you. Both the Crow and the Spider brothers were taken out by you, even though they were just half-finished products. Wang Ming understood. The Crow was that sniper, and the Spider brothers were the two ambushers. No wonder Yuan mentioned he didn't see the sniper at first. No wonder the two ambushers had such odd limb proportions. The mad dog we speculated before was likely a genetic weapon as well. But what surprised Wang Ming was that Shen Ming and Qingxiao were also involved in this modification plan. He glanced at Mr. K, then at the elderly man beside him. The old man's face showed no expression, but his fingers lightly tapped the table, slow and steady. Suddenly, he picked up a tablet from the table and handed it to Mr. K. Mr. K took it, glanced down, and the curve of his lips widened with a hint of mockery. I must admit, the combat power of your cultivated subordinates is indeed quite formidable. But unfortunately, they ran into my demigod legion. I suspect Ximen is about to fall now. Wang Ming was momentarily stunned. He recalled the half-empty culture dishes he had seen when he first entered. Those dozen or so half-finished genetic soldiers must have already been deployed. At that moment, a voice suddenly came through the radio. It was Connor, panting, the background filled with gunfire and explosions. Boss, a dozen strange individuals suddenly appeared at Ximen, each one several times stronger than ordinary people. The brothers are struggling to hold on. Casualties have already begun to occur. Wang Ming's brows furrowed, his gaze fixed on Mr. K. The smile on Mr. K's face grew wider, as if he had just witnessed something gratifying. The radio fell silent for a moment. Then Connor's voice disappeared, replaced by Bernard's steady and Wang Ming, I have Ximen under control. Proceed as planned. I've switched to the AX-50 you gave me. You can rest easy. Wang Ming relaxed his grip on the radio. He took a deep breath, stuffed the radio back into his pocket, and raised the H4 again. Luo Erfu stood beside him, silent, but his hand rested on the axe at his waist. He saw Wang Ming's expression shift from tense to relaxed, realizing he had made a judgment. Joel stood on Wang Ming's right, the gun always aimed at Mr. K. Yuan squatted at the door, the FL resting on his knee, his blue eyes scanning each cultured dish, ensuring nothing would suddenly emerge. Mr. K seemed dissatisfied with Wang Ming's reaction. He threw the tablet back on the table, turned, and approached the nearest cultured dish, pressing a button on top. The liquid began to drain out the glass dome, slowly rising, white mist pouring out, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. A giant emerged from the cultured dish, over 2 meters tall, his body muscular and covered in dark blue veins resembling earthworms crawling beneath his skin. His eyes were murky, devoid of pupils, only a grayish-white haze as if shrouded by something. He opened his mouth and let out a deep roar that shook the entire room, causing the ceiling lights to tremble. Wang Ming recognized that face. The Black Gold Man. The opponent he had fought against for the first time. It was hard to imagine what he had endured to be transformed into this, the veins on his skin looking as if they would burst. Mr. K lit his cigar, took a puff, and leisurely waved his hand. Go take him down. The Black Gold Man's gaze turned to Wang Ming, taking a step forward, the floor creaking under his weight. His steps were not fast, but each one felt like stepping on a person's heart, heavy and oppressive. Wang Ming's finger was on the trigger of the H4, yet before he could raise his gun, a large hand reached over from the side, blocking him. Luo Erfu pushed Wang Ming aside, taking a finger claw from his pocket, slipping it onto his fingers, tightening his grip, the joints cracking twice. He looked at the towering giant, a sneer appearing on his face, like a hunter finally discovering his desired prey, exuding an overwhelming aura. Luo Erfu slowly approached the Black Gold Man. Little monkey, let me have a go at you. Rolf donned the finger tiger and walked towards the Black Diamond. The distance between the two was not far. Rolf took 3 steps, and the Black Diamond rushed forward a step, the floor exploding beneath his feet, shards of porcelain flying up and crashing against the glass of nearby petri dishes, creating a crisp cracking sound. The Black Diamond's fist was larger than Rolf's head, descending with a rush of wind. Rolf did not evade. He raised his left hand to block and struck the Black Diamond's ribs with his right fist. The sound of their fists colliding was not a dull thud, but a crisp crack like a wooden stick breaking. The Black Diamond staggered back half a step, lowering his head to look at his ribs, where a fist mark appeared, dark veins bursting around it like a spider web. He raised his head, his grayish-white eyes showing a hint of disbelief. Rolf did not give him time to react. He stepped forward, and threw another punch at the same spot. The Black Diamond's body bent slightly, letting out a muffled grunt of pain. He reached out to grab Rolf, his 5 fingers spread wide like a fan. Rolf sidestepped, avoiding that hand, and delivered a powerful uppercut to the Black Diamond's chin. The Black Diamond's head snapped back violently, and he staggered 2 steps backward, knocking over a petri dish glass, shattering everywhere, liquid spilling out and spreading across the floor. Rolf did not stop. He closed in raining punches down like raindrops upon the Black Diamond's chest, abdomen, and face. Each punch carried the weight of his entire body, the sound of bones clashing reverberating through the room, mixed with the Black Diamond's deep muffled groans. A long-lost wicked smile appeared on Rolf's face, his fists becoming faster and heavier as the Black Diamond's body resembled a mud wall, slowly cracking under a torrential downpour, bits and pieces crumbling down. Everyone in the room halted their actions. Joel held his H4 with the barrel pointing down, watching Rolf. Ewan crouched in the corner, his FEL resting on his knee, his blue eyes fixated on the bald man. Mr. K's cigar fell from his hand. The old man had his mouth agape, his finger hovering over the tablet screen, not pressing down. Chao Sun's hand holding the gun drooped down, forgetting to raise it. None of the 13 followers fired a shot. No one thought to pull the trigger. Wang Ming also stood frozen in place, feeling a pressure penetrating his body emanating from Rolf. That feeling was akin to betting with friends the first time he faced Rolf in a knife duel. Rolf took a step back. The Black Diamond was already unsteady, his body leaning forward, clinging to the last bit of willpower. Rolf looked at him, the corners of his mouth slowly lifting into a smile. He clenched his right fist, the spikes on the finger tiger glinting coldly in the blue light, his arms muscles taut to the limit, veins crawling from his wrist to his shoulder. His fist struck the Black Diamond's chin, the sound not loud, but muffled like someone throwing a large stone into a pond. The Black Diamond's body lifted off the ground, flying back a short distance before crashing to the floor. Shards of porcelain exploded outwards. The Black Diamond's eyes were closed, his grayish-white pupils covered by his eyelids, his chest still heaved, but his breath was heavy like a bellows. Rolf walked over, bent down, and grabbed the Black Diamond by the hair, dragging the massive body and throwing it in front of Mr. K. Releasing his grip, the Black Diamond's head hit the floor, producing a dull thud. Rolf crouched down and patted the Black Diamond's face as if coaxing a sleeping child. Is that all? Mr. K looked at the giant still gasping for breath on the ground, then glanced at Rolf. A hint of fear finally flickered in his eyes. He looked at Rolf, then at Joel and Ewan standing aside, and finally at Wang Ming. He understood. Wang Ming's true strength had never been his own, but the people around him. Damn it, Mr. K muttered under his breath. He turned around and walked to the control panel, slapping down his palm to press all the buttons. The remaining petri dishes began to drain liquid simultaneously. He turned around and walked to the control panel, slapping down his palm to press all the buttons. The remaining petri dishes began to drain liquid simultaneously. Mr. K picked up a stack of documents from the table and quickly walked to the corner of the wall, pressing a switch on the wall. The metal door slid open, silently revealing an elevator. He stepped inside, turned his head, and looked at the old man still frozen in place. Stop them. The door closed. Wang Ming shouted, open fire. While they haven't fully adapted yet, the gunfire erupted. The 13 followers raised their guns and frantically shot at those half-finished products crawling out of the petri dishes. Bullets struck glass, liquid, and flesh. Some bodies too weak to stand were shot into sieves, collapsing into the petri dishes, blood staining the blue liquid dark red. But more people rushed out. They were faster and fiercer than ordinary people. Some grabbed the gun barrels with bare hands, yanking the guns from their owners and smashing them back onto their heads. Screams, cries for help, and the sound of bones breaking mingled in the room, making it hard to distinguish who was called. A man with eyes nearly slitted twisted the neck of the first person barehanded, picked up an AK from the corpse, and with one hand aimed the gun, sweeping across the room. 3 shots rang out, 3 fell, each shot a headshot. He grinned, revealing a row of uneven teeth. Just as he was about to pull the trigger again, his head exploded. A bullet drilled into the back of his skull and exited through his forehead. His body wobbled, kneeling on the ground, the gun slipping from his hand as he fell forward, lying motionless. Ewan crouched in the corner, the FEL's muzzle smoking. His eyes narrowed in the smoke, then resumed a slow, methodical rhythm, aiming and pulling the trigger. Aiming and pulling the trigger. Each shot precisely took down a Gene soldier with a headshot. The remaining Gene soldiers spotted the gunman crouched in the corner. 2 hid in Ewan's blind spot, waiting for the right moment to rush towards him. But 2 gunshots rang out, and the 2 fell to the ground, each shot hitting their calves. Joel approached with the H4, passing by the 2, glancing down at them, and shot 2 bullets into their heads, not making any further movements. Rolf gripped his axe, entangled in combat with 3 men. Those 3 were muscular, comparable to the Black Diamond. Rolf's axe struck the first man's shoulder, getting stuck in the bone, unable to be pulled out. The second man lunged from behind and grabbed Rolf, while the third punched Rolf's ribs. Rolf let out a muffled groan, his head snapping back, hitting the second man's nose with the back of his head. The man loosened his grip and Rolf turned around, yanking out his axe and swinging it horizontally. All three men fell simultaneously, blood pooling on the ground, making it indistinguishable whose it was. Rolf wiped the blood from his face, panting heavily while surveying his surroundings. The room, bathed in blue light, had changed color. Blood splattered across the wall's floor, and the glass of the petri dishes dark red under the cold blue light, giving off an eerie purple hue. Corpses lay sprawled in all directions, some still twitched, while others were motionless. The air was thick with a mix of the smell of blood, gunpowder, and the sharp chemical odor of the culture liquid choking the throat. Wang Ming stood and placed the H4's muzzle, still smoking. He glanced back, and only 3 of the 13 followers remained. Chao Sun knelt on the ground, his left hand clutching his right arm, which was missing from the elbow down, blood gushing from the wound, his face covered in blood. He gritted his teeth, pushing himself up on his knees, walking to Wang Ming's side, panting heavily, without saying a word. The old man remained standing still. He had been standing there since Mr. K pressed the button, not moving at all. His gold-rimmed glasses were crooked, a few drops of blood splattered on the lenses, and he did not wipe them off. His lips trembled, his fingers shook, the whole person trembled. He looked at the corpses on the ground, those Gene soldiers he had personally helped to modify like wild dogs, easily kicked to death by these few people before him. Wang Ming stepped forward, aiming the gun at the old man's forehead. The barrel still radiated warmth, pressed against the old man's skin, emitting a faint sizzling sound. The old man shivered, but did not dare to dodge. "I will only ask once, where did Mr. K go?" The old man collapsed to the floor in terror, his trousers soaked, trembling violently, as he raised a shaking finger toward the elevator tucked into the corner of the wall. Underground laboratory. Mr. K went down there." Wang Ming crouched beside him, his gun barrel never wavering from its aim. "How do we get down?" "The elevator. It must have been shut down by him." The elder's voice came in ragged fragments, his teeth chattering. But there's a hidden staircase over there. Take the fire escape, turn left, and you'll find an iron door. Push it open, and you're in." Wang Ming nodded once and rose to his feet. The old man lunged forward and clutched Wang Ming's leg, tears and snot streaking his face. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'm just a researcher. I know nothing." Wang Ming looked down at him silently and pulled his leg free. "I won't kill you." He turned, gazing at the 3 blood-soaked figures behind him. Chao Sun cradled his severed arm. The other 2 leaned on each other, barely able to stand. "The path ahead grows far more perilous. You've seen it for yourselves. Turn back now." Wang Ming glanced at the trembling elder, then at Chao Sun. "This man is yours to handle." Chao Sun said nothing, his eyes bloodshot, and locked unblinkingly upon the elder. The other 2 remained silent too. Wang Ming turned and led Rolf, Joel, and Yuan toward the stairwell entrance. A shriek tore from the elder's throat behind them, then faded, growing fainter and fainter until silence swallowed it whole. Wang Ming did not look back. The stairwell entrance stood at the corridor's end, a narrow door. Pushing it open revealed a concrete staircase descending into gloom. Most fluorescent tubes were dead, only a few flickered, weakly humming with electrical strain, casting the steps in alternating pools of light and shadow. Wang Ming peered downward. Bottomless darkness swallowed the abyss. By estimation, it plunged at least 4 or 5 stories deep. "Better tread carefully. I'd rather not clear this map in 7 seconds." Wang Ming shrugged lightly. Then all 4 broke into a steady, disciplined sprint downward. Rolf led, Wang Ming followed closely behind Joel, and Yuan ran side by side, rifles angled rearward. No words passed between them, yet their rhythm was seamless, unified. The staircase stretched long and winding. 3 sharp turns later, they reached its base. An iron door blocked their way, its handle welded shut, the latch secured from the outside, impassable. Without hesitation, Wang Ming retrieved an 2 Malawian Quach's fragmentation grenade from his storage space, pulled the pin, and wedged it into the seam beneath the door, then stepped back 3 paces. A thunderous blast erupted. The iron door blew inward, crashing onto the floor with a heavy metallic groan. Before the acrid smoke had even begun to disperse, all 4 surged through. What lay before them froze Wang Ming at the threshold. The underground laboratory dwarfed the upper floors, 5 times larger, with soaring ceilings, and row upon row of cobalt blue bioreactors stretched into the vanishing distance. Before him stood a semicircle of 7 or 8 figures clad in identical dark combat uniforms. Their leader stood tallest, dressed in deep green military attire, shoulder insignia absent, yet posture rigid. As before him stood a semicircle of 7 or 8 figures clad in identical dark combat uniforms. Their leader stood tallest, dressed in deep green military attire, shoulder insignia absent, yet posture rigid as tempered steel. Before him stood a semicircle of 7 or 8 figures clad in identical dark combat uniforms. Their leader stood tallest, dressed in deep green military attire, shoulder insignia absent, yet posture rigid as tempered steel. A black mask covered his face, revealing only his eyes, pale detached regarding Mr. K as though appraising something cheap and disposable. Mr. K's forehead struck the floor again and again, whispering frantically, "Spare me. Spare me. I don't understand how this happened." The leader didn't glance at him. His gaze swept past Mr. K and locked onto Wang Ming as he burst in. A black mask covered his face, revealing only his eyes, pale detached regarding Mr. K as though appraising something cheap and disposable. Mr. K's forehead, his voice dripped with contempt. "Did you truly believe we were unaware of your clandestine schemes? Did you imagine wearing a K made you royalty?" Mr. K's forehead struck the floor faster, harder. "I dare not. I dare not." The leader strode to a nearby control panel and entered a sequence of codes. Seeing this, Mr. K scrambled forward, voice cracking with panic. "RK, tank, I beg you, no, not this." Before he could reach the leader's feet, a subordinate kicked him aside without breaking stride. Ignoring Mr. K entirely, Tank completed the code and pressed a button. Instantly, crimson light flared across every bioreactor. A piercing alarm shrieked from overhead, its shrill, reverberating wail vibrating painfully against eardrums within the sealed chamber. The entire compound blared with sirens, muffled yet relentless, echoing even through layers of reinforced concrete. "Night your compound, and your worthless half-finished abominations shall perish together." Then he turned his gaze fully upon Wang Ming. "So, you are the pawn who disrupted our design." His tone held no inflection, merely the quiet certainty of stating an inconsequential fact. "You possess some skill." He turned to leave, paused after 2 steps, and tilted his head slightly. "This facility will be reduced to rubble in 10 minutes. Live well." With that, he departed with his entourage through a secondary corridor, their footsteps receding until drowned beneath the alarm's din. Wang Ming stood still, glanced once at Mr. K sprawled on the floor, then turned and sprinted outward, already pulling his radio from his belt. "Bernard, status report." A breathless but steady voice crackled back. "All neutralized. The EX-50 stopping power is absolute. Flesh cannot withstand it. Though casualties occurred. Still unconfirmed. Evacuate all survivors. Now, get them out of the compound. As far away as possible." "Understood." The line went dead. Wang Ming shoved the radio back into his pocket and led the 4 men racing back up the stairs. Ascending proved grueling, yet none slowed. Wang Ming's legs burned fiercely, but his mind fixated on a single countdown: 10 minutes, or less. Emerging from the villa's front gate, chaos defied description. Fire bloomed everywhere. Smoke choked the sky. Distant gunfire flickered westward, only to vanish beneath rolling detonations. Bodies littered the ground, security personnel, genetically enhanced soldiers, and rescued captives alike. Fleeing survivors scattered like headless insects through the flames, some sprinting east, others west, some frozen mid-scream. Wang Ming paused atop the villa's front steps, checked his watch. Under 7 minutes remained. He drew a deep breath and bellowed, 7 minutes. You have only 7 minutes. If you wish to live, follow me." His voice, thin against the inferno's glare, somehow carried, reaching ears still intact. Those nearest began sprinting toward him, then more joined, then dozens. Wang Ming wasted no time waiting. He led Rolf and the others across rubble-strewn ground, veering sharply into a narrow alley. At the alley's end, unseen by others, Wang Ming summoned 4 pickup trucks from storage. He and Rolf leapt into the first. The remaining keys were tossed into the onrushing crowd. "Drive if you can." Rolf stomped the accelerator. Tires screamed across shattered asphalt as the truck surged forward. Wang Ming glanced into the rearview mirror. The crowd fought over keys, fists flew, shouts rose, bodies tumbled and scrambled back upright. He turned his gaze forward, to the pale gray dirt road stretching ahead. "I've done all I could," he murmured softly. Dust motes danced in the headlight's beam. The explosions receded. Then, boom, a cataclysmic detonation shook the earth, not from behind, but from directly beneath their feet. A shockwave surged upward like an invisible giant's hand, lifting the pickup off the ground. Wang Ming's body slammed forward, the seatbelt biting into his chest, bones threatening fracture. The truck flipped once, roof down, slamming onto pavement, skidding meters forward, glass shattering everywhere. Wang Ming hung, inverted ears ringing, deaf and hollow. He fumbled for the seatbelt release, dropped onto jagged glass, ignored the pain, and crawled through the warped windshield. Rolf emerged from the driver's seat, face slick with blood, scalp or nose torn open. Joel and Ewan staggered out too. All 4 stood roadside, gazing wordlessly at the distant conflagration. The compound's location had vanished beneath flame. A fireball ascended from the earth, blooming like a grotesque flower, expanding, brightening. until it became a searing orb rocketing skyward, bathing half the heavens in molten orange. The blast roar arrived seconds later, deep oppressive pressing inward on the chest, followed by a sustained seismic rumble. Wang Ming watched the fireball fade, swallowed by a vast roiling plume of smoke ascending into the night, dark, dense shaped, like a colossal mushroom cloud. He observed it for a long moment, then turned away. Let's go. It's over. When Wang Ming returned to the compound courtyard, dawn approached. Vehicles crowded the entrance. Not his own, but those salvaged by survivors, scavenged, repurposed, haphazardly jammed along both sides of the dirt road, blocking all access. The courtyard teemed with people, crowded, silent, exhausted. Some sat slumped on the ground, others leaned against walls, a few lay motionless. Sobbing echoed. Phones buzzed. Others stared blankly into space, knees drawn tight. The air reeked, blood, cordite, sweat, all fused into a suffocating miasma that parched throat. Bernard stood guard at the gate. M110 slung across his back, a cigarette dangling from his lips, ash long and unshaken. Seeing Wang Ming descend from the vehicle, Bernard's brow relaxed. He removed the cigarette, exhaled slowly. Took you long enough, kid. I was drowning in this sea of people. Wang Ming nodded, said nothing, and walked inward. Crowds parted instinctively, forming a silent corridor as he passed. Someone shouted, "He's the one who saved us." And more faces turned. Hands reached out, some seeking handshakes, others words. But Wang Ming's expression silenced them all. His face held no warmth, eyes cool, scanning the assembled masses. Rescuing you was incidental, and most of your survival, that was your own doing. His voice carried low, but every ear caught it clearly. Do not presume to stay here. I've contacted police and embassy officials. They'll arrive shortly to verify identities. Know who you are, and choose wisely how you live. Silence settled, absolute. The young man's presence alone subdued them all. Wang Ming turned, nodded to Bernard, Joel, and Yuan. You three remain with the rest of our team. Oversee these 100 souls until authorities arrive. Any unrest, deal with it immediately. Bernard nodded, returned the cigarette to his mouth. Joel and Yuan moved without speaking, one to each side of the courtyard entrance. Wang Ming and Rolf climbed back into the vehicle and drove toward the city. Dawn bled gray light over the mountain ridges, casting pallid illumination across the scarred crater. Rolf drove. Wang Ming sat, shotgun, eyes closed. Not sleeping but replaying Duan Songhai's words, King, Arcane Knight. A chess-based nomenclature, pointing to a secretive, highly organized force. The masked man's parting words, live well, hadn't been a threat. It had sounded like judgment. Soon the vehicle halted outside the police station, daylight now full and clear. Wang Ming stepped out, just as a van pulled alongside the curb. Several figures disembarked. Foremost was a middle-aged man in a leather jacket flanked by younger men. One profile striking Wang Ming as vaguely familiar. That man had grown gaunt, cheekbones stark, but his gait remained unchanged. Wang Ming studied him for 2 seconds. Then the man turned, and their eyes met. A flicker of uncertainty crossed the man's face, but he offered no further reaction. Following the group inside the station, Wang Ming entered, where a young female officer glanced up from her desk. Hello, how may I help you? I'd like to file a report. What case? The compound incident. Wang Ming paused. I dismantled it. The officer blinked, visibly skeptical, reaching for her walkie-talkie. Just then the group entered the lobby. The middle-aged man heard Wang Ming's words and strode forward. Comrade, did you say you dismantled the compound and rescued over 100 people? Wang Ming nodded. The slender young man behind the elder froze, then asked hesitantly, can you tie your... Wang Ming frowned, then realized his unkempt bangs nearly obscured his vision. He gathered his hair into a rough knot. Wang Ming. The young man's eyes instantly welled, lips trembling, voice unsteady. Wang Ming, it's me, Chu Fei, the hedgehog. Wang Ming stared, searching the emaciated face, sunken sockets, jutting cheekbones, the once spiky hair, now long and tangled. Hedgehog, what are you doing here? The middle-aged man also stiffened, his gaze shifting to Rolf behind Wang Ming, eyes narrowing slightly. You're Wang Ming. Your men rescued mine. Wang Ming sighed, nodding. Yes. Moments later, he was escorted into a conference room. The room was modest, a long table, several chairs. Wang Ming took a seat. Rolf stood behind him. Chu Fei sat opposite. The elder occupied the head chair, flanked by uniformed officers. The elder rose, extending his hand. Duan Songhai, call me Lao Duan. Wang Ming shook it. Officer Duan, pleased to meet you. Duan Songhai sat and gestured to the recorder on the table. Comrade Wang Ming, please recount the events concisely. We'll document everything. Wang Ming reflected, then began at his deception and entry into the compound, ending with the final explosion. He spoke plainly, omitting the system, the summoning, the Dark Zone storage. He described Rolf and the others as friends met inside the compound, men who'd endured similar ordeals. Duan Songhai listened, never interrupting. When Wang Ming finished, Duan Songhai paused, then nodded. Chu Fei, contact embassy personnel immediately. Take them to the site Comrade Wang Ming described, to confirm identities. Do so swiftly. Chu Fei acknowledged, and exited. Duan Songhai turned back to Wang Ming, with a warm, genuine, Comrade Wang Ming, I speak for every soul deceived and imprisoned. Thank you, for everything you've done. Wang Ming waved his hand dismissively. No thanks are due. Officer Duan, I have a question. Go ahead. Wang Ming met his gaze. Did the police know about the gene weapon program from the beginning? Duan Songhai's expression darkened. After a pause, he nodded slowly. Shin Ming, the foolish genius Chu Fei risked everything to extract, was in fact a central architect of the gene weapon project. Duan Songhai lowered his voice. Recently, our undercover operative detected anomalies at the compound. Strange equipment, suspicious personnel entering and exiting constantly. Later, during a raid on a small gambling den, we extracted partial intelligence from a compound worker. We realized this was no minor crime, and ordered Chu Fei to retrieve Shin Ming at any cost, even exposure. If retrieval failed, elimination was authorized. Duan Songhai paused, sipped tea. Afterward, our operations stalled completely. 2 subsequent raids failed utterly. Their capabilities surpassed all expectation, phantom-like appearing and vanishing without trace. Wang Ming nodded. Duan Songhai was describing the gene soldiers. Wang Ming considered, then asked Officer Duan, have you ever encountered a man wearing a black mask and deep green military uniform? Duan Songhai frowned. Local warlords favor military dress, but a black-masked green-uniformed figure. No, I haven't seen such a man. Anything else? Nothing, Wang Ming replied, leaving it there. Duan Songhai studied him, then smiled. Comrade Wang Ming, you've obliterated the entire compound. What comes next? Wang Ming straightened. The battle isn't over. My questions remain unanswered. I will fight here, until my final breath. This is my singular duty. Duan Songhai listened. His lips twitched, not quite a smile, but his eyes gleamed with quiet intensity. He rose, and extended his right hand. Wang Ming stood, and clasped it firmly. Though I cannot fathom how you assembled such formidable a force, if you ever need us, call. Our nation stands with you. When Wang Ming returned to the courtyard, the sky was already fully bright. Several police cars were parked on the dirt road at the entrance of the yard with blue and red lights still flashing, but no alarm was sounded. Several uniformed police officers were maintaining order, dividing the crowd into 2 groups with a police cordon in between. The left side was crowded dark with people, some squatting, some sitting, and others standing in a daze. The right side had fewer people, a sparse dozen or so, watched over by 2 police officers, their expressions filled with guilt. A young police officer spotted Wang Ming getting out of the car and jogged over, saluting him. Comrade Wang Ming, Director Duan asked us to wait for you here. I am Xiao Zhou. Wang Ming nodded. What's the situation? Xiao Zhou pointed to the crowd on the left. Those on that side are ordinary people who were deceived, but once their identities are verified, arrangements will be made for their repatriation. The embassy personnel are already on the way. He pointed to the group on the right. Those are staff from the park, including security guards, thugs, and scammers who took advantage of the chaos to escape. We are questioning them one by one. Wang Ming glanced at the group on the right, but said nothing. It's all up to you now, he said before walking into the courtyard, which was quieter than outside. Connor was leaning against the overturned pickup truck, covered in wounds, with bandages on his face and arms, and the leg of his pants torn to reveal black and purple bruises underneath. His expression remained unchanged, but his sitting posture was unnatural, his back not straight. Andre stood beside him with a bandage over his left eye, blood seeping from underneath, staining a small area red. His right hand still held the RPD, the barrel stained with dried blood, indistinguishable as to whose it was. The remaining 6 people were scattered around the courtyard, some sitting on the steps, some leaning against the wall, and others crouching on the ground cleaning their guns. Everyone had wounds, but no one spoke. Wang Ming scanned the area, mentally counting. There had been 16 people before they set out, plus Connor and Andre, making a total of 18. Now only 8 were standing. He walked up to Bernard, who was sitting on the steps with an M110 leaning beside him, a cigarette clamped in his mouth, the ash having burned down long without being flicked off. One lens of his glasses was shattered, hanging askew on his nose. When the first wave of gene soldiers charged in, Bernard's voice was a bit hoarse. I didn't react quickly enough. They knew our brothers had tough armor and aimed for the neck. Wang Ming remained silent. He glanced at the few corpses in the courtyard that had yet to be dealt with. Some had their necks torn open, some had smashed faces, and others had a dent in their chests. He crouched down, supporting himself on the ground, taking a deep breath. On the system panel, a new button appeared as he approached the corpses. It was gray with 2 characters written on it: recall. Wang Ming clicked it. The edges of the corpse began to blur like ink spreading on paper, then transformed into tiny specks of light, drifting upward one by one. The specks of light increased in number and density as the corpse gradually faded away amidst the lights until it completely vanished. Nothing was left on the ground, not even a trace of blood, just a patch of flattened earth. Wang Ming stared at the vacant spot stunned. He opened the system, flipping to the recruitment list. The gray names still remained, but the status column had changed to recalled, followed by a line of gray text: returned to Kimona, memory cleared. They've gone back, Wang Ming murmured, unsure who he was speaking to. Back to Kimona, back to their homeland. Forgetting everything that happened here. No one responded. Bernard took the cigarette from his mouth and extinguished it on the steps. Joel stood in a corner of the yard, leaning against the wall, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. Ewan squatted on the roof, his blue eyes scanning the distance, and FL resting on his knees. Rolf stood silently behind Wang Ming, not having spoken a word throughout. Wang Ming stood up and walked over to Andre. Andreis remaining. I looked at him, neither avoiding nor speaking. Wang Ming reached out and pressed a hand on Andreis' shoulder. Take good care of your injuries. The brothers still need you. Andre straightened up. Yes, Your Excellency, Commander. Wang Ming turned to glance at Connor. You all assist the police in verifying identities. Cooperate with their work. Connor nodded and slowly stood up, leaning against the wall. Wang Ming looked around and said, Bernard, drive me to take a look at the park. Bernard looked at Wang Ming and nodded. Then Wang and his 4 companions drove toward the park. Before long they arrived. The park no longer existed. The iron gate was down, lying on the ground, charred. More than half of the buildings inside had collapsed, some still emitting smoke, gray-white smoke billowing up from the ruins, as if something underground was still burning. The ground was strewn with shattered glass, broken bricks, shell casings, and dried bloodstains. The air was filled with a burnt smell, mingling with the acrid scent of chemicals, making one's throat dry. Wang Ming stood before the ruins, staring for a while. This place was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with a road on one side the only access point. Easy to defend, but hard to attack with concealed transportation. Mr. K's choice of this location was not without reason. If this place could be rebuilt, it would be 10 times better than the previous farmhouse. But now was not the time to think about this. There were too many unanswered questions. Wang Ming felt somewhat lost, unsure of where to start. He did not know what to do next. King Arcane Knight and naming system from chess, an organization whose details he was unaware of. Where did they come from? Where were they going? Where had the genetic data been taken? He knew nothing. The only thing he could do now was return to the Dark Zone and accumulate the total value of the warehouse. The next level of the system was 50 MA, unlocking the mall system. He didn't know what was inside the mall, but he hoped it contained what he needed. Wang Ming walked around the park for a long time. The ruins were still smoking, gray-white smoke swirling up from beneath the broken bricks as he stepped cautiously over shards of glass and shell casings, his pace slow and his brow furrowed. Rolf followed behind him, with Joel and Bernard walking side by side and Ewan bringing up the rear, carrying the FL on his shoulder. The 5 of them moved through the ruins in silence. After nearly half an hour, Wang Ming stopped, standing where the villa used to be. All that remained was a large pit, at the bottom of which lay a layer of black water reflecting the grayish light of the sky. He looked at the pit, silent. Joel approached and stood beside him. Vanguard, what's wrong? Why the long face? Joel's voice was somewhat heavy. You've achieved your goal. True, there were casualties, but the park has indeed been taken down. Wang Ming turned his head to look at Joel, sighing. That's certainly the case. Yet I can't shake the feeling that something is off. He pointed at the large pit beneath his feet. The people in the basement were not Mr. K's men, they belonged to another faction. This poses a potential risk, a significant one. Rolf scoffed at Wang Ming's words, his face filled with disdain. Risk? Wang Ming, those few people seem even less formidable than the pack of whelps from Tevela. Bernard, standing nearby, adjusted his glasses and nodded in agreement. We lost 10 brothers this time, mainly due to insufficient intelligence and carelessness. If it comes to a real confrontation, we may not be at a disadvantage. Ewan walked over to Wang Ming, lowering his mask to reveal his gaunt face. His blue eyes looked at Wang Ming. The chief told me to help you with your troubles. I thought it would involve some complex military operation, but it turns out they are just ordinary armed rebels. They won't last a day in the mountains of oats. Wang Ming glanced at the 4 people beside him, not denying their words. They were right. Compared to the military group of Tevela, those mysterious men in military uniforms were not a threat at all. Had the intelligence been complete, facing those genetically enhanced soldiers, his brothers would have been able to cope. At the very least, the casualties would not have been so high. For Ewan, who had experienced countless battles by Fred's side, everything here was truly a minor affair. Looking at it this way, what was there to worry about? What was there to fear? What was there to feel confused about? With so many strong and reliable partners by his side, even amidst the thick fog ahead, what was there to dread? With that thought, Wang Ming no longer felt lost. He turned around and walked towards the parking area, the 4 of them following behind. Joel stepped forward to add, Vanguard, I remember teaching you to always be adaptable in Carmona. It's the same here. The car started. Bernard was driving. Rolf sat in the passenger seat. Wang Ming and Joel occupied the back, while Yuan stood in the open top, and soon they returned to the courtyard. The yard was empty. The police cars were gone. The cordon had been removed, and the crowd had vanished. Footprints and tire tracks remained on the ground, but there was not a single person in sight. Connor stood at the entrance of the yard, his arm wrapped in a bandage, his back slightly hunched, yet he stood there like a wooden post, as he saw Wang Ming get out of the car and approach. Chief, they left. After you left, another group came and took the rescued people away. Connor's voice was flat, merely reporting. Wang Ming nodded. Understood. He walked into the main room and lay down on the army cot. The frame creaked, but he did not move. Rolf stood at the door. Joel leaned against the window. Bernard sat on a chair, and Yuan crouched on the steps. The four of them watched him in silence. I'll rest for a bit. After saying this, Wang Ming closed his eyes. The buzzing of the fluorescent lights in the dark warehouse was just like before. Wang Ming stood in front of the weapon rack, glancing around. The shelves were empty, the ammunition boxes were empty, and the grenade boxes were empty as well. Only a few scattered guns leaned against the wall, along with some props strewn on the ground. The next level of the system requires 50M, and there is still a long way to go to reach 50M. The cash recharge method has hit its limit, and he urgently needs a quick way to make money. Wang Ming was somewhat troubled, contemplating whether to take Rolf and Yuan to hit the North Mountain, hoping to encounter a few targets to eliminate. At that moment, Wang Ming suddenly discovered a personal pattern that was hard to forget. Peacekeeper. Wang Ming's gaze lingered on those four characters. A phrase suddenly popped into his mind. Thank you for your contribution, so good night. The corners of his mouth, recalling the foolish things he had done in the past, he had pried open about 10 sets of 995, packed them into a backpack, thinking he could make a fat escape, only to be stabbed in the back at the last moment, and ended up losing everything. He stared at the pattern for a few seconds and clicked on it. Everything went dark before his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself crouched in a water channel. The water channel was shallow, with water just covering his ankles, cold and icy. He was wearing a tight black combat suit and holding an MCX assault rifle with an M110 slung on his back. In front of him crouched a person in the same combat suit, his teammate Alpha 2. A familiar voice came through the earpiece. Bravo 1, the Styx is in position. The barn is rigged with explosives. Wang Ming's fingers brushed over the grip of the MCX, and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted beneath the mask. Hindsight is 2020. As the voice of the river of the underworld faded away, the mission officially commenced. Alpha 2 walked ahead, while Wang Ming followed closely behind, holding the MCX, both stealthily moving forward along the shadows of the waterway. The searchlight above was slowly rotating, its beams sweeping across the water's surface, the walls, and the piles of debris on the bank in another pass. A figure on the bank was holding an AK, leisurely walking to the edge of the waterway with his back turned to them, lighting a cigarette. Alpha 2 had already climbed the ladder, pressing the gun barrel against the back of that person's head. With a soft thud, the cigarette fell from his mouth into the waterway, hissing as it extinguished. Alpha 2 dragged the body into the shadows, and Wang Ming quickly followed him up. The night breeze blew and damp, and carrying the pungent smell of river water. Wang Ming shivered, zipping up his combat suit. The voice of Lighthouse came through the earpiece, calm and unhurried. This is Lighthouse. Confirm the situation. The welder has left. Report completed. Let's go, we need to start the mission. We don't have much time, Alpha 2 said, stealthily moving towards the outskirts of the barn with the MCX. Wang Ming followed behind, but after taking just a few steps, the searchlight suddenly swept over the white light, blinding him. A patrol team turned the corner, and as soon as their mouths opened, Wang Ming's bullet had already reached. With a thud, the person fell without a sound. It hurts my eyes, Wang Ming mumbled, crouching down to search the body. He pulled out the magazine and saw it was level 4 rounds, casually stuffing it into his backpack. Alpha 2 waited for him ahead, not rushing him, but his expression was becoming slightly anxious. The two reached the entrance of the underground passage at the outskirts of the barn. We'll go through underground, Alpha 2 said, jumping down. Wang Ming stood at the entrance, glanced down and sighed. Ignorant, this mission is simply a windfall. He didn't rush down, but instead dragged over the bodies of the patrol team he had just killed, searching each one. Having removed all the magazines, he stuffed the level 4 rounds into his backpack. Next to him was an ammunition box. Prying it open revealed 2 60-round AR magazines inside. Wang Ming's eyes lit up. That's 120 rounds of 995. He cheerfully stuffed them into his backpack and dug out 3 medical syringes from the bottom of the box, collecting them all. There was also a medical kit nearby. He opened it to find a bottle of painkillers and a first aid kit, stuffing everything inside. The backpack given by the system was large enough, it was only half full. Alpha 2 had been waiting in the underground passage for nearly 2 minutes, finally unable to hold back. Alpha 1, what are you still doing up there? Coming. Wang Ming stuffed the last grenade into his backpack and jumped down. The underground passage wasn't long, and at the end there was dim yellow light with a guard patrolling holding a gun. Wang Ming walked over, and with a soft thud eliminated the guard. He dragged him to a dry spot, and began to search. Magazines taken. Grenades taken. He also found 2 first aid kits and several grenades in a nearby cabinet, stuffing them into his backpack. Alpha 2's expression was not looking good. Alpha 1, we're pressed for time. Be mindful of your actions. Wang Ming waved his hand, stuffing the last grenade into his backpack, and smiled. Let's go, no rush. The two emerged from the underground passage into the barn. The barn was large, filled with wooden crates and oil barrels, the air thick with a mix of hay and diesel. Wang Ming had barely steadied himself when a flurry of hurried footsteps sounded from outside and a group of people surrounded them. We're in trouble. We're surrounded. Alpha 2's voice grew tense in the earpiece. Damn it, the intel didn't say this. Prepare for battle. He charged to the barn's entrance with the MCX firing at the incoming patrol. The bullets hit those people without any effect. Wang Ming grimaced in disdain. His teammate back in the game was just as useless as now. No damage dealt. Wang Ming took the M110 from his back, removed the thermal sight, and attached it to the MCX, moving unhurriedly. Alpha 1. Alpha 2 called out. Wang Ming raised the MCX, looking through the thermal sight. The outlines of those figures were clearly visible in the gray-white image. He squeezed the trigger, thud, 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 each shot hitting the head. 368, they fell all over the place. He began to loot the corpses. Each body had 3 to 4 magazines, mostly level 4 rounds, along with flashlights hanging off every gun. He took them down and stuffed them into his backpack, each worth a couple of thousand. He counted. He had taken apart 8 flashlights. Alpha 2 stood at the barn's entrance, gun in hand, watching him rummaging through the pile of bodies with a look of helplessness. Alpha 1, I know, Wang Ming said, without looking up, digging out a magazine from under a body and stuffing it into his backpack, standing up to stretch his cramped legs. Let's go inside. There were still a few isolated patrols hiding behind wooden crates, peeking out. Wang Ming circled around, taking them out one by one. Then he walked to the supply point, where several ammunition boxes and medical kits were located. He opened the boxes. 6 magazines were neatly arranged inside, all 995 rounds. Next to them were 3 magazines of M62 rounds, bright yellow and neatly stacked. Wang Ming grinned. He stuffed the 6 magazines into his backpack along with the M62 magazines. Next to them were 3 magazines of M62 rounds, bright yellow and neatly stacked. Wang Ming grinned. He stuffed the 6 magazines into the anti-aircraft gun was set up outside the barn, its barrel pointing to the sky, the base welded onto a concrete. Wang Ming took out the pack of C4 from his backpack, tearing off the tape, pressing it onto the gun mount, and tapped it twice. The red indicator light began to flash. He patted the C4 to confirm it was securely attached, and stepped back 2 paces. Alpha 2 looked bewildered. When did you put on the C4? Wang Ming slowly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a mischievous smile. Don't underestimate my reflexes, teammate. I'm a repeat student. Wang Ming and Alpha 2 stepped out of the barn when a voice from the lighthouse came through the earpiece. This time, it wasn't the female voice reporting coordinates, but a different man with a somewhat hoarse tone. Abyss squad, proceed to the radar station to rendezvous with the underworld squad. Mission objective: cut off the radar station's radio to prevent the garrison from calling for reinforcements. Wang Ming and Alpha 2 exchanged a glance, remaining silent. The radar station was located at the very center of the fortress, and they would need to pass through the sluice room to get there. Alpha 2 suddenly spoke up. Renoir is not a good individual. He paused, seemingly contemplating how to phrase it. Of course, we are not exactly good people either. Wang Ming glanced at him, but did not respond. He knew Alpha 2 was referring to the forces behind this mission, the Sumiko Committee and those in the helicopters. None of them were benign figures. As the two turned into the small alley behind the sluice room, 3 figures suddenly appeared ahead. Wang Ming barely had time to see their faces before their guns were already raised. With 3 shots, the 3 men fell almost simultaneously, unable to even aim their weapons. Wang Ming walked over, kicked the nearest corpse, flipped a magazine, found it was level 4 ammunition, and stuffed it into his backpack. Alpha 2 stood guard by the edge of the wooden platform, glancing back at him without speaking. They had arrived at the radar station. It was a gray 3-story building with large patches of its outer wall peeling away to reveal the red bricks beneath. The antenna on the roof was still rotating, a bright red light shining atop it like a single eye in the dark. 2 guards stood at the entrance. Alpha 2 crouched behind the wall, glanced at Wang Ming, pointed to the 2nd floor, and then indicated the 3rd floor. Wang Ming nodded. Alpha 2 climbed up the side slope, moving silently with barely a sound. Wang Ming circled to the front of the building, keeping the thermal imaging sight on his MCX intact. In the grayish-white view, he saw 2 people walking back and forth in the lobby on the 1st floor, one at the staircase on the 2nd floor, and another on the roof of the 3rd floor. He pushed open a side door, keeping his footsteps very quiet as he crept up the stairs. The person on the roof of the third floor had his back to him, leaning over the railing to look down. Wang Ming approached, and with a soft sound that person fell silent, slumped over the railing. Alpha 2 was already on the second floor, gunfire coming from below, muffled, not automatic, but single shots. Wang Ming shot down from the third floor, taking out one person at a time. The two of them trapped the guards on the second floor in between. In less than a minute, the stairs, corridors, and lobby were littered with bodies. Wang Ming came down from the third floor and walked into the lobby on the first floor. Alpha 2 peeked around the corner of the second floor staircase, and they exchanged glances, remaining silent. Footsteps sounded from outside. Abyss Squad, Underworld Squad is here to rendezvous. Wang Ming heard that voice and hesitated for a moment with his finger on the trigger. He turned around and saw three people walking in through the front door. The one in the lead was short-dressed, in all black combat gear with a black ghost mask. Underworld. Wang Ming's lips twitched with suppressed anger, but he held it back. It wasn't the right time. He took a deep breath, forcing a smile that was barely a smile, just a slight movement at the corners of his mouth. "Thank you for your hard work," Wang Ming said. The Underworld glanced at him, said nothing, and led the two others. Alpha 2 was already on the top floor, crouching beside the generator. He pulled out a crowbar and wedged it into the gap of the electrical panel, prying it open with force to reveal several rows of circuit breakers and a tangle of wires. Alpha 2 glanced at the three men. "Are you ready?" Wang Ming pulled out the detonator from his pocket, his thumb pressing down on the button. The Underworld also pulled out a similar detonator from his waist. The two stood several meters apart, the buttons in their hands glowing red simultaneously. 3. Alpha 2's hand grasped the circuit breaker. 2. 1. The moment the circuit breaker was pulled down, all the lights in the building went out, even the red light on the antenna on the roof. Wang Ming pressed the detonator, and the Underworld did the same. Two muffled explosions sounded from afar, less than a second apart, as the C4 at the barn and the gas station detonated simultaneously. Flames shot up from two directions, illuminating the sky, and the muffled sounds took a few seconds to reach them. The voice from the lighthouse came through the earpiece, sounding urgent this time. "A large number of enemy troops are approaching you. Hold the radar station. Reinforcements are on the way." Wang Ming ran to the edge and looked down. All around, beams of flashlight flickered in the darkness, swirling chaotically, too numerous to count. Footsteps could be heard coming from below. "Damn it!" Alpha 2 cursed, rushing down from the top floor, crouching at the staircase with the MCX. The Underworld and his two companions also found their positions, aiming their guns at the slope. The battle began. Wang Ming stood at the corner of the third floor staircase, shooting down. One shot for each, all headshots. But there were too many. For every one he took down, two more came up. For every two he shot, four more appeared. His human-machine difficulty was low. Standing still, those people couldn't kill him, but the pain was very real. Bullets struck his arms, legs, and shoulders, causing sharp, fiery pain, as if being branded with a hot iron. Suddenly, two shield soldiers appeared at the end of the third-floor corridor, holding up explosive shields that revealed only their eyes, the other hand gripping a G-18C, advancing down the corridor. Bullets struck the shields, bursting forth in white flashes, cracks spreading across the shield's surface, but it did not shatter. Wang Ming fired several shots, but they were ineffective. He tried again, still to no avail. He grew impatient, clicking his tongue, slinging the MCX behind him, and charged at the squad of shield soldiers. The first shield soldier hadn't reacted yet when Wang Ming kicked the shield. The man leaned back, the shield tilting and exposing half his head. Wang Ming's gun was already aimed at him, and with a soft sound that man fell to the ground. The second shield soldier attempted to retreat, but Wang Ming didn't give him the chance, grabbing the edge of the shield and yanking it towards himself. The man did not let go, being pulled over. The shield slipped from his grasp, and Wang Ming seized it. The man looked bewildered, still not realizing what was happening, when Wang Ming's gun went off. Wang Ming leaned the explosive shield against the wall and shook his numbed hand. The enemy soldiers were increasing, pouring in from all directions, an endless tide, impossible to kill them all. Wang Ming had been hit by two bullets in his arm, one in his leg, and another nicked his shoulder. Blood seeped from his combat uniform, sticky and warm. He rummaged through his gear for a medical kit, pulled out a treatment needle, and jabbed it into his thigh, pushing it in full. The pain lessened a bit. Alpha 2 was running low on ammunition, and the two Underworld members were also struggling, their firepower clearly weakened. Suddenly, the voice of a Black Hawk came through the earpiece, accompanied by electrical static. "Abyss Squad, I am unable to locate your position." Wang Ming froze for a moment, then laughed. Finally they had come. Wang Ming arrived at the designated spot, and the Underworld tossed him a signal flare. Wang Ming pulled the safety pin, and red smoke billowed out, forming a striking red smoke column above the radar station. The roar of helicopters approached from a distance, not one but three. 3 armed helicopters emerged from behind the northern ridge, their navigation lights flickering in the darkness. They flew in a wedge formation, skimming low over the ruins of the barn, heading towards the radar station. The large-caliber machine guns below the noses began to spin their muzzles, erupting in flames like 3 fiery whips, striking down on the enemy soldiers surrounding the radar station. Before those soldiers could react, they were cut down in large numbers, and the remaining ones began to scatter, fleeing in all directions, but the helicopters did not let them go, pursuing and sweeping until the last one fell. The gunfire ceased, leaving only the roar of the helicopter rotor swirling overhead. The 3 helicopters hovered above the radar station, their cargo doors opened, and a supply drop box slid out from the cabin, pulled down by a parachute, gently descending, landing precisely in the square at the entrance of the radar station. The supply drop box hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wang Ming leaned against the stair railing, catching his breath for a moment, then threw the signal flare to the ground and stomped it out. Next, it was time for the final task. Wang Ming glanced at the underworld, who was packing up equipment, and felt a smile creeping onto his face at the thought of what was to come. Wang Ming squatted beside the airdrop crate, removing the tattered helmet from his head and tossing it to the ground, donning a new helmet from the airdrop instead. He then moved to the side of the crate to open the ammunition supply, finding 6 neatly stacked 60-round magazines inside. Wang Ming loaded the magazines one by one into his vest and swept the entire medical supply from the last crate into his backpack. He stood up and stretched his shoulders. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He turned and walked over to the corpse of the shield soldier he had just seen crouching down to look at the ballistic shield on the ground. After a moment of thought, he took the M110 off his back, removed the scope suppressor, and gripped, stuffing each part into his backpack, while casually tossing the bolt on the ground. Then he bent down to pick up the ballistic shield and strapped it to his back. Alpha 2 was waiting for him on the slope. The 2 of them headed towards the field hospital. The night wind had lessened, but was colder, causing Wang Ming's ears to ache. At the entrance of the field hospital stood 2 guards, one on the left and one on the right, holding guns. Wang Ming approached and fired 2 shots, both men collapsing almost simultaneously. After rummaging through the supplies at the field hospital, the 2 of them arrived at the tent beside old Liu's door. As soon as Wang Ming peeked out, a barrage of gunfire swept over his head. He crouched down, hiding behind cover, and peeked out halfway. There was a machine gun nest set up on the slope in front of old Liu's door, with a spotlight sweeping across the area, illuminating the ground as bright as day. Wang Ming raised the MCX, locating the machine gunner's head through the thermal scope. He squeezed the trigger, and with a muffled pop, the spotlight went out, and the machine gun fell silent. Alpha 2 surged from the side, taking out 2 infantry near the position. Wang Ming stood up, brushed off the dust from his knees, and walked into old Liu's room. In the corner of old Liu's room stood several metal boxes, a supply point. Wang Ming approached and opened one, revealing a fully modified AK lying inside. Wang Ming detached the magazine, stuffed the entire gun into his backpack, and also pulled out 2 30-round magazines of 995 rounds from the ammo box, collecting them all. He stood up, walked to the door, pulled it open, and peeked out. At the end of the corridor stood a machine gunner in 6 armor, aiming his RPD directly at the door. Wang Ming didn't wait for him to fire. He squeezed the trigger, and with a pop, the man fell to the ground. Alpha 2 followed closely behind, and the 2 pushed forward along the corridor. People kept rushing out from the rooms on both sides of the corridor, some wielding handguns, some with shotguns, and others who didn't even manage to draw their weapons before being taken out. Reaching the end of the corridor, Wang Ming crouched down to search the machine gunner's body. The 6 armor was heavy and had decent durability. He removed the armor he had just retrieved from the airdrop and replaced it with this one. Looking at the 6 armor he was now wearing, Wang Ming remembered something. The last time he had this task, he was also in 6 armor, only to be shot dead by the F-57 from Ming He. F-57 against 6 armor, 1 shot, Wang Ming muttered, shaking his head. He shrugged the corners of his mouth, slowly lifting into a wicked smile. It won't happen this time. He stood up and followed Alpha 2 towards the red card control room. The red card control room was on the 2nd floor of the fortress. After dealing with the guards on the way, the 2 arrived at the control room, which was small, with a keyboard and several buttons on the desk. Wang Ming walked up to the control panel, took out a disc from his backpack, and inserted it into the card reader. A few lines of English text popped up on the screen as he typed a few commands on the keyboard, and the data began to scroll rapidly across the screen, line after line. On the panel was an icon of an anti-air missile. Wang Ming leaned against the control panel, waiting. Alpha 2 stood at the door, keeping watch. Suddenly, a voice came through the communicator, breathless. "This is Ming He, do not fire, we're coming in." Wang Ming turned to see Ming He walking toward him from down the corridor, followed by his teammate. Both of them were injured, their clothes torn, faces covered in dirt, but otherwise unharmed. Ming He approached the door, saw Wang Ming leaning against the control panel, raised his hand in a wave and smiled. "Don't be nervous, we're comrades." Wang Ming looked at him, but said nothing. His mouth twitched slightly, then he returned his gaze to the data on the screen. Ming He didn't mind leading his teammate to sit in the corner and begin bandaging their wounds. A green prompt box appeared on the screen, Decryption complete. A voice from the communicator suddenly came through urgently. The welder is on the way back. Evacuate quickly. The Black Hawk has 2 minutes to evacuate. Wang Ming stood up straight from the control panel, glanced at Alpha 2, and the two ran outside together. Ming He and his teammate followed closely behind. The four of them ran down the corridor towards the tank room. Crossing from the control room required traversing the entire corridor where dozens of guards were stationed at the tank room entrance. Due to the time constraint, Wang Ming acted swiftly, quickly dispatching the guards before arriving at the tank room door. He paused for a moment. The iron door was closed. He walked up to it, glanced back at the three behind him, his gaze lingering on Ming He's face for a moment before moving away. Wang Ming placed his hand on the doorknob and turned it with force, the iron door creaking open. Moonlight streamed in pale and gray while the distant sound of helicopters grew closer. Wang Ming took a deep breath, looking ahead. Here we go. The iron door creaked open and the distant roar of helicopters grew closer, the wind from the spinning blades stirring up the dust into the air. Yet nothing happened. Wang Ming still stood at the doorway, his fingers could still move and his feet could still step forward. He tried to take a step forward, then another. The wind blew in from outside, causing his combat suit to rustle. Alpha 2 approached, standing beside him and glancing at him. Alpha 1, we need to hurry. Time is of the essence. His tone was urgent, yet his body remained. Wang Ming looked at him, a thought suddenly flashing in his mind. It seemed he was not bound by the forced plot. Ming He walked up from behind and patted Wang Ming's shoulder, his touch light, accompanied by a familiar tone. Buddy, time is tight, and the task is heavy. Wang Ming turned to look at him. Ming He's face was still painted with that ghostly mask, the white paint appearing even more glaring under the moonlight. His eyes looked normal, showing no signs of abnormality, and there was even a hint of urgency. Wang Ming paused for half a second, then smiled. It seemed this ending was to be determined by himself. Wang Ming instinctively thought to draw his gun, but as his fingers touched the grip, he hesitated. No, he couldn't give him such an easy advantage. He moved his hand away from the gun, making a gesture of invitation, as if a hotel doorman was opening the door for a guest. Ming He, you all go ahead. I'll stay back with Alpha 2. Ming He paused for a moment, looking at Wang Ming, then at Alpha 2. Wang Ming's expression was normal, his eyes narrowing in a smile. Ming He hesitated for a second, then nodded, leading his teammates toward the iron door. He stopped at the doorway, glancing back at Wang Ming, who waved his hand, signaling him to hurry. Ming He turned back and stepped through the iron door. His teammates followed closely behind, both walking towards the air defense missile control panel. The moonlight cast long shadows of the two on the ground. Wang Ming watched that silhouette, his hand slowly reaching for the F-57 at his waist. After Ming He had taken a dozen steps outside, he suddenly turned around. The F-57 in his hand was already raised, aimed upwards at Wang Ming. His finger was on the trigger, the motion swift. But what responded to him was a faint sound. PFF. Ming He's teammate fell first. The bullet penetrated his temple, exploding out the other side. Before he hit the ground, he was already on. Ming He was momentarily stunned. It was just a fleeting moment. His finger hadn't even had the chance to pull the trigger when he heard a second faint sound. Suddenly his abdomen felt as if it had been struck by a hammer, excruciating pain spreading throughout his body. His hand went limp, the F-57 dropping to the ground as he knelt down. Wang Ming held the F-57, the barrel still smoking. Standing in the moonlight, he looked at the kneeling Ming He, his lips slowly curling into a smile. Then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Alpha 2 stood aside, watching the scene before him, a bit at a loss. He glanced at Ming He, then at Wang Ming, his mouth moving, but no words came out. Wang Ming walked over and squatted in front of Ming He. Ming He clutched his wound, blood oozing between his fingers, staining his combat suit a dark color. He looked up at Wang Ming, his eyes filled with confusion. Are you insane? Ming He's voice trembled. Why did you attack me? I thought it would be a forced plot in the end, so I carried a bomb shield, fearing you might kill me with a single shot. He pouted, sticking the F-57 back into his waist. In the end, it wasn't a forced plot, and I ended up carrying it for nothing. Ming He couldn't understand what he was saying, clutching his wound, panting heavily. What are you talking about? Wang Ming squatted before him, resting his hands on his knees, as if speaking to a not-so-bright child. The Peacekeeper mission failed. Alpha Team went missing. Bravo Team failed to prevent Renault from launching. This led to the humanitarian aircraft of the Sumiak being hit by Renault's missiles, crashing into the mining area. Wang Ming spoke each word clearly. That's what your mission briefing said, right? Ming He's eyes widened. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the words got stuck in his throat. He couldn't understand how this person could know about the plan. This was an order given directly from above, known only to him and his teammates, as well as those on the helicopter. But the Alpha Team captain before him, how could he? Wang Ming saw the expression on Ming He's face and burst into laughter again. Ming He, you know how much I wanted to kill you back when I was on that mission. Wang Ming's laughter ceased, his tone turning cold. It was you who caused me to lose several million. Several million. He stood up looking down at Ming, the moonlight shining from behind him, casting his shadow upon. This time I finally caught you. Ming, he clutched his wound, gritting his teeth, unwillingly asking what. Wang Ming smiled, raising the F-57 he held towards Ming. Don't blame me. It's just business. Thank you for your contribution, now good night. Wang Ming put away the F-57, standing under the moonlight watching as the body of Ming, he slowly became rigid. A notification sound indicating the completion of the mission echoed in his ears, and a system panel popped up identical to that in the game. Mission accomplished. The Ming team is missing. Alpha Team failed to prevent Renoy Air from. The Sumike humanitarian rescue plane was shot down crashing in the mining area. Mission rating A. Wang Ming glanced at it, not paying much attention. The team name had changed order, but the outcome remained equally terrible. He closed the panel and looked down at his backpack. This was his greatest gain. Upon returning to the Dark Zone warehouse, he took out the contents of his backpack one by one. Approximately 1,000 rounds of 995 ammunition, 150 rounds of 62 ammunition, 3 fully modified guns MCX RPK AEK, all equipped with high-end accessories, and a thermal imaging sight that could sell for a good price. There were also some miscellaneous medical kits, grenades, and flashlights. Wang Ming roughly calculated in his mind, estimating around 2 million. Leaning against the weapon rack, he smiled. This haul was far more profitable than any enhanced lockdown, primarily because it was safe with little risk and the process was swift. He neatly stacked the 995 magazines into the ammunition box. There were too many to use himself, so he would leave some to occupy space. He opened the market and listed the bullets, pricing them slightly below market value for quicker sales. He listed the other guns as well, keeping one MCX as a spare. After sorting this out, he exited the Dark Zone. Opening his eyes, he returned to reality. The night had deepened, and the fire pit in the yard was still burning, the flames small, casting flickering orange light that illuminated the faces of those nearby in a dance of light and shadow. Wang Ming sat up from his cot and pushed the door open to step outside. The yard was empty. In the past at this hour, the fire pit would be surrounded by people, some cleaning guns, some chatting, and others napping against the wall. Now only a few silhouettes remained scattered around the fire, silent and still. The number could be counted on one hand, with a few fingers left idle. Wang Ming stood on the steps, gazing at the fire pit, feeling something sink within him. The excitement from his recent profit in the Dark Zone felt as if it had been extinguished by the wind, leaving not a trace. Rolf sat beside the fire, spinning a finger tiger in his hand. Upon seeing Wang Ming come out, he rummaged in his pocket and tossed a cigarette over to him. Wang Ming caught it, paused for a moment, and looked down at the cigarette. White body, yellow tip, not a good brand. He put the cigarette between his lips, but did not light it. Bernard handed over a lighter, the flame flickering in the night wind before stabilizing. Have a smoke. It's nothing, Commander. The brothers are already very content to follow you. In Kimona, it's war every day, living in constant peril, unable to enjoy a peaceful meal. Wang Ming glanced at the surrounding brothers, tears welling in his eyes. Bernard rested his hand on his knee, tilting his head to look at him. What are your plans next? Wang Ming took a puff of the cigarette, coughed a couple of times, flicked the ash into the fire, and wiped his tears. I have no clear direction right now. Those organizations calling themselves chess players have no leads at all. He paused. My current goal is to raise the total value of the warehouse to 50 million, unlock the store, and see what's inside. But now, playing it case by case, when will I ever reach 50 million? A crackle sounded from the fire, sending a few sparks flying. Rolf had remained silent, still spinning the finger tiger between his fingers. Upon hearing Wang Ming's words, he suddenly stopped his movements. I remember that Black Gold had previously collaborated with a very wealthy person. What was his name again? Wang Ming's mind suddenly flashed with a name. He and Rolf spoke simultaneously. Anthony. Dose. Rolf nodded. Wang Ming slapped his thigh, clapping his hands on his knees with a loud noise. That's right. Dose has plenty of money. If we collaborate with him, we might actually secure a large amount of Cohen coins. Wang Ming looked up at the sky and sighed slowly. Let's take some time to visit the valley and see my old friend Dose. They had talked late into the night. When Wang Ming woke the next morning, it was nearly noon. On the recruitment screen, 3 gray avatars sat in a row, blank and unremarkable. Wang Ming's finger hovered above the confirm button, pausing for several seconds. He remembered the brothers who had died yesterday and how they had dissolved into points of light and vanished. Those he brought in might one day die somewhere as well. Wang Ming hesitated, then bit his lip and clicked. A young man had appeared in the yard, a lanky figure with a boyish face but bright eyes. Wang Ming pushed the door open and waved to Ndalai and Kong Na. Bring him along, continue training. Ndalai's one eye glanced at the newcomer, and he nodded. Kong Na said nothing and led the man into the ranks. Wang Ming turned back to the main room, lay down, and closed his eyes, entering the Dark Zone Breakout. In the simulation, he stood in the warehouse, staring at the scattered equipment, his mind fixed on one question: how to get in touch with Duo C. That man had money. But as the valley's boss, he kept to himself, surrounded by bodyguards. Wang Ming, a mere task force operative, could not simply march in and say, "Boss, lend me some cash." As he pondered, the world seemed to pause. The warehouse's incandescent lights stopped their hum, the air held still, and even he could not move. After a few seconds, the world resumed. Wang Ming froze, still dazed, then felt someone push his shoulder. He opened his eyes and saw Luo Erfu standing by the bed, a hand still resting on his shoulder. "The police are here," Luo Erfu said. Wang Ming sat up and glanced toward the window. 2 police cars were parked in the yard. Duan Songhai stood in the center, with several officers scanning the surroundings. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The dark zone paused automatically when reality called him back. That was fortunate, it spared him distraction. He put on his shoes, pushed the door open, and approached. "Officer Duan," Wang Ming said, extending his hand. Duan Songhai took his hand with a modest grip. Wang Ming gestured and led the men into the main room. The space was small and crowded. He fetched a few chairs so they could sit. Luo Erfu stood at the doorway. Bonada leaned by the window, and Xiao Er had appeared from nowhere, crouching on the steps with an unlit cigarette between his lips. "Why isn't Ci Wei Tu here?" Wang Ming asked. Duan Songhai smiled. "Chu Fei has been assigned a mission. He was sent to handle it and cannot break away." Luo Erfu stood at the doorway. Bonada leaned by the window, and Xiao Er had appeared from nowhere, crouching on the steps with an The map was small, depicting the border terrain of the region. Several red circles had been drawn with dates and times annotated beside them. "Comrade Wang Ming, while our men inspected the border these past days, they discovered traces of the Xiangqi organization you mentioned." Duan Songhai tapped the red circles on the map with his finger. "They move in and out of the border frequently and maintain close contacts with foreign armed forces." Wang Ming studied the map, frowning. "In this area, anyone with close ties to foreign armed forces is likely connected to the local warlords." Duan Songhai looked up at him. Wang Ming was momentarily stunned. He recalled the man in the underground lab, the one in dark green uniform wearing a black mask. RK. They wore military uniforms, organized and disciplined, far from ordinary mercenaries. And the bearded man who traded arms with Mr. K. The batch of locally produced high-quality AK replicas could not have come from some small workshop. There had to be suppliers backing them. It now seemed clear they were men of the warlords. Duan Songhai folded the map and slipped it back into his pocket. "Comrade Wang Ming, this region has long been torn by warlord clashes. The compound you destroyed may have been linked to them. I cannot say whether you will run into them next, but I must warn you, warlords are not mere compounds. They possess their own armed forces, heavy firepower, even tanks and armored vehicles." Wang Ming said nothing. "If you encounter something you cannot resolve, prioritize preserving yourself," Duan Songhai said, fixing him with a steady gaze. "Although I know you have many formidable brothers, I still urge you to be extremely cautious." Wang Ming looked up and met Duan Songhai's eyes. There was no excess emotion in Duan Songhai's eyes, only the earnest, unfeigned regard of an elder toward a junior. "Officer Duan, rest assured." Wang Ming stood and extended his hand. "If there is anything I cannot handle, I will inform you at once. Let the state take it from there." Duan Songhai clasped his hand and nodded. He said nothing further, led his officers out of the main room and into the police car. The engines started rumbling in the yard a few times before receding into the distance until they were gone. Wang Ming stood at the doorway and watched the 2 police cars disappear around the bend in the mountain road. He turned and sat on the steps, pulled out the unfinished cigarette from his pocket, and tucked it between his lips, unlit. Warlords, heavy firepower, tanks, armored vehicles. With the few men and weapons he currently commanded, attacking a compound had nearly gone wrong. Against warlords, it would not be a setback, it would be suicide. He needed more men, more equipment, more money. The system's next tier required 50 M to unlock the shop. He did not know what the shop offered, but he needed whatever was inside. He needed something far stronger than what he possessed now. He opened the system panel and glanced at the warehouse's total value. It was still far short. Winning round by round was too slow. Partnering with Duo C was the only way. Wang Ming removed the cigarette from his mouth and slipped it back into his pocket. He returned inside, closed his eyes, and entered the Dark Zone Breakout. Wang Ming stood in the warehouse, gazing at the fully modified gun on the weapon rack. This was the first good gun he had captured, stripped from that man in a 6-piece suit at the farm owner's guest room door. At that time, he was penniless, treating this gun like a treasure locked away in the innermost part of the warehouse. Later, as he acquired more equipment, this gun hung on the rack, seldom used. He reached out, took it down, weighed it in his hand, and pulled the trigger. He then donned the BT-101 and fastened the IND-50 to his head, stuffing 2 30-round magazines into his ammo pouch, along with 120 rounds of backup ammunition, all in 62. After all, he was going to negotiate cooperation with DOS, and if he looked too shabby, no one would even glance at him, let alone discuss cooperation. Wang Ming opened the map, selected the valley, and set the mission mode. When the mission introduction popped up, Wang Ming was momentarily stunned. Negotiate with Dose, the leader of the valley's forces, and accept his commission. The corners of his mouth twitched. This mission came just in time, saving him the trouble of finding a way. He then clicked on solo queue and confirmed. When the screen went black and then brightened again, he found his feet already on the wooden planks. The sea breeze rushed toward him, carrying a salty and fishy scent as the waves crashed against the rocky shore, making a rustling sound. In the distance, seagulls cried out, their voices sharp and prolonged. Wang Ming squinted and glanced around. He had been born in a port. The corners of his mouth lifted. The port was very close to Das Villa, and walking along the coastline he would arrive quickly, but there was no cover along the way. He held the gun in his hands, walking along the beach. The sand was soft, creating a pit with every step. Just as he passed a rock, several bullets suddenly shot over from the direction of the beachhead position. Wang Ming quickly dove to the side, hiding behind a rock, propping the gun against the stone, peering out cautiously. From the beachhead position, there were at least two people, one crouched behind a sandbag, the other squatting beside a wooden crate, both aiming their guns at him. They were not far away, but the angle was tricky. He couldn't hit them, and they couldn't hit him. It's a bit troublesome. Indeed, the operatives in this mission mode are all sharp-minded. They set me up right from the start. Both sides were at a standstill. Wang Ming glanced toward the villa. It wasn't far away, but this stretch of land was completely open with no cover. He fished a smoke grenade from his ammo pouch, pulled the pin, and threw it toward the beachhead position. The smoke grenade landed in front of the sandbags, and white smoke quickly spread, obscuring the vision of the two individuals. Wang Ming crouched behind the rock, remaining still. The people at the beachhead saw the smoke and quickly readied their guns, aiming at the sides of the smoke, waiting for him to rush out from the haze. Several seconds passed. The smoke began to thin. After a few more seconds, the smoke was almost dissipated, yet no one emerged from within. They hesitated for a moment, stepped forward a few paces, and glanced behind the rock. Empty. The person was gone. At this moment, Wang Ming had already swum to the edge of the villa, carrying the gun. The water was shallow, just above his thighs. He walked slowly but silently, holding the gun above his head with the muzzle pointing up, afraid of getting it wet. As he climbed out of the water, his combat gear was soaked, clinging to his body, and a cold breeze made him shiver. He paid no mind, entering the villa courtyard with the gun in hand. The courtyard was not large, with stone slabs on the ground and a fountain in the middle, dry and empty. At the entrance stood two wanderers holding AKs who froze for a moment upon seeing Wang Ming suddenly appear. Then they reacted. Enemy. Open fire freely. Quick, pull the lever. Wang Ming quickly placed the gun behind him, raised both hands above his head, and shouted, "Everyone focus your attention on me. Look at me. I have something to say." The two men pointed their guns at him, not firing, yet not lowering them either. Wang Ming took 2 steps forward, and they retreated 2 steps. "Don't rush to pull the lever. I have something to discuss with Anthony Dose. I am an old friend of his." The two exchanged puzzled glances. They had been guarding this place for so long, and had never seen an operative who came in without fighting first to talk. Those who came before either scaled the walls, charged in, or took a detour from the back mountain. They had never seen anyone emerge from the water with their hands raised. "What do you want with our boss?" A man in a White Wolf Brigade combat uniform stepped out from the courtyard, holding a gun and sizing up Wang Ming. "I want to discuss a business deal with your boss." Wang Ming smiled. "I'm an old friend of his. I even escorted him before." The man stared at Wang Ming for a few seconds, silent. He took a communicator from his waist, pressed a button, and murmured a few words. A voice came from the communicator, low and unclear, but after listening, the man hung it back on his waist and glanced at Wang Ming. "Wait." After a few minutes, Dose came down from the 2nd floor, descending the stairs slowly and unhurriedly. He wore a brown suit and sunglasses that reflected light, obscuring his eyes. Holding a scepter, he stood on the steps looking at Wang Ming and then at the wet footprints behind him. "Come up and talk." Wang Ming took the gun off his back and handed it to the man in the White Wolf Brigade combat uniform. The man took it, ran his fingers over the gun, glanced at the magazine, said nothing, and stepped aside. Wang Ming followed Dose upstairs. The staircase was carpeted, making no sound underfoot. The 2nd floor was a large living room with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses on the table. Dose sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, took a cigarette from the box on the table, lit it, and took a puff. The smoke spread between the two. "What's the matter, operative? Not here to make money, but to find me for what?" Doss' voice was slow and unhurried, as if chatting with someone he wasn't very familiar with, but didn't dislike. Wang Ming sat down on the opposite sofa, resting his hands on his knees. "Isn't this also about making money? I urgently need Cohen coins, and came to discuss cooperation with you." "To discuss cooperation with me? You operatives, apart from providing security, what else can you possibly collaborate?" Wang Ming straightened his posture. "It's precisely security." Dose took a puff of smoke, exhaling slowly. The smoke drifted above his head as he squinted at Wang Ming. "How much do you want as compensation?" 10 million. Dose choked, slightly coughed a couple of times, and adjusted his sunglasses, extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray. 10 million. Operative, are you crazy? Do you think the money from the Anthony family comes from the wind? Wang Ming did not respond, lowering his head and softening his attitude. I really urgently need this money. You can have me take out anyone you want. Dose removed his sunglasses, revealing his brown eyes staring at Wang Ming for several seconds. Wang Ming did not shy away, maintaining eye contact. Dose pushed his sunglasses back up, leaned back into the sofa, and suddenly laughed. Okay, just so happens I've encountered a bit of trouble recently. Help me solve it. Wang Ming nodded eagerly. You say it. A group of strangers has recently come to the valley. You take them out. For killing one, I'll give you $1 million. If you kill 4, I'll give you an extra $1 million. Dose twirled the cigarette box in his hand. Eliminate the whole group, and I'll give you $5 million. It's a good deal, isn't it? Wang Ming did not rush to agree. He leaned back on the sofa, watching Dose's mind racing. Something felt off. What kind of people could make Dose offer such a high price in the valley? Ordinary operatives coming to the valley for missions wouldn't even raise Dose's interest. Snipers. Though they were the most troublesome, Dose had so many subordinates that he shouldn't be bothered by them. Then who could it be? Wang Ming suddenly thought of a possibility. He looked up at Dose, who was holding a wine glass, wearing a slight, disdainful smile, waiting for his answer. You're not referring to a squad of T7, are you? Faced with Wang Ming's inquiry, Duos neither denied nor confirmed. He merely smiled, placed his wine glass on the table, and pulled out a stack of Cohen coins from under the table, tossing it in front of Wang Ming. The bills landed on the table with a dull thud, neatly stacked, 100,000 in total. 100,000 as a deposit. Duos raised his glass and took a sip. I hope you can complete the task. Good luck. Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback, quickly standing up with his mouth open, wanting to say something. Duos did not give him the chance, setting down the glass and waving his hand. Tom, see him out. Wang Ming ultimately chose not to speak. After all, Duos was the financier, and he couldn't afford to ruin the relationship. The White Wolf soldier, named Tom, handed over Wang Ming's sister complex. Wang Ming stuffed the stack of Cohen coins into his pouch and took the sister complex from Tom's hands. Tom said nothing, just gave him a glance with an indecipherable expression in his eyes. Wang Ming slung the gun over his back, exited the room, and left the villa. Inside the villa, Tom approached Duos, picked up a cigarette pack from the table, took one out, handed it over, and lit it. Duos took a puff, the smoke dispersing between the two. Sir, why engage in cooperation with a task force member? And to let him face the T7 team alone, isn't that sending him to his death? Tom's voice was not loud, but each word was laced with confusion. Duos inhaled, extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray, and smiled. People like task force members can do anything for money. Of course, they can also unleash astonishing power. I once heard a task force member disguised as a wanderer took out a whole squad of T7 on a farm. Tom was taken aback, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. Then, sir, do you think he? Duos waved his hand, interrupting him. I've only heard about it, not believing. If he can take out a squad of T7, that's his capability. 5 million for a squad of T7, I won't be at a loss. If he dies, that's also his capability. What can I lose? 100,000 Cohen coins. Tom nodded, saying no more. Meanwhile, Wang Ming crouched in a small room. The room was small, an abandoned fisher's shack by the sea, with large patches of peeling paint, and the floor cluttered with broken fishing nets and rotten wooden boxes. He glanced outside through the window's gap. There was no one on the beach, only seagulls calling. He leaned against the wall and sighed. Duos said nothing, but it can be confirmed that that squad is indeed the T7 team. As for the location, it must be somewhere in this valley. Wherever there are gunshots, go there, and I should be able to encounter them. But facing a squad of T7, to be honest, if it were in a game there would be difficulty, but it would still be possible to take them out. But this is the mission mode, the real mode, where the task force members are genuine mercenaries who lick blood off the blade. Those people wear thermal imaging, wield fully modified guns, their reflexes are absurdly quick, and they coordinate like a machine. Although I often fought T in the past, it was only in the game and the opponents were just players, but this is not the case now. He irritably raked his hair and cursed softly. Summon. With Wang Ming's whispered words, 3 people appeared out of thin air in the room. Rolf leaned against the doorframe, his gaze languid. Bernard squatted in the corner, pushing his glasses up and scanning the surroundings. Ewan stood by the window, FL strapped to his back, his blue eyes peering out through the gap. What's up, kid? Did you call us out from Camona? Bernard spoke, somewhat curious. Normally, if Wang Ming mentioned entering Camona, he would most likely not summon them, but this time, he chose to summon them, indicating that something must have gone wrong. Wang Ming nodded, crouching down to briefly explain the situation. The T7 team, 4 people in the valley, not sure of the exact location, but definitely here. Duos is offering 5 million, and I can barely manage it alone, so I called you guys over. Rolf glanced at Bernard, and Bernard looked back at Rolf. The two shrugged simultaneously. There hasn't been much to do these days, my hands have gotten stiff. It's rare to have a challenging team show up. Rolf smiled in satisfaction. No problem. Bernard also chimed in. Ewan did not respond, his gaze was still outside, and it took him a few seconds to turn back. He looked at Wang Ming, a hint of caution in his blue eyes. I've seen T7 at Beishan. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Wang Ming nodded, not denying it. He opened the system panel and flipped to the warehouse. He took out 4 T7 thermal imagers one by one and placed them on the ground. He also took out 2 fully modified AX-50s from the warehouse, handing one to Bernard and the other to Yuan. You can never be too frugal with bullets and equipment. We are brothers, and I can't let you fall behind in gear. You two are responsible for sniping the enemy. Find a high point and pin them down. I and the master will attract fire, engaging the enemy at close range. Bernard accepted the AX-50, pulling the bolt back with a crisp sound. Yuan also took his, weighing it in his hands and nodding. Wang Ming took out 4 sets of 6 suits from the warehouse, donned one himself, while Rolf put one on too, and Bernard and Yuan also suited up. This opponent is extraordinary. We must be extremely cautious. Wang Ming took out a fully modified H4, handing it to Rolf, the magazine fully loaded with 995. Rolf took it, checked the magazine, and slung the gun across his chest. Wang Ming changed the magazine of his sister complex to M61, slapped the magazine into the chamber, and pulled the bolt. The 4 of them stood in that dilapidated fisher's shack fully armed, and no one spoke. The sea breeze blew in through the window's gap, causing the torn fishing net on the wall to sway. Wang Ming peered out through the window's gap. He turned around, gazing at the 3 people in front of him, his lips slowly curling up, revealing an evil smile. Wang Ming stood in the warehouse, gazing at the... Wang Ming opened the map, zoomed in, and displayed it in front of the 3. He then pointed to several locations on it. Our route: the broadcasting station, Crash Valley, the farm, the courtyard, the factory, the camp, the port. He traced a line on the map, emphasizing the locations he pointed out. These are places where battles frequent. That T7 team is still in the valley, but we don't know when they will withdraw. He raised his head and glanced at... When we follow this route, if we hear gunfire, we will immediately change our course and head towards the gunfire. I and my master will lead, while Bo Gu and Yuan will follow behind, not too far and not too close. Wang Ming pointed to several high points on the map. Your mission is crucial. Ensure our safety while taking out any enemy that shows themselves. He paused for a moment, the corner of his mouth twitching. But this kind of task should be quite easy for you. Bernard adjusted his glasses and said nothing. Yuan nodded, his blue eyes revealing no emotion, but he tightened the strap of his AX-50 rifle on his shoulder. Time is tight, and the mission is heavy. Wang Ming folded the map and said, let's go. The 4 of them exited the fishing hut and split into 2 groups. Wang Ming and Rolf walked ahead about 20 steps apart. Bernard and Yuan followed behind, also about 20 steps apart. The 4 formed a line on the beach, moving along the coastline towards the broadcasting station. Wang Ming put on the T7 thermal imaging device. In the grayish-white display, the coastline rocks and shrubs appeared as patches of varying shades. He scanned the area every few seconds, not overlooking any suspicious heat sources. They reached the broadcasting station, a small grayish-white building with large areas of its exterior peeling off and 2 windows shattered. Wang Ming squatted in a corner of the wall, scanning inside and outside the building with the thermal imaging device, finding no heat sources. He gestured to Rolf, and the 2 entered, finding no one inside. Bernard and Yuan stood guard outside, guns pointed outward, crouched behind the bushes. Wang Ming rested for a moment inside the broadcasting station, took a sip of red sun, and casually discarded the bottle. He glanced outside the window. The sky was gray, clouds hanging low, and the wind blew in from the sea, carrying a salty tang. Let's go. Wang Ming climbed out of the window, and the 4 continued towards Crash Valley. The route from the broadcasting station to Crash Valley was rough, littered with gravel and dry shrubs, making a rustling sound underfoot. Wang Ming walked slowly, keeping the thermal imaging device on the grayish-white display flickering before him. Rolf walked beside him, holding the H4 with the barrel pointed forward, taking longer strides, but matching Wang Ming's pace. Bernard and Yuan followed behind, about 30 meters apart. The 4 walked intermittently, and after a short while they reached Crash Valley. Crash Valley consisted of several rolling mountains with the wreckage of a transport plane scattered among them. The fuselage had rusted to a deep brown, the door crooked, and the seats inside were in disarray. As Wang Ming reached the foot of the mountain, a gunshot suddenly rang in his ears. It was not an ordinary gunshot. It was a sister-control gun, the sound heavy and characteristic of a large-caliber rifle. The only one capable of using a sister control in the valley was likely T7. Wang Ming crouched down and gestured to Rolf. Rolf heard it too, and the 2 quickened their pace, edging along the mountain path. Bernard and Yuan heard the gunfire and immediately turned to climb up the side of the slope. The slope wasn't steep, but it was strewn with loose stones, making each step slippery. Once they reached the top, they crouched down and set up the AX-50, aiming towards Crash Valley. Wang Ming and Rolf crept closer. About 100 meters away from the valley, Wang Ming heard a series of puffing sounds, followed by a hissing smoke sound. Then a wave of white smoke rose from the direction of Crash Valley, enveloping the wreckage of the plane. Wang Ming felt more certain now it was definitely T7. Someone had brought thermal imaging and thrown smoke grenades. A standard task force wouldn't operate like this. Wang Ming gestured to Rolf, and then gestured towards Bernard and Yuan on the slope. He traced a line across his chest with his finger and pointed to the valley preparing to attack. Rolf rested the butt of the H4 on his shoulder and disengaged the safety. Bernard and Yuan lay on the slope looking through the scope of the AX-50. The white smoke in the valley almost merged with the grayish-white display, but the outlines of the four figures were clearly visible, and likewise the enemy could see the four of them clearly. Wang Ming took a deep breath, raised the sister control, and got into combat mode. He glanced at Rolf, who nodded. The two moved forward, one on the left and one on the right along the sides of the valley. The smoke was still dissipating, but it was lighter than before. Wang Ming saw a human silhouette behind the smoke in the thermal imaging. A person was crouching behind the cabin. They spotted each other simultaneously and raised their guns to fire. Wang Ming felt a tremendous impact that nearly knocked him over, but the person on the opposite side fell to the ground, unmoving. Wang Ming quickly ducked behind cover. Half of his level 6 armor had already been shredded. He felt a rush of relief in his heart, unsure of the enemy's caliber, but at least his armor held up, unlike the opponent's luck. The powerful penetration of the 61 bullet had penetrated the enemy directly. Wang Ming hid behind cover, applying medicine to himself, while Rolf peeked out beside him, but was immediately forced back by the incoming fire. At that moment, Wang Ming heard faint footsteps behind him, causing him to panic. He frantically wondered whether it was another team or a comrade of T7. But surely T7 wouldn't sneak up on him like this, right? At this moment, Wang Ming was still applying medicine. He instinctively put down the medicine and raised the sister control, but he was surprised to see a figure appear beside him. That figure seemed just as surprised to find Wang Ming there. They froze for a moment. Wang Ming quickly raised his gun, but the figure seized Wang Ming's sister control, pulling out a knife to stab him. Rolf was pinned down by the enemy's fire and couldn't stick his head out. He was also unclear about the situation on Wang Ming's side. Wang Ming desperately resisted the approaching knife, but the opponent's strength overwhelmed him, causing the knife to edge closer to Wang Ming's chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, the person pressing against Wang Ming fell to the ground, blood oozing from their head. Wang Ming let out a sigh of relief, looking towards the distant slope and wearily gesturing. Wang Ming felt a twinge of fear. If this were a game, the person sneaking up would only shoot him with a gun. But in this reality-like battlefield at that distance, drawing a knife was much faster than raising a gun. This is the terror of real mercenaries. They can instantly discern the most advantageous combat method and choose the quickest way to eliminate the opponent. Wang Ming took a breath, seemingly not expecting to take down two T7 members so easily. Only two were left, and it seemed the battle would soon be over. Rolf, feeling a bit frustrated from being suppressed, donned a gas mask and threw 2 gas grenades in the direction of the flames. Then he jumped to another cover, raising the H4 and charging forward. Wang Ming was about to speak, but Rolf was already halfway through. Reluctantly, Wang Ming raised his sister control and followed. He also informed Bernard and Yuan through the communicator. "Bo Gu Yuan, cover us and take out any enemies that pop up." 2 affirmations came from the communicator. Wang Ming felt something was off, but were the opponents too weak? Or was it for another reason? Wang Ming couldn't pinpoint it, but the task at hand was to eliminate the T7 team in front of him. Wang Ming watched as Rolf charged forward, then gritted his teeth and followed close behind. The smoke had nearly dissipated, leaving only faint wisps curling upward from the cracks between the rocks. The 2 men crouched behind the boulders were reloading, one kneeling, the other standing. Empty magazines clattering from their rifle chambers, the metallic echoes unnervingly sharp in the narrow canyon. Rolf surged in from their flank and rear, strides long and pace blistering. They had no time to react. The standing man had barely drawn a fresh magazine when his peripheral vision caught a dark blur. His hand jerked and the magazine clattered onto the ground. He scrambled to draw his sidearm, but Rolf was already upon him, driving his shoulder hard into the man's chest. The impact hurled him backward. His spine slammed against the rock with a muffled thud. The kneeling man reacted faster, snatching out his pistol, but before he could raise it, Rolf's axe cleaved downward. Blood erupted across the stone, and the man collapsed without a sound. The man who'd been thrown staggered upright, clutching a dagger, and lunged at Rolf. Wang Ming had already closed the distance. His M82 roared once, and the man dropped instantly, the blade slipping from his grasp to embed itself in the sandy soil. Wang Ming lowered his rifle, drew 2 steadying breaths, and swept his gaze across the canyon. Silence reigned. He knelt, plucked the dagger from the fallen man's hand, inspected it briefly, nothing exceptional, and tossed it aside. Bernard and Yuan sprinted over from afar, each shouldering an AX-50. Their pace quickened as they approached, then slowed deliberately near the scenes, sweeping their barrels in wide arcs to confirm safety before finally lowering their weapons. Bernard glanced at the corpses, then at Wang Ming, frowning. "What's wrong? You look pale." Wang Ming said nothing. Instead, he dragged the 4 bodies together and laid them out in a straight line. Kneeling, he examined each one. The first wore level 6 armor and carried a T7, a man he'd shot in the smoke. The second wore level 5 armor, no T7. The third wore level 4, the fourth level 3, neither carried a T7. Wang Ming removed the T7 helmet from the first corpse, weighed it thoughtfully in his palm, then stowed it in his pack. The rest were mere battlefield improvisations, 2 semi-upgraded EUGs, 1 fully upgraded RPK, and the sole hide-ear weapon among them, the fully upgraded AK, held by the T7 operator chambered with armor-piercing rounds. Fortunately, they were only grade 5 AP rounds, otherwise Wang Ming would now be lying dead on the ground. Wang Ming rose, brushed dust from his knees, and sighed. It wasn't them. Bernard looked again at the bodies, and remained silent. Yoan knelt to inspect the rifles, checked their magazines, then set them down. Rolf leaned against the boulder, wiping blood from his axe onto a corpse's uniform before sheathing it at his waist. Only one wore a T7. Wang Ming pointed to the first body. The other 3 were mismatched in gear, and coordination was non-existent. After the first fell, the remaining 3 fought chaotically, each acting alone, utterly uncoordinated. He paused, shaking his head. We misjudged. Hearing the M82, we assumed T7s and rushed in, without proper reconnaissance. No one replied. Wang Ming bent down, stripped usable magazines from the rifles, stuffed them into his pack, and discarded the rest. He searched the corpses for medical kits and grenades, collected what he could, then stood. Glancing at his map, he tapped the location marked orchard. Let's go to the next site. The 4 resumed their formation. Wang Ming and Rolf led, a Bernard and Yoan brought up the rear, moving steadily along the mountain path toward the orchard. Wang Ming read on the T7 helmet. Through its ashen gray thermal feed ridges, shrubs and scattered stones appeared crisp and ordinary. Rolf walked beside him, his H4 rifle held steady, muzzle forward, stride measured and unhurried. Bernard and Yoan followed 30 meters back, shouldering their AX-50s, silent and unwavering. Their silhouettes vanished around a bend in the trail, footsteps fading into the distance. The canyon settled into stillness. Only the wind threading through the wreckage of the crashed aircraft, rattling sheets of torn metal with hollow metallic clangs. Minutes passed. Then from the far end of the canyon, footsteps echoed anew. A figure emerged from behind the brush, clad in dark green camouflage, gripping a fully upgraded M82, wearing a T7 thermal imager, face smeared with tactical paint, features obscured. He knelt beside the 4 corpses, rifled through them, then rose and shook his head at the figures waiting behind him. Brother, they finished. Must be another T7 squad. A man stepped from the shadows, short but powerfully built, dressed in dark combat gear, his T7 helmet flipped up to reveal a sharply defined jawline. He approached the bodies, studied the bloodstains on the ground, then gazed toward the distant direction where Wang Ming's team had departed. How many? Footprints indicate 4. The elder man said nothing. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and inhaled deeply, the smoke scattering swiftly in the wind. 2 more figures emerged behind him. One wore a crimson beanie and a garish floral shirt, cursing shrilly, "You lack capability. A T7 squad means serious credits." His voice, thin and piercing, reverberated off the canyon walls. The other was a woman, expressionless, cold-eyed, also wearing a T7 thermal imager. She stood guard beside the beanie wearer. The elder man regarded the young man, then murmured something to the camouflaged soldier. The camouflaged man's expression tightened. He stepped before the beanie wearer. "Brother says we'll extract you first. This T7 squad is likely formidable. Safety comes first. We'll reschedule your runs after withdrawal." The beanie wearer hurled his cap to the ground with a sharp crack. Reschedule, always the same. I don't care. I'm taking this contract." He planted his hands on his hips, eyes bulging, face flushed crimson. The camouflaged man glanced helplessly at the elder man. The elder man held his gaze, silent for several seconds, then exhaled, lowered his T7 helmet, raised his M82, and racked the bolt. "Let's go. Meet that T7 squad." Wang Ming squatted behind the wall of the farm, scanning the area with the T7 thermal imager. The wide view revealed the shrubs, gravel, and wild grass on the surrounding hills in clear shades of gray and white. There were no heat sources, no people. Yet he did not let his guard down. The openness of the farm was both a blessing and a curse. While it allowed you to see others, it also meant others could see you. Moreover, the farm was situated in a valley with steep hills all around. If someone was positioned above, those below would be like fish in a barrel. Wang Ming stood up, brushed the dirt off his knees, and glanced at the map. "Let's change it up. Brother Bo Yoan, you two take the edge of the map and circle around the northern slope." He pointed to a gray dashed line on the map. "Master and I will take the road next to the farm and head straight to the courtyard." Bernard glanced at him without asking why and nodded. Ewan adjusted the strap of the EX-50 on his shoulder and followed Bernard northward. The two moved steadily, not quickly, and soon disappeared behind the bushes. Wang Ming and Rolf climbed out from the other side of the farm, stepping onto the gravel road towards the courtyard. Wang Ming walked in front, holding the Mekong with the T7 pulled down. In the gray and white view, the slopes on both sides, the treetops in the distance, and the gravel underfoot all appeared normal. Rolf followed behind him, the stock of the H4 resting on his shoulder, the muzzle facing outward. The two exchanged little conversation, but moved in sync. Unknown to Wang Ming, 4 pairs of eyes were watching them from the hills behind. A man in dark green camouflage crouched behind a bush wearing a T7 thermal imager. He observed for a moment before turning to his older brother, speaking in a lowered voice. "Big brother, that group has left the farm. Judging by their direction, they should be heading to the courtyard or the factory." The older brother leaned against a rock, a lit cigarette dangling from his mouth. After listening, he took the cigarette down and extinguished it on the ground. "Keep following them. Look for a chance to take out 1 or 2. That way we stand a better chance." He paused, glancing at the 2 little red hats and the woman behind him. "The other side has 4 T7s, while we only have 3 and need to protect a boss. Going head-to-head would be too risky." The camouflaged man nodded and turned to the little red hat, whispering a few words. Upon hearing this, the little red hat exploded, hands on her hips, her voice loud like a trumpet. "Aren't you the toughest enforcers in the club? Why are you scared when you see 4 T7s? The camouflaged man was taken aback and did not respond, his expression somewhat awkward. He turned to look at the older brother, who ignored him. The female bodyguard beside the little red hat shot a cold glance at the camouflaged man, saying nothing, her hand resting on the grip of her gun. The camouflaged man returned to the older brother's side, crouching down with a puzzled expression. "Big brother, usually when we encounter T7s, you are always the first to charge and fighting more fiercely than anyone else. Why are you being so cautious this time?" The older brother peeked over the rock, watching Wang Ming and Rolf disappear into the distance. He remained silent for a few seconds before flipping the T7 up. "Did you not notice something odd about one of those?" The camouflaged man was taken aback, failing to grasp it. The older brother sighed, pulled out an SJ-16 from behind, wiped the 8x scope lens, and handed it over. "Take off the T7 and use this to look. Look closely at the bald man walking in front. His build is like a bear. Don't you think he looks familiar?" The camouflaged man took the SJ-16 and aimed at the distance. Wang Ming and Rolf were walking along the road, moving at a steady pace. The camouflaged man stared at Rolf for several seconds, his expression gradually changing. "That build." He lowered the binoculars and turned to the older brother. "Isn't it like Rolf?" The older brother did not nod or shake his head. He pulled out another cigarette from his pocket and slowly lit it for himself. Among the 4 corpses at the crash site, 1 was cleaved in half. The older brother's voice was low. "In kimono, aside from Rolf, I can't think of anyone else who could do such a thing. As for the rumor of his death at the television station, you know that rumors aren't always true." The camouflaged man opened his mouth, but said nothing. The older brother stuffed the cigarette back into his pocket, stood up, stretched his neck, and cracked his joints. "So I'm quite worried right now. And you know I'm different from those brainless special forces. I always prioritize life." The camouflaged man nodded. "So it makes sense that we are being so cautious now." The older brother did not respond, pulling down the T7 and shouldering the Mekong, racking the bolt. "Let's go follow them. No matter who he is, find the opportunity to take one of them out. That will tip the scale of victory in our favor." The 4 gathered their gear and stealthily moved along the edge of the slope. The camouflaged man led the way, followed by the older brother, while the female bodyguard protected the little red hat at the back. The 4 moved slowly, but each step was light, almost soundless. Wang Ming and Rolf reached the housing area below the courtyard. The housing area was small, with a few low buildings crammed together. The outer walls were painted white, but had become so dirty that their original color was unrecognizable. Wang Ming pushed open a door, revealing a modest room cluttered with junk and a few broken chairs in the corner. "Master, let's take a moment to rest here before heading to the courtyard." Wang Ming placed the Mekong on the table. Rolf nodded and casually found a spot to rest. On the slope, the older brother's lips curled up. "The opportunity has come." He waved at the female bodyguard, who silently crawled over and crouched beside him. She took the AR-30 from her back, resting it on the rock, aiming at the window of the low building below. The older brother also crouched down, positioning the SJ-16, aligning the crosshairs with another window. The two adjusted their breathing, fingers resting on the triggers. In the thermal image, there were 2 white human shapes inside the low building, one sitting and one standing. The sitting one remained still, while the standing one also did not move. "They'll take the left, you take the right," the older brother whispered. The woman nodded. They both pulled the triggers simultaneously. The gunfire from the SJ-16 and AR-30 almost overlapped, producing a muffled sound that echoed back and forth in the valley twice before fading away. The bullets passed through the window, through the air, and accurately pierced the heads of the 2 white figures. Blood splattered across the wall, creating a large spray. The sitting figure toppled from the chair and lay still on the ground. The standing figure swayed slightly, slowly sliding down against the wall, leaving a dark red streak. The older brother watched the two white heat sources fade in the scope, a grin spreading across his face. Got it. We took out both of them in one shot. He stood up, brushed off the dust from his knees, and shouted to the little red hat. Boss, you stay hidden here, or we're going in. He shouldered the Mekong and dashed down the slope. The camouflaged man followed closely behind, while the female bodyguard provided cover for the little red hat as she set up her weapon on the slope. The older brother and the camouflaged man raced down the slope, the gravel crunching beneath their feet, moving like two shadows. The older brother led the charge, calculating in his mind. There were still two people left on the other side, likely not far away, who, judging by their gear, they should have two snipers. Theoretically, these two should also be in the housing area. Even if they weren't occupying the housing area first would give them a chance to react, taking one out of the remaining two would suffice. He climbed over the final low wall and jumped into the courtyard of the housing area, raising the Mekong, aiming at the door. The door was closed, and there was no sound. The older brother took 2 steps forward and kicked the door open. The muzzle of the Mekong swept across the room. On the floor lay 2 corpses, quietly still. Just now, while Wang Ming and Rolf were walking on the road, Rolf suddenly approached Wang Ming and lowered his voice. Kid, do you feel something is off? Wang Ming was taken aback and looked around. Too quiet. Rolf said nothing but sternly patted Wang Ming's shoulder, exerting enough force to make Wang Ming sink, slightly causing his shoulder to ache. You should take some time to hone your reconnaissance skills in Beishan. You didn't even notice you were being followed the whole time. Wang Ming's expression froze. He turned to look at Rolf, his brows knitted together. Followed. Someone's tracking us. Rolf nodded slightly, his eyes not on Wang Ming, but scanning the distant hillside. I sensed it back at the crash site. It should be a full team tailing us the entire way. As for why they haven't opened fire, perhaps their leader is too cautious, waiting for a suitable opportunity to eliminate 1 or 2 of us. They are likely waiting for a strike. After all, being cautious in this place is always wise. Wang Ming felt a chill run down his back. He had completely failed to notice that someone had been trailing them since the crash site. He thought he was wearing the T7, moving carefully and observing closely, yet he had been followed the whole way without catching a glimpse of a shadow. What should we do? Should we let brother and Yuan counterattack? Wang Ming's voice was lowered significantly. Rolf's lips twitched slightly. A counterattack seems unrealistic. Right now we are the ones being watched. If a firefight breaks out, we might not come out on top. In fact, I suspect they might have someone injured or their equipment is somewhat faulty. What do you mean? Wang Ming didn't quite grasp Rolf's intention. Rolf pondered for a moment. I feel that although they are a full team, only 2 or 3 of them can actually fight. They can't be at full strength. Wang Ming paused, suddenly recalling an organization from a previous game, Escort. Such individuals typically possess formidable strength, especially now in the real Camona. So what should we do? Wang Ming looked at Rolf. Rolf smiled slightly. Since they are seeking an opportunity, we shall simply present them with one. The two arrived at a housing area beneath the courtyard. The area was small, with several low buildings crowded together, their outer walls too dirty to reveal their original colors. Wang Ming pushed open a door, revealing a small room with clutter on the floor and a few broken chairs in the corner. Inside the room were 2 drifters, one sitting and one standing, engaged in conversation. Although their words were unclear, the tone was rather relaxed. Wang Ming and Rolf exchanged glances. The two moved simultaneously, fast as shadows. Rolf swiftly covered the mouth of the seated individual, while his other hand clamped around their neck, yanking them off the chair. Wang Ming wrapped his arm around the throat of the standing individual from behind, his knee pressing against their waist. The two struggled for a moment, but Rolf's grip was like a vice, and Wang Ming's arm tightened decisively, rendering them motionless in no time. They searched the room for rope to bind the hands and feet of the 2 individuals, using cloth strips to gag them, and dragged them to the window, one placed on a chair and the other leaning against the wall. From the outside it appeared as though there were 2 figures, one sitting and one standing. Wang Ming stepped back a couple of paces, glancing at the 2 bound drifters before checking the position of the window. He took a gamble. He bet that the other party was equipped with T7 and had been wearing it throughout. In the gray-white display of the T7, the figure by the window appeared as a white silhouette. Without close observation, one could hardly discern who was who. This was a prime opportunity. That team surely wouldn't let it slip. Wang Ming then instructed Bernard and Yuan to keep a close watch on the hillside, advising that if someone charged in, they need not worry, as he and Rolf would handle it. Let's go, Wang Ming whispered, and he and Rolf slipped out through the back window, crouching beneath a low wall at the back of the house. They waited for less than 2 minutes before gunfire erupted. 2 shots nearly overlapped, muffled thuds echoing back and forth in the valley. Wang Ming caught sight of the 2 white figures collapsing from beside the window, blood splattering against the wall, dark red and not very visible in the gray-white display. Immediately after, footsteps could be heard from the hillside as 2 figures rushed down, moving as swiftly as shadows. Wang Ming pulled out 2 offensive grenades from the warehouse, removed the safety pins, counted silently to 3 in his mind, and tossed them through the window, just as the 2 charged into the room. Boom, boom. The 2 explosions nearly merged, blasting apart the walls of the room. Debris and dust erupted from the windows and doors as half the roof collapsed, tiles crashing down. Wang Ming and Rolf burst out from behind the house, their guns aimed at the now deformed door. 2 bodies lay. The camouflaged man's body was pinned beneath the rubble, his head tilted to one side, blood oozing from his ears, and he was already motionless. The big brother lay in the debris, half of his body covered in dust, his combat suit torn in several places, blood flowing down from his chest and arms. His eyes were half open, mouth moving as he gasped for breath. Wang Ming, holding his gun, scanned the ruins, but only saw 2 individuals. No, wait. Where are the remaining 2? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sharp gust of wind suddenly struck. Wang Ming felt as though he had been hit by something, and he flew backward, crashing hard onto the ground, sliding several meters. Then came a searing pain that shot through his entire body. He looked down at his abdomen where the 6th armor had been shattered, his combat suit torn with a large hole, blood gushing out uncontrollably. The bullet had penetrated the 6th armor, brutally piercing through Wang Ming's body. Wang Ming's vision began to fade to gray, his vitality rapidly draining away. Rolf froze for a moment, his eyes fixed intently on the direction of the hillside. He then retrieved a smoke grenade from his pouch, pulled the pin, and threw it beside Wang Ming. The white smoke quickly spread, enveloping Wang Ming entirely. He dashed to Wang Ming's side, scooped him up, and hurried into a room. On the hillside, the female guard crouched behind a rock, the barrel of her AR-30 still smoking. Her face was expressionless, her finger resting on the trigger, aiming in the direction of the smoke. The Little Red Riding Hood beside her curled up, hugging her head, trembling. Just as the female guard was about to rise, she suddenly felt a tightness in her head and quickly turned to dodge, but her calf was instantly blown apart. The female guard let out a low, anguished cry and rolled into the nearby grass. Little Red Riding Hood was still covering her head when the female guard, enduring the pain, grabbed the hem of Little Red Riding Hood's clothing, attempting to pull her back down the hillside. However, just as she caught the fabric, a low, muffled sound rang out again, and the female guard's arm was also pierced. Fortunately, Little Red Riding Hood was thrown off balance and rolled down the hillside. Hiding on another hillside, Bernard and Ewan spoke in low voices. Hit the 3rd person, the 4th has taken cover down the hillside. What about Wang Ming? Rolf's face was grim. The situation is not good. Bernard and Ewan's 2 large sniper rifles intimidated the female guard, making her hesitant to show. Rolf took the opportunity to crouch beside Wang Ming, looking down at the wound on his abdomen. His combat uniform had a hole burned through it with charred edges, and the exposed flesh was grayish-white mixed with dark red blood. Bone was protruding from the wound, stark white. Wang Ming's breathing was intermittent, like a broken bellows being pulled repeatedly, each breath accompanied by a hissing noise. His lips were purple, his face as pale as paper, and his eyes were beginning to lose focus. Use the needle. The green needle. Wang Ming's voice was shaky, his lips trembling, his finger lifted slightly before drooping back down. Rolf retrieved a white rod green needle from his gear, removed the protective cap, and injected it into Wang Ming's shoulder, pushing the plunger until the entire dose was administered. He then dug out a roll of bandages and a bottle of painkillers from the medical kit, poured 2 pills into Wang Ming's mouth, urging him to swallow them dry. After that, he unwrapped the bandage and wrapped it around Wang Ming's abdominal wound. As the bandage tightened, Wang Ming's body jerked, suddenly nearly losing consciousness from the pain, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Rolf packed the gauze tightly and wrapped it a few more times before tying it off. Wang Ming lay on the ground, his breathing gradually becoming rhythmic. The recovery needle was taking effect. Rolf's face was grim, his expression tinged with anger. He pressed down on the communicator and spoke softly. Yoan, come over and watch Wang Ming. He'll go up the hill and take care of the remaining 2. He paused. Bernard, cover me. Ewan dashed down the slope and turned into the house. He glanced at Wang Ming's abdominal wound, froze for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. He crouched down, removed the T7 from Wang Ming's head, and loosened the straps of his armor to allow him to breathe more easily. Wang Ming waved his hand. It's fine. The recovery needle is working. It'll be okay after a while. Just deal with the enemies first. Ewan supported Wang Ming against the wall, saying, no problem, Rolf and Bernard have already gone to handle the remaining 2. We just need to wait for their news. Wang Ming nodded and opened his mouth. Don't just stand around. There are plenty of snipers and mice in this valley. Stay alert. Ewan nodded. Just as he was about to rise, Wang Ming suddenly called out to him. Wait a moment, help me see that person who was blown apart. Ewan nodded and helped Wang Ming stand up, the intense pain causing him to tremble. This wasn't a game where taking a shot and using a potion would suffice. This was real, and he had taken a hit from a sniper. If it weren't for the composite armor from the Dark Zone absorbing some of the damage, he would have already lost his life. Wang Ming felt a sense of awe. Indeed, it was the revival armor. Yuan helped Wang Ming into the room that had been bombed and collapsed. The elder brother's presence was faint, barely detectable, with only a trace of weak energy slowly emanating. Wang Ming instructed Yuan to help him clear the rubble, revealing his brother whose body was half destroyed, trembling as he looked up at Wang Ming. I didn't expect this. The elder brother stammered. Who are you? What mission are you? Wang Ming asked, but the person in front of him only gave a self-deprecating chuckle before breathing his last. Wang Ming pulled a badge from around his neck, clearly engraved with XX Club Lu Yan. XX Club. I didn't expect there to be escorts in real Camona. Wang Ming muttered, leaning against the wall as he awaited Rolf and Bernard's arrival. Meanwhile, Rolf circled up the hillside from the side of the house, holding an H4. The T7's display showed no heat sources in the pile of rubble and bushes down the slope. He scanned the area again, finding nothing. It was impossible for them to run away so quickly. They must be hiding. He slowed his pace, aiming the gun at every possible hiding spot. Suddenly, a figure burst out from the nearby rubble. A flash of silver crossed, and Rolf felt a cut appear on his arm, blood seeping from the wound. It was the female guard. Her right arm was missing from the elbow down, with a makeshift tourniquet wrapped around the stump soaked in blood. Her left calf was also gone, causing her to limp as her entire weight was supported by one leg. With her right hand missing, she clutched a dagger in her left hand, the blade still dripping with blood. The cut on Rolf's arm was from that dagger. She stood there swaying unsteadily like a tree bent by the wind. The earlier ambush had exhausted her last bit of strength. Rolf glanced at her without speaking. He took a step forward, delivering a powerful uppercut to the female guard's abdomen. Her body bent down, abruptly curling up on the ground, the dagger slipping from her hand and bouncing onto the rubble. Rolf retracted his fist, raised the H4, and aimed at her head. Just then a figure suddenly appeared beside him. A figure wearing a red hat peeked out from behind a rock, taking advantage of Rolf's distraction with the female guard. He immediately raised an MP5, aiming it at Rolf. His face turned beet red as his finger rested on the trigger. Bang! A gunshot echoed from afar. A spray of blood erupted from the little red hat's head, the body leaning back before collapsing to the ground, the MP5 falling into the crevice of the rocks, its stock hitting against the stones without firing. The female guard lifted her head, her face filled with disbelief. She looked in the direction of the gunfire, where a man wearing a duckbill hat was raising his head from behind the scope of an AX-50, pushing up his glasses. Brute, be careful. When the two of them returned to the house, Wang Ming was already able to sit up. His complexion was still poor, and his lips were stained with blood. The wound on his abdomen was still oozing blood, a dark red stain seeping through the bandages, but it had stopped. Rolf threw a large backpack in front of Wang Ming and placed a T7 thermal imager and an AR. The backpack belonged to the little red hat and was stuffed full of modified guns and some valuable small golden accessories. Wang Ming glanced at the equipment in the backpack, estimating that this team must have taken out at least 2 squads. At that moment, Yuan entered from outside, holding 2 T7 thermal imagers which he had taken from the heads of the 2 who had been blown apart. He placed the items in front of Wang Ming without saying a word. Wang Ming looked at the pile of things on the ground, his expression improving considerably. Just as he was about to smile, the pain in his abdomen caused him to retract his smile. That was close, but thankfully the outcome is good. Then Wang Ming slowly got up. Let's go find doors to collect our payment. After resting for a moment, Wang Ming and his 3 companions began to head towards the villa. They encountered no other special forces along the way. The valley was eerily quiet. However, it was understandable, as that escort team had eliminated 2 squads, and they had dispatched another 2, making a total of 5 teams. Even if there were still special forces remaining, there should only be 1 left, and it was unlikely they would run into them. Wang Ming felt a bit weak in the legs. Although the wound on his abdomen had healed, the lingering sense of exhaustion from blood loss remained, causing him to gasp for breath if he walked too fast. Rolf followed closely behind him, while Bernard and Yuan walked on either side. The 4 of them made their way back along the mountain path in silence. Upon reaching the outskirts of the villa, Wang Ming stopped and turned around. Master, you all wait for me outside. I'll go in alone. Rolf glanced at him, but did not question why. He merely nodded. Wang Ming handed the girl and the backpack to Rolf, carrying only the bag containing 4 T7s as he approached the main entrance of the villa. Rolf and the others retreated behind the bushes by the roadside, crouching down with their guns aimed outward, watching the direction of the villa. Wang Ming pushed open the iron gate of the villa, walking slowly and leaning against the wall as he entered. Several wanderers stood in the courtyard. Upon seeing someone swaggering in through the front door, they immediately raised their guns, pointing them at Wang Ming. Who goes there? Wang Ming did not stop. As he walked, he shouted, Duo C, are you home? After a moment, the window on the 2nd floor opened and Duo C's voice floated down slowly. Let him come up. Hearing Duo C's voice, the wanderers lowered their guns and cleared a path. Wang Ming leaned against the wall slowly ascending the stairs. With each step the wound on his abdomen tugged, painfully causing him to gasp in discomfort. When he reached the living room on the second floor, Duo C was sitting on the sofa, legs crossed with a cigarette still unextinguished in his hand. Upon seeing Wang Ming covered in injuries with his combat suit torn and bandages protruding from beneath his clothes and dried blood crusted on his face, Duo C frowned slightly. Did you fail, eh? It's alright, just coming back alive is already quite. Before Duo C could finish, Wang Ming placed the bag on the table, and 4 T7 thermal imagers rolled out, sliding across the glass surface before coming to a stop. Duo C's words caught in his throat. He looked down at the 4 T7s, his eyes widening slightly, forgetting to smoke the cigarette held between his fingers. Tom, standing aside, was also stunned-mouthed, agape, and silent. Wang Ming sat down on the sofa opposite Duo C, catching his breath, and pointed at the 4 T7s with his finger. An escort team, only 3 of them wore T7s. The last one was the boss. As for the 4th T7, it belonged to another team I encountered, but they had only 1 T, so I cleared him out. In total there are 4 worth 500,000. Let's settle the payment. Duo C stared blankly at the T7s on the table, falling silent for a few seconds. He extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, leaned back against the sofa, and a smile slowly crept onto his face as his gaze fixed on Wang Ming, as if hoping to glean something from him. You did this all by yourself? Wang Ming nodded. Duo C stared at him, seemingly incredulous, but he turned to Tom and shouted, Tom, go get him 500,000. Tom hesitated for a moment before quickly leaving the room. Duo C picked up one of the T7s from the table, weighed it in his hand, examined it, and then placed it back down. He lit another cigarette, took a puff, and the smoke drifted between the two of them. What should I call you? Wang Ming. Wang Ming. Duo C repeated the name, nodding. You have some strength. Have you ever considered working for me? Wang Ming leaned back against the sofa, a slight smile playing on his lips. No, Mr. Duo C. I am a free man. He paused, but if there are high-paying tasks in the future, do remember to call me. Duo C shook his head, chuckling softly, seemingly a bit regretful. What a pity, but I won't force you. As for the high-paying tasks, I will certainly entrust them to you. After all, your strength speaks for itself. Duo C's gaze shifted back to the 4 T7 thermal imagers on the table. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he asked Wang Ming, you said that escort team had T7s. Wang Ming nodded, and then took out the name card to hand it to Duo C. XX Club. So it was you guys. Wang Ming was somewhat puzzled. Mr. Duo C, do you know them? They used to come to the villa often to stir up trouble, causing me quite a bit of trouble, Duo C replied, taking a puff of his cigarette. At that moment, Tom walked in carrying a large leather suitcase that looked quite heavy. He placed the suitcase on the table, opened it, revealing stacks of coins neatly arranged, completely filling the box. Tom pushed the suitcase in front of Wang Ming. 500,000, please sign here. Wang Ming did not sign. Just as he was about to close the suitcase, Duo C reached out to stop it, pushing the 4 T7s closer. Wang Ming gave him a questioning glance. Mr. Duo C, what does this mean? Duo C held the cigarette in his mouth, leaning back against the sofa, legs crossed. I only need to eliminate threats. As for these equipments, consider them your own earnings. Am not interested. Wang Ming looked at him for 2 seconds and did not refuse anymore. He packed the T7s back into the bag one by one, closed the suitcase, and lifted it up. The suitcase was much heavier than when he arrived, weighing down his arms. He stood up and extended his right hand. Duo C looked up at him, extinguished his cigarette, sat up straight on the sofa, and shook his hand. One stood, one sat, and their hands clasped together. Pleasure to cooperate. Pleasure to cooperate. After bidding farewell to Duo C, Wang Ming stepped out of the villa as the sky gradually darkened. He carried the heavy leather suitcase, and inside the bag 4 T7 thermal imaging devices clinked together, with Rolf Bernard and Ewan following behind him. The 4 of them walked along the mountain path, their steps much lighter than when they had come, but no one spoke. The valley had fallen silent, devoid of gunfire and footsteps. Only the rustling of the wind through the bushes could be heard. They arrived at the evacuation point. The system popped up a panel displaying the total value of the supplies they had brought out: 8 million. 5 million in coins, 4 T7 thermal imaging devices, and the firearms, accessories, ammunition, and medical supplies scavenged from the escort team, and Little Red Riding Hood, adding up to nearly 1 million altogether. Wang Ming looked at the number, unable to suppress his excitement. He hadn't expected Duo C to give him the T7, which meant he had made an additional profit of nearly 4 million. A flash of white light passed by. The 4 returned to the warehouse, and after Wang Ming organized the items, he returned to reality. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in bed. Wang Ming sat up, stretched his back, and opened the system panel. The total value of the warehouse jumped up in front of him. It was 39 M before the decisive battle, earned 3 M from the parallel task, and this time 8 M from the valley, totaling 51 M. 8 M. This far exceeded the 50 M required for the system upgrade. The The system popped up a line of prompts. Warehouse total value has reached the standard beginning upgrade. Current level 3 level 4. Next level required 100 M. Recharge limit 30 M. Unlock mall. Wang Ming chuckled, sat up from bed, and opened the mall. When the interface popped up, he was dumb. His mouth agape, eyes wide on the screen, his finger hovered in the air, unmoving. Rolf and Bernard, hearing his laughter, stopped and came over to take a look, noticing something was off, with Wang Ming's expression both puzzled. It read grain trading station, 10 million. Motel, 15 million. Barn warehouse, 7 million. Beishan Hotel 1. The system panel displayed not any equipment or items, nor the special weapons, advanced armor, or limited skins he had expected. It read grain trading station, 10 million. Motel, 15 million. Barn warehouse, 7 million. Beishan Hotel 1. 3 billion. Television station, 150 million. There was a long list behind it. Beishan sewage treatment plant, farm loading area, Valley Villa, Frontline Fortress. All were buildings in the Dark Zone, real buildings. Not virtual, not blueprints, but the kind that could be directly built in reality once purchased. Wang Ming stared at the panel, processing it in his mind several times before realizing. Rolf frowned. What's wrong? Wang Ming didn't explain, jumping off the bed and putting on his shoes. Let's go drive to the park ruins. Rolf glanced at Bernard, who shrugged. The four got into the car, the same black business vehicle, with Bernard driving, Rolf in the passenger seat, and Wang Ming and Yuan in the back. After more than an hour of driving, they arrived. The park was still a wasteland. The iron gate lay on the ground. The building had collapsed significantly, with broken bricks, shattered glass, shell casings, and dried blood everywhere, just as it had been when they left a few days ago. Wang Ming got out of the car, stood in the middle of the open space, and opened the system panel. He found the motel and clicked to purchase. The total value of the warehouse instantly decreased by 15 million, and a transparent God's eye view popped up on the panel, resembling the construction mode in a game, with a clear overhead view of the entire wasteland. Next to it floated a virtual building icon, a two-story structure with gray-white walls and a metal roof, exactly like the motel in the Dark Zone. Wang Ming dragged the icon with his fingers, searched for a relatively flat spot in the ruins, placed it down, and clicked confirm. In an instant, dust flew everywhere. The ground trembled as if something was about to emerge from the depths. Broken bricks bounced on the ground and shattered glass clinked. Then there was a blinding white light shooting up from the ground, blinding the four. The ground trembled as if something was about to emerge from the depths. Broken bricks bounced on the ground and shattered glass clinked. Then there was a blinding. After a while, the white light gradually dissipated. The dust also slowly settled. Wang Ming lowered his hand and opened his eyes. The four stood frozen in place. The wasteland was gone. In its place stood a two-story building with gray-white walls and a metal roof, the windows still unglazed, dark and hollow. In front of the main entrance were two abandoned jeeps, and a large hole was broken in the wall by the slope. Next to the empty space, the tent for information refresh was also set up. The canvas was new, gently billowing in the breeze. In the courtyard, there were several wooden boxes and oil barrels, exactly like the props in the game, with not a single position changed. Wang Ming opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. He smiled, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Rolf stood beside him, looking at the building that had appeared out of nowhere, a slight movement at the corners of his mouth. Bernard adjusted his glasses, said nothing, but his eyes were scanning every corner of the building. Yuan stood at the back, his blue eyes fixed on the building for several seconds before quietly speaking, "Motel." Wang Ming laughed for a while before stopping, pulled out his communicator from his pocket, dialed, and soon heard Andre's voice on the other end. "Commander, what are your orders?" "Andre, gather your things, everyone, bring everything you can carry, and come to the new base here." Wang Ming paused and added, "You'll know when you get to the park ruins." There was a moment of silence on the other end, and Andre replied, "Yes," then hung up. Wang Ming put away the communicator, standing at the motel's entrance as a gentle breeze blew by, carrying the scent of soil and vegetation from the mountains. Rolf walked over and stood beside him, saying nothing. Bernard leaned against the wall, lighting a cigarette. Yuan squatted in the corner of the courtyard, his gaze sweeping over the distant hillside. "What is this?" Bernard asked. Wang Ming smiled. "It's the system. It's something that allows me to summon you all." "Is this the motel, eh?" Rolf walked to Wang Ming's side. Wang Ming nodded. "Not just the motel. Oh, I can even get your television station, but I don't have the money right now." Rolf and Bernard exchanged glances, somewhat incredulous. Wang Ming suddenly turned to Yuan. "The Beishan Hotel can be done too, but still I don't have the money." Yuan, who was curiously fiddling with the weeds at the motel's entrance, looked up at Wang Ming upon hearing this, giving, "Let's go take a look inside." Wang Ming and the others slowly walked through the front door, when suddenly they heard a few footsteps. The four became alert. For soldiers from the Ajax Guard, dressed in deep green combat uniforms, appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing Wang Ming, they stood at attention. "Welcome, officer." Wang Ming and the others were taken aback again. Wang Ming opened the system, finally understanding what was happening. Unlock farm building motel granting 4 Ajax. Guards note Ajax guards can only operate within the motel's vicinity. Their identity is NPC. If they fall, they require 50 million coins to revive after 48 hours. Wang Ming glanced at the system and nodded. So it meant these 4 had no emotions, they were just security NPCs. Just then the sound of engines came from afar, growing closer. The headlights swayed along the mountain road, turned a corner, and shone on the motel's exterior. Several pickup trucks lined up, driving in from the dirt road and stopping at the courtyard entrance. Andre jumped down from the first vehicle, looking at the building with one eye, his mouth opening in awe as he almost... Connor got out of the second vehicle and looked up. The sight left him stunned. As an Ajax guard, he was all too familiar with this building. The wanderers following behind also exited the vehicles, some carrying guns, some with bags, some moving boxes, but all were staring at the building, too shocked to speak. Wang Ming stood at the entrance watching them with a slight smile. He shouted to them, "What are you standing there for? Go inside and take a look." Hearing Wang Ming's shout, everyone finally came to their senses. Andre strode inside with his gun, followed by Connor, while the remaining wanderers filed in one after another. Wang Ming led the way, taking them in through the front door and up the stairs. The corridor on the second floor was not long, with a row of closed doors on either side. Wang Ming pushed open a door to reveal a small bedroom complete with a bedded desk and chairs. The walls were painted white, and the window lacked glass, allowing the night breeze to rush in and make the curtains flutter. Wang Ming stepped inside, stood by the window, and glanced outside, where he could see the backyard and the distant. Having run through countless iterations of this motel in the game, he had explored every room and corner, but those were all adjusted for gameplay. Now, standing in a real room, the feeling was entirely different. Andre followed behind, reaching out to touch the wall, then crouching to knock on the floor, his single eye wide with astonishment. His expression was one of disbelief. Wang Ming watched Andre's reaction and smiled. They descended from the second floor and reached the billiard table on the first floor. The billiard table was placed in the center with the nets at the 4 corners still new. 2 cues were leaning against the wall nearby. Connor stood beside the table, resting his hand on its edge, his face expressionless, but his eyes constantly scanning. He crouched to inspect the table legs, then stood up to look at the lights on the ceiling. As a guard of Ajax, he had seen this motel countless times in Carmona, but that was on the battlefield with bullets flying and grenades exploding. He had never stood silently inside like this before. He straightened up and spoke slowly. "I never expected to actually bring the motel into reality," and almost. Wang Ming patted his shoulder, saying nothing. Descending the slope beside the billiard table, the basement door was open, with several yellow hanging lights swaying. The basement floor was covered with cement, the walls painted with moisture-proof paint, and a few wooden boxes piled in the corner, just like in the game. Andre followed Wang Ming down, making a clicking sound with his mouth. When they came up from the basement, everyone stood in the hall. Wang Ming turned around and looked at the group before him. "Brothers, how is it?" Andre nodded repeatedly. "Good, it's 100 times better than the courtyard." Connor stood beside the billiard table, saying little, silently surveying this place he knew all too well. Other wanderers began to speak up as well, some saying the rooms were spacious enough, others expressing relief at not having to squeeze together anymore, and some feeling secure with this place being guarded. Wang Ming waited until they had finished speaking, then waved his hand. "The master bedroom is mine. You can choose the others for yourselves." The wanderers were momentarily stunned before some laughed, others clapped, and some had already started running upstairs. Andre remained still, standing next to Wang Ming, his single eye watching the figures rushing up and down, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Connor also stayed put, leaning against the billiard table, lighting a cigarette and taking a puff, slowly exhaling. Wang Ming raised his hand to quiet them. "But before that, we need to patch up this motel. The big hole in the backyard and the underground entrance must be blocked." He opened the system panel and scrolled down in the shop. Below the list of buildings was a long string of defensive structures. Sandbags, iron fences, barbed wire watchtowers. Wang Ming bought a pile of sandbags, iron fences, and barbed wire and built a watchtower beside the slope. The system deducted the money, and a wooden watchtower emerged in the empty space, 1 story shorter than the motel, just high enough to mount a gun, covering the entire front yard and slope. The brothers began to get busy. Some carried sandbags, some moved iron fences, and others pulled barbed wire. Andre stood at the gap in the backyard directing, while Connor led a few people to surround the underground entrance with iron fences. Wang Ming and several others were also busy stacking sandbags on either side of the front door and building a line of cover at the base of the watchtower. For NPC, guards were assigned to the laundry room, backyard, front door, and basement, standing at their posts with guns motionless. By the time dusk approached, all the work was completed. The motel was no longer just a motel, it had become a small fortress. The big hole in the backyard was filled, the underground entrance sealed with iron fences, and a sandbag barrier, half a person high, was piled at the front door. A RPD light machine gun was mounted on the watchtower. 2 machine guns were also set up behind the windows of the second floor corridor, one on the left and one on the right with crossfire covering the entire front yard. The 4 NPC guards stood at their posts watching everything around them. Wang Ming stood in the yard surveying the surroundings and nodded. It's time to eat. The dining room was not large with a long table that could seat more than 10 people. Wang Ming bought all the food and drinks available in the Dark Zone, canned goods, energy bars, Hongyang drinks, carbonated soda, chocolate, and military rations filling the table. Andre Connor and 8 wanderers gathered around the table, some opening cans, some twisting bottle caps, and some breaking chocolate. The sounds of chatting, boasting, and drinking mixed together, making the dining room lively. Wang Ming watched the cheers of the crowd, smiling slightly before taking a piece of energy bar and sitting down on the steps in the backyard. Rolf followed him out. Bernard came out as well, and Ewan crouched in the corner with an FEL. Rolf sat on the steps, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it. Bernard lit a cigarette too, and the two sat side by side, smoking, the smoke dissipating quickly in the night breeze. Wang Ming took a bite of the energy bar, chewed a couple of times, and took another bite. Bernard took a puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled. What are your plans next? Wang Ming chewed on the bar, looking at the distant dark mountain. At the moment, I have no objectives. The chess organization hasn't shown any signs at all. It seems they're not paying much attention to me right now. They might be aware, but I don't know. Regardless, I can only develop slowly. Rolf pinched the cigarette between his fingers and flicked the ash. What does the police say? Wang Ming turned his head to glance at him. The leads on the police side are quite limited. Besides, they can't possibly tell me everything they know. Ewan crouched in the corner, resting the FEL on his knees, stared with his blue eyes at the distant hillside. He suddenly spoke up, his voice not loud. As our boss would say, rather than passively defend, we should take the initiative to strike. Wang Ming sighed, stuffing the remaining piece of energy bar into his mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing. I also want to take the initiative, but right now I have no leads at all. Where they are, what their equipment configuration is, and their movements, I know nothing. He stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and looked at the dim sky in the distance. What I lack the most right now is intelligence. He paused. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He turned his head to look at Bernard and Rolf, and something in his eyes flicked. How could I have forgotten about him? After chatting with Rolf and the others for a while, Wang Ming returned to the guest room, lying on the soft bed that enveloped him completely. He turned over, buried his face in the pillow, muffled for a moment, then closed his eyes. He entered the world of the Dark Zone Breakout. Joel was crouched in the corner, organizing ammunition boxes, stacking bullets, one by one in neat rows. Hearing footsteps, he looked up, put down the magazine in his hands, stood up, and brushed off the dust from his knees. Are you here? Joel scanned Wang Ming from head to toe. Haven't been needing me lately. Looks like things are quite peaceful. Wang Ming shrugged. Not entirely. It's just that you're busy, instructor, and I didn't want to disturb you. Joel smiled, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. So what's been happening recently? Wang Ming sat down on the ammunition box and briefly mentioned the system upgrade and buying a motel. Joel listened, pausing his hand for a moment, looked at Wang Ming, then lowered his head to continue cleaning his gun. You can even bring a motel into reality. Joel cleaned the gun barrel, glancing at the light. No wonder it's you. If Ajax found out that his lair was copied and pasted, it would drive him crazy. That's not necessarily the case, but I will run into him sooner or later, and I'll explain it to him then. Wang Ming then jumped down from the box. Instructor, is Dick Vincent around today? I need to find him for something. Upon hearing this, Joel's smile broadened significantly. Not long ago, Vincent complained to me that you hadn't come to see him. You used to come 3 times a day, and he couldn't even give you the key to the guest room. Wang Ming hurriedly asked with a smile, where is he? Joel pointed to a row of warehouses in the distance. Coincidentally, he's here today. Go find him. Wang Ming nodded, quickly walking out of the warehouse, turning down 2 corridors, and arriving at a metal door. The door was ajar with dim yellow light spilling out from inside. He pushed the door open to find a middle-aged man in a leather jacket hunched over a table, holding a pen and writing something on paper. Hearing the noise, he looked up briefly, then lowered his gaze again, continuing to write. Father, I'm here to see you. Wang Ming approached with a smile and sat down across the table. Vincent put down the pen, looked up, and his expression showed a hint of helplessness. What's wrong, Vanguard? I thought you had forgotten about me after so long. He sighed, tapping his fingers on the table. Alas, I have tens of thousands of yellow cards and guest room keys here, but they just won't sell. Wang Ming quickly grasped Vincent's hand. Father. Vincent, looking helpless, shook off his hand, took out a yellow card and a guest room key from the drawer, and pushed them in front of Wang Ming. 200,000, a bargain for you. Wang Ming smiled as he handed over the money and tucked the card and key into his pocket. Vincent leaned back in his chair watching him, and after a moment grew a bit puzzled when Wang Ming didn't leave. What's wrong? Is there an issue? You used to leave after a short while. What's going on today? Wang Ming nodded. I ran into a bit of trouble recently, and I'd like to ask Father for some help. Vincent looked at Wang Ming, seemingly intrigued, put down his pen, and clasped his hands on the table. What kind of issue could make the Vanguard so troubled? Wang Ming briefly explained the mysterious organization he encountered in reality those people wearing black masks and military uniforms who called themselves by chess code names. Vincent listened, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. After Wang Ming finished, he remained silent for a few seconds. So you want me to help you investigate this organization called chess? In another world with no clues. Wang Ming nodded, looking into Vincent's eyes. I believe Father Vincent rubbed his forehead, closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them with a sigh. Vanguard, it's not that I don't want to help you, you know I'm a businessman, but I'm just a businessman. I can't do much. Wang Ming placed a stack of Cohen coins on the table in front of Vincent. Vincent smiled, pushing the coins back. Vanguard, do you think I lack money? Wang Ming looked puzzled, glancing at Vincent. Do you mean? Vincent replied. Let's exchange information. Lately things have been a bit unstable in Camona. Vanguard, could you help me investigate the ideal country? Then I'll help you investigate chess in your place. How does that sound? Deal. Wang Ming extended his right hand. Vincent smiled as he shook it. Deal. Just as he finished speaking, the system popped up a notification. Companion 1. Dick Vincent. Note cannot be summoned voluntarily. I must receive the companion's consent first. Wang Ming was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly stood up, gripping Vincent's hands. Father, I'm counting on you for the information. Vincent, held by him, had a somewhat complicated expression. He struggled twice, but couldn't break free and finally gave up. Let go, let go. I understand now. After bidding farewell to Vincent, Wang Ming returned to reality and had a good stable sleep. The next day, Wang Ming remembered something. He had been too excited yesterday and forgot to check the daily recruitment. After clicking on recruitment, it was still 2 whites and 1 green. After selecting the green option, a figure appeared in front of Wang Ming. He called out to Andre, and soon Andre ran to the guest room door. Wang Ming pointed at the newcomer, and Andre understood, leading the newcomer away. Wang Ming entered the living room to find Rolf and Bernard sitting at the table having breakfast while a group of drifters gathered nearby chatting. Wang Ming clapped his hands and slowly spoke. Let me introduce our new companion. Wang Ming whispered. A few seconds later, Dick Vincent appeared out of nowhere. When he saw Rolf, Bernard, and the group of drifters in front of him, he froze completely. After a long while, Wang Ming finally explained everything to the dazed Dick Vincent. Vincent helplessly scratched his head and reluctantly expressed his acceptance. Wang Ming then asked him how to find this chess organization. Vincent thought for a moment. Since you say they are warlords, they must definitely be involved in the arms trade. Since they need arms transactions, I can become an arms dealer and make contact with them. Everything will be easier. Wang Ming nodded. He had thought of this method initially, but it was a big place, and when would he be able to encounter them? That was the question. Vincent guessed Wang Ming's thoughts, chuckling. Vanguard, you know what I do in Camona. Don't worry, leave the business to me. Vincent looked at the group behind Wang Ming and leaned forward slightly. You give me 150 military AKs along with a batch of tactical equipment, and I need 200 pineapple grenades. Wang Ming nodded, opened the system panel, and began purchasing. In no time, he had prepared everything Vincent requested, and boxes of various sizes appeared before him. Vincent nodded in satisfaction and glanced at the wanderers by the door. Among these people who has not been seen by the chess organization. Wang Ming recalled the scene from that day in the underground laboratory. He, Rolf, Bernard, Joel, and Ewan had Bernard, Connor, and Andre fought at the west gate and did not enter the villa. The other wanderers did not either. Theoretically, they should not have been seen by the soldiers underground, but it was uncertain if those people had noticed Wang Ming's entire operation. Thus, the only ones who had truly not participated in that raid were the 2 new recruits hired in the last couple of days. Wang Ming called over these 2 individuals. One was named Alan, a tall and thin fellow with a youthful face and bright eyes who had been recruited just a few days ago. The other was named Ilyich, shorter than him by half a head, broad-shouldered and muscular, standing straight, as if he had undergone training. Just these 2. Wang Ming pointed at them. Vincent sized them up from head to toe and smirked slightly. Good. You give them the best equipment and have them act as my bodyguards. Wang Ming turned around and looked at Alan and Ilyich. The 2 stood straight, their eyes fixed on Wang Ming, waiting. Although you just arrived, I believe you are both the best warriors. Wang Ming's voice was not loud, but every word was clear. Can you complete the mission? The 2 stood at attention and replied in unison. We guarantee to complete the mission. Wang Ming took out 2 sets of armor from the warehouse and handed them out piece by piece. Alan accepted his and put it on, patting the bulletproof insert on his chest. Ilyich also put his on and moved his shoulders. Wang Ming then asked them what guns they wanted. Too complex a firearm might not suit newly recruited wanderers. Alan, a rural wanderer, requested a modified AK-74N. Ilyich, a wanderer from the northern mountains, preferred the M14, so he asked for a modified M14. Wang Ming handed the guns to them, providing ample ammunition. Armed to the teeth, the 2 stood behind Vincent. Vincent nodded and glanced at Wang Ming. Do you have cash and valuable collectibles? We need this world's currency. Wang Ming thought for a moment, turned, and entered the main guest room, dragging a box out from under the bed. He opened it to reveal several stacks of cash, and some gold bars along with a gold Rolex brought out from the door. He counted 0 in cash, took 10 gold bars, and pocketed the gold Rolex before coming out handing the 2 leather suitcases filled with cash and gold bars to Vincent and placing the Rolex on Vincent's wrist. Vincent looked down at the watch on his wrist and smiled. Pioneer, you're doing well. I didn't expect you to fare better here than in Carmona. Wang Ming did not respond. Vincent handed the 2 leather suitcases to Alan, and Ilyich behind him clapped his hands and said, "You summoned me back. Wait for me a moment." Wang Ming did not fully understand but complied. With a flash of white light, Vincent disappeared. Nearly half an hour later, the system began to ping messages one after another, ringing for a while. Dick Vincent bodyguard 20. When summoning Dick Vincent, the bodyguard will also appear. Wang Ming does not have direct command over the bodyguard. Dick Vincent requests access. Wang Ming was taken aback, ran to the backyard, and confirmed. A flash of white light erupted. It was not just Vincent, but an entire team. Vincent stood at the front wearing a brown coat with the collar turned up, sunglasses on his face reflecting light obscuring his eyes. Behind him stood 20 fully armed soldiers in dark combat uniforms equipped with helmets, armor, and ammo carriers, all holding modified 416 Hong Kong dollars rifles with the barrels pointed down, arranged in 2 rows. Each soldier had a black squid shoulder patch, the emblem of Black Gold International. Wang Ming was stunned. Rolf and Bernard were also taken aback, their eyes scanning each soldier, filled with disbelief. Black Gold personnel. 20 fully armed Black Gold soldiers. Vincent pushed up his sunglasses, revealing his sharp eyes, and smiled. As a businessman, it's quite reasonable to have a few bodyguards while out and about. Wang Ming chuckled internally, mocking. What kind of bodyguard is fully armed Black Gold soldiers? Pioneer, please prepare a truck for me. We set off immediately, Vincent said. Wang Ming came back to his senses, nodded, and went outside with Rolf. There were many trucks of various sizes in the area, as many places were development sites. In less than an hour, Rolf drove a box truck to the hotel entrance. The paint had chipped off in several places, the tires were muddy, but the engines sounded fine. Vincent got into Wang Ming's black business car with Alan in the driver's seat and Ilyich in the passenger seat, while Vincent sat alone in the back. The 20 Black Gold soldiers filed into the box truck. The 2 vehicles started, one in front and the other behind, driving out of the dirt road and onto the asphalt road, the headlights illuminating the gray sky as they got farther away. Wang Ming stood at the hotel entrance, smiling helplessly. My godfather really is my godfather. After Dick Vincent's convoy left, Wang Ming returned to the main guest room. Vincent had already gone to investigate the chess organization, and in return he also needed to obtain first-hand information about the Ideal Nation as soon as possible. However, Wang Ming had no idea where the Ideal Nation was now. The mining area was so vast, where should he start? Joel had mentioned earlier that workers in the mining area had fallen ill, but the specific location was unclear. He turned over, staring at the ceiling for a while, when suddenly a name flashed through his mind: Kurt. A participant in the Blackgate operation, a team member directly connected to the upper echelons. He surely knew far more than Ralph and Bernard. Wang Ming sat up from the bed and pushed the door open. Although I don't know how Dick Vincent will investigate the chess organization, he has set off now. The deal I made with Dick Vincent is for him to help me investigate the chess organization. Although I don't know how Dick Vincent will investigate the chess organization, he has set off now. The deal I made with Dick Vincent is for him to help me investigate the chess organization while I assist him in gathering information about the Ideal Nation. But I have no idea where to find it. Wang Ming looked at them. I want to find Kurt. Rolf's hand cleaning the gun paused for a moment. Bernard, holding the cup of coffee, also froze. The 2 exchanged glances, both remaining silent. Wang Ming, ever since we sacrificed ourselves, we have been following you. We know nothing about Kurt, but Bernard and I have always missed him. Do you remember how I met you 2? The 2 looked a bit confused. I entered the real Kimona through a certain pattern, and of course I now have a way to enter again and bring you 2 along so we can see Kurt. However, we can't stay there for long. When I leave, you 2 will also leave the television station with me. Ralph and Bernard exchanged glances and nodded. No problem, as long as we can see our big brother, that's enough. All right then, I will summon you 2 when the time comes. Wang Ming returned to the main guest room, closed the door, and laid down on the bed. Then he closed his eyes, murmured a word, and entered the Dark Zone Breakout world. The fluorescent lights in the warehouse buzzed. Wang Ming opened the task panel, selected the television station and the task mode. The task introduction popped up: converse with Kurt to obtain information about the Ideal Nation. Wang Ming glanced at the text and smiled wryly. For some reason, the recent task modes were almost perfectly aligned with his goals. Then Wang Ming summoned Ralph and Bernard, entering the task mode at the television station. Moments later, the 3 appeared at the elevator entrance on the 2nd floor of the television station. The corridor was very quiet, without gunfire or footsteps. Several fluorescent tubes were broken, the lighting flickering. The air was filled with a pungent odor of mixed disinfectant and rust. Ralph was leading the way, carrying Victor, while Bernard followed in the middle, and Wang Ming brought up the rear. The three made their way down the corridor toward the central control. Just after turning a corner, they encountered two patrolling black gold soldiers. The two were dressed in dark combat uniforms, holding their guns with the barrels pointed down, slowly walking down the corridor. Hearing the footsteps, they looked up and saw three strangers instinctively raising their guns. "Hey, you, what are you?" Their words were cut off. The first soldier recognized the person at the front. Bald, scarred face, he had seen this face in every corner of the television station, in every fierce battle. His gun-lowered mouth agape, his eyes wide with disbelief. The other soldiers, still confused, took a couple of steps forward and also recognized him. Then he too was stunned. "Boss, is it really you, boss?" The first soldier's eyes turned red, his voice trembling, nearly dropping his gun. Ralph looked at them, a slight movement at the corner of his mouth. He recognized the two Ethan and Cole, veterans of the television station, among the few who had survived to this day. "Ethan, Cole, it's us. We're back," Bernard said with a smile, excitement evident in his tone. Ethan and Cole strode forward, unable to speak from excitement. "The situation is not easy to explain right now. First, take us to find Brother Kurt," Ralph spoke up. Ethan nodded, vigorously patting Cole on the shoulder. "You go find Captain Kurt right now. Tell him that Brother Rowe and Brother BR are not dead. They are still alive. Hurry." Cole was momentarily stunned, then nodded vigorously and ran off. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, growing fainter. Ethan then stepped in front to lead, taking large strides, but occasionally glancing back as if afraid Ralph and Bernard would suddenly disappear. "Boss, how did you survive?" Ethan's voice was a bit hoarse. Bernard pushed up his glasses, pointing to Wang. "This kid saved us. We had things to deal with and just returned now." Ethan glanced back at Wang Ming, his gaze lingering on his face for a moment, then nodded without asking more. He turned back and continued walking. After the attack by the White Wolves, Captain Kurt led the team to encircle from the periphery, alone, fighting for days and nights, before finally exterminating all the invading White Wolves. Ethan's voice lowered. "He always thought you guys had searched for a whole week, no living person and no corpse." Ralph said nothing, nor did Bernard. Wang Ming followed behind, listening without interjecting. The corridor was long, turning several corners, passing through several defense points. On the way, they encountered several squads of patrolling black gold soldiers. Seeing Ethan leading and the figures of Ralph and Bernard behind, everyone was stunned. Some stopped to salute, while others opened their mouths in speechlessness. Until someone spoke, saying, "Is that Ralph and Bernard?" All the black gold soldiers excitedly approached. "Brother BR, is it really you? Aren't you already? It really is you, Captain. You guys are not dead." "Captain." Ethan's eyes were red as he looked around. Wang Ming was also shocked. The game's description of the White Wolves was that they would not abandon any comrades, while the description of the Black Gold was that they prioritized profit. But the scene before him forced Wang Ming to doubt the game. But upon second thought, it made sense. After all, it was just, "Brothers, I know you all have many questions, but I have urgent matters to attend to. After I talk to Brother Kurt, I will catch up with everyone properly." Bernard raised a hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. Hearing Bernard speak, the black gold soldiers quieted down, then returned to their posts, but their gazes remained fixed on Ralph and Bernard, watching them leave the corridor. In the central control planning room, at that moment, Kurt was sitting at a desk, recording something with a hint of irritation. The air was quiet, only the sound of Kit's irritated sighs and the scratching of his pen on paper. If only Ralph and Bernard were here, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Kurt stopped writing, irritably rubbed. "That damned pack of wolves from Tevala keeps invading the television station like crazy every day. What could be so fascinating in this television station that drives them to such madness?" Kurt sighed again and picked up his pen once more. Just then a burst of cheers came from the second floor, making Kurt furrow his brow. "What's happening on the second floor? Is there a holiday today?" Kurt picked up the communicator, just about to dial and say something, when he heard a hurried sound of footsteps approaching rapidly. Then came a dull thud as the door was pushed open. Cole, breathless, leaned against the door frame, panting heavily. "Cole, what has you so panicked? Did the White Wolves break in?" Kurt looked at Cole's state and felt somewhat. "Captain, Brother Rowe, Brother BR, they are still alive." Cole spoke in a fragmented manner. "What are you saying?" Kurt stood up straight. "I said, Ralph and Bernard are still alive." Kurt froze at Cole's words. The pen in his hand fell onto the table, bouncing slightly before rolling beside the folder. He opened his mouth, a murmured self-talk escaping his throat. "It's impossible. Impossible." Cole stood at the door, panting, his voice tinged with urgency. "Captain, it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Brother Luo and Brother Bo are right behind." Kurt suddenly stood up from his chair, pushing it back and nearly toppling it. He circled around the table, his steps hurried and chaotic. "Where are they? Take me to them." As soon as he finished speaking, a steady voice came from the doorway. "No need to trouble yourself. We're here." Kurt was rooted to the spot. Cole stepped aside and Ethan walked in from outside, standing by the door. Two figures followed behind him, Ralph and Bernard. Wang Ming brought up the rear, half of his face concealed in shadow. Bernard took off his glasses, wiped the lenses, and put them back on, looking at Kurt with a smile. Big brother, long time no see. Kurt stood still, looking at Rolf, then at Bernard, his lips trembling twice, but he couldn't utter a word. Rolf walked up to him, reaching out to pat his shoulder. Kurt's body swayed slightly as if struck by something, and his eyes reddened. "You two bastards." Kurt's voice was slightly hoarse. Bernard also stepped forward, standing beside Rolf, and the three of them stood together in silence. Cole and Ethan exchanged glances and quietly exited the planning room, closing the door behind them. Wang Ming stood in the corner, hands in his pockets, watching the scene unfold, silent and unmoving. Kurt took a deep breath, forcing back the emotions in his eyes. He reached out, gave Rolf's shoulder a pat, then patted Bernard's arm. "Is it really you? I thought." Rolf nodded. Bernard also nodded. The excitement on their faces was undeniable, yet no one spoke further. Kurt turned his gaze towards Wang Ming in the corner, surveying him from head to toe. Wang Ming stepped out of the shadows, standing under the light. "Who is this?" Kurt asked. Rolf turned around and pointed at Wang Ming. "He's the one who saved me and Bernard. We're now following him." Kurt looked at Wang Ming, paused for 2 seconds in silence, and reached out his hand. Wang Ming shook his hand, feeling Kurt's thick fingers calloused at the base. "I didn't expect you to be Rolf's disciple, though it's my first time meeting you today." Wang Ming released his hand and sat down on a nearby chair. Kurt returned to his seat at the table with Rolf and Bernard sitting on either side of him. The four of them gathered around the table in the planning room, light pouring down from above, illuminating the desk cluttered with documents. "Captain Kurt, I came to find you this time to inquire about something." Wang Ming looked at him. "The Republic of Ideals." Kurt's brows furrowed slightly. He glanced at Rolf. Both were watching him in silence, their eyes unwavering. Kurt leaned back against the chair, remaining silent for a few seconds. "Since you saved Rolf and Bernard, I'll tell you everything I know." He picked up a cigarette from the table, lit it, and took a puff. The smoke spread under the light like a thin veil. The Republic of Ideals is an experimental drug researched by Dr. Mahaloyer. It can also be considered a type of biochemical weapon. The Twirling Corporation conducted human experiments on this substance at the television station. Kurt flicked the ash from his cigarette. Later, Colin and Tavira both took notice of it. The Twirling Corporation withdrew early, but the samples were left at the television station, which is the Republic of Ideals. Initially, Tavira's pack of wolves acted quickly, capturing the television station and prioritizing the search for the Republic of Ideals. Kurt held the cigarette between his lips, squinting his eyes. "Colin sent me Rolf and Bernard to lead a team to seize it. When Tavira retreated, we took them out and retrieved the Republic of Ideals." He paused, extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray. "Unfortunately, we got trapped in the television station as Tavira's White Wolf personnel surrounded it, periodically launching attacks on us. We could have held out, perhaps even broken through, but for some reason our reinforcements suddenly cut off. Meanwhile, Tavira's forces kept coming, and we were forced to continue defending the television station until now." Wang Ming nodded. "So, the Republic of Ideals is still in your possession?" Kurt looked up and met Wang Ming's gaze. "That's right, but I can't." Wang Ming raised a hand, interrupting him. "Captain Kurt, I won't ask you for the Republic of Ideals. You can rest assured about that. I only need to know these clues and information. I'm not interested in the Republic of Ideals." Kurt glanced at him, remaining silent. He turned around, retrieving a stack of documents from the cabinet behind him, placing them on the table and sliding them towards Wang Ming. The documents were not thick, just a dozen pages packed in a file folder, but they seemed to be photocopies with only a handwritten note reading, "Neuro-oncological ventral antigen 3. This is part of the information we found in the laboratory regarding the Republic of Ideals. I'm not sure if it will help you." Wang Ming took the file folder without hesitation and stuffed it into his backpack. The moment he placed it into his backpack, the system popped up, a notification: task completed. He didn't look closely, stood up and extended his hand. Kurt also stood up and shook his hand. "Captain Kurt, thank you. No need to thank me. This is just a return for saving Rolf and the others' lives." Wang Ming released his hand and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he suddenly stopped, as if recalling something. According to the main storyline of the Dark Zone game, Kurt should still be unaware that he had been abandoned. Wang Ming turned around and looked at Kurt, slowly speaking. "In the land of Kimona, only bullets are the most honest." Wang Ming stepped out of the planning room, closed the door, and stood in the corridor. He decided to leave the remaining time for Rolf, Bernard, and Kurt to reminisce. It was also a good opportunity for him to clear his mind. The fluorescent light buzzed above him, flickering erratically. Leaning against the wall, he pulled a compressed biscuit from his pocket, broke it in half, and chewed it a couple of times. There was some noise around the corner of the corridor. It sounded like clothes rubbing against the wall. Wang Ming peeked out and saw Ethan and Cole crouched in the corner, their ears pressed against the wall. Their awkward posture was incongruous for two middle-aged men, almost comical. As Wang Ming stepped out, both men froze, turning their heads with embarrassed expressions. "Gentlemen, is something wrong?" Wang Ming stuffed the remaining biscuit into his mouth. Ethan and Cole quickly stood up, brushing the dust off their knees. They awkwardly cleared their throats. Nothing at all. Looking at Wang Ming, Ethan suddenly stepped forward, circling around him, inspecting him from head to toe. You don't seem special at all. Ethan scratched his head. How did a young lad like you manage to save Rolf and Bernard? Cole leaned in, tilting his head to look at Wang Ming with curiosity. Wang Ming swallowed the biscuit and brushed off the crumbs from his hands. Let's find a place to sit down, and he'll tell you all about it. The kitchen was small, with a layer of dust on the stove and several pots stacked in the corner, their bottoms rusted. Ethan pulled out a chair to sit down while Cole leaned against the stove. Wang Ming sat down across from them, straightening his legs and leaning against the wall. News travels fast. Someone shouted that the person who saved Rolf and Bernard was telling a story in the kitchen. All the remaining black gold soldiers, except those still on duty, gathered around. The crowd grew larger, overflowing into the corridor. Some tiptoed to look inside while others leaned against the door frame. Wang Ming observed them, a scene flashing through his mind. Back when the Dark Zone first opened, the corridor was filled with black gold soldiers. A careless slip could lead to being instantly targeted, the firepower akin to that of 2 Gatling guns. Wang Ming cleared his throat and began to speak, recounting his experiences from another world. He explained how he saved Rolf and Bernard from their severe injuries and how they fought side by side. He didn't mention the system, didn't speak of summoning, and kept details to a minimum. Ethan listened entranced, and afterward remarked, "So even you special forces have it tough." Wang Ming gave him a glance, but offered no explanation. Cole seemed to understand and leaned forward. "So you brought the injured Rolf and Bernard to your world. Then you fought alongside them." Wang Ming pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, "You could say that." There was a brief moment of silence. Then a soldier spoke up, his voice small and timid. "What's it like in your world? Is there war?" Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback. Another soldier chimed in, "Is there Pacific soda?" Yet another asked, "What time can you sleep until it?" A soldier at the door tiptoed, his voice pushing through the crowd. Can you see the sun?" Wang Ming found his words caught in his throat. He looked at these soldiers and realized something was off. Though their masks covered most of their faces, the exposed eyes did not reflect the weariness of veterans nor the numbness born from witnessing death. Instead, their eyes sparkled with curiosity, a light filled with hope for a bright future. Wang Ming suddenly realized that these were not the black gold soldiers he knew. Taking a deep breath, he answered one by one. "My world has its bad places, but ultimately it's quite nice. There's war, but not as intense as here. There's no Pacific soda, but there's cola, which tastes similar." He paused. "You can sleep as long as you want. As for the sun..." Wang Ming paused, looking at the soldier, who asked, curious about the question. Cole approached from the side, patting Wang Ming's shoulder, signaling him to look around. Wang Ming followed his gaze, seeing corridor after corridor. Fluorescent lights, white walls, metal doors. No windows, no skylights, no view of the outside sky. The entire television station had no natural light. All that existed was the buzzing artificial light overhead. Wang Ming moved his lips and slowly said, "There is sun every day. It rises in the east and sets in the west." Cole sighed, leaning against the stove, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, not lighting it, but placing it between his lips. "Most of the people you see here are locals from Camona. The old soldiers who were originally stationed at the television station have nearly all perished in repeated assaults. Captain Kurt had no choice but to recruit locally to hold the station. You know about Camona. The war rages on. Countless young men have died on the battlefield." Cole pointed with his chin at the group of people by the door. "Many of these soldiers are just children who have recently come up. The reasons for joining the military are simple. To have a meal to eat." Wang Ming turned his head and looked again at the black gold soldiers at the door. He had not paid much attention to them before. Now, looking closely, some were not very tall, their combat uniforms ill-fitting, their sleeves rolled up. Some stood by the door frame, still having narrow shoulders, not fully grown. Some looked shy under his gaze, lowering their heads, their toes shuffling on the ground. Others stood straight, but their eyes lacked the emptiness of those who had seen too much. Instead, there was a light he couldn't quite describe. Wang Ming opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Cole put the cigarette back in his mouth, lit it, and took a deep drag as if that could numb him. "Are you curious why this place is different from what you expected?" Cole looked at Wang Ming. Wang Ming nodded, not hiding his thoughts. "This is completely different from the television station I know." Cole suddenly laughed. "Then what is your idea of a television station?" Wang Ming recalled the television station in the Dark Zone Breakout game, slowly speaking. "It's filled with elite black gold soldiers, well-trained, perfectly coordinated, disciplined, and powerful. Kurt commanded from the control center, Bernard guarded the second-floor corridor, and Rolf held the first floor." Upon hearing this, Cole burst into laughter, leaving Wang Ming somewhat puzzled. "The television station you described is the initial one. Back then we were in our prime, bravely following Captains Kurt, Rolf, and Bernard in battle to defend the station." As Cole spoke, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. "Unfortunately, this is not a game. A people will always die. We are trapped in the television station besieged by the White Wolves with veterans falling one by one. Even Rolf and Bernard would have perished without your rescue. Cole turned to Wang Ming. You make me long for your world, Ethan suddenly spoke up. Camona is like a piece of cake. One can only wonder what the filling is so tempting that two major military factions are fighting over it. Wang Ming was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. Ethan and Cole glanced at Wang Ming. Kid, this is war. Kerr held a cigarette in his mouth with smoke drifting out from the corner of his lips, forming a gray-white line under the light. Ethan leaned against the stove, lowering his head and staring at the cracks on the floor. The black gold soldiers at the door remained silent. Some held their guns, some leaned against the doorframe, some stood, and others squatted, all eyes fixed on Wang Ming, waiting for him to speak. But Wang Ming did not know what to say. He understood the words exchanged between Kerr and Ethan, yet that understanding only left him more at a loss for words. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, and the crowd automatically parted to make way. Kurt walked at the front, followed by Rolf with Bernard at the back. Kurt's expression returned to its usual authoritative demeanor. He glanced at the black gold soldiers gathered at the door, frowning slightly. What are you doing? Aren't you on duty? The people from Tevela wouldn't let you prepare for an ambush. The people at the door began to disperse. Some jogged back to their posts, some hurried down the corridor, and a few turned back to glance at Wang Ming. Before long, the crowd had mostly cleared, and Kurt stood at the kitchen door, watching Wang Ming silent for a few seconds. First of all, I must express my sincere gratitude to you, Kurt lowered his voice, for bringing my two dear younger brothers back safely. Wang Ming stood up from his chair. Captain Kurt, you don't have to. Kurt raised his hand to interrupt him. Secondly, I want to discuss how we can keep them here. He pointed to Rolf and Bernard. I really need them. Wang Ming's expression turned grim. He glanced at Rolf, who remained silent, then at Bernard, who also said nothing. He lowered his head, staring at his toes, and after a few seconds sighed. I'm sorry, Captain Kurt. I can't do it. Kurt's brow furrowed, even tighter. Aren't they supposed to listen to you? Rolf stepped up beside Kurt and patted him on the shoulder. Big brother, don't make things difficult for Wang Ming. In fact, we are both already dead. Oh, we only came back to life in another world and met you again, thanks to Wang Ming. Bernard also stepped up, standing on the other side. Didn't we tell you that in the planning room? Kurt's expression gradually became more relaxed as he sighed. His lips moved a couple of times, but in the end he uttered nothing, merely waving his hand as if to brush away some bad thoughts. Wang Ming looked at Kurt, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. Captain Kurt, let go of the television station. Kurt was taken aback. Let go? Let go of what? Let go of the television station. Wang Ming's voice was not loud, but it was clear and deafening to Kurt. Kurt's expression darkened. Impossible. I won't give up the television station. Kurt rejected Wang Ming's suggestion without a second thought. Wang Ming sighed, raising his head to look Kurt in the eye. Don't let these kids die for nothing. You no longer have any backup. Kurt shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. The people from Colin have been trying to... The Twirling Corporation is also finding ways to support us. Wang Ming glanced at the black gold soldiers standing at the far end of the corridor, then back at Kurt, sighing. All right. Captain Kurt, Rolf and Bernard can't stay here for now, but I will frequently bring them to the television. Kurt remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. Wang Ming turned and walked towards the evacuation point. Rolf and Bernard followed him, and before leaving they each hugged Kurt briefly, saying nothing, just patting it. Kurt stood in place, watching them walk out, his lips moving a few times before he finally said two words. Be careful. Ethan and Kerr stood behind Kurt, the three of them in the corridor, watching the figures of Wang Ming and the others grow fainter and smaller. As the countdown approached its end, Wang Ming stopped and turned back to look at those three figures at the end of the corridor, saying something quietly, but every word was clearly heard in the empty corridor. I hope that when we come back to the television station next time, we are still welcomed by the black gold soldiers. A flash of white light erupted. Wang Ming, Rolf, and Bernard vanished. Kurt stood in the corridor, watching the white light slowly dissipate, the corridor returning to its gray-pale hue illuminated by the fluorescent lights. He recalled the words Rolf and Bernard had said in the planning room and remembered Wang Ming's advice from earlier. He slowly turned his head to look at the black gold soldiers still peering this way in the corridor. Those young faces, those shoulders, yet to broaden those eyes that did not understand the meaning of war. Kurt sighed a long breath that seemed to expel a part of himself. On the other side, a flash of white light occurred. The three appeared in the Dark Zone warehouse. Wang Ming leaned against a weapons rack, placing the information he had obtained from Kurt into the warehouse. Rolf stood silently beside him, while Bernard was also organizing things slowly, as if lost in thought. Wang Ming glanced at Rolf, then at Bernard, saying nothing, silently muttering a cancellation of summoning. He then exited the Dark Zone Breakout world. When he opened his eyes again, he was already lying in the guest room's bed. Rolf and Bernard stood by the window, maintaining the posture they had when they left, hardly moving. Wang Ming sat up, rubbing his face. Rolf turned around to look at him. Bernard and I have already tried to persuade Kurt, but he remains unmoved. He firmly believes that Colin will send support, and he is confident he can hold the television station. Rolf's tone carried a hint of frustration and helplessness. Bernard leaned against the windowsill, took off his glasses to wipe them, and then put them back on. Is it true that the Torlin Corporation will betray Kurt? Kurt said it was impossible. He still has the Ideal Nation in hand, and the Torlin Corporation wouldn't dare to act against him. Wang Ming sighed. I'm not too sure either. But according to the hints, the subsequent plot might unfold this way. Wang Ming paused. Before going to the television station, I mentioned to you both to see if we could persuade Kurt to give up the station and withdraw early. But it seems we were not successful. The two remained silent, the room quiet. Wang Ming looked at them, contemplating. Never mind, we can always go help him later. After all, he is both of your big brother. Just then a commotion arose downstairs. Someone was shouting, and the footsteps became chaotic. Wang Ming stood up, walked to the window, and pushed it open to look down. At the entrance of the courtyard stood two fully armed individuals dressed in dark combat uniforms, their shoulder patches emblazoned with a black octopus. Andre stood at the bottom of the stairs looking up and shouting to Wang Ming. Hearing Andre's voice, Wang Ming hurriedly got up and ran downstairs while Rolf and Bernard exchanged glances and followed suit. At the gate of the courtyard, two black gold soldiers stood there standing straight with their guns pointed down. Upon seeing Wang Ming run over, they simultaneously stood at attention and raised their hands in salute. The soldier on the right cleared his throat. Mr. Vincent asked us to convey a message to you. He said everything is going smoothly, and you need not worry. The soldier on the left began laying the photographs out on the table one by one. The two black gold soldiers exchanged a glance. The one on the left took out a folded map from his chest pocket, spread it out on the table, and rummaged in his pocket for a few photographs and a stack of handwritten notes. The soldier on the right cleared his throat. Mr. Vincent asked us to convey a message to you. He said everything is going smoothly, and you need not worry. The soldier on the left began laying the photographs out on the table one by one. The photographs were unclear, as if taken surreptitiously with awkward angles, and some even blurry. But it was possible to make out a rough view, a gray-white building with high walls guarded at the entrance by sentries fully armed, suggesting they were not ordinary security. Mr. Vincent used some methods to spread the news that he is an arms dealer. Soon some individuals came to negotiate business. The soldier on the right pointed at the building in the photograph. At first it was just some second-in-commands from ordinary parks or local small powers. Just a few days ago, a medical organization claiming to be Shangkong Gene Technology approached Mr. Vincent and purchased a large quantity of weapons. Wang Ming frowned. Gene technology. In this place. The soldier on the left continued. Mr. Vincent found it suspicious and sent someone to follow this organization. It was discovered that they were ostensibly a medical company, but the company was heavily guarded, even equipped with heavy weaponry like cannons. Mr. Vincent believes it cannot simply be a medical company. He pushed the map towards Wang Ming. The map was hand-drawn, marking the location of Shangkong Gene Technology, surrounding roads, and the general distribution of sentries. The handwriting was sloppy but legible. Wang Ming looked down at the map, tapped it with his finger, and then raised his hand. Rolf and Bernard came down from upstairs, standing behind Wang Ming looking at the map. Wang Ming briefly recounted what the two soldiers had just said. Rolf remained silent, his eyes fixed on the bill. Bernard adjusted his glasses and also said nothing. What else did Vincent say? Wang Ming spoke up. One of the black gold soldiers spoke again, stating that Mr. Vincent suspected that this so-called Kongxing Gene Technology medical organization might have close ties to the chess organization that you wish to know about, sir. Wang Ming straightened his posture. What do you mean by that? Mr. Vincent met with one of their managers, and the attire of the other party was very similar to those wearing military uniforms you mentioned. Initially, Mr. Vincent intended to communicate with you using electronic devices, but during the urgent situation, he was captured, so he could only send the two of us to relay the message. Mr. Vincent was captured. Wang Ming frowned. The other soldier quickly spoke up. Mr. Wang Ming, please do not worry. It was just a simple lockdown during business negotiations. At this time, Mr. Vincent may have already returned to the base. Wang Ming finally relaxed. He then leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. He recalled how many people had mysteriously disappeared during his time in the park. He had previously thought that all those people were taken by the park for genetic experiments, but now reflecting on it, human experiments would not require so many people. Those missing individuals likely did not just end up in Mr. K's lab. A portion of them were still unaccounted for. It now seemed that they were related to this Kongxing Gene Technology. This Shangkong Gene Technology. Wang Ming lifted his head and looked at the two black gold soldiers. What else did Mr. Vincent say? The soldier on the right shook his head. Nothing more. Mr. Vincent has only discovered this much for now. He asked us to hand these over to you, and said he would continue to follow up and notify you of any updates. Wang Ming nodded, patting the shoulders of the two soldiers. Thank you for your hard work. Please convey my thanks to Vincent and tell him that if there is danger, his safety should come first. Prioritized self-preservation. The two black gold soldiers straightened up and saluted again, then left. The dining room fell silent for a moment. Wang Ming sat in his chair staring at the map on the table, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the surface. Rolf stood behind him, remaining silent. Bernard leaned against the wall, taking off his glasses to wipe them. Things are getting increasingly chaotic, Wang Ming sighed. An organization like the chess organization was already unclear, and now another medical group had emerged. At that moment, Connor's voice rang out from the courtyard. Boss, someone says they want to see you. Wang Ming paused for a moment, got up from his chair, and walked to the door. In the courtyard, Connor stood beside the iron railing. Behind him stood a man in a dark jacket in his 40s, wearing black-rimmed glasses and holding a briefcase. Seeing Wang Ming come out, the man took a couple of steps forward and extended his hand. Comrade Wang Ming. I am Officer Zhao Liang, a colleague of Officer Duan Songhai. Director Duan sent me to deliver something. Wang Ming shook his hand and accepted the brown paper envelope he handed over. The envelope was not thick, and it felt like it contained some documents. He opened it and pulled out the paper inside, which was a printed document with the name written on it, Shengkong Gene Technology. Below it was a line in smaller print suspected to be related to multiple cases of missing persons currently under secret investigation. Wang Ming lifted his head and looked at the man surnamed Zhao. Director Duan said you might be interested in this. Wang Ming quickly invited Zhao Liang into the house. Officer Duan really has a keen sense of foresight. I was just worried about not being able to find information on this organization. Zhao Liang glanced at Wang Ming and smiled. Comrade Wang Ming is fighting against criminals in this dangerous place. How could the police not help? Zhao Liang took out the document and spread it on the table, happening to notice the map that the black gold soldiers had brought earlier. Zhao Liang looked at it, but did not say anything. Look, this is the information our police have gathered. This so-called medical group is very likely a crime base for genetic modification. Zhao Liang pulled out two documents and placed them in front of Wang Ming. Wang Ming followed Zhao Liang's gesture and looked at the marked areas, which indicated that Shengkong Gene Technology Group had been exposed for illegally using drugs, and there were reports of patients in Shengkong Gene Technology exhibiting grotesque deformities. Comrade Wang Ming, Officer Duan also asked me to tell you. Wang Ming looked up. The police want to cooperate. Wang Ming looked at Zhao Liang, who was also gazing at him. The two sat across the table, neither in a hurry to speak. The restaurant was quiet for a moment. Cooperation. Wang Ming leaned back in his chair. What kind of cooperation? Zhao Liang placed his briefcase on the table, unzipped it, and pulled out a thicker stack of documents. He arranged the documents one by one on the table, lining them up. Each document had a label in the top right corner indicating the date and number. Director Duan means that you provide manpower and we provide intelligence. Zhao Liang pushed his glasses up. We have been following the Shengkong genetic technology case for nearly half a year. However, the police have their own limitations, and many matters are inconvenient for direct intervention. He paused. You are different. You operate outside the system, your methods are flexible, and you have your own people. Wang Ming looked at the row of documents on the table and did not take any. How does Officer Duan know I would agree? Zhao Liang smiled. Director Duan said you are not the kind of person who would stand by idly. Wang Ming did not respond. He reached for the top document and opened it. The first page contained a photograph of the entrance to Shengkong Genetic Technology. The grayish-white building had its iron gates tightly shut, with two security guards in black uniforms standing at the entrance, holstered guns at their waists and walkie-talkies clipped to their chests. The photograph was taken covertly from the side, revealing a barbed wire atop the surrounding wall. Wang Ming flipped to the second page. It was an aerial shot, low in resolution, but it clearly depicted the general layout of the park: three main buildings, a parking lot, several warehouses surrounded by walls with farmland and woods beyond. Several points were marked in red ink on the image, labeled guard post, surveillance, suspected laboratory. These are what we collected through various channels. Zhao Liang pointed to the aerial shot. Shengkong Genetic Technology is registered for medical research and primarily engages in biopharmaceuticals. However, they have never sold any products externally and have no publicly disclosed cooperation projects. Their funding sources are untraceable, the legal representative is unknown, and all public information is false. Wang Ming pushed the aerial photograph aside and picked up the next document. This document was thicker and contained several photographs. The photos showed people, but not normal individuals. The first photograph depicted a person whose face was distorted, one eye higher than the other by half an inch, with a mouth stretched to the cheek, as if it had been pulled from both sides. The second photograph featured a person with an extra segment in their arm, another elbow joint below the first, and fingers elongated like bamboo poles. The third photograph showed a person lying in bed, tubes inserted all over their body, with their chest rising and falling dramatically, but their eyes were closed. These are items we obtained from insiders within Shengkong. Zhao Liang's voice lowered. They publicly claim it is a medical accident, But looking at these photos, this is not something that can be explained as a medical accident. Wang Ming stared at the photographs for a few seconds, closed the document, and pushed it aside. Rolf, standing behind him, had been silent, but when his gaze swept over the photos, his brow furrowed slightly. Bernard adjusted his glasses and also said nothing, but he picked up the aerial shot and scrutinized it a bit more. What does Officer Duan want me to do? Wang Ming asked. Zhao Liang took out the last item from his briefcase, a business card. A white card with only one line printed on it: Shengkong Genetic Technology Business Department Manager Ma. Below was a string of phone numbers. This Manager Ma is responsible for external procurement at Shengkong. Zhao Liang pushed the business card in front of Wang Ming. Director Duan, means can you find a way for your people to infiltrate? Shengkong's security system is stringent, and it is challenging for outsiders to penetrate, but there is a loophole within their internal operations. What loophole? Every month, they recruit a batch of temporary workers from outside responsible for moving, cleaning, and simple maintenance. This group of people does not require background checks, only ID cards and health certificates. They are hired, enter, and exit on the same day. They do not access core areas, but can see some peripheral details. Zhao Liang looked at Wang Ming. Director Duan said you have someone specialized in this. Wang Ming thought for a moment. Connor and Andre were too conspicuous. Alan and Alich left with Vincent. The remaining drifters were mostly combat personnel, not skilled in such meticulous tasks. He thought of one person, Chao Sun, the young man he rescued in the park who had lost half an arm and had charged into the villa with him. Later the police took him away. Chao Sun should still be with Duan Songhai. Where is Chao Sun now? Wang Ming asked. Zhao Liang smiled slightly. Director Duan said you would ask this. Comrade Chao Sun is currently undergoing rehabilitation treatment and is nearly recovered. He will come to find you in a few days as he has volunteered to help you. Wang Ming nodded, saying nothing. He gathered the documents on the table, stacked them into a pile, and stuffed them into an envelope. He picked up the business card, glanced at it, and put it in his pocket. Tell Officer Duan that cooperation is possible, but I have conditions. You say, first, information sharing. I want to know what the police find out. What I uncover I will tell you. Second, I will determine the actions. The police have their rules which I respect, but my actions will not be directed by the police. Third, Wang Ming paused. If the situation escalates, my people have priority in evacuation. Zhao Liang nodded after listening. These conditions are reasonable. Wang Ming glanced at him, stood up, and Zhao Liang also stood up and shook his hand. Pleasure to cooperate. Pleasure to cooperate. Zhao Liang released his hand, picked up his briefcase, and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he paused and turned back. By the way, Director Duan asked me to convey a message to you. Wang Ming waited. The situation has become severe lately, and your place is quite conspicuous. It is best to make adequate defensive preparations. After Zhao Liang finished speaking, he opened the door and walked out. The sound of footsteps faded down the corridor until it was inaudible. Wang Ming stood in the restaurant as Rolf approached and stood beside him. What does this mean? Rolf asked. Wang Ming shook his head. I don't know. Bernard leaned against the wall, took off his glasses, and wiped them. He is warning that we may be under observation. Wang Ming did not respond, looking at the sky outside. Master Brother Bernard, when Chao Sun arrives, accompany me out for a while. Wang Ming stuffed the envelope into his pocket. Let's meet that Manager Ma. Rolf nodded. Bernard adjusted his glasses, but said nothing. Wang Ming touched the business card in his pocket and then felt the envelope. Shengkong Genetic Technology. Chess Organization. Vincent is tracking, the police are investigating, and now another Manager Ma has emerged. It seemed that all clues pointed to one thing. Yet he just could not figure it out. Wang Ming raised his gaze toward the window. Dusk was settling, the courtyard lamps remained unlit, casting a dull, ashen pallor over everything. Connor and his final group were running laps. Their rhythmic footfalls echoed from afar, muffled and steady, one beat after another. Let's wait for Chao Sun first, Wang Ming said, half to Rolf and Bernard, half to himself. Neither man replied, they merely exchanged a fleeting glance. For the next 2 days the courtyard lay still and quiet. Connor and Andre continued leading drills as usual, while Wang Ming recruited 2 new wanderers. Rolf and Bernard occasionally offered critiques on the wanderers' training, and just as often joined in themselves, honing their own bodies. Each day Wang Ming moved back and forth between the main guest house and the dining hall, eating, sleeping, poring over the files Zhao Liang had left behind. Every time he looked at the photographs, those grotesquely distorted faces, his heart sank deeper still. He tried calling Vincent twice, both times no one answered. He set the phone down and stood by the window, gazing out at the leaden sky. On the third day Chao Sun still had not arrived. Wang Ming stood in the courtyard, staring down the dusty road's distant end. Not a single vehicle stirred along the road. Only wind lifted dust into swirling eddies before letting it settle again. Andre approached and stood beside him. Commander, shall I go fetch him? Andre's lone eye fixed upon him. Wang Ming shook his head. No need. Let's wait a little longer. In the afternoon, as Wang Ming sat in the dining hall eating compressed biscuits, a sudden engine roar shattered the silence. He set the biscuits aside, rose, and stepped to the window. 3 military-grade jeeps sped down the dirt road, fast, kicking up thick plumes of dust in their wake. Andre had already led several wanderers forward to intercept them. Wang Ming pushed open the door, descended the steps, and stood squarely before the main entrance. The 3 jeeps halted outside the courtyard, doors swung open, and figures emerged. First came several tall, broad-shouldered men in black suits, rigidly upright, sunglasses masking. Then came an elderly man, short in stature, clad in a deep gray zhongshan suit, his snow-white hair combed with meticulous precision. He alighted from the vehicle, smoothed his collar, glanced up at the motel's main gate, then swept his gaze across the armed wanderers standing guard in the courtyard, his expression unreadable. His entourage followed, lining up silently behind him. Wang Ming stepped to the motel's front gate and took one deliberate step forward. "May I ask what brings you here?" The old man studied him up and down, then unexpectedly smiled, a gesture that unsettled Wang Ming. "I recall this site was once slated to be an electronics industrial park. How did it come to be only a roadside motel now?" Wang Ming's heart sank. He kept his face impassive, voice level. "The park was demolished. Due to certain circumstances, I built this motel in its place." The old man listened, gave a soft chuckle, and nodded. "You're Wang Ming, then?" Wang Ming's stiffened brows drawn. He sensed no goodwill in the man. "Sir, do you know me?" The elder stepped closer, halting directly before him, and appraised him once more. The gaze was light in weight, yet oppressive, pressing down like unseen gravity. Wang Ming instinctively retreated half a step. The old man paid no mind to the withdrawal, and spoke slowly. "Little K was my most gifted disciple. I warned him many times to live honestly, modestly. Alas, he refused to listen, insisting instead on his half-baked gene soldier experiments." A sigh escaped him, laced with quiet regret. "And what truly surprised me was how effortlessly a young man like you dismantled the industrial park he'd spent half a lifetime building." Wang Ming stepped back another half-pace. He heard the veiled threat beneath the words. "You're K's master?" The old man nodded, in a manner of speaking. "Then why have you come?" Wang Ming lowered his voice. "To avenge your disciple." The elder waved a dismissive hand, the faint smile lingering. "Little K is dead. That's his own failing, not mine. This visit, merely to see what's become of the park. And lately word of you reached my ears, so I thought I'd take the chance to meet you to see what sort of man you are." Rolf and Bernard stepped forward from behind, taking positions just behind Wang Ming. The old man paused when he saw Rolf. His eyes lingered on his face, then shifted to Bernard standing behind him, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his gaze. "No wonder," the elder murmured, nodding slowly. "Two such formidable subordinates. You've certainly drawn rare fortune." Andre and Connor stood motionless in the courtyard center, rifles held low, but fingers resting lightly on triggers, weapons primed and ready. Wang Ming didn't turn, yet he felt the tension radiating from those behind him, their bodies coiled tight, poised for combat. "Wang Ming," the elder said suddenly, his tone shifting, shedding all levity, now grave and unyielding. "Join the chess organization." Wang Ming froze. The old man's expression bore no trace of jest. "I'll grant you immediate rank." As his entourage visibly stiffened, one turned sharply toward the elder, others exchanged swift, silent glances. Even Wang Ming stood stunned. "Rook." The title echoed in his memory. The underground lab, K kneeling on the floor shouting that name toward the uniformed figure looming over him. Rook, a rank whose authority within the chess organization stood second to none. Wang Ming stared at the elder, silent for a long moment, then let out a dry, derisive laugh and waved his hand dismissively. "Unless you make me king, don't even bother asking." The elder seemed genuinely taken aback. His expression darkened, the smile vanishing entirely. "Joining grants you anything you desire: power, wealth, status. Limitless, absolute." His voice had turned glacial, the persuasion now edged with steel. "Everything you named, I already possess. Here my word is law. Wealth, I lack for nothing. I can conjure as much as I wish. Status, within this motel, I am the highest authority." Wang Ming's retort was icy, cutting. The elder's face finally twisted into outright fury. "So you refuse, no matter what? This very day?" "Precisely. Let me make this clear, old man. I wage war against organizations like yours. Go tell your petty emperor to vacate his throne, or I'll strip him of life itself." Wang Ming possessed no patience for threats, and this elder had ignited every ember of his wrath. "Then you must not be allowed to live." The elder moved, so swiftly no eye could track him. One instant he stood 3 paces away, the next his hand pierced the air toward Wang Ming's chest. Fingers locked tight, palm rigid as a blade, thrust straight, unerring, aimed with lethal precision at Wang Ming's heart. The old man's palm slashed like a blade, driving straight toward Wang Ming's heart. Wang Ming did not even have time to blink. Only a sharp impact struck his chest, followed by a jarring force that sent him stumbling backward. The expected sensation of piercing flesh never came. Instead, an excruciating, unbearable pain erupted from the old man's right hand, twisting his face into a mask of terror and disbelief. Instinctively, he tried to retreat. His foot had barely lifted from the ground when a figure closed in. Rolf's palm descended from above, crashing down onto the old man's right forearm with a sickening snap, the sound of bone shattering unmistakable this time. The old man's mouth gaped open. His scream had not yet escaped his throat when Rolf's other hand clamped onto his shoulder, 5 fingers tightening like iron vices around his clavicle. Then came a brutal shoulder throw. The old man's body arced through the air before slamming onto its back, raising a violent plume of dust and echoing with a heavy hollow thud. The men in suits instantly thrust their hands beneath their jackets. Andre and Connor already had their firearms raised, black muzzles trained on every man reaching for a weapon. Their movements froze midst, their fingers still buried in their jacket flaps, too terrified to draw. Wang Ming glanced down at his chest, his shirt torn open, revealing pale, unblemished skin beneath. The level 6 Russian armor he wore halted the old man's fingertips cold. Under the immense impact, 3 of the old man's fingers snapped at grotesquely unnatural angles, the muffled crunch of breaking bone lost amid the wind's whisper. Yet only Wang Ming could see it, a faint, indistinct fingerprint pressed into the surface of his level 6 armor. Not deep, but unmistakably imprinted by force. He brushed dust from his clothes, then looked up at Rolf, a faint twitch lifting the corner of his lips. "Go easy, master. Don't cripple the elder." Rolf stood beside the fallen man, gazing down impassively at the crumpled form. Bernard approached from behind and took position beside Wang Ming, adjusting his glasses. "You moved fast, didn't even leave me a chance." The old man lay sprawled on the ground, coughing up a pool of blood flecked with shattered teeth. Bracing himself against the earth, he slowly pushed upright and lowered his gaze to his right hand. His palm remained intact, but 3 fingers were broken, his forearm fractured, bone jutting raw and white through torn flesh, blood streaming steadily down his wrist. His face had turned ashen, lips trembling, eyes shifting from terror to stunned disbelief. He raised his head, first locking eyes with Rolf, then turning slowly toward Wang Ming. Impossible, so fast. His voice quivered. He stared again at his ruined hand, then at the torn fabric over Wang Ming's chest, the ragged edge still frayed with loose threads revealing smooth skin beneath. His pupils contracted sharply, filled with shock and bewilderment. Gritting his teeth, the old man's expression darkened, yet fear still flickered deep within his eyes. "Wang Ming," he rasped, "this is my final warning. Refuse to join our organization and your little roadside and will be leveled, flattened without trace. You rise after taking such devastating force. Are you enhanced too, old man?" Wang Ming ignored the threat entirely, turning the question back upon him. At those words, the old man visibly stiffened, then quickly masked it with renewed menace. "I'm speaking to you." Wang Ming sighed, gazing down at the blood-soaked, mangled figure before him, about to, when the old man suddenly struggled upright, staggered toward the jeep, wrenched open the door, and vanished inside. "You'll pay, Wang Ming. The most terrifying price awaits you. Let's go." Wang Ming blinked, watching the jeep roar to life, its occupants scrambling frantically into the vehicle, tires spinning as the front end swung sharply around. He turned, first to Andre and Connor, then to Rolf and Bernard. "They are running." Wang Ming stared, utterly bewildered by the old man's abrupt retreat. He hadn't processed it. What kind of maneuver was this? "Wang Ming, they're fleeing," Bernard murmured low. Only then did Wang Ming snap awake. "Take them down." Andre and Connor had been waiting for that command. Gunfire erupted. The sharp bark of Andre's RPD tore into the jeep's hood, spraying molten metal and shattering the windshield into glittering shards. Connor's AK followed instantly. Bullets punched through one door and exited the other, trailing misted crimson. The other wanderers opened fire as well. A dozen blazing trajectories converged, stitching the jeeps with relentless, devastating fire. Some suited men were pierced through the window just as they slid into their seats. Others collapsed mid-step, fell before they could even grasp the door handle. Still more fell beside the wheels, cut down before boarding. Within 10 seconds, not a single man remained standing. The old man crouched behind the rear seat, curled into a trembling ball. Light streamed through bullet holes in the headrest, casting stark, flickering stripes across his ashen face. He shook uncontrollably, utterly unprepared for this outcome. Wang Ming strode forward, yanked open the door, reached inside, and seized the old man's collar, dragging him out bodily. The man crashed face first into the dirt, swallowing grit. Wang Ming knelt, gripped the collar, and flipped him over, staring down at the old man's grimy, blood-smeared face. "Leaving? Did I say you could leave?" Wang Ming waved his hand. Andre and Connor stepped forward, seized the old man by either arm, and dragged him into the inn. The old man dared not resist. His right hand was broken, several ribs fractured, and every movement sent sharp jolts of pain through him making him gasp involuntarily. He was thrown onto a chair in the dining room. Wang Ming sat opposite him while Rolf stood behind the old man, hands resting heavily on his shoulders, so heavily that the old man dared not stir. Bernard leaned against the wall, idly twirling a dagger in his fingers. Andre and Connor stood at the doorway, blocking all escape. "Speak," Wang Ming said, leaning back in his chair. "Who are you? Who sent you? Why are you here? Where is the chess organization headquartered? What is Kongxing Genetic Technology's connection to them? Tell us everything." The old man lifted his gaze toward Wang Ming, then lowered it again, staring fixedly at his right hand. 3 fingers shattered. Blood still seeped from the wounds, dripping steadily onto the floor. One drop, then another, slow, relentless. "If I speak, will you let me go?" His voice was hoarse, barely human. Wang Ming regarded him in silence. The old man gave a brittle laugh. "Then the answer is no. So why should I speak?" Wang Ming leaned back, further tapping twice with his fingertips upon the tabletop. "Even if you stay silent, I'll uncover the truth. Only a matter of time. Speak now, and I'll grant you a swift, painless departure. Refuse, and I have far more persuasive methods at my disposal." The old man raised his head, locking eyes with Wang Ming, his gaze resolute. "I will never tell you. Not under any circumstance." His voice trembled faintly. Wang Ming held his stare for several seconds, then smiled. Rising, he approached the old man. "Do you know how they torture knife-wielders in Kimono when fully armed enforcers catch them?" A wave of unease washed over the old man. "Kimono? Knife-wielders? What are you talking about?" Wang Ming merely smiled and opened the marketplace interface. He searched sweet bean sauce. 1 jar, 2 jars, 10 jars, 100 jars. With a tap confirmation sealed, the warehouse inventory instantly swelled by 100 identical jars. One by one, he removed the jars, arranging them with meticulous precision upon the table, like bricks laid in a wall, forming a stark, unbroken line before the old man. The old man stared at the row of jars, swallowing hard, utterly bewildered as to Wang Ming's intent. Wang Ming picked up a jar, unscrewed its lid, and brought it beneath his nose. Inhaling deeply. "Eat all 100 jars, and I'll set you free. How does that sound?" His tone was light, almost conversational, but his smile gleamed like that of a demon. The old man glanced at the towering stack, then at Wang Ming. His lips quivered. "You're joking, right?" "I'm not joking," Wang Ming replied, placing the jar back on the table. He rose once more and stepped before the old man. "Master, pry his mouth open." From behind, Rolf reached forward, splayed fingers gripping the old man's jaw, and wrenched it wide. A sharp, sickening crack echoed as the jaw dislocated. Wang Ming seized a spoon, scooped a generous dollop of sauce, and shoved it deep into the old man's mouth. The spoon scraped along the roof of his mouth, smearing thick paste across his palate and tongue. He tried to close his mouth, but Rolf's grip held firm, immovable. The sauce dissolved on his tongue, salty, searing, overwhelming, as though an entire bottle of salt had been poured directly into his mouth. His face contorted, eyes bulging wide, throat convulsing with guttural, choking sounds. "Swallow," Wang Ming commanded. The old man refused, holding the paste in his mouth, tears welling uncontrollably from the unbearable salinity. Rolf pressed firmly against his throat. Instinctively, the old man swallowed, the sauce burning down his esophagus like molten glass. Wang Ming scooped another spoonful, forced it in, then another. When the first jar emptied, he twisted open the second, and continued feeding. Under Rolf's unyielding control, the old man swallowed spoon after spoon. The salt saturated his mouth entirely. His tongue swelled stiff and spongy, soaked in brine. Tears and mucus streamed together down his face, coating his cheeks. He tried to cough, but with his mouth pried open, nothing emerged except muffled, desperate whimpers forced through his nose. By the 5th jar, his body had collapsed inward. Skin bluish-gray, lips bloodless, limbs slack and trembling, curled instinctively, as though drowning in his own flesh. "Stop, please." The words squeezed from his raw throat, slurred and broken. "I'll talk."